minutes and have all of our learners and our audience join us on YouTube. We're live on YouTube and we're here on Zoom with you guys as well. So we'll wait for our learners to join. We have early morning classes from 7 to 10. And I'm hoping that all of our learners from the morning classes do come and join us and become a part of SkillsFactor 2024. Come on, guys. Give me some claps. Give me hearts. Give me hearts. Let me see some hearts coming in. There we go. See, I love you guys for this. See, early morning, subah subah, thodi energy ki zarurat hai, to bhej do thode dil. Come on. You know you can click it as many times as you want, right? Like you can keep giving me thumbs up. You can keep giving me claps. And you can keep the hearts coming. Awesome. Dekho, agar your friends and family haven't joined, get them also. Get everybody. We have a beautiful lineup today. बहुत सारी चीजें हम एक साथ करने वाले हैं. So everybody, come on. Bring as many people as you can. We have the links posted on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram. So वहां पे भी जाके share कर लो. Come on, let's bring in more people. And while my teams are checking if everybody's coming online, I'm going to check how we're looking on YouTube. Let's see how we're doing on YouTube. Like I said, good morning, everybody. We're just going to wait for a couple of minutes. I know I have learners and I know we have a lot of audience joining us on YouTube as well. So we're just going to give them about 5 minutes to log in, put their name, settle down, grab a cup of tea, get your coffees, and we will start. Ready? How? How did the heart stop? Why? Why are the hearts stopping, guys? I need more love. I need all your energy. I feed on your energy. I need all your energy to make this event super awesome for you today. Come on, let it keep coming. Let it keep coming. I hope, can the YouTube guys also see the hearts and the likes? Can they also see it? Hi, Yash. So awesome to have you here with us. Wow, we have so many people joining in on Zoom. I love how everybody's coming in on YouTube as well. How cool is that? Do we have our team manning YouTube saying hi to everybody on YouTube? Let's make sure, guys, we have someone who's knocking on there, on that YouTube door and saying a big hi to all of our audience who's joining us on YouTube. Let me take a few names quickly of people who are here. How about that? Let me see who all are here. I'm going to give you a shout out and I'm going to take your names. Abhishek. Hi, Abhishek. Good morning. So awesome to see you. Hi, Abhin. So amazing to see you. We've got Apurva. We've got Arun. We've got Bhumika Patel. How awesome to see you. So nice to meet you. Thank you for joining us early morning. We've got Himanshu, Gaia. We've got Indu, Jyoti. Hi, guys. Hi. So awesome to meet you early morning. We've got Khalid. We've got another Jyoti. We've got a Kajol. Oh, that reminds me of the movie, you know, the Salman Khan movie. See, early morning. I can't remember the name of the movie. Who can tell me? Salman Khan, Kajol. Wait, there has to be one on the top of my head. No, Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam didn't have Kajol. Come on. Which one was it? There's a Kajol with us.
कुछ hota hai.
कुछ होता है. Oh, see, how did I not get that? सुबह का. ये सब सुबह का असर है. देखो मेरे हाथ बंद हो गए. The likes and the hearts have stopped. Come on, guys. Early morning. Let's do this. That's awesome. I love it. I love it when you guys shower all your love on us. So awesome. And there we go. Did you see we hit a century in just a few minutes? And now it's time for a double whammy. Come on. My trainers, everybody who's joining us live on YouTube, thank you so much for joining. We're going to start in just a couple of minutes. I've got a couple of messages that people are still joining in, and we don't want you guys to miss out on the session. So we're going to just wait for a few minutes. You know that the entire session today, we're also live streaming on YouTube. So please feel free to visit Learn Online with EduBridge on YouTube. That's the name of our channel. Learn Online with EduBridge. You can go and log in there as well. The registration links have been on Zoom. So please go ahead and you can register using our LinkedIn or our Facebook. You can also go online on our website, www.edubridgeindia.com. There's a link there. Even if you register there, you'll be right here with us on Zoom, and we'd love to take your names. We'd love to give you guys shout outs, and we'd love to see you here with us in our sessions. Hi, Bhumika. So awesome to meet you. There's Harshvardhan. Hi, Harshvardhan. So amazing to see you. Morning, everybody. Wish you all a very, very good morning. Are we ready, team? Let's release our surprise.
क्यों ये धुन खास है? क्यों ये 130 करोड़ दिलों के पास है? क्यों हर एक भारतवासी इसे एक साथ गुनगुनाता है? इस धुन में परंपरा, विरासत और भविष्य की उड़ान है। जाति, मजहब, प्रदेश, सबसे ऊपर यही हमारी पहचान है। यह सिर्फ एक धुन नहीं, पूरा हिंदुस्तान है।
सिंध, गुजरात, मराठा,
द्राविड, उत्कल, वंगा, विंध्य, हिमाचल, यमुना, गंगा, उच्छल जलधि तरंगा।
तव शुभ नामे जागे,
तव शुभ आशीष मागे।
गाहे तब जय गाथा,
जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे।
भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय है, जय है, जय है, जय 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 हे।
जय है सीमा पर खड़े हर जवान की, जय है खेतों में जुटे हर एक किसान की, जय है सर ऊंचा कर रहे ज्ञान की, विज्ञान की, जय है सारे जहां से अच्छे अपने हिंदुस्तान की।
आहरह तब आह्वान प्रचारित,
सुनि तव उदार वाणी। हिंदू, बौद्ध, सिख, जैन, पारसिक, मुसलमान, ख्रिस्तानी।
पूरब पश्चिम आशे,
तब सिंहासन पाशे। प्रेम हार होय गाथा,
जनगण ऐक्य विधायक जय हे।
भारत भाग्य
जन अभ्युदय बंधुर पंथा
युग युग धावित यात्री
है जे सारथि तव रथ चक्र मुखरित पथ दिन रात्रि दारुण विप्लव माझे
तव शंख ध्वनि बाजे
संकट दुख त्राता जनगण पथ परिचायक जय हे
भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय
पीड़ित मूर्छित देशे
जागृत छिलो तव विचल मंग
नत नयने अनिमेषे
दो स्वप्नि आतंकी
रक्षा करिले
स्नेहमय तुमी माता
जनगण दुख त्रायक जय है
भारत भाग्य विधाता
जय हे जय 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 जय
रात्रि प्रभातिल उदिल रवि छवि
पूर्व उदय गिरि भाले
गाहि विहंगम पुण्य समीरन
नव जीवन रस ढाले तब करुणारुण रागे निद्रित भारत जागे
तव चरणे नत माथा
जय 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 हे जय राजेश्वर
भारत भाग्य विधाता
जय जय जय
Oh my God. I've got goosebumps. I'm sure you've got them too. 75 years, 75 artists. What a beautiful start to our morning. Good morning, everybody. Shubh Prabhat, Shubh Prabhatam, Shubh Savar, Shubh Sakal, Sat Shri Akal, Kalaivanakam, Shubhodayan, Sabah Bakir. Welcome, 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 everybody. Our Republic Day commemorates the adoption of the Constitution on January 26, 1950. While India gained independence from the British Raj in 1947, it was not until January 26, 1950 that the Constitution of India came into effect, and the country became a sovereign state, declaring it a republic. Today, we in India are gearing up to celebrate our 75th Republic Day on January 26, 2024. And so, let me be the first one to wish you a very happy 75th Republic Day in advance. And I'm so happy that you've joined us today. We're so proud to welcome you to SkillsFactor 2024, India's largest skills marathon. Thank you for joining us for an ultra marathon of learning, networking, and growth. This is your chance to connect with the most influential Naris and get inspired today. So don't waste this opportunity. This Republic Day, the spotlight is on women empowerment. It's all about Nari Shakti today. India's Mars mission was powered by a team of extraordinary women, and our sisters and daughters are not far behind in other areas too. Women empowerment and gender equality, you would agree, are today no longer mere slogans, as we've made great progress towards these in the recent years. And I want to show you something. So watch this.
छू ले हर ऊंचाई तू, किसने तुझे रोका है? बात कल कुछ और थी, फिर से आज मौका है। पर खोल के हो आजाद, डरना किसी आसमान से। कमर कस ले आज ही, लड़ना है अभी इसी जहां से। ये बंदिशें, ये बेड़ियां तुझे ना रोक पाएगी। इरादों को शमशीर कर, ये खुद ही टूट जाएगी। सर झुकेंगे फिर से तेरे सामने। थी मजाल कभी किसी की, तुझे झुका दे अपनी शान में। तूने तो इतिहास रचा है अब तक अपने काम से। बनी है बनती रहेगी गाथाएं तेरे नाम से। तू किसी से कम नहीं है, आज बस ये जान ले। बहती धारा को मोड़ दे, अपनी ताकत को पहचान ले। अखंड तेरी शक्ति है, प्रचंड तेरी काया है। शिकस्त होके चिढ़ पड़े जिसने भी आजमाया है। चीर के फलक को तूने ध्वज ऊंचा लहराया है। सर उठा के देख ले, वो वक्त फिर से आया है। सर उठा के देख ले, वो वक्त फिर से आया है।
Wow, वो वक्त फिर से आया है. During my visits to various training sessions, I'm amazed by the confidence of the young women who are learning new skills every day. And I have no doubt in my mind that they are the ones who will shape tomorrow's India. Are there any miracles that you think we cannot achieve if this half of the population is encouraged to contribute to nation building to the best of their ability? Do you think that there are any miracles that we won't be able to achieve? You know, you may have that question, but let me introduce you to a group of super confident, powerful young women who have a message for you. Please join me in welcoming our talented and forthcoming Naris, Archana, Mangala, Swarnali, Pratima, Mitali, and a very special one, our learner, Khushbu, to the center stage. Over to you, my super women.
Good morning. Can anybody tell me what real women empowerment is? Is doing a 9 to 5 corporate job women empowerment? Or is attending late night parties and coming late home women empowerment? Is wearing shorts outside women empowerment? Or is listening ladies first from men women empowerment? Is giving speeches in college women empowerment? Or enacting plays at school women empowerment? Is shouting for the right of women in rallies women empowerment? Or is dressing according to our terms women empowerment? All these don't give a clear picture of women empowerment. Empowerment is a very vast term. Its general idea is to inculcate all those who are neglected, and especially women, whether she takes a wheel or wears shorts, whether she wears party outfits or wears jeans, whether she wears traditionals or formals. All women can be empowered when the pillars of women empowerment can be grouped together. So let me begin with the 5 pillars of women empowerment.
Psychological empowerment. Women's psychological empowerment is about helping women feel strong, confident, and in control of their lives. How can we ensure that women are provided with the necessary tools and resources to enhance their psychological empowerment in different cultural contexts? When a woman is psychologically empowered, she can improve how she sees herself, overcome societal judgments, and boost her confidence. This empowerment encourages emotional resilience, motivating women to understand and appreciate their true value. It includes building their self esteem, self belief, and decision making abilities. With psychological empowerment, women can tackle challenges, feel positive about themselves, and challenge stereotypes. It's all about how we make them aware of their worth and take charge of their lives. This empowerment is crucial for women's overall well being and personal growth.
Social empowerment. Social empowerment for a woman means the ability for her to express herself without any fear, giving her the chance to build positive relationships and participate in social activities and decision making without being restricted by gender norms is what empowers her socially. In our country, where the leaders, under the able guidance of our dear Prime Minister, have realized this, there have been innumerable programs to facilitate the same. A typical example is the Beti Bachao Beti Padhao scheme, which means saving the girl child and educating her, which will leave her self sufficient and knowledgeable. With knowledge comes confidence. With confidence comes expression. And with expression comes the ability to be herself. And that is the idea of empowering a woman socially. As responsible Indians, let us all spread the same and socially empower the women of our country.
Educational empowerment. Education is a fundamental right of an individual and a key driver of positive change. It has the most important tool, it is the most important tool of empowering women in society. Education empowers women by providing them with knowledge, skills, and confidence. It enables them to make informed decisions, assert their rights, and actively participate in social, economic, and political spheres. It not only benefits women individually, but also has far reaching positive effects on families, communities, and societies as a whole. Hence, recognizing and promoting women's education is essential for achieving sustainable development.
Economic development. Women empowerment and economic development are closely related. Development can bring down inequalities in society. However, gender inequalities can only be brought down by ensuring women's participation. Women economic participation is fundamental to strengthening their rights and enabling them to control over their lives, establish a place for themselves in society, and further not being dependent on their kin and kin. An inclusive development, therefore, can happen if the participation of women is ensured. Women's economic empowerment not only promotes greater economic development but also greater equity, opportunity, and social progress.
Political empowerment. The political empowerment of women in India is the most widely discussed topic, and women constitute almost half of the population of India. Women have had an indisputable positive impact in politics, and their participation is critical. But it's not important to remember that women are not a regular group. They have very diverse life experiences depending on whether they are young or old, educated or unskilled, and whether they reside in rural or urban settings, leading to very distinct priorities and requirements. During the national struggle, a foundation was established to assist women in participating in the democratic process. Following independence, the Indian government took several legal, social, and economical initiatives to improve the status of women in India. Women began to take part in national and state politics as well. Having a voice in legislative issue can be significant in enabling the press to give importance to women's issue. All in all, having political impact gave a voice to the women individuals who hadn't had a voice in how things are administrated.
When all these pillars are accumulated, then a woman can truly be empowered. For this, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has brought the Nari Shakti Bandhan Adhiniyam, or the Women's Reservation Bill 2023, that was introduced in the Lok Sabha on 19th of September 2023 for women. Women empowerment is a Western concept, but in India, mothers are the most powerful and inspirational ones in our lives. So the Bharatiya idea of women empowerment is Matru Shakti, inspired from mothers. But women are not just mothers. They are daughters, they are wives, they are sisters also, as this is a multifaceted role. A female is capable of doing everything that a man can do, and even more, because existence of a woman is also a female. Women can achieve the highest standards and stand out in this patriarchal society. But for this, women need to stand by women, inspire her, motivate her, and join hands with her. So, we speakers appeal and call out all other women to stand by women and show the world what women empowerment is. And when she will stand for a she, then only a real women empowerment shall begin. Women need only women. Women for women. Women empowerment. Thank you.
Wow. Wow, 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 ladies. You remind me, when I listen to you, you remind me of this beautiful poem by Maya Angelou. It goes something like this. It's in the reach of my arms, the span of my hips, the stride of my step, the curl of my lips. I'm a woman, phenomenal. Phenomenal woman, that's me. And that's you. Your beauty is much more beautiful when you wear it with such confidence. So thank you, ladies. Today, we celebrate you, the phenomenal woman. What a start. This has totally excited me. As we kickstart our ultra marathon, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our event partners who supported this endeavor and motivated us to make a difference and celebrate Nari Shakti. We thank our youth media partner, Youth Incorporated, our radio partner, Fever FM, and our happiness partner, the Belgian Waffle Company. Thank you so much for your support, and thank you for always cheering us on. Your contribution to our event has been instrumental in making this event reach lakhs of young aspirants across India. Thank you once again. So now we are at the first of the series of sessions that will be conducted today in this marathon run. Are you ready? Do you have your stopwatches on? Because once we start, we aren't going to stop. And it's time to speed up things a little bit as we move ahead of us to an exciting day full of interesting sessions for all of us. We now begin with our first session, and these will only get bigger and better as we progress through the day. So stick with us. Stick around and learn something from all of our experts who are spending their time with us here today. Now, as you are fully aware that achieving gender equality is a long journey, the Indian government has placed Nari Shakti, you heard Khushbu say it as well, the Indian government has placed Nari Shakti, which is woman power, at the core of its vision to make India a developed nation by 2047. One of the most important steps in this direction has been the adoption of laws, policies, initiatives, and schemes that protect women's rights and promote gender equality. So it should not come as a surprise to us that India now has a higher percentage of employable women. That's 52.8%. I'm going to say that again. It's a very big number, 52.8% than men. But you know what? Low female participation still continues to be an issue for us. So the focus is now shifting from just development to women-led development. India has seen the biggest change in women-led development in the technology sector in the last 5 years. Did you know that? The biggest change has happened in the technology sector. However, the representation of women in cloud computing, like many other technology fields, has historically been lower compared to the male counterparts. So you see more male than you see women in technology especially. However, there are concerted efforts globally to encourage more women to pursue careers in cloud computing and related technology domains. Let me now, take a couple of minutes, because what I'm going to tell you next is going to add value and showcase to you. And with this, I want to introduce our first speaker of the day, a woman, Sonam Sharma. Now, you see, Sonam is a distinguished AWS authorized instructor. She holds certifications as an AWS Certified Solutions Architect Associate and an AWS Certified Developer Associate. It's not been easy. With over a decade of experience as a former engineering professor, Sonam brings with her a wealth of knowledge and expertise to her role. She's very actively engaged in cutting-edge research across domains such as software-defined networking, machine learning, NFV, and virtualization. Recognized for her contributions, she has been honored with the LinkedIn Top Voice Badge for computer science. How exciting is that? And that is none other than Sonam Sharma, the first woman of the day, who's here, and she's going to tell you more about how women can build careers in the cloud computing world today. So over to you, Sonam.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction, Lovina. Thank you so much. And I'm really obliged that I'm here today to present, to be a host, to be a guest speaker of this event. I'm really happy for that.
We're so glad to have you. Please go ahead. The stage is all yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. A very good morning to everyone. This is Sonam Sharma, Master Trainer AWS in EduBridge Learning Private Limited. Thank you for joining me today as we delve into the exciting world of cloud computing and discuss how we can empower women to thrive in this dynamic and rapidly evolving industry. So let's get started. Next. Can I have the next slide? Yeah. Imagine a world where technology knows no gender, where every individual has the opportunity to contribute to and excel in the field of cloud computing. Today, we are here to make that vision a reality and inspire more women to take on challenges and opportunities that the cloud has to offer. So I'm very thrilled to discuss an exciting and rapidly growing field that not only presents, incredible career opportunities, but also champions flexibility and work-life balance, the world of cloud computing. Specifically, I want to highlight why cloud technology is a fantastic career option for women, offering the prospect of managing a perfect balance between personal and professional life. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. Before we dive into the empowerment, let's briefly understand the cloud. So cloud is not just a technological advancement, it's a game changer. changing the world, way we are living, we are working. Cloud computing provides scalability, accessibility, flexibility, and offers countless possibilities of innovation and growth. In recent years, the cloud has transformed the way businesses operate, and their impact on the workforce cannot be overstated. The ability to work remotely has become a crucial aspect of our professional lives, and the cloud is at the forefront of enabling this shift. Now, more than ever, women are seeking opportunities that allow them to build successful careers while maintaining a healthy life balance. Can we move to the next slide? Now, despite the incredible opportunities the cloud presents, there is still a gender gap in the tech industry, and the cloud is no exception. But here's the catch: the cloud doesn't discriminate. It's up to us to bridge that gap and create more inclusive and diverse cloud community. The tech industry is witnessing a surge in female participation, with women making significant strides in cloud computing and related fields. This trend reflects the growing influence of women in shaping the future of technology. Additionally, the cloud offers a diverse range of roles and opportunities, from cloud architects and engineers to data analytics to cybersecurity specialists. This diversity allows women to choose a career path that aligns with their interest, skill, and passion. The cloud industry is not about the technology, but also about problem solving, creativity, innovation, the qualities that are not at all bounded by gender. So let's move on to the next slide now. Empowering. How can we empower the women in cloud computing? So empowerment initiatives, mentorship programs, diversity policies, they are the key of empowering women in cloud computing. By providing support and resources, we can create a more inclusive and equitable tech ecosystem. Yes, there are challenges, but every challenge is an opportunity in disguise. Embrace the learning curve, step out of your comfort zone, and remember that every obstacle you overcome makes you stronger and more resilient. The cloud industry is hungry for diverse perspectives and fresh ideas. Let's be the one to provide them. Confidence is a key in any career, and cloud computing is no different. Believe in your skills and abilities. If you are new to the field, take advantage of plethora of resources available online. Join the communities, attend the meetups, never shy from asking the questions. Remember, every expert was once a beginner. Diversity in the cloud workforce not only fuels innovation, but it drives creative solutions. Embracing diverse perspectives and experiences is essential for tackling complex challenges and driving meaningful change in the tech industry. The demand for cloud professionals is on rise and creating a wealth of career opportunities. As more business migrate to cloud, the need for skilled individuals who can design, implement, and manage cloud solutions is growing exponentially. This surge in demand translates to increased job security and competitive salaries for those who are entering the cloud force. Importantly, the cloud industry is committed to fostering inclusivity and diversity. Many organizations actively seek to create a workforce culture that celebrates differences, making it an ideal environment for women to thrive. By embracing diversity, the cloud industry recognizes the value that the different perspectives bring to the innovation and problem solving. There are many success stories of the women who have already made a mark in cloud computing. Their journeys inspire and remind us that there are no limits to what we can achieve. From cloud architects to cybersecurity experts, women are contributing significantly to every facet of cloud industry. Let's move on to next slide. Now is the time to delve into the dynamic world of this cloud computing and explore how industry leaders harness their power to enhance their operations. So let's take a moment to recognize the vast landscape of job opportunities within the ever-evolving realm of cloud technology. So let's start a video. Can we have a video running, please?
In a world of endless entertainment, Netflix has revolutionized the way we watch and experience our favorite movies and TV shows. But have you ever wondered how a streaming platform of this magnitude operates seamlessly? The answer lies in the cloud. In the realm of video streaming, the cloud has become the backbone of delivering high-quality content to millions of viewers worldwide. Netflix leverages the power of Amazon Web Services, AWS, to create an immersive and uninterrupted streaming experience. But why does video streaming need the cloud? Let's explore the reasons. First, the cloud offers limitless scalability. With AWS, Netflix can handle the demands of a massive global audience, ensuring seamless playback and no buffering, regardless of the number of concurrent viewers. Second, the cloud enables global reach. AWS's extensive global infrastructure ensures that Netflix content is readily available to viewers in various regions, reducing latency and providing a consistent streaming experience across the globe. Third, the cloud provides cost-effective solutions. By leveraging AWS's pay-as-you-go model, Netflix optimizes infrastructure costs, scaling resources as needed and eliminating the need for upfront investments in hardware. So, what is AWS accomplishing for Netflix? Let's take a look. AWS empowers Netflix with a comprehensive suite of cloud services that optimize streaming performance, enhance content delivery, and drive innovation. With Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud, Amazon EC2, Netflix can scale its computing resources dynamically, ensuring that viewers can stream their favorite shows without any hiccups or delays, even during peak usage times. AWS's Content Delivery Network, CDN, Amazon CloudFront, enables Netflix to deliver content efficiently, reducing latency and ensuring fast and reliable streaming experiences for viewers across different devices. AWS's analytics and machine learning capabilities help Netflix understand viewer preferences, optimize content recommendations, and personalize the streaming experience, keeping viewers engaged and satisfied. So, how does Netflix benefit from AWS? Let's explore the advantages. By leveraging AWS, Netflix delivers a seamless and personalized streaming experience to millions of subscribers worldwide. From an extensive library of content to smooth playback and personal recommendations, Netflix keeps viewers hooked and entertained. Furthermore, AWS's global infrastructure enables Netflix to scale its operations effortlessly, expand its subscriber base, and launch original content to captivate audiences around the world. In collaboration with AWS, Netflix continues to redefine the way we watch and experience entertainment, bringing joy and inspiration to viewers everywhere. Netflix and AWS, a match made in the cloud. Join the streaming revolution and unlock a world of limitless entertainment with Netflix. Netflix and AWS, rewriting the script of entertainment. If you want to learn AWS Cloud from scratch and become an expert in it, come and join EduBridge Learning Private Limited, AWS Cloud program wherein both freshers as well as experienced IT professionals can make their career advancements in cloud domain. Connect with our career counselor for further inquiry.
So I hope you found the insights from the Netflix and AWS collaboration fascinating. The seamless integration of cloud services has undoubtedly transformed the way the business operates in the digital age. Now let's shift our focus to the myriad of career paths available in the cloud domain, inspired by the strategies employed by Netflix. So as the demand for cloud experts continues to rise, here are the couple of key job roles that align with the current market trends. So the very first role is cloud solution architect. In this role, you would design and implement scalable and reliable cloud solutions, such as architects behind Netflix cloud infrastructure. As per various job portals, there are more than 4,500 plus jobs available for this role, with attractive packages starting from 4 lakh per annum for freshers and going up to 15 lakh per annum for experienced profiles. We also have a role of DevOps engineer. Here you would be involved in bridging the gap between development and operations, ensuring sufficient and continuous delivery of software, similar to Netflix agile deployment practices. As per various job portals, there are more than 10,000 plus jobs available for this role, with attractive packages starting from 4 lakh per annum for freshers and going up to 35 lakhs per annum for experienced profiles. We also have a job role for cloud security specialist. You will get to safeguard cloud environments by developing robust security protocols, a critical role in preserving the integrity of the platforms like Netflix. As per various job portals, there are more than 3,000 jobs available for this role, with attractive packages starting from 4 lakh per annum for freshers and going up to 22 lakh for experienced profiles. Then we have a machine learning engineer. In this role, you will explore the intersection of cloud and machine learning, contributing to the innovations in personalized content recommendations, a hallmark of Netflix success. As per various job portals, there are more than 8,000 jobs available for this role with attractive packages, again from 4 lakh per annum for freshers to 20 lakh per annum for experienced profiles. We have cloud network engineer. You would be optimizing and managing the network infrastructure on the cloud, crucial for seamless streaming experiences we enjoy on the platforms like Netflix, Prime, and all. As per various job portals, there are more than 2,500 jobs available for this role, with attractive packages starting from 5 lakh per annum for freshers and going up to 30 lakh per annum for experienced profiles. We have a role of data engineer. Now, this is very interesting because here you will get to play a pivotal role in managing and analyzing large data sets, supporting data-driven decision-making, a strategy integral to Netflix content recommendations and business insights. So again, as per various job portals, there are more than 2,200 plus jobs available for this role, with attractive packages starting from 4 lakh per annum for freshers and going up to 25 lakh per annum for experienced profiles. Then we have cloud automation engineer. Who doesn't want automation? And hence in this role, you will streamline and automate cloud processes to enhance efficiency, mirroring the automated system that enable Netflix to scale seamlessly. And as per the job portals, there are around 3,000 plus jobs available for this role, with the packages starting from 6 lakh per annum for freshers and going up to 28 lakh per annum for experienced profiles. And the last role is my favorite because I am in that role only. That is cloud trainer or the instructor. So for all who share the passion to teach, you can choose to share your expertise and knowledge by educating aspiring cloud professionals, contributing to the growth of the next generation of the cloud experts. So as per job portals, there are many, more than around 500 jobs available for this role, with attractive packages starting from 4 lakh for freshers and going up to 18 lakh per annum for experienced profiles. So please don't keep on guessing my salary package, okay? Thank you for this. So as we embrace the technological advancement showcased in the video, consider how these roles can be your gateway to fulfilling an impactful career in cloud domain. The future of technology is in the cloud, and your journey towards becoming a cloud expert starts today. So let's have a look on these key takeaways. The very first point you have to keep in mind is the continuous learning. The importance of embracing a mindset of continuous learning to stay relevant in the ever-evolving cloud industry. Second most key takeaway is the positive impact. The cloud is not just a tool for business, it's a force for positive change in the society. Third is the mentorship and community. Building a strong network and actively participating in that mentorship programs can significantly impact your career. Next is global opportunities. It provides opportunities to collaborate and contribute on a global scale. And breaking stereotypes. So breaking stereotypes and overcoming challenges are the essential steps towards the success in cloud careers. So in conclusion, women have a vital role to play in shaping the future of cloud computing. So let's stand tall, break down the barriers, and soar high in the cloud. Whether you are a seasoned professional or just starting your journey, remember that your unique perspective and skills are invaluable. Cloud is limitless, and so are you. Thank you for your time, and let's continue empowering women in cloud careers. Thank you so much.
That was so amazing, Sonam. You know that your slides showed so many pieces of information that I wasn't aware about. So thank you so much. That was a brilliant session. Are you okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes, I'm sure.
Awesome. So Sonam, you know, when I meet so many learners, right? And when I go into batches and I'm meeting new learners every day, new people who want to do courses and want to figure out how to choose a career, I've always heard this one thing. I will do cloud practitioner and I'm done. Does it really end there, or is that just a beginning?
See, this is the thing I usually tell in my batches also. Please don't stop your cloud journey, right? Please don't stop at cloud practitioner. It is only the foundational course. While we are, while we take the admission in our school, so what we used to do, we used to learn A, B, C, writing what is A, what is B, what is C. So cloud practitioner is just like that. It will teach you what is cloud, what is AWS. And if you want to deep dive into the topics of AWS, you have to opt for the next certifications. There are 12 certifications that are being provided by AWS. And, we want to crack them all. So I always inspire my learners.
So, I guess this is the most important point that you've just made, that it's the first step. Doing the cloud practitioner course is literally the first step in making a career in cloud computing, right? But like, if you want to keep moving up the ladder, then you've got to do the things that you've done. And obviously you've shown us in terms of architecting and development on cloud. And that's how you end up making careers, and that's how you end up getting the salary packages that you're looking at in the industry, right? So thank you so much for that. And one last question that I have is, you showed this really beautiful video of Netflix, right? And you showed how cloud computing works and how like massive companies like Netflix, they make their business, or their businesses have grown because of cloud, right? And they've been able to scale so much because of cloud. Now, when that scales, obviously, the job opportunities in the market, even they increase, right? The more such companies. So initially, you obviously just had, you had Netflix, and now you have Jio, you have Z5, you have Sony Live, you have Prime, you have Disney Hotstar. I don't know of any provider who's not on the cloud platform right now and not providing videos on demand, etc. Right? So when you show all of these job opportunities and these vacancies, these are literally what is on the rise right now. And these vacancies were not just Netflix, right? This was overall in cloud computing, in terms of the IT industry, the kind of vacancies that are available in these respective fields, right? Is that right?
Yeah. There are lots of job opportunities. Cloud is not limited only to Netflix. Even the common example which I could give right now is Zomato. you know order
Everybody
food
orders.
online,
Yeah.
they are using DynamoDB of AWS. So every company is now moving towards cloud because they want to, first of all, they want to optimize the cost.
Got it.
Secondly, they can have so much resources whenever they need it. So that is the most important factor of using the cloud technology, that whenever you are in requirement of any resource, you can get that from the cloud there and then only, and it would be deployed within minutes.
That is awesome. And
Yeah.
one last one, okay, promise. This is the last one. Women normally want to cook, feed, and work. No, we want to multitask. We're literally the avatars of the Kali Matas and Lakshmi Matas who have like tens and thousands of hands around them, right? We
Yeah.
literally believe in multitasking. So, are there like ample opportunities? And is this a career that one can build in a hybrid model or a work from home model?
Yeah, that is. I am your live example of, this model is me, because I am working from home and I'm getting the things managed. I'm side by side, I'm taking care of my home, my kid, and I'm teaching as well. So it
Fabulous.
really break this barriers of, balancing your work life and your professional life, and your personal life, right? So sitting at the home, earning well, and taking care of family, who doesn't need that for in
Fabulous.
today's life, right?
That
So
is
we
well
women, we
said.
need that thing, that we need to give the our time to the family as well as to work as well.
Yeah.
So we are shining in both the ways,
Yeah, I
professionally and personally.
completely agree. Thank you so much, Sonam. Ladies, did you like that session as much as I did? I think it was fabulous, wasn't it? Let's
Thank
give
you
a
so
round of
much.
applause,
Thank you.
everybody, to Sonam. Let's shower love and say a big thank you. Thank you so much, Sonam, for joining us early in the morning and giving us your time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We really appreciate it. And now I'm going to do my most favorite part. I'm going to call center stage my partner in all event crimes that we do at EduBridge, the one and only Mamta. Please come, Mamta. The audience has been waiting for you. The center stage. The stage is all yours. Come right in the center and say hi to everybody. I leave you guys in the special hands, the special care of my favorite Mamta. Come on.
Thank you so much, Lovina, for all the pep there. And thank you so much for all the lovely energy since the start. Thank you, Sonam, so much for the amazing session, the way that this has even started. I feel that this is going to be an amazing day for all the people in the audience here. And we have about 150 people here, just apart from the people who are on the panel. So I feel this is going to be amazing. Um, so Welcome. Good morning, everybody. And I am Mamta. I'll be your co-host for the day today. And let me take this opportunity to first of all wish everyone in advance on India's 75th Republic Day tomorrow. Now, hope this year a lot of focus goes to further the tremendous improvement in the country, and with it brings a lot of opportunities for the young generation of the nation, just like yourself in the audience today. Now, I hope you all have fun while learning new things about your domain of interest through the event today. And of course, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our event partners, Incorporated, Fever FM, and the Belgian Waffle Co., who have been instrumental in making this event reach lakhs of young aspirants across India. Well, we now begin with our sessions, and these will get even bigger and even better as we progress through the day. So stick around and let's learn something from all our experts that are going to be here for us today. Now, to begin with, I'm honored to introduce our next speaker for the session based on the role of education in women empowerment. Our next speaker is Sagarika Bose, who is currently the head of CSR for all SAP entities within India and is responsible for steering CSR initiatives and strategies in line with SAP's overarching global sustainability strategy. In the past, he served as lead CSR at Godrej Consumer Products Limited and ESG communications for the Godrej Industries Group. Prior to that, Sagarika was part of the founding team at NASCOM Foundation, among other assignments. Sagarika holds two master's degrees from the London School of Economics and is also a trained special needs educator. Sagarika brings over 20 years of experience developing and leading CSR, sustainability, and social development initiatives across India. She has demonstrated her expertise in strategy and program management across various thematic areas, including skilling and entrepreneurship, public health, environmental conservation, and special needs education. We welcome you to Skills Factor, Sagarika. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today. The stage is all yours.
Great. Thank you so much, Mamta. And it's a real pleasure to be here today with all of you. I much prefer, in-person meets, but I think virtual sessions like this has given us all an opportunity to reach out to more people, to interact across the country, and we may be sitting wherever we are in the comfort of our own home or schools or offices and still interact. So it's great to be able to do that. And in this session, I know I'm talking about what can maybe sound like a fairly dry subject, right? Role of education in women's empowerment. So I want to flip things around. Number one, I don't have a presentation. This is not a history class, right? So I'm not here.
Absolutely agree to that.
Yeah. So what I'd really like is for the young people who are on the call to actually either use their chat or can they unmute themselves and ask questions? I'm open to anything because
they can still use the chat and the Q&A options. They won't have access to voice.
Okay, no worries. So maybe we can use chat. Yeah, thank you so much. To actually put in any question, right? Let this be a completely interactive session where you ask me anything you want about why education is so important in the role of women's empowerment. What is women's empowerment? I mean, it's a heavy sounding word. What does it mean? Can I use Hindi as well? I would much prefer to do
Absolutely, we are open to English all the way.
Perfect. So मतलब women's empowerment नारी शक्ति है क्या? मतलब हम सब में शक्ति तो है ना? हम बाल्टियां उठा लेंगे, बैग्स भारी भरकम बैग्स हम बचपन से उठाते हैं स्कूल में जाने के लिए, कॉलेज में जाने के लिए. तो फिर किस शक्ति की बात कर रहे हैं? है ना? तो थोड़ा मुझे कोई भी आप प्लीज यूज कीजिए चैट और मुझे ये क्वेश्चन पूछिए कि नारी शक्ति है क्या, अगर आपको आता है. अगर आपको पता है तो वो भी बता सकते हैं. आपके ओपिनियन में नारी शक्ति या विमेन्स एम्पावरमेंट का मतलब क्या है? I'll wait. I'll pause. Huh?
So guys, you can use the chat option at the bottom of your screens and you can use the Q&A option, in fact, to answer the questions coming from our speakers. So like Sagarika asked, go ahead. What do you think is Nari Shakti for you? So we have some responses in Q&A. It says to be an independent woman.
Very good. Yes.
That's from Pratiksha. Thank you, Pratiksha. Can we have some more answers? Go ahead. Come on. Where's the energy at right from the start?
अरे ये तो स्कूल बुक वाला रिस्पॉन्स दिया है, बट थैंक यू फॉर दैट. थैंक यू anonymous attendee. Women's empowerment can be defined as promoting women's sense of self-worth, their ability to determine their own choices and their right to influence social change for themselves and others. ChatGPT. So someone, obviously we're doing very well in using ChatGPT. Fantastic. But अपने शब्दों में कीजिए, कहिए please.
So having equal importance is what Ganesh says. To know their rights is what Prerna says. And we have another amazing definition, I feel, which is women empowerment is not only crucial for achieving gender equality, but is also a catalyst for India's progress and development as it unlocks the full potential of women and fosters a more inclusive and prosperous society. Yamini, that sounds really well.
No, these are good, and let the more answers come in. It's good to whether you're saying it in your own words, अपने शब्दों में कह रहे हैं या फिर आप chat GPT से देख के कर रहे हैं. But after all, these are all tools that we are using to learn and to express ourselves. तो बहुत अच्छी बात है कि अगर आप जैसे भी आप अपने आप को express कर रहे हैं, that's very good. तो नारी शक्ति के बारे में मैं थोड़ा सा हिस्ट्री बताती हूँ. हिस्ट्री क्लास नहीं है, but then we'll come back to the more interactive bits. We have got another. Women must be given equal opportunities. Must be given. This is an interesting one. Okay, we'll come back to this. तो नारी शक्ति और women's empowerment के बारे में हम बात करते हैं because as we all know, historically ऐसा हर वक्त पे नहीं रहा है. बहुत सारी थियरीज हैं कि शायद बहुत ही एंशियंट टाइम्स में इक्विटी था, ग्रेटर इक्वालिटी था, women's participation especially in a country like India था. लेकिन over the years due to various changes, historical evolution etc, वो कहीं पे women और औरतों का जो रोल है सोसाइटी में वो घर तक सीमित हो गया. क्यों क्या वो सब में नहीं जाते, बट इधर तक यहीं पे बात करते हैं कि ज्यादातर पिछले रफली 500 से 1000 वर्षों में, एंड दिस इज नॉट जस्ट इन इंडिया, ग्लोबली हर जगह ये एक मूवमेंट सा बन गया या ऑर्गेनिकली डेवलप हुआ कि औरतों का रोल घर तक ही सीमित रहेगा. और उनकी वो अपने लिए क्या चाहती हैं वो कोई नहीं पूछेगा. फैमिलीज डिसाइड करेंगी कि लड़कियों की शादी कब होनी चाहिए, उनके बच्चे होने चाहिए, कब होने चाहिए, कितने होने चाहिए, वगैरह 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 सब कुछ families में, and let's face it, a lot of it had to do with men as well, but also the older women of the families. तो ये सब एक सिस्टम सा बन गया जो जिसको हम पेट्रियार्की कहते हैं. आप लोग, I'm sure you're very familiar with the term. तो all of this had resulted कि up roughly till about 100, 150, 200 years ago एक point आया कि धीरे धीरे जब वर्ल्ड ओवर ये बातें शुरू हुई अबाउट इक्वालिटी, अबाउट वॉइस, अबाउट एजेंसी, क्योंकि विमेन के साथ तो हो ही रहा था, बट इवन अमंगस्ट मेन देयर वर क्लासेस, राइट. आप लैंड ओन करते हैं कि नहीं, आपका कास्ट क्या है, आपके पास पैसे हैं कि नहीं, उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करता था कि आपको वोटिंग राइट्स मिलेंगी नहीं, जब धीरे धीरे डेमोक्रेसी आना शुरू हुआ. सो ऑल ऑफ दिस रिजल्टेड इन अ सिचुएशन की I think about roughly 150-200 years ago, India में भी, I'll talk about India, not global, एक social reform movement की बात आने लगी, और उसमें women's role का बहुत उसके बारे में काफी चर्चा हुई in a very small group of people who were leading the social reform movement. And if you've read or remember your history books, you will remember a lot of the names of the people who led the social reform movement across the country. ये हर जगह पे हुआ, बंगाल में हुआ, महाराष्ट्र में हुआ, यूपी में, गुजरात में, केरल में, हर जगह पे there were leaders who, without the use of any internet or social media, they were able to slowly, roughly around the same time, start talking about the role of how the role of women needs to change, how their need to talk and express their opinions for themselves, at least if not the whole family, needs to happen. And in this, core to this was women should be, or girls should be, sent to schools. This was seen as the most core, because what does education do? At its core, education is about ideas. It is about sparking your imagination. It is about making you think and ask questions. इन 3 वजहों की वजह से कि आपको आपकी सोच, आपका इमेजिनेशन, आपकी क्वेश्चन पूछने की एबिलिटी, वो एजुकेशन स्पार्क करता है. और इसी से काफी लोगों को डर था कि क्या होने लगेगा, सोसाइटी बदल जाएगी, जो अब भी होता है ना, काफी रिमोट एरियाज में या कभी कभी अर्बन एरियाज में भी अभी भी कुछ कम्युनिटीज में, कुछ फैमिलीज में यही सोचा जाता है कि अच्छा, और लड़कियों को पढ़ाओगे तो सोसाइटी बदल जाएगी। और अब भी ये इन चीजों के बारे में चर्चा होती है ना, कि औरतों को पढ़ा रहे हैं, उनको काम करने दिया जा रहा है, उसीलिए सोसाइटी के बड़े बड़े जो प्रॉब्लम्स हो रही हैं वो इसी वजह से हो रही हैं कि सब कुछ जाके औरतों पे टिक जाता है। दैट्स नॉट द केस। सब कुछ ही बदल रहा है, राइट? वी आर इन अ स्टेट ऑफ फ्लक्स, हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी की वजह से, वगैरह वगैरह। सो दिस इज रियली द कोर ऑफ इट, कि women's empowerment is ultimately in दो तीन चीजें. I don't want to go to a textbook definition, बहुत important है textbook definition, but basically at its core is अपने लिए सोचना, अपनी सोच को दूसरों के सामने पेश करना, बताना, और प्रश्न पूछना, क्वेश्चंस, आस्किंग क्वेश्चंस अबाउट व्हाई, ये ऐसा क्यों है, ये ऐसा, और दूसरी तरफ से सोच हम बदल क्यों नहीं सकते, दूसरी तरह से हम कुछ काम कर क्यों नहीं सकते. दैट इज एट द कोर ऑफ विमेन्स एम्पावरमेंट, राइट? सो अगर हम, और इसी वजह से ये एजुकेशन के साथ टिका है, एंड इसी वजह से इट्स कंटिन्यूज टू बी इम्पोर्टेंट दैट हम, चाहे वो प्राइमरी स्कूल हो, सेकेंडरी स्कूल हो, हायर एजुकेशन हो, हम अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्रिएट करते जाएं औरतों को सपोर्ट करने के लिए, गर्ल्स को सपोर्ट करने के लिए. इसीलिए हमारे प्रधानमंत्री भी कहते हैं कि बेटी बचाओ, बेटी पढ़ाओ. दिस इज कोर. Education is core, and this is core for both men and women, but because women have had that disadvantage historically, उसी वजह से अभी ज्यादा focus है. So I'm going to pause here now. Let's look at some of the questions that have come in.
One very interesting question, Sagarika, that has come through the Q&A through an anonymous attendee. I'm not sure what their name is, but it says, how is Nari Shakti or women empowerment different from reservation? Aren't they both about empowering groups that have been historically downtrodden? And why is one praised while the other is frowned upon? And it's a genuine question that I would like your opinion on.
No, that's a very, very good question. Very well thought through. And thank you for that, whoever you are. देखिए, ultimately नारी शक्ति और women's empowerment is a movement, right? उस movement के अंदर अलग अलग टाइप्स ऑफ एक्टिविटीज हैं. जैसे लड़कियों के लिए काफी साल पहले गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स में एजुकेशन फ्री कर दिया था, बिल्कुल अप टिल हायर सेकेंडरी एरिया. अब ऑफ कोर्स different states also have other, they have it for boys also up to a certain age. उसके बाद भी गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स have very minor fee, but वो एक pupil fee होता है या कुछ और फी होता है जो कि सेकेंडरी स्कूल में जाके कुछ स्टेट्स में लागू है, कुछ स्टेट्स में नहीं है, डिपेंड्स. बट ब्रॉडली what I'm trying to say is Nari Shakti is a movement, whereas reservation is a very specific initiative. कि उसके very clearly there are there are schemes or policies that are in place to ensure that various communities get more representation, right? They're both trying to do the same thing, right? Nari Shakti bhi, they're trying, the idea is to give women more opportunities, give them more impetus, थोड़ा मतलब एक environment create करने की कोशिश की जाती है ताकि औरतें आगे बढ़ सके. Reservations भी यही करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि historically जो प्रॉब्लम्स रही हैं इन वेरियस कास्ट्स एंड कम्युनिटीज, उसको कैसे हम बदल सकते हैं इन अ शॉर्ट पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, इनसे 30, 40, 50, 100 years, whatever it is. और उसमें हम चेंजेस लाएं कि ताकि जो कम्युनिटीज उसका बेनिफिट ले सकती वो जल्दी से आगे बढ़े, और जो हजारों साल से गलत प्रैक्टिसेस हो रही थी उसको हम बदल कैसे सके. So that's the only thing. Roughly, the philosophy is the same behind both. It's just about one is more a movement, one is more a specific initiative.
Perfect.
And why are they into? If I want to get into controversial areas, one is why is one looked at with more?
Why is one praised and why is the other frowned at? Yeah.
देखिए ये तो दिस इज अबाउट पॉइंट्स ऑफ व्यू. तो जैसे there are people, there are communities which are against reservation, there are similarly there are communities and people who are for it as well. तो वो तो हर चीज के दो पॉइंट्स ऑफ व्यू तो होते ही हैं. तो इसमें कोई नई बात नहीं है. दुनिया ऐसे ही कायम है. डिफरेंट पॉइंट्स ऑफ ओपिनियन है. आपको डिसाइड करना है आपका ओपिनियन क्या है. Any
Yeah,
other
absolutely
interesting
makes
questions?
sense. There were a few that have come through our YouTube channel as well, so I'll just quickly go through them with you. Uh, what are the biggest challenges that women face in accessing quality education around the world, not just in India?
What are the biggest challenges? So there are countries similar to India, like for example China. I know हमारे relationships अभी उतने अच्छे नहीं हैं, लेकिन it's actually in terms of in some things we're very similar, and in this is unfortunately one of them. कि वहाँ पे भी सालों साल hundreds of years से ये focus on the male child and not on the female child था. वहाँ पे भी female infanticide, feticide वो सब हुआ है. एंड उनका वो वन चाइल्ड पॉलिसी जो था, जो कुछ सालों से प्रेवलेंट था फ्रॉम द लास्ट सेंचुरी, उसके वजह से थोड़ा सा दे हैव बीन एबल टू रिकवर फ्रॉम इट. बट दोज आर इश्यूज, राइट. सो अगर मतलब लड़कियां रहेंगी ही नहीं तो एजुकेशन तो कहाँ से ही होगा. सो देयर आर दोज वेरी वेरी बेसिक issues to the fact that गर्ल्स ओपिनियन इन दिस इज वो पेट्रियार्की तो हर जगह लागू है ना. तो the form the patriarchy takes across the world is different. So in some countries, communities, cultures, patriarchy ज्यादा strong है. तो लड़कियों पे कुछ भी खर्चा करना, उनकी तरफ attention देना ही मतलब मानते हैं कि इसकी क्या जरूरत है. दिस इज टू जरूरत ही नहीं है. Two points where because of the men in the community looking at women differently, so if freedom of movement becomes an issue, तो अगर स्कूल थोड़ा दूर है या किसी अगर वहाँ पे बस या ट्रेन से जाना पड़े, वहाँ पे उनकी सेफ्टी वगैरह उसके वजह से एक्सेस नहीं कर पाते हैं. एंड देन देयर इज द फाइनेंशियल साइड ऑफ थिंग्स एज वेल, कि वो एक्सेस कर पाती हैं कि नहीं स्कॉलरशिप्स. अगर उनका बेसिक एजुकेशन सॉलिड नहीं है तो वो जब competitive एग्जाम्स वगैरह की बात आती है, दे डोंट परफॉर्म दैट वेल and therefore are not able to access higher education or scholarships or things like that. So it's a spectrum.
Perfect. The next question here is, how can education be tailored to empower women to overcome these challenges and actually reach their full potential? So,
very good question. Very good.
Tailoring education.
Very good question. So there are two things. See, जब हम एजुकेशन के बारे में सोचते हैं, दो चीजें हमको याद रखनी पड़ती हैं. एक है कि जो फिजिकल सेटअप है, जो स्ट्रक्चर है स्कूल्स का, स्कूल मैनेजमेंट का वगैरह वगैरह. एक तो वो है कि स्कूल कैसे दिखते हैं, क्लासरूम्स, वॉशरूम्स, टॉयलेट्स वगैरह वगैरह. वो एक साइड है. और दूसरा साइड है जो करिकुलम हम पढ़ते हैं, जो एक्चुअली जो किताबें हमको दी जाती हैं पढ़ाई मतलब वेरियस हर सब्जेक्ट में, उसमें क्या है. तो दो चीजों की बात हम कर सकते हैं व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट मेकिंग श्योर वी क्रिएट अ इनेबलिंग एम्पावरिंग एनवायरनमेंट फॉर द वुमेन. तो जब स्कूल्स का जो फिजिकल फॉर्म है उसके बारे में हम बात करते हैं, तो टॉयलेट्स एंड वॉशरूम्स, ये आप सबको भी आई थिंक आपने ये मूवीज में देखी होंगी, हमारे पॉलिटिशियंस के स्पीचेस में देखी होंगी, आर्टिकल्स पढ़ी होंगी, द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ टॉयलेट्स इन schools and colleges and so on, because it is required to ensure that whether girls, and it's not just about the monthly menstrual cycle and then needing a toilet, a clean hygienic toilet in order to be able to look after themselves, but also on a regular basis, right? I mean, and this is just required for boys and girls in general, right? You need hygienic toilet facilities. So this is one key thing that we have seen has changed the enrollment of girls, the attendance of girls, the completion rates of girls. ये एक physical infrastructure change. Then it's about school में teachers कौन है? Males हैं, females हैं. Having more female teachers acts as a role model. It's safer. Let's face it, it is safer for girls to be in schools like that. All of that makes a difference. So these are some of the physical, sort of the physical environment of the school that helps. And जो curriculum है, वो भी उतना ही इम्पोर्टेंट है. ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ 2+2 तो कोई भी सब उसमें क्या चेंज करने की जरूरत है, ABCD में क्या चेंज करने की, क ख ग घ में क्या चेंज करने की जरूरत है टू मेक इट फोकस्ड ऑन विमेन. तो उसमें अगर जो कहानियां हैं, हम आप अगर याद करो स्कूल का टाइम, मेरे बचपन से मतलब जो भी पूरा स्कूलिंग एनवायरनमेंट है जो मुझे एक्चुअली याद है, वो थियरीज हाँ थोड़ा बहुत याद है, लेकिन जो एक्चुअली मुझे याद है वो कहानियां हैं, लोगों की कहानियां, हिस्ट्री में जो कहानियां सुनी थी, इवन साइंस में जो कहानियां सुनी थी, वो जो चीजें हैं वहां पे अगर औरतों का रोल मॉडल, औरतों का प्रेजेंस ना दिखाया जाए, सिर्फ दिखाया जाए कि सब कुछ जो पूरे जमाने में अब तक हिस्टोरिकली कुछ भी हुआ है, ओनली मेन हैव डन इट, अगर हम यही दिखाते रहें तो विमेन विल नॉट हैव एनी रोल मॉडल्स कि हम मतलब अगर मर्दों ने ही सब कुछ किया है तो हम क्या करेंगे फिर, हमको तो करने के लिए कुछ ड्रीम, कोई एस्पिरेशन ही नहीं है. सो दीज आर, आई मीन, एंड आई एम गिविंग अ वेरी सिंपलिस्टिक answer to this, but this is one way, again, that by talking about women in science, women in history, जो हम कहते हैं ना कि हाँ wars have always only been led by men, but now धीरे धीरे again आप अगर Instagram यूनिवर्सिटी का उस तरफ का इंफॉर्मेशन आप देखें तो वहां पे भी काफी आपको इंफॉर्मेशन मिले कि about scores of women who were queens, who were leaders, who actually fought wars. तो आज अगर हम बात करते हैं कि should women join the army, there are examples in Indian history, forget about the rest of the world, जहाँ पे women have successfully ruled kingdoms, successfully led wars and won wars. तो there are examples of everything, and these examples need to be brought forward and presented so that हमारे भी imagination थोड़ा spark हो जाए ना कि हाँ ऐसा भी है, ऐसा भी होता है.
So I think one of the questions is related to examples itself, and one of the people from our YouTube channels wants to know, are there some inspiring examples of educational programs or maybe government schemes or through corporates that are successfully empowering women? And since you represent so many programs and have been part of the foundation through NASCOM as well, like are there any programs that you were linked with which are ideal examples for women empowerment?
Absolutely. I think thankfully हम जिस टाइम इन हिस्ट्री में जी रहे हैं, ये बहुत ही एक्साइटिंग टाइम है इन सो मेनी वेज. तो हम चाहे हम बात करें अबाउट, आई मीन द कॉमन थिंग्स तो आप सभी जानते हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी है, वर्ल्ड, वी कैन ट्रैवल एनीवेयर इन द वर्ल्ड दैट वी वांट टू, कोई रेस्ट्रिक्शंस, मतलब इट्स ऑल अप टू अस. हम जो चॉइसेस करते हैं उसके बेसिस पे वी कैन एक्चुअली लिव आवर लाइव्स द वे वी वांट टू. सो दैट आल्सो ट्रांसलेट्स टू द काइंड ऑफ प्रोग्राम्स, प्रोजेक्ट्स, इनिशिएटिव्स जो गवर्नमेंट चला रही है, जो कॉर्पोरेट्स रन कर रही हैं या इनिशिएट कर रही हैं, और जो NGOs जो हमारी जिनको सिविल सोसाइटी कहा जाता है, और या वो शायद ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस लाइक EduBridge and many others. Thankfully हम, I mean, India, I know I keep coming back to India, not just because we live in India and we are proud citizens, but actually this time in history is really one more time, and it's almost like the golden age, another golden age of Indian history. There's so much happening in our country, right? So यहाँ पे अगर आप देखो तो एवरीथिंग फ्रॉम, अच्छा एजुकेशन से स्टार्ट करते हैं। ऑफ कोर्स द बेसिक जो मैंने ऑलरेडी कहा, फ्री एजुकेशन फॉर गर्ल्स, दिस इज अक्रॉस गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स, ये तो चल ही रहा है। देयर लॉट्स ऑफ स्कॉलरशिप्स एज वेल, हर स्टेट में देयर आर स्कॉलरशिप्स अवेलेबल, एंड नाउ थ्रू द इंटरनेट all of this information is actually much more accessible. आप हम सब अगर कोशिश करें, थोड़ा ढूंढें, गूगल सर्च करें, तो हमको एक्चुअली इंफॉर्मेशन मिलेगी about such schemes and initiatives and scholarships that are available. And there are also organizations working in this space कि वो ये गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स और एंटाइटलमेंट्स के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन आप तक पहुंचाए। तो ये एक चीजें हैं। फिर है स्कॉलरशिप्स फॉर हायर एजुकेशन, ये गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स भी प्रोवाइड करती हैं, यूनियन गवर्नमेंट शायद, आई एम नॉट 100% श्योर, बट कॉर्पोरेट्स के बहुत सारे स्कीम्स हैं, एनजीओज के स्कीम्स हैं। अगर नाम लेने लगी तो बहुत लंबा हो जाएगा, बट दिस इज समथिंग दैट एक्चुअली मे बी
Any specific program that you think is very close to your heart when it comes to, like, so I can vouch for it, saying that, we've recently, you know, onboarded SAP as one of the partners in the School of Coding for Women program. And that's one program where we are trying to shift the entire paradigm of, IT sector or the tech sector being a very patriarch or a very male-driven, sector, towards moving them towards having an equal balance of males and females there. So I think that's one of the programs which I could, just top of the mind think about. So are there any other programs, before this, where you were involved in any such programs where women were given that kind of, platform and have that kind of paradigm shift?
No, absolutely. I mean, I didn't get into specifics, but I think it makes sense also. One program from very early in my career was where mehendi artists, female mehendi artists, were trained as animation experts, right?
Oh.
They already have very good fine motor skills, right? And they have that imagination and they keep trying. So that was a very successful program. And unfortunately, not something we could scale, but I loved the program and loved what they were able to do. मतलब literally in a space of 3 to 6 months, जो लड़कियां महीने में शायद 1,000-2,000, बिकॉज बहुत ही रिमोट तो नहीं, मेट्रो में ही था, लेकिन जो कम्युनिटी थी वो बहुत ही क्लोज्ड कम्युनिटी थी, तो वो ज्यादा उनको बाहर जाने नहीं दिया जाता था, तो सेंटर उन्हीं के कम्युनिटी में सेटअप किया गया। और जो लड़कियां 1,000-1,500, मैं 15 साल पहले की भी बात कर रही हूँ, कमाती थी, वो सडनली 6 महीने में 15, 18, 20 हजार कमाने लगी, डिपेंडिंग ऑन द लेवल ऑफ स्किल. So that was transformative for them. Then along the way, I think many other programs like the one we are running with, we are just about starting with EduBridge, which focus on bringing women to tech. I think that's really amazing, because tech is here to stay, and that's a whole new career space where at least initially there were not that many women. Ab dheere dheere बढ़ रहा है, but still not enough. I think many more women can get into the industry, and it's a great industry to be part of. The ITES industry, the digital economy in general is a fantastic, very enabling, very empowering industry to be a part of.
So in fact, something on similar lines is one of the questions here on WhatsApp with us. It says, what role can technology play in making education more accessible and impactful for women?
I think number one, access, right? That's the number one. And I think if there is a positive of COVID, I think this was one of them. That technology,
digitalization of
digitalization happened. People invested, I mean, both from the government and NGOs and corporates giving out digital devices, to families investing in it, because they realized that this was one way to ensure कि बच्चों की पढ़ाई रुक न जाए, उनको continuously stimulus मिले. तो ये एक पॉजिटिव था और उसी वजह से हम इतनी इजीली आज बैठे हैं, अक्रॉस द कंट्री से आप लोग आए हैं, हम इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं. ये शायद 5 साल पहले हम नहीं करते, हम शायद सोचते कि कोई ज्वाइन नहीं करेगा या फिर इंटरेस्टेड नहीं रहेगा. So it's great that we are able to do this. So that's one thing. Definitely access is greater. And then I think especially now जो हम this जिस time में है ये especially with Gen AI, a lot of things are becoming very very simple to do, right? जो हमको शायद anywhere from 1 घंटा to 1 दिन से 10 दिन लग जाता to think and brainstorm and so on. It's almost like having a buddy and an informed, intelligent buddy who you can ask questions and create. So I think it's in that sense very exciting and opens up a lot of things that we can do.
Well, that's an interesting take, I think, Sangarika. So the next question we have here is, in fact, one of the questions that is coming from one of our trainers, because they interact with a lot of, not just the young girls, but also the parents. So she wants to know if you have some advice for parents and what are some things that they can do to encourage their daughters to pursue, further education and not have that mindset, because it's also peer pressure from your other girls in the group because they're getting married, so I want to get married. So it could be the other way around where the parents want the girls to pursue education, but they themselves are not in the mindset. So how can the parents support the girls to do that?
No, that's a very good question. And I think that's a कोई easy answer है नहीं. And I think आप इसको बेहतर समझते हैं. I think it's about giving parents as much information as possible, right? जो course उनकी बेटियां कर रही हैं उसके बारे में, उसका career path, उसकी जो possibilities हैं वो information देना. Also, basically, I think at the core of it all is to help them understand कि वो अपने बेटियों को ये कोर्स करा के पढ़ाई और फिर उसके बाद जॉब अगर वो ले लेती हैं, it is opening up the possibility to run their life with as much control as well the universe allows us, right? Because the biggest issue in all of this is choice, right? Then the ability to exercise choice. So education, vocational training, skilling, all of this is adding to our potential of choices. And it is allowing us a little more time to be able to make decisions which will help not just ourselves, but the family as well, right? If girls are educated and they get employed and so on, the first benefit that comes is the family. Girls are, I mean, I don't want to make stereotypical sort of statements, but they tend to think about the family at least as much as they think about themselves. Right? So families benefit drastically. And that's one of the reasons कि financial independence पे इतना जोर दिया जाता है in this whole empowerment construct. कि empowerment में सबसे पहले हम नहीं बोलते कि आप अपने आपको क्या आपके desires क्या हैं, आपकी dreams क्या हैं and so on. We first focus on education and then employment because it will lead to more resources for the individual and therefore the family, and that helps the family grow. And then through that process, the girls are able to, more openly talk about their what they want to do, what is the right thing to do for the family, for themselves, etc. Yeah.
So majority of what you are saying is part of the life skills, that needs to be part of the traditional education system as well. And a lot of, like financial management, there is household management, there's lots of relationship, lessons that you need to learn. So there's a lot that is bearing on women today, even when they're expected to go out and work and, also be a part of this whole ecosystem sort of, and be the one who's at the center of it. So how do you think, that work-life balance counts? Because in today's world, it's, even when you're talking about equal opportunities, it's still not the same for men. So women still have to push through that stereotype. They have to still mold themselves as per the household, leave their homes, go to the husband's place and whatever. And it's still a very big this thing. And there is a huge gap in that kind of education, which comes from the elder generation to the younger generations as well. So what's your take on that?
Again, no easy answer.
course.
I think this is very individual, right? And this is again about choice. Because while, of course, in an ideal world, we think the ideal world means that, it'll be roughly 50-50 in terms of, well, at least the men and women. Of course, there's the other intersex and third gender, but I'm not going there at the moment. But and therefore they will equally participate in the economy and equally sort of bring home resources for the family and so on. It's easy to think that that is ideal, right? What is ideal is unfortunately something that we will have, and I say unfortunately because it makes it more complex, right? That's the reason I'm using the word unfortunately. It is complex, and at different times in life, you will need to make different choices for yourself. So, for example, when you're younger, maybe you're staying with your parents, you can choose and make a lot of decisions which are more, because only you are impacted at that time. Your parents are either working or they have supportive of you and so on. So, utna ye nahi hota hai. But then there are families where you have to, because of maybe family circumstances, maybe both parents are working, you might need to support your or look after your younger siblings, etc. वो भी situations होती हैं. So it is always going to be a balance of managing your individual expectations vis-a-vis the family that we live in, whether that's the family you're born into or the family you're married into, right? The thing here is, I will also say that it's not about just girls learning to do this. We have to expand education or talk about it openly for everyone, right? Everybody needs to understand, young, and this has to start when children are young, that running or managing a family or being part of a family means that everybody needs to contribute in some way, which is why बचपन में हर फैमिली में बच्चों को कुछ ना कुछ चोर दिया जाता है ना, कुछ मतलब एक टास्क दिया जाता है, आप पानी भर लो, आप दूध लेके आओ. ये क्यों सिखाया जाता है? पेरेंट्स तो मतलब हमारा राजा बेटा या बेटी करके उनको बिठा सकते हैं कि नहीं कुछ नहीं करो आप, लेकिन क्यों सिखाया जाता है? Because this is how you learn to be an adult and a contributing member of a family or a unit. So this is the same thing that we have to extend and say कि पहले जो शायद लड़कियों को सिर्फ घर में सब्जी काटना और खाना बनाना और लड़कों को चलो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल पे करके आओ या दूध लेके आओ, ये हम करते थे. अब we should mix it up. Everyone needs to know how to cook. Everybody needs to know how to be able to pay a bill, even if it is just, 2 clicks on Paytm or GPay or whatever you use. But the point is, we have to talk to both, to everyone, to all young people, whatever their age or gender.
Correct. So I think this has also got to do with, a lot with our mentality as a society as well, and how that is shifting also in recent times, with so many initiatives taken by the government as well as, corporates, as well as individually, even within families, where we're seeing that shift from the elder to the younger generation, and now how, even women are treated in their own homes and in the society as well. The next question that we have here is, how can we address the gender pay gap and ensure that women's education translates into economic opportunities for them? So this is, I think, this has popped up a lot of times even in the media, where how do you even approach or broach this topic with the people that you're working with or with your higher management, and especially for the working professionals out there?
Absolutely. No, again, great question. I think there are initiatives on both sides. I think we have to work on it from the side of the employer or the company that is setting these sort of pay ranges, etc. I know of companies where when they did a survey on pay parity, they were surprised by their own results, because they thought, अरे लेकिन हुआ कैसे? हमने तो कोई actively कुछ करके नहीं किया, हमने, it's not like we want to pay women less or whatever, तो ये हो कैसे गया? So it part of it is structural, right? Because structural in two ways. One, men tend to get, at least this I'm talking about 20-30 years ke, ka historical liye. Men would, go into technology more, etc. Those were higher paying. So when women entered the same companies, they were probably not in the core technical operational roles. They were in support roles. So support roles in any case are paid less. So one is that. How do you ensure that women are there in all functions, and functions which are higher paying as well, right? In any company, and all of you should know this, it's not like every function will get paid the same, right? That doesn't happen. The people who are either making the product or selling the product are the ones, or saving the money or managing the money of the company. They are the ones who get paid the most. Others who are doing support functions will get paid less. So number one is ensure that you yourself, or when you have children or your siblings and so on, enter into into all kinds of functions, especially the ones which are running the company core or crucial to the company. The second part of it is, women themselves are told कि अरे तुमको नौकरी मिल गई वही बड़ी बात है, अब negotiate करने मत जाओ, right? तो अगर जितना भी दे रहे हैं ले लो. Maybe first job के लिए this is okay, because sometimes getting your foot in the door is very, very important. So or and sometimes जो downside है हमारे country का, और is that population and therefore competition. And so हम अगर पहली जॉब में ज्यादा हम negotiate करने जाएं तो वो हाथ से निकल सकती है. लेकिन उसके बाद, once you've got a couple of years experience and you're moving to your next job, you need to prepare better for your interviews and the salary negotiations. And Ajkal, again, I'm sure this is something EduBridge can help you with, and I'm sure there are a lot of interesting videos online available on how do you negotiate, how do you sort of ask for it, not aggressively, not like demanding, but doing it in a way that you're likely to succeed. So there are, focus on that. So both things are important. And then, of course, the structural changes in companies are actually happening. So whether from the government's point of view, या फिर जो large investors होती हैं in बड़े-बड़े companies में, वो demand कर रहे हैं कि you can't continue this. You have to bring in pay parity. And how do you do that? Which means that historical correction भी हो रहा है, जो कि over a period of time, ऐसा नहीं कि suddenly arrears मिल जाते हैं, लेकिन over a period of time, जो अगर there is a very drastic difference in what men and women are getting paid, then women's increments, if they continue to stay with the company, are higher and faster than, say, men's, marginally, so that they're able to come up to the same sort of
much faster.
So ऐसे corrections वगैरह, उनको structural corrections वगैरह कहते हैं, ये भी हो रही है. तो दोनों साइड में काम करना बहुत जरूरी है. We need more women coming into technical roles, operational roles, and we need women to ask for more. You have to know you deserve it, and work towards deserving it. So hard work is definitely very much part of it. And then on the company's side as well, things are changing.
Absolutely. So Sagarika, our audience does have, a few more questions, but in the interest of time, it would be great if we can just email them to you, and if you'd be kind enough to answer as many of them as you can, and we'll just convey them back to the people, since we already have their registration information with us. So thank you so much, Sagarika. This was an absolutely amazing and interactive session. There were so many questions here. There are still so many questions that we need your opinions on. So thank you for sharing this knowledge with our audience. I'm sure they're going back with some food for thought on this one. And thank you so much for sparing your valuable time to be here with us today. You can exit the webinar now while we continue with the next set of sessions with our other speakers. And I hope you have a great day and wish you a happy Republic Day in advance.
Thank you so much again for having me. And I loved many of the questions. I wish we had more time. But please carry this spirit of curiosity and questioning with you. It is very, very important, whether you're a man or a woman, or, that is irrespective of, gender. curiosity is very, very, very important. And the second is probably kindness, right? Be kind to each other, and help each other. That's very important as well. Whether you are, classmates, friends, family members, do that. Yeah. So very happy to be here and wish you all a happy Republic Day in advance as well. And best of luck with everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sagar.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So surely, I think you can take center stage right away, and let's move on to the next segment of the sessions that we have planned for today.
Yes, thank you so much, Mamta. Thank you so much. And after a wonderful session from Sagarika, let me take like a small, first of all, let me just introduce myself. I'm Shuli Dev. I'm working at EduBridge as Manager Human Resources. So Lavina, Mamta, Sagarika have already set up the stage and set up the tone for the day, which is Nari Shakti. So throughout the video, what we have done is I'll be showcasing some of the wonderful Naris that we have in EduBridge who have led by example. So the first Nari of the day that I would like to introduce to you is actually, her name is Judith Rajshri. Judith has joined us in 2017 as center manager. So it has been a long career with us, and she has worked so hard, and through her hard work and dedication, she has excelled in various trials encountered by her in EduBridge. And let's just have a quick chat with Judith to know more about her time in EduBridge. Tina, could you please play the video for us?
Yes, sure. Shivling, give me a minute.
Sure.
What the fuck is going on?
Yes, let's see Judith's journey.
Hi Judith. On the occasion of SkillsFactor Nari Shakti celebration, I would like to have a quick chat on your professional journey at EduBridge. So are you ready?
Yes, of course. Let's dive in.
So Judith, how long have you been with EduBridge, bringing your special touch to the team?
It's been a successful 6.5 years, and I'm sure on achieving my milestone with EduBridge. The experience that I gathered from EduBridge is abundant. You can use the formula in your personal and in your professional life.
That's wonderful. What is your go-to mantra that keeps you motivated at work?
I was able to sustain myself and maintain consistency because I have my own 3 P's of life, which is positivity, persistence, and perseverance. That's my go-to mantra.
That's impressive. Is there a specific feedback moment till date that has left a lasting impression on you?
As soon as you asked me, Tina, this spark of memory struck my mind. If it is Chennai, give it to Judith, she will handle it. These words came out from our CEO. So that one spark of memory will be always cherished.
That's amazing. How has EduBridge impacted you as a person?
Before EduBridge, I don't know, there will be a graduate waiting in the next door to start his career. And right now, I am one of such a person who is able to guide a person into his career, direct him, walk through his life. So that is one of a great impact.
Absolutely. As we conclude, Judith, I would like to know your perspective on what represents EduBridge's wisdom.
Touching the lives of youth, because today's youth will be the leaders of tomorrow. So when you're going to guide them into the right career, into their right startup, that is one of the real impact that you can create.
Indeed. Judith, it was a pleasure chatting with you. Keep sparkling and looking forward to more delightful moments in future.
I truly appreciate this chance to connect with the audience through Skills Factor Nari Shakti celebration and talk about my professional journey. Thank you.
So, friends, that's Judith. With a journey spanning over 6 years, she has climbed the ranks from center manager to senior manager and is currently steering the ship as general manager team lead. So inspiring.
Thank you, Judith. Thank you, Tina. It was actually a very, very inspiring start to the day. So, Mamta, all yours now as we are moving to the next speaker.
Definitely. I think I have angered Dr. Prasad Ramanathan a little bit here. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Sir, the next topic on our list is a little scary for some, and some experienced professionals seem to think of it as something that will replace their jobs one day, in fact. So, hence, we wanted to cover this topic today for our audience and see the power that artificial intelligence can bring to jobs and businesses. It's not our enemy, it's actually our friend, and maybe we can use it in that way. So let's talk about the future of work, a leading innovation in the age of AI and automation, where we shall learn how the AAA trifecta of automation, AI, and analytics will fuel the future of jobs and businesses and the impact on this on people and their skills. And I'm so happy to introduce our next speaker for today, Dr. Prasad Ramanathan. Dr. Ramanathan, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we are so glad that you had the time to be here with us today.
You.
Sure. I'll just go through a quick introduction for Dr. Ramanathan. He's the Senior Director in the Cognitive and Robotics Department of Cloud and Infrastructure Services business line at Capgemini. He leads the advanced analytics team delivering automation solutions, leveraging data science, analytics, and AI/ML techniques. He has about 31 years of industrial experience, having worked at brands like Honeywell, Fisher Rosemount, GE, and Datamatics in the past. He has a passion for teaching and actively contributes to industry academic collaborations. He is on the board of studies or the institute advisory committees at some of the esteemed engineering colleges in Mumbai as well. He got his PhD in engineering from the Ohio State University in 1993. Welcome, Dr. Ramanathan. It's a pleasure to host you here today. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Mamta. Can you please confirm that you can hear me and see the audiovisual?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear. We can see the screen as well.
Thank you. Thank you. So the topic that has been given to me today is about the future of work in the age of AI and automation. Now, clearly, we heard during Sagarika's session also that there is a lot of buzz around generative AI, and every day there is something or the other that is being talked about in the context of AI. And some of you may be aware of some of the pitfalls of AI also, with some deep fake type of videos that are being circulated. How do we actually tame this entity called AI? How do we leverage it for our use in the context of our work in the industry is what I would like to propose in the next few minutes. And then we can probably have a discussion around how all of this comes together. Now, typically, whenever we talk about any technology enabler or any of these kinds of things, the intent is to have a framework using which we can delineate this, tease it apart, discover certain facets that will enable us to prepare for the future. So there is an age-old dimension which is called the PPT dimension, the people, the process, and the technology dimensions that I will be leveraging in order to identify how the future of work is likely to get impacted because of these changes. So let me start with the technology element first. And in the technology aspect of this so-called future of work, what does our crystal ball hold for us? So if you see any analyst report, I have specifically chosen a report from Gartner, which was published in August of 2023. You will see that there is what is typically called as a hype cycle. And in this hype cycle, there are a whole bunch of technology enablers that have been stacked up. And there are some colors that have been given to each of these points in this graph. A light blue color essentially indicates that the expectation is that that particular technology will become mainstream in the next 2 to 5 years. So you will see that there are technologies like generative AI, AI augmented software engineering, WebAssembly, causal AI, and so on and so forth, which are all in this light blue shade of the blue, which indicate that in the next 2 to 5 years, these are all expected to become mainstream. There are also a whole bunch of other technology enablers like cloud native, industry cloud platforms, and cloud development environments, which are included here. There is some mention about cryptography, cyber security, and things like that that are also included as part of this entire hype cycle. So there is no telling whether these are going to be the technologies that are actually going to rule the rostrum, so to say, in 5 years from now, 10 years from now. But this is at least a view that is available from a collection of experts in this area who are saying these are the kinds of technologies that will emerge as key pervasive technologies that will invade the so-called future of work. So broadly, these are classified into 4 areas. There is the emergent AI technologies, the generative AI, the causal AI, neurosymbolic AI, reinforcement learning, and so on and so forth. There is a bunch of technology enablers which are related to developer experience. So can I use a generative AI technology to write code for me rather than me having to become an expert developer, and therefore use of AI augmented software engineering? And along those lines, there are a whole bunch of other technology enablers that are also listed as part of the graph, which includes things like GitOps, API-centric SaaS, and open source program office, and so on. Then we have the pervasive cloud related technology enablers, cloud development environment, sustainability, cloud native, and so on and so forth. And then from a cybersecurity data privacy standpoint, there are certain technology enablers. So if this is the set of technologies that are likely to make a difference in the work area going forward, let us try to understand what and how can we prepare ourselves for each of these technology enablers. And in this context, I love this particular quote from Ray Wong, which says, analytics, automation, and AI will fuel the future of business. And this is where the triple A trifecta, the word comes from, where AI, even though is used as a catch-all phrase, it is not necessarily to be viewed as something that is alien and that is very esoteric and things like that. We use AI in our day-to-day life. All of you who are using WhatsApp messages, the moment you type, as an example, if I am wishing somebody a birthday wish, the moment I type many, in my case, whenever I type or whenever I wish a person birthday, I type it as many, many happy returns of the day. And therefore, the look ahead word that you get in when I type WhatsApp and I'm typing a birthday greeting, and the moment I type many, the prompt that comes to me is another many. And therefore, many, many happy returns of the day is what comes to me as the prompt. Whereas if somebody else were to do it in his context, the content that would be proposed would be just many happy returns of the day. And that is how the analytical capabilities of discovering patterns from your historical behaviors in order to predict what is likely to be used in the context of whatever you're trying to do and try to automate that element of it. That is how we have to look at this continuum of analytics, automation, and AI. So what are some of the skills and behaviors that people must adopt in order to prepare themselves for this. So this is the second dimension. I told you earlier that I will be teasing this apart in three dimensions: the people, the processes, and the technology. So we looked at the technology enablers. We said, okay, there are 3 or 4 broad technology areas that are seemingly very apparent in the horizon, and AI, cloud, cybersecurity, and augmented software engineering seem to be some of these areas. Therefore, how should the people enable themselves in order to prepare for this so-called future of work? In that context, I have put in about half a dozen items, and I will explain some of these in greater level of detail in the next few slides. But as a summary, if I have to look at it, then there is intelligent automation, where the expectation is that today I will have an expert in the usage of a particular automation tool. So the specialist in a tool may be a robotic process automation tool, maybe an intelligent automation script where Python or PowerShell or something like that is being used to automate some function. These are some examples of intelligent automation. Where are we going? The path to going forward indicates that we want AI-enabled IT operations, or AI ops. And going forward, for those of you who are familiar with some of these technology enablers called the Microsoft Fabric, similarly, there is a concept called the automation fabric, which is kind of automation pervasive throughout the enterprise. And it is like a fabric. It is covering you, draping you all over. And the requirement from people is that it is no longer enough if you are just going to be specializing in one tool. You need to know the entire ecosystem. You need to have full stack engineers who can bridge the gap, not only for one tool, but across the entire spectrum. Similarly, from the context of analytics, going from unidimensional skills to multidimensional skills, and we will look at that also in some level of detail as we go forward. From an AI/ML perspective, by the way, when Mamta introduced me as a person with a PhD in engineering, in 1992-93, when I graduated with an engineering degree, I specialized in the area of applications of AI and machine learning for engineering problems. That was 1992-93. And at that point in time, the single most important requirement for an AI engineer would be that he would be a master's or a PhD candidate who would know how to use some of these technologies and how to invoke some of these algorithms correctly and all that. All of that is now passé. It is no longer needed for you to have a PhD in machine learning in order to leverage some of these AI technologies. Like I said, anybody who is using WhatsApp is already using AI technologies. And therefore, the need to have democratized AI/ML skills, leveraging Gen AI also, and the skills or the technology has become sufficiently de-skilled to a level where a bachelor's level person can readily pick up AI/ML skills, including some of the Gen AI skills. Next item, going from ace developers who are exceptionally brilliant in their Java, .NET, Python, or whatever be your favorite programming language skills, going to low-code, no-code platform-based development. And broadly speaking, delivering functionality was primarily one of the key requirements. And now the expectation is that you will deliver employee experience, going from digitizing business functions to enabling transformation journeys. So these are the kinds of expectations from a people skill perspective that we are looking at. And this is the so-called second dimension that I was referring to, the people, process, technology area. We looked at the technology area from a people skills and behavior perspective. These are some technologies that are some skills and behaviors that we expect. So just a little more detail on the journey from intelligent automation to AI ops and to the automation fabric. So as you can see from this visual here, the intent early on was that people would be skilled at one or more of these technology enablers that together come to enable a significant amount of AI-enabled IT operations. Now the expectation is that there will be a single fabric, a platform that encompasses all of the elements that are listed here, and a person should be able to be comfortable in configuring observability as much as he is comfortable in leveraging reporting and business intelligence and AI and things like that. So each one of these elements constitutes automation fabric, and one must be able to use the right element in order to achieve whatever business functionality we are trying to accomplish. So that is the automation fabric related skill sets. Similarly, from an analytics perspective, I mean, even today, there are several organizations that are run with very minimal data. The amount of data that is used for what we call decision making may be fairly limited, largely because of the inability to use the data, or maybe the data doesn't exist. But over a period of time, the expectation is that the analytics capability within the organization will keep increasing, and these organizations will move from analytically impaired companies to analytical companies only, and actually start competing with each other in their enterprise maturity to become leaders in this usage of analytics. Now, a little bit of this thing on use of Gen AI. For those of you in the audience who know a little bit about AI, the traditional AI techniques, here is how the traditional AI techniques work, where I am assuming that I want to do some supervised learning techniques. I'm wanting to classify the so-called sound into two categories, whether it belongs to Mozart or whether it belongs to Beethoven. And correspondingly, I may have a neural network or a logistic regression algorithm which learns the so-called phonemes from the Mozart and Beethoven examples that are being provided. So when I provide a new example to this network or to this logistic regression tool, it will correctly classify it as, okay, does this belong to the class called Mozart, or no, it doesn't belong to the class called Mozart. So that is how the traditional pattern classification mechanisms work. Now, how does Gen AI work? Gen AI actually extends this and says, okay, now that I know how Mozart sounds like and how Beethoven sounds like, can I synthesize a new piece of music that sounds like Mozart? So then it uses all of these examples that has been provided to it in the past and says, Mozart is famous for these kinds of notes in his music, or these kinds of notes in his music, and these kinds of notes. Maybe he never created a note with this and this and this all combined. And so when I ask the Gen AI component to create music that sounds like Mozart, it will use past examples of Mozart and combine them in a unique way that Mozart may himself have not created. And that is the so-called generative capability. Or I can be a little more creative and say, can I generate a version of the Beethoven's Fifth Symphony in the style of Mozart? So I know that Mozart has these kinds of styles, and Beethoven's symphony can be played in Mozart style, and that will create something new for me. So that is the kind of analogy that we must keep in mind when we are trying to understand how traditional AI, which was largely based on pattern analysis and predictions and classifications, is now enabling us to generate new content. And that has its own advantages and takers in the industry. We already talked about the need for going away from bespoke software development to platform-based software development. And so the need to leverage out-of-the-box features in order to get faster to the market. These are some of the so-called good things or good behaviors and skills that will keep a person in tune with what the industry is expecting in the future of work. So, summary, we have to focus on customer experience, employee experience, and not just the functionality. So imagine that you are actually having a banking software that enabled you to click on a button and do a transfer of money from one account to another account. If the user interface was so clunky that you would barely even understand whether the transfer actually took place and whether the money has reached the right person and all that, you would probably never use that software again. Whereas with software tools which are very intuitive to use and actually engaging for the end user, the intent to keep using that software becomes more and more prevalent, and that is the key of having employee experience and customer experience. We already talked about democratized access, the AI misdemeanors such as the deepfake AIs, and some of the things that AI will do going forward are likely to cause some challenges. We have to continuously keep learning and collaborate between the digital workers, which is nothing but these AI analytics and automation related bots, and bring the best of both worlds together. So this was all related to the dimension related to the people part of it. But just because you had the technology and you had the people who knew how to use this technology, that alone doesn't bring a workplace to life. A workplace comes to life because you are able to leverage the people who can apply their skills on these technology enablers at scale. Just because there is one person who knows how to use Gen AI correctly, that doesn't make a company successful. OpenAI becomes successful because there are processes in place that can leverage these technologies and the people and bring it to scale. So again, the third dimension, process. What are some things that come to mind when we are talking about processes? Primarily, processes are invented in order to ensure scalability, repeatability, reliability. Imagine that you go to an insurance company or a bank and you ask for a loan. And if the clerk at the counter says, "Oh, I have never issued a loan to anybody, I really don't know what to do. Let me ask my manager and come back." That is one experience. On the other hand, if the process is so well set in the mind of the clerk that he says, "Oh, you have come here for a loan. I need these three things from you. And the moment you have these three things from your employer's salary certificate and your current assets and your PAN number and your Aadhaar number and all of these kinds of things, then I will be able to process it. And by processing it, I will be telling you what is the amount of loan that you are eligible for." That is called a process, where there are certain inputs, there are certain processing elements that have to be done, and there are certain outputs that are almost deterministic at every stage of the game. So again, from a technology perspective, what is it likely to happen in future? So software project management, which primarily has been seen as one of the roles, will kind of transform into something called as product management. And already those of you who are looking for opportunities, you will start seeing that large companies like Google, Microsoft have got roles called product managers. Let us understand that in the next slide or so. Software development lifecycle is changing from traditional waterfall or whatever be your favorite this to agile, SecOps, DevOps, SRE, platform engineering. These are all new acronyms that are being invented and created, and therefore the need to know more about these kinds of processes. Infra as a code, infrastructure, which means virtual machines, the ability to leverage cloud-based network and compute power and storage and all of that, is now transforming into GitOps. New skill acquisitions where a person would say, "I am now a Cisco certified network expert," is not enough. The person has to be continually learning and has to be upgrading and upskilling himself on a immediate and important or a continual basis. And therefore, the need for learning organizations, otherwise you will become obsolete very soon. And the intra-team and inter-team human collaboration is now not only amongst humans, but also between humans and machines. So this is about the processes that I want to just dwell a couple of minutes on this. So there is software product management vis-a-vis software project management. The project management usually was focused on the C, T, and Q, the cost, timeliness, and quality. Product management goes beyond merely the delivery of the project in a timely manner with quality under cost, but it also checks, is my software application successful in the market? Is it able to satisfy the customers, and is it meeting the business goals that it was set out to do? And that is where the mentality of a minimum viable product, a feature of a release of a new software version based on a product mentality rather than, okay, I have delivered one project and it is over. That kind of a product mentality is something that we all need to bring into our development life cycles. The ability to leverage Gen AI as a fundamental element within our so-called DNA of work, which will enable us to generate content for business. It will enable us to connect with our clients in a very unique manner. It will allow us to collaborate with the data in a more meaningful manner. And those of you who have used ChatGPT and things like that would already recognize how we can leverage data in order to enable our work in a very meaningful manner. Self-generating business processes. So I just talked about the business processes followed by a bank for granting loans. Can I have something like that for generating a completely new business process when a brand new person comes and says, I want a loan for something completely different, not my home, not for my automobile, not for a personal loan, but a completely new thing comes about. And can this actually transform itself and generate a new process for us? And how do I use real data as well as synthetic data, blend it in order to achieve my business goals? So those are some of the expectations that we have from a process perspective, where Gen AI becomes embedded as part of the DNA of work. I briefly talked about the maturity going from the software development lifecycle, going from DevOps to site reliability engineering. DevOps is where the development and the deployment cycle are kind of merged or are in sync. And in spite of it, you may have one product that is being delivered by the organization, which is completely different from the architecture followed by another product in the organization. One may be using AWS, another may be using Azure, one may be using a tool from the Microsoft stack, another may be using from a third-party tool, and so on and so forth. So there is different entities within the organization which may still follow different infrastructure, different technology stacks and things like that. And that is something that the site reliability engineering tries to eliminate, where standards are imposed and the SRE organization tends to work together, and then eventually to the platform engineering tool also. GitOps is the extension of Git, where you go beyond just using it as a repository to using the GitOps for doing the continuous deployment pipeline also. And I already talked about how corporate learning, especially after the COVID, has become extremely important for us to understand that there are many learning experience systems and learning management systems, and the importance of having a continually learning environment and in order to grow is something that is expected going forward. So in summary, I just want to ensure that all of us have a few key takeaways at the end of this webinar. There is a rapid advancement of technologies in this area of automation, analytics, AI. And this digital differentiation can be maintained only if we continue to upskill our people and adopt scalable processes to deliver transformative journeys repeatably and reliably. So the PPT elements are all important in the context of the future of work. And I just want to leave you guys with one important this thing, especially for those of you who are in the computer science background. while there are many courses that are useful and some of which are not directly useful, there is what is called as a missing semester. I mean, how do you use the command line editor? How do you use a text editor? How do you use the version control system, the Git, and things like that? And MIT has actually recognized this as a missing semester, and they have made this available. So I would encourage all of you to, especially the computer science graduates, IT graduates in the audience, to look at these things in order to upskill yourselves and make yourself future ready. So with that, I will take a pause and check for any questions that may be there.
Of course. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramanathan. In fact, we do have quite a few questions coming in on our YouTube channel. But in the interest of time, let me just take one question here. How do you foresee the role of human workforces evolving in their job roles that are impacted by AI and automation?
Right. So first and foremost, remember what I wrote in the multiple slides. The human-machine collaboration is something that is here to stay. You cannot say that, okay, I have a machine which will do some things for me and I will do my thing. That is not the way it works, or that is not the way it will work. Human-machine collaboration is very important. Democratized availability of any AI element is a key feature, which means today you can, at any level, even a 12th standard person can use AI techniques with very minimal amount of understanding of what it does. And that allows you a lot of freedom to experiment. So use the technology, experiment with it, collaborate with it, and then see the benefits.
That's correct. And I have one more question here. As we navigate the future of work, how can organizations ensure a smooth transition from their workforce and promote a positive culture around AI?
So it is very nice to always expect that the organization will do something for you. I mean, remember JFK's whole statement, ask not what the country can do for you, ask what you can do for the country. That is very important. It is important to recognize the fact that you are what constitutes the organization. If you are going to be a learning person who is upskilling yourself and adopting the new processes and scaling and things like that, that culture permeates across the organization. And if there is a critical mass of people who are all doing that, the organization has already evolved. So you are at the center of the organization. It is up to you to get the future you want. Yeah.
Absolutely. That makes perfect sense, in fact. And our audience does have a lot of other questions, but in the interest of time, it would be great if we can email to you, Dr. Ramanathan, and if you would be kind enough to answer as many of them as you possibly can. And just before we leave, I would like to thank you for this amazing session. And I'm sure we were able to make the audience learn a little bit more about AI and how user-friendly it could be for us, and the future that it holds for us, as you know, like you rightly said, between the human and machine collaboration that we expect to see in the near future. Any parting words for our young audience here on how to create a future with AI in their job roles as well?
So don't think about AI as a magic wand. AI is only one more arrow in your so-called list of tools. I learned AI in 1992, 93, and people thought that it was a wasted exercise. It is eventually coming to value today, 30 years later. But the same thing is to be expected in any new technology. Don't think about it as a silver bullet that will solve all your problems. It is one more element that you can use for your upgrading. Yeah, thank you.
Sure, that's great. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramanathan. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time for us today. And you can now exit the webinar while we continue on with the next set of sessions. I hope you have a great day and wish you a happy Republic Day in advance.
Happy Republic Day to all of you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Well, after this amazing session and such a tech-heavy session, I think it's time to move on to our next session. And now let's move a little ahead towards today's theme, Nari Shakti. Women have always had to struggle to be seen and heard. I believe the audience would actually agree with me on that one. And technology has always been looked upon as a man's world. And hence, the next topic that we chose was to help break this stereotypical mentality. Now, the topic, breaking barriers in STEM, refers to the efforts and actions taken to overcome challenges that have historically limited the participation and success of women or other groups in the field of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I would now like to introduce the next two speakers for this session, both women of exceptional caliber and achievements. I'm honored to first welcome Jyoti Takral, the Senior Engagement Manager at EXL Services. Jyoti comes with more than 18 years of experience across banking, retail, and contact center analytics that covers credit risk analytics, loss forecasting, predictive modeling, commercial risk reporting, marketing analytics, model validation, and documentation. She's worked with brands like Danambi and Teleperformance prior to joining EXL and has presented research papers while also solving the CECL riddle through risk analytics at IIMA International. She's a woman that has handled a team of 100 plus consultants and providing them with technical guidance. Welcome, Jyoti. It's a pleasure to have you with here today.
Thank you so much. That was such an overwhelming introduction. Thanks for that, Mamta. And I really look forward for this session. Thanks for inviting me over here. And
Absolutely. Our pleasure, Jyoti. Well, our second speaker for the session is Jasmine Kaur, the engagement manager at EXL Services. Jasmine comes with more than 11 years of experience in banking and finance that covers credit risk analytics, loss forecasting, predictive modeling, retail and customer level scorecard monitoring, regulatory model development, validation, and documentation. She's worked with brands like Fidelity and Equifax prior to joining EXL, where she was leading a team of 23 consultants by mentoring and providing them with technical guidance. Welcome, Jasmine. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today as well.
Thanks a lot for such a nice introduction. I'm looking forward to this session and share my thoughts and views on how we can break barriers in STEM.
Amazing. So, without further ado, the stage is all yours.
all right, thank you. So let me start presenting my screen and just let me know if it is clearly visible and I'm audible.
Yeah, it's perfect, Jyoti. We can see the screen, we can hear you loud and clear.
Right. Thank you so much. So, audience, first of all, thank you so much. Thanks, Mamta, for inviting me for such a wonderful forum. It is a very prestigious platform, and I'm really overwhelmed to share my thoughts on breaking the barrier in STEM. Okay, so in another 30 minutes, we would try to cover what exactly STEM is, how it has been used, why it has been used, and how important it is that we should be aware about it. Then we will briefly talk about the understanding the barriers which are there while the topic of the session is women empowerment, Nari Shakti. So we really want to understand that how women face certain glass ceiling or the kind of biasness in those areas which is called STEM. And first, we would like to understand what are the barriers, then how we can build up some strategies, how government can help us out to break those barriers, how we ourselves can help us out, how organization where you are working, they can help us out to break those barriers. Then towards the last half of the session, we would talk about a couple of success stories. There are a lot of examples where women are doing a tremendous job in this area. And we would like to highlight some of the role models so that they can influence our life on day-to-day basis. And we can also try to reach over there in certain amount of time. And then we would take certain keyaways from this session. And this would be a closing of a session. Okay, so Mamta, as you have already introduced both of us really well, so I would briefly, just give you a glance through of my journey. I have been a graduate from Kurukshetra in computer science. So technologies throughout since my childhood, I did a lot of coding. I ran a couple of programs. I was a certified database administration as well. Then I moved into analytics industry, and where I learned a lot of good things, lot of new things, where how we can stay ahead of technology, how we can learn on daily basis, and how we can move forward. So this is a brief introduction about myself, and then I would hand it over to Jasmine for her quick round of introduction, and then we would move to the session.
Sure, thanks, Jyoti. So, as Mamta has already introduced me as well, so apart from what is written in this presentation, I would like to let everyone know that I am a graduate in economics, graduate and postgraduate in the field of economics. And even I have been into coding ever since I have joined the analytics field. And the mindset that people have that men are better coders than women, I really don't believe that. And it really boosts my confidence that I can work in the similar industry. And I have got a great opportunity with my current organization to enhance my skills and break those stereotypes, lead the team, and be a successful woman in the corporate sector.
Yeah.
Over to you, Jyoti.
Certainly, Jasmine, I cannot agree more than you have been doing really well. And it is evident to tell that, in an industry where we consider that men are better coder, they are more acquainted with technology. Jasmine and other female leaders in the organization brings a lot of value and just try to break that stereotype. Okay, thank you. And now we would like to talk about STEM, what exactly STEM is. So this is a very, jazz word in today's area where we talk about STEM, but do we really understand what exactly it is? So generally we use STEM as an umbrella term. This is a broader group of courses which comes under STEM. And those curriculums are basically designed keeping that mind that we are progressing with the ever-changing technology, and we have to make the pace with this ever-changing technology. So STEM is as I mentioned, it's a group of courses where science is one of the predominant courses, where students or the aspiring candidates would get to learn in a systematic way with the help of some experiments, some observation, and certain analysis. So it could be physics, it could be chemistry, it could be biology. It all covers under science, basically under science vertical. And then if I move to technology, technology is slightly a complex mechanism to understand the application which comes into daily purpose use. It could be development of tool, development of new technology, development of writing new codes. It could be application development. It could be software development. So that kind of things would cover under technology. Then E stands for engineering. It is slightly more advanced version of technology, or so there is a lot of overlap between all of the things. There is a lot of gray area that do we need to keep something under technology or engineering, but it is a more of a, the entire ecosystem which covers the application of mathematics, the application of new algorithms, principles, designing a new tools, designing new devices, and structuring them in a right manner. Now, M stands for mathematics, economics, stats, everything is covered under mathematics. So it is more about numbers, how you are well versed with numbers, how you can create insights from these numbers, how you can talk about dimensions of these numbers, how you can quantify the things, how you can give a structural logic to all these numbers and everything, how these numbers are related to each other. So this is covered as an umbrella term called mathematics, be it stats, be it economics, it would all come under mathematics. So I hope we are clear with the definition of STEM by now. And it is really important to be a part of these curriculums so that you are ahead of the field. You are, you can carry a successful career, your professional growth cannot be hampered if you have aced these technologies or these study classes. Okay, now let's quickly go ahead and understand the significance of diversity and inclusion. So, as we know, that these kind of technology or the science field are dominated by male. So it is a very, I would say, a gender biased spectrum of work. However, in the recent past, we have seen that line has been blurred like anything. We get to see a lot of women entering into heavy lifting job where technology is predominantly matter the career pathing. So it is really important to understand that how there is a biasness and how we can mitigate those biasness by empowering ourselves. So if a person who is bringing a lot, so it's not majorly about the male, female, it is more about, the biasness could be for any race, any religion, but we should make sure that we should have enough of diversity so that we can break the barriers and we can move ahead. So economic competitiveness is another thing. Once we have all kind of people coming together from different castes, different religion, different creed, be it male, be it female, it would give us a better and a broader perspective. We can solve the problem in minutes. So if we have a lot of representation from different areas, then the perspective would be wider, the perspective would be broader, and you will get to know a different solution of a single problem. You would get to know different cultures. If you have a lot of diversity in the system, you can solve the problem which are global in nature, because if you have people representing from the different areas, different parts, different geographies, then they would bring different perspective, and the problem solving could be as simple as a cakewalk. And once we have different set of people, then the ideas, the innovation in that, bringing more value, it is kind of, the sky is the limit. And a lot of people bring a lot of different perspective, different lenses, and it acts as a catalyst to solve any of the business problem. So once, as I mentioned, that once we have a diverse workforce, if we have, women leader in the program, so it is quite likely that, they would bring more perspective. They would solve the problem. The way they look at the problem from the different lenses, and they provide different solution. So it is, once we have a diverse talent, then it is easy to attract more talent, and it is easy to retain the talent well within the system, because people are comfortable with the diversity. So it is really important to have diversity in the system so that we can retain the talent, we can attract more talent. Because see, at times, once you get to see that in a certain workforce, there is a certain minority, be it female minority, be it any race minority, then it is quite likely that female leaders would not join that group, because they are not comfortable in that group. So diversity brings a lot of hidden values which are difficult to quantify. However, it brings a lot of qualitative values. And once we have diversity in the system, the morale of people will always be boosted up. You would get to interact with different people, you would get to know different perspective, you would understand the different mindset well, and hence you would keep yourself upgrading. You would get a different perspective, you would become a more polished individual. And same, we bring a lot of culture together, we try to respect each other. For example, let's say in our group, we are few of the person coming from Punjab, few of the person coming from Calcutta, few of the person coming from the southern part of the India. So hence we get to know how diverse or how enriched our culture is, and we try to respect each other emotions or their beliefs in certain culture, and it gives a promotion in terms of the longevity of the employee in the organization, and it gives a comfortable environment for anybody to part of it. Again, if we have a diversity in nature, we can understand the customer problem really well. So why it is important to understand customer problem? Because in most of the business, customer is the center of attraction. If your customer is happy, your business would grow. So it is really important to understand the beliefs, the dialogues, the dialect of the customer, so that we can give a tailored made solution to that particular customer. And once we have diversity in the workplace, then we can provide a better solution. We can understand their thought process well, we can understand their belief well, and there is no barrier in booming your business if you bring the diversity in the workplace. Again, as I mentioned, that people from different culture, different beliefs, different race, they bring a lot of different perspective to look the same problem from a different lenses, and hence they are able to provide most appropriate solution, quicker, faster, and better solution to any of the business problem. So it is always encouraged to have a diversification in the workplace, so that we can solve the business problem in a right manner, we can tailor it in a right manner, we bring a lot of talent together, and we give multiple solution to the single problem, and it would certainly boost up your business like anything. So here now in the next section, we would quickly talk about certain barriers which specifically female leaders or female employees feel. So it is important to understand the barrier first, and then we would talk about the strategies, how we can break these glass ceiling. So one is underrepresentation. So if I look at I come from an engineering background. I did engineering and computer science. So in our class, we had a ratio of 1/3 ratio, which is close to 30. We were 20 girls in a class strength of 60. And that I'm talking about the computer science, where the strength was the maximum. If I talk about other technical branches like civil, like mechanical, in the entire batch, we had one single girl in mechanical. So it was very difficult for her to mingle up with the other classmates. So every time she used to feel cornered, she used to feel, lonely. So these are kind of barriers, because if we see that in the existing group, the number of girls are really less, then parents would not encourage the girls to get into that stream. So this is one of the barriers. So at current situation, we have only 1/3 of female worker in these kind of jobs, roles where STEM is important. So that is one of the barriers that we can see even sitting in 2023. So this is something which we need to break in coming years. Another is stereotype or the biasness. I'm not sure why, but we conveniently assume that male are better coder or Asians are good at maths, right? So these are kind of stereotype which we have developed in our head consciously or unconsciously, maybe with help of some examples, because it is quite likely. So why we say that, males are better coder? Because if you see a strength of any of the class in STEM specifically, there are just 30% girls and rest 70% are boys, right? So the data which we are looking at is itself biased, and hence we have developed the perception that males are better coder because the number of males are high, and hence our data points are biased. Our data is biased towards male, and hence we have perceived, we have developed that perception that there is something, the quality of the coding is vary between certain gender. However, if you close your eye, if you think, then coding has nothing to do with gender. It's a brain game, right? Then work-life balance. So be it developed country, be it underdeveloped country, or be it any of the developing nation, just like India, we get to see that female are considered to be the uh, pillar of the family. She is the one who is responsible to taking care of their kids, taking care of home chores, taking care of the elderly parents, both side of parents. So female life is slightly difficult in terms of work-life balance. So they cannot spend unlimited amount of time doing the office work because they need to prioritize other things as well. So there have to be, we need to raise our boys in such a manner that they can understand that it's a kind of a 50-50 share, and we can get to see more representation from the female in the industry. Unwelcoming environment, as I mentioned that even I have shared my share of challenges once I started my journey, once I started my professional life. So people used to, one of my colleague, we used to sit together, and although I used to be the subject matter expert, but I have seen that people are more comfortable taking a guidance from a male colleague. So they feel that male can give a better answer. So this is what we have seen. People are not at times receptive of the thought that they are being led by a female. So these are kind of unwelcoming environment which we need to break in the workplace. And organization like EXL are doing a tremendous job, where the female leaders, the number of female leader, the ratio of female leader is comparatively much higher as compared to other organizations. So these are a couple of things which we should take care of. And this is how we can encourage diversity and inclusion in our workplace. Limited access to opportunity. So these are again some of the common barriers. So people or the parents do feel that we need to send out girl to a different city, different college. So there are less access of opportunity well within their comfort zone. So this is another area where government is already working. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. There are a lot of campaigns which are running. And again, once we get to see a role model, then we try to aspire to be there. So at this point of time, as the representation of female in STEM is low, and hence the role models are also, very countable in numbers. So once we get to see more role models, we will see a boost in our career. We would get to see a shift in parents' mentality, and hence we can try to remove these barrications as well. So with this, I would hand over the stage to Jasmine to take care of the rest of the session.
Thanks, Jyoti. So hi everyone. I would now be covering the another two legs of understanding barriers. I'll start with unconscious bias and its impact on diversity. So first, let me explain what is unconscious bias. Unconscious bias is something that is an automatic reaction that is triggered when we see a particular gender or a caste or a community, and it's something which is to a great extent influenced by to what culture we belong, what is our peer group, how we were brought up, the society we live in. And this unconscious bias to a great extent leads to stereotypes and a decision making, which leads to impacting the recruitment process, the performance evaluation, and a lot of other opportunities because of this bias in the corporate sector. It's like we have this mindset that promoting a woman to a senior leadership or providing a larger team to a woman might not be that fruitful or effective because she might be having other responsibilities, or she might not be able to take it up as efficiently as a male employee in the organization. Because of these blind spots in the decision making, we are actually overlooking a lot of qualified candidates, which further creates and hinders the diversity which should ideally be there in an organization. This further impacts the innovation because, as Jyoti has also mentioned in the previous slides, having a diverse workforce in an organization is really, really important, because if we are limited to a homogeneous set of group, people would have similar kind of thinking, people would have a similar kind of approach to a problem statement, to a solution, and without that innovation, it would really, the company would not be able to outperform. It won't be able to reach its full potential when promoting a particular project or when achieving a particular milestone for a particular project or any achievement that a company wants to hold in a particular field. Because of this lack of diversity, there are a lot of repercussions that an organization may face. First and foremost is the missed opportunities and a different perspective. As I mentioned in the previous slide, because of the limited diversity, there are limited scope of ideas, solutions, leading to a hindering innovation and the problem-solving skills. Further, it can also impact the reputation of an organization, because the organization would then be known for not having the diverse workforce or not promoting or providing sufficient support that is expected out of the organization as a whole. It would create a negative brand image for the organization, and further having the same homogeneous group would lead to flawed decision making, because we are again limiting ourselves and our potential with same set of thinking, with same set of group, thereby limiting the diversity and limiting ourselves in that potential. Next slide, Jyoti. So we have understood the barriers which we as women or maybe other minority groups face in the field of STEM in corporate culture, and how significance of diversity can play a pivotal role in the field of education, in field of STEM, in the corporate culture. Now that we have understood all those barriers and the significance of diversity, I will now be focusing on how we can address that bias specifically in the workplace. And in this direction, government organizations can play really a pivotal role in promoting that diversity. There are many organizations which now have implemented a diverse recruitment process where the HR policies have ensured that they have to recruit a particular percentage of a female employee or a particular percentage of a minority group. And this has gone a long way in promoting diversity at workplace. Organizations can play a can go a long way in training their employees that how diversity can play an important role, and there can be a lot of trainings where and providing better education in terms of how diversity can support the team or the project or the organization. Companies can provide flexibility specifically to the female employees, to young mothers, to new mothers, by providing the flexible working hours, by providing hybrid work schedules, by providing daycare facilities. There are a lot of companies that have tie-ups actually with daycares like Clay or Max, where they are actually providing some portion of that fees of daycare and providing flexible working hours so that women as a whole can take their responsibility on the personal front, which of course is a very important thing to do as a female. And and not to let go of their career aspirations, providing this flexibility plays a really important role. Further, many companies also encourage mentorship, sponsorship, allyship. All three terms are connected and to some extent a little bit different. Mentorship is where companies can provide a senior leader, specifically in minority group, be it a female senior leader, and they can connect them to the junior folks to provide them guidance, young employees who are not really sure of what to do about their career, if they're just landed in the corporate culture, what next they can do, how to grow up in that ladder, in that hierarchy. Providing sponsorship is maybe in the senior leader, in a senior role. Maybe there would be folks who really have trust in the potential of some particular young employees, and organizations can forge this plan of supporting those young employees through the senior leaders. And allyship is more about a group of women in an organization where you can go up to and express your feelings, and if you're facing any challenges, you can, without any fear of judgment, can go and share your feelings and thoughts about the challenges that you're facing at the workplace. Last and the most important thing that currently many organizations are doing and employers should do is the need to recognize that the gap in the career pathing, those gap of years in a resume of a female, be it at a young level or at a senior level, should not be penalized. And because there are a lot of other responsibilities due to other obligations, there are cases that we as women have to drop our career aspirations for a few years, and that should not act as a hindrance if they want to join back the workforce. The other area is promoting education and outreach, where at the young age itself, we have a lot of programs by the government to promote that education specifically for female children. There is National Bal Vigyan Association, where there are programs and competitions for a female child. There is a group called Girls Who Code, which equips coding skills specifically in in young girls. There are many mentorship programs by Indian National Academy of Engineering. There are IIT alumni outreach programs specifically organized for young female aspiring engineers. There are federal agencies like National Science Foundation and Institute of Health, which supports STEM education if they are provided with the proper proposal and plan. There are nowadays corporates which are providing grants for higher education as a part of their social responsibility. In many IITs, we have offer-based merit scholarship programs specifically for female students. So all these initiatives in education through government and as well as in the corporate sector have is bringing a change, and there is a long way to go by supporting young female in this direction of education and workplace. Now that we have gone a long way in understanding how we can break those barriers, what are those barriers, and what we as the organization or what government can do to promote in breaking those barriers, I would now like to quickly cover the success stories. We all know Tessie Thomas. She is known as a missile woman of India, and she was the first woman to lead an Indian missile project. She's played a pivotal role in developing the missile system, and she has break those stereotypes, showcasing the woman's capability. Next is Sudha Murthy. We all know her. She is the co-founder of Infosys, and she was the first female engineer to be hired in the automotive manufacturing industry, which is a male-dominated industry. She has been a great advocate for women's rights and the development of education. Next is Kiran Mazumdar Shaw. We all know her, right? She is the founder and chairperson of Biocon. She has played a pivotal role in transforming the pharmaceutical industry and making the healthcare solutions affordable. And she has contributed great to the treatment of cancer and diabetes. So these women are acting as a role model for young females, even for senior matured females in any field of education, be it corporate, be it research. And as Jyoti also mentioned, because the role models are less, but we still have few role models like this, and there are many more. Of course, in the interest of time, we cannot cover other role models, but we do have a lot of female who have done and achieved a tremendous growth in their particular field. They have renowned, they have gained that name and has achieved that milestone. And these women are acting as role model for women with aspiring careers and expectations to, climb that ladder. So that's all. In the conclusion, I would like to summarize what all we have covered so far. As part of key takeaways, we have understood that representation really matters. Making an inclusive learning environment by promoting mentorship and role models at workplace and in education will help in addressing the unconscious bias and conscious bias, addressing the stereotypes. It would also provide us the networking opportunities, and it would play a great role in providing equal opportunities in STEM. That's all. Thanks for this opportunity to share our thoughts, views, and it's a great platform. Jyoti, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jasmine, and thanks, EduBridge team. So
Well, if you still have like a few minutes, I think we have like 1 or 2 questions from the audience if you're okay to take them.
Yeah, certainly, Mamta. We can take the questions right away. And I've also shared my screen where both of our email IDs are mentioned. So in case you have further questions, feel free to drop us a note. We would be happy to take care of it.
That's far too kind. Thank you so much, Jyoti. Thank you, Jasmine. So for the audience here, you can save this information. You can reach out to Jyoti or Jasmine at any time. In fact, and they'd be happy to help. Please take advantage of this because it's never, for our audience, it's just too much of, just the start of their journey. I believe we have about 200 people, 215 people who are in the session right now. And most of them, are fresh graduates who are just starting with their careers. So mentors who are at this level, somebody like Jyoti or Jasmine, of course, your journey is going to be a prime example for them. You can definitely become mentors to a lot of these people in the audience. And we've had excellent sessions in the past with a lot of EXL volunteers as well. And we continue to do that. We have a lot of buddy mentoring sessions that happen, with these volunteers as well. So this is really, really generous of you, very kind of you to share this information with us and the audience today. For our audience, please take advantage of this and, just save this information for, any kind of questions that you have in the future. So just to identify, we just have two questions here, which I thought, we need to answer live. I would like to start with a question from Pavitra here, which says, what do you identify as the key STEM disciplines in your day-to-day role? How do you use them, and what difference does it make to our community?
Okay, I'll try to take it. So, Pavitra, this is really a wonderful question. And this is not certainly in our day-to-day personal life as well as professional life. So first, try to ace something. For example, let me start with the, let's say, household thing. So try to ace something. For example, let's say cooking. Okay, once you have aced it, then try to delegate it. You are going to generate the employment. It's not worth investing time in those repetitive kind of work. So try to delegate your work, try to generate employment. So be it, any of the household work, starting from cooking, dusting, cleaning, washing, laundry, anything, delegate it to other people, generate the employment. Okay, so don't do those things. It's not because you don't want to do or you can't do. Yes, you can do, but you don't want to do. Okay, because some person who is unskilled, he or she can do it in a better manner. So don't invest on those time or your time or energy on efforts on those things which are repetitive in nature. So I have given you some household examples. So same applies in your professional life. Ace something. Maybe it could be your SAS coding, it could be your whatever in area you are, be it modeling, be it AI, whatever it is. Once you aced it, start delegating it so that your hands are free. You can do something which is more important for you, which is something which can encourage you, which can fuel you. So this is how you can upgrade yourself. If you invest your time doing in repetitive things, you are not going to boost your career. So do away with repetitive things. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, I think it does. To send a thumbs up to that.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Jyoti. So the next question we have here is from an anonymous attendee from one of our YouTube channels. This is also like from personal experience. So I'll just read the whole thing that they have shared over there. So this may not be restricted to STEM, but my little cousin brother asked me a question about a month ago that I still don't have the answer for. I want to know how you feel about it as women working in STEM for as long as you have. Why are women paid less than men for the same roles? Since women provide the same level of output as men and are accepting lesser pay than men, why don't all companies hire women exclusively for their requirements? Since it is less CTC. Now she's tried her best to answer these questions, but he wasn't convinced, and quite honestly, I wasn't either. So, I'm curious to know what you think about it.
So yeah, I agree
Very interesting
to a
perspective.
certain extent that women are paid less. I get to hear a lot, be it Bollywood industry, be it Hollywood industry, be it STEM. I get to hear a lot that women are less paid. But once I look at the data, because I have access to data of my organization, and once I look at my data for year-end calibration, I really don't apply any filter. We don't have any filter where it is segregatedly mentioned whether it's a male or a female. We just look at the level, the designation, the job responsibility, and basis that we pay. So I know that in the industry, there is a discrimination. However, I have been part of EXL for 10 years. So this is my, a sphere which I'm part of. This is my ecosystem. And I really don't see any discrimination. We don't have any filter at all where we can apply a male, female. So everybody is equally paid as per their designation. For example, if you are working in a capacity of a manager, then you would have we try to minimize the range of the discrepancy, be it male, be it female, We have a certain range of a manager level and we pay as per that. So we never look into male female category at all. So either I am blessed, I have not seen that discrimination, but I get to hear a lot of news about that. So my suggestion is, and answer to your second question, that why don't we hire all females? Then again, the diversity is really important. That was the total essence of the session. Once we have the diversity, we will have a lot of ideas, lot of culture, lot of perspective, lot of lenses. Wonderful solution, different solution, easy solution. So diversity is really important. We should not have all female, then it would be a difficult situation to be part of. It is not welcoming for the rest of the community. So I won't encourage that kind of a culture. However, I have not seen discrimination in salaries, at least in EXL.
Perfect. So Jasmine, would you like to add to that?
Yes, so Jyoti has answered it very well. But yeah, I would like to add one point here, that the question that person was asking, that why there is diversity in salaries or in the income that women earn in comparison to men. So again, it's that unconscious bias which
Correct.
is in the mind, inculcated and rooted to such great extent that it's very difficult to take it out now. And it's known that, and I won't say it's a fact, but yes, it happens, and we have seen it, that women are underpaid, and it's because of that bias that I spoke about in a few slides earlier. And it's not about today; it has been happening from centuries.
That's right.
So I don't know how we can take it out, whether we would be able to take it out, but we can. Organizations, corporates, government can play and go a long way in breaking that stereotype, removing that unconscious bias by providing equal opportunities to women, and by scrutinizing organizations which are doing that.
Yep, totally agree.
Absolutely. Well, our audience does have other questions, but in the interest of time, it would be great if we can just email them to you, Jyoti and Jasmine, and if you would be kind enough to answer as many of them as you possibly can in the time that you have. So thank you for this amazing session, and I'm sure we were able to set such great examples for all the women in the audience, and for all the others to realize that it's not that difficult to change mindsets and to be more inclusive in our efforts in our day-to-day lives. So thank you once again, Jyoti and Jasmine. You can exit the webinar now, and while we continue with the next set of sessions in the day. So have a great day ahead, and happy Republic Day in advance for tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Mamta.
Take care.
Thanks,
Wonderful
everyone.
audience.
Thank you so much. All right. So surely I think it's time for you to step in now.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mamta. Thank you. So, I was just listening to the wonderful, the lectures that we have received, the information, and we are talking about breaking barriers, leading innovations. So, I believe one of the biggest barriers in a woman's life is restarting her career after childbirth. So, there is a lot of things that a woman needs to think about when they're restarting their career. Should they leave their kid at home? What should take more precedence and everything? So at EduBridge, we firmly believe in fostering an inclusive and supportive work environment for all our employees. So I would like to introduce over here to one of our marvelous employees, Lankala Shravani. Shravani has been working with us as a trainer, and she has been recently blessed with a handsome baby boy. Let's see how her journey with EduBridge has been post becoming a mother. So, Tina, it's yours now. Please play the video for us.
Shravani, working as a trainer at EduBridge since 4 years. It's a privilege to me to share my experience after returning back from maternity leave. I thought it would be difficult to manage my professional and personal life with my baby. I made few adjustments with the support of EduBridge and also my family. So now I made my work easier and managing. So after taking break of 6 to 7 months, so a lot of changes has been happened in the organization. So the management gave refresher training and also updating everything. So it helped me after coming back. I'd like to thank EduBridge for taking care of their female employees and supporting in all the aspects. So due to work from home, so my whole pregnancy went smoothly, and even now I'm taking care of my baby. So I don't have words to express my feelings towards EduBridge. So thank you so much, EduBridge, for being with me at my good and bad times. And I would like to thank my managers who supported me in this whole journey.
Wow, such an inspirational video, Mamta. So see,
Absolutely.
that's how the Nari Shakti is like moving ahead. Excuse me. Yes. So we are waiting for another next speaker to join us.
Of course. No, we have Subhashri here already.
Great, great, great.
Hello, Subhashri. How are you doing?
Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to be here, and I was just joined when the previous session was on, so it's really, really amazing to join. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Happy to see you, Subhashri. Happy to see you. Thank you, Maya. Thanks.
Perfect. So we now move on to the next session based on the topic that is literally the need of the hour to tell the audience. We all earn or will eventually earn money through our jobs and our business ventures. But do we truly understand money and how to manage it in our daily lives? Well, let's not worry too much since this next speaker is here to take care of just that subject for us today. So let's talk about financial literacy and money management with our esteemed speaker Subhashri Sarkar. Currently, Subhashri is the Senior Vice President of CSR at Yes Bank, where she leads the CSR programs. Previously, she's worked as the Head of Social Responsibility at Bisleri and Everest Industries, among others. She has a master's degree in social work, certification in ESG from IICSR, and a postgraduate diploma in industrial relations and personnel management from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. She has also completed a master's degree in English literature. She is an experienced CSR and ESG professional with over 18 years of expertise in transforming lives through various sustainable development projects, social impact strategies, and innovative and solution driven project designs. She has worked extensively with corporates, government, UN agencies, and global nonprofit organizations, and has exposure to states and national level projects. Subhashri's work experience covers a wide range of sustainable development agendas, including poverty alleviation, quality education, gender equality, socio-economic empowerment, public health care, skill building, livelihood and microfinance, rural and urban development, alternate energy, and the environment. Is there anything else that we missed, Subhashri? I'm so sorry if we did. It's just a quite extensive profile that you have, and we are so glad that you're here with us today. Honor to have you here.
Thank you very much, Mamta. And it's very wonderful and very explanatory introduction, I think. Yeah, thank you very much. It's really my pleasure to be here in this forum, and I'm really excited for the session and for the discussion. So I will not call it as a session because if I consider myself, I'm not a finance expert. When you explained all my experience, I have not done anything in the finance, but yes, still, I am sure that this session would be both way learning. What I know, I can share with our audience, and I can also take something from you, from your learning. So
Sure.
thank you very much.
Thanks, Subhashri. The stage is all yours, in fact. If you can start sharing on some points, and I think we have some questions here already that are pouring in on our YouTube channel, and we can get there. If you can just start by your journey on how did it go from your first job managing your finances, and personally, what have you learned about finance in your corporate journey, though?
Sure. So, like Mamta, you started, I have experience working in various sectors. So, when I started in a very earlier age, so from then only, I would say, okay, the financial literacy was I was also not very confident on this because when, if I remember my student time, I used to stay in hostel. My parents used to send certain amount of money, and in the initial few months, within 15 days, all the money we used to spend, and the next 15 days, we really don't know what to do, how to manage. Then that was the time when I was a student. Then when I started earning, that time also, like it happens with all the students, I'm sure in this forum also, there are many youth who are joining. It happens with all, like a certain excitement when we start earning. We really don't understand where we should spend, why we should spend, and we start spending so fast that we end up with at the end of the month, maybe we are not having any savings in it. So it took me a long time also to understand. And it is, I will say, this is a journey which I have gone through. I have failed and then I have learned some. And I don't know how much I have learned, but yes, it is very much important that I have learned. Yes, we need to plan it because there are certain situations. If we do not manage our money, everything what we are doing, education, everything is important, but money is also a very important factor in our life. So if we do not manage our money properly, it will be a troublesome time in our life to manage everything like our health, our education, our future. So it is very important that we from the beginning know how to handle our finance. What are the basic things at least? Because generally, whenever we start talking about finance, even when I was thinking of the session, I was also a little worried. Okay, I am not a technically finance person, so this is the first thing always come to our mind when we think, okay, I'm not a accountant or I'm not a chartered accountant. I may not understand everything where this, for this, we have professionals. But we first need to understand the basic. If we understand the basic and if we know where to go, when to go, then maybe we will be able to reach out to our goal. So I will start with, I have created a small presentation. I have shared that with you. If you can start, we can start with those few pointers and then maybe we can take up a few
Sure, that will be
questions.
great. The stage is all yours,
Yes,
Judith.
yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
One
Thank you very
second.
much.
I'll be sharing. I'll be just starting this.
Great.
Just give me 1 minute.
So when you start sharing, I will just start with the first thing that what is financial? Is it echoing? My
I hope
voice is?
everyone can see this.
Not yet.
Okay. It's taking some time due to network issue. Please.
Yep. What is an event without a technical glitch, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you are trying to fix it up, I can just start the introduction.
Yep.
Like
Yes, yes.
when we think of financial literacy, as I mentioned before, also it sounds very technical, and we sometimes gets very scared. Okay, maybe I'm not the right person. I will not be able to handle. But if we talk about a very simple term, financial literacy is a simple way to effectively manage our finances. This is not only our personal finances. If we talk about our organization, maybe it's the organizations also. But initially, it is the financial skills, which includes our financial personal finance management, the budget, the amount that we are earning, how we are managing it, and savings, and how much we are investing, and where we are investing. So whenever we are doing all this planning and we are doing it in a conscious way, this is all about our financial literacy. Yes, I can see it now.
Yes. I'm
Yeah.
just putting it on the slideshow. Yes.
Yeah, great. So yes, we can stop here. So yes, as I mentioned, it is just something. If we talk in a very simple term, it is just like how we are managing our finance, how we are doing the savings, the budgeting, and whatever investment that we are doing. If we have a proper plan, how we are doing, when we are doing. So this is all about the simple term of financial literacy. If we see the survey of India, there is only 27% of the population who understand the financial literacy. That means it is 1 out of the 5 people only understand how to manage their finance, how to deal with the critical situations when there is a financial crisis. And this is not only in India. If we talk about the global scenario, it is almost the same. In global also, it is around 33% of the global rate of financial literacy. So here we can see that it is not a problem of one country only. It is a problem of the global, because there is always a fear, or there is always an unconsciousness which we think, yes, we do not know, need to manage our finance, we do not understand what is financial literacy, whether we need to understand. So, what we should do? Generally, when it happens, we earn some money, or there we have some resources, we used to go to our friends or our family for help or suggestions. Okay, so I want to invest this much money. You can suggest me where we can do, how we can do. So, this is one way that we do. Second, many a times we really do not understand and we just keep it in our bank account as a liquid money. Or sometimes we really do not find anyone who is a finance person or who understand finance, whom we can go. So this way, we do not understand how to manage our finance, and it is lying with us as a not properly managed the particular fund. So in this situation, what generally we need to do is first to understand some basic things of the financial literacy. That is the importance of the finance, why we should understand the financial literacy, how we should do the budgeting, and what are the areas where we should do the investment. So these are few very simple things we can understand, which may help us in our proper planning of effectively managing our finance and or the money management. So can we move to the next slide? Uh, in this slide, we will talk about the importance of the financial literacy. So financial literacy empowered us to make an informed decision. So how it empowered us? Because if financial literacy, we understand the knowledge and the skill how to manage the money wisely, then we can take an informed decision. What are the amount we should invest? How we can invest, where all we can invest. So this helps us to take a decision which is within our control. Then second is it build a foundation for financial well-being. So having a strong understanding of the financial will help us in a solid foundation of the financial well-being and achieve our financial goal. So when we talk about financial goals, what are the financial goals? I'm sure many of you know about our short-term goals or long-term goals, or we will discuss in the next slides. If we all have some plan, some goal. Some of you are student, you are maybe planning for your next education. Maybe you are planning for a world tour or something else. So you all have a proper planning. So if we have a proper planning and we can invest the amount and we can spend and expenses can be planned that way. So that will help us in the proper financial well-being of our life. Then it also helps us in reduce the financial stress. How it helps us in reduce the financial stress? There are many times some unplanned incidents happen when we are not planned for that. Some accident or some sudden things which immediate we need to repair our house, or we immediate have to help someone, a close relative or a friend for with some money. So if we do not have that amount managed with us, we are into a stressful situation. Okay, I need it. How will I manage? Should I borrow from someone? Should I take a personal loan? So if we have a proper planning, sometimes it may also reduce in the financial stress situation. Can we move to the next slide?
The next slide again.
The budget slide, yes. This
Yes.
one.
Yes.
So now when we talk about the financial planning, the first step is for the financial planning is the budgeting. I'm sure many of you here understand budgeting. You can like raise your hand how many of you understand budgeting or somehow you are doing budgeting in your day-to-day life. Yes, great. Yes. Very nice to see that all of you understand budgeting. And frankly speaking, when I was a student, I was not that good in budgeting. As I mentioned, that in my hostel life, I used to spend all my money within the 15 days. So I'm very happy to see that many of you understand it and you plan it very well. So budgeting is the first step for financial planning. When we plan our budget properly, we understand what are the requirement we have in our like coming days, and we can plan accordingly. So if we talk about this in a proper way, our budget is our detailed plan which gives us the income expenses, the savings, and also it helps us to understand our spending pattern and also helps us to prioritize our expenses. So maybe there are some of the students who used to read a lot of books. Just taking a small example, who used to read a lot of books. So he or she can plan like for every month I can spend this much amount for my books or for my study. Someone can also plan that every year in my career, I will keep at least 5% or 10% of my income for my further study. I want to do some more certification course, advanced courses. So this way we can plan our total financial budgeting, that what is my income, what is my savings goal, how we are prioritizing our spending, and we can also have a track on the spending. The second is the benefit of budget. So if we do this budget, what would be the benefit? As I mentioned, the benefit would be we will be able to take a control on our finances, identify our spending patterns. Sometimes we spend lot on the shopping. Like we used to go to shopping mall. We know that we have this stuff we do not need, but still we end up with buying a lot of things. So that way, if we have a track, even we can identify our spending pattern, where we are spending more. We can avoid the date, what for which we are taking the dates for personal loan or something, whatever we are requiring. So that also we can keep a track on, and we can at the end we can prepare our stable financial long-term goals. So as I mentioned, the key components of the budget is this is the income sources. Income can be your fixed income. Fixed income can be your salary. It can be your variable expenses, like if you have some stock or shares from where you are earning some money, that can be. And accordingly, you have to allocate the savings and you have to prepare the financial goals. So these are the basics of creating a budget. If we understand our plan, we know what are the expenses we require and how much we are planning for this. So this is a very brief about how we can prepare our budget. Do we have any question, or we can move to the next slide?
So Subhashi will take the questions at the very
At the
end,
end?
and
Okay.
yeah, so
Okay,
because
great.
you will still cover a lot in your PPT, I think so.
Sure. So next we can go to the next slide. Here we will understand the various steps, how we can prepare. Can we move to, the steps for the budget, right? So here we can see the various steps when we prepare a budget, what the step generally we follow in the budget. So first we need to understand our income. So we have to keep in one side all the incomes. As I mentioned, like it can be income from the salary, it can be other sources, your investment, and any sources of the incomes that you can keep in one side. Then second is you track your expenses. There you have to keep a record of all the expenses, which can be your fixed expenses, your rent, your utilities like electric bill, your telephone, your mobile, all the variable expenses, groceries, entertainment bills, and all the expenses that you can keep in the next segment. Then we have to plan set a proper goal. And this goal is to define the short term and the long term. Like what are the things I immediately require in this month, or what if, I need at the end of like a quarter, or when we need later and like 5 years, after 2 years, and after 5 years, what are the amount we require for this? Then accordingly, we have to allocate the fund. We can assign a proportion of fund from our every month salary, or we can do it on a yearly basis. Ki this much amount, at least I will put in this bucket. So this way we can allocate the fund. And the fifth and the most important thing is to monitor. Why we need to monitor? Because sometimes it happens like we have prepared our plan, but we have end up with spending in one bucket more than last 3 months. We have spending more on the parties, we are spending more on shopping, or we are spending more on something else. But if we do not track it, maybe at the end of the year we will not be able to achieve what we want to achieve, and in sometimes when we have in crisis we will not able to manage. So we also require a regular monitoring of our budget. Right? Can we move to the yes? So next we will talk about the effective way of managing the money. So when we have, we know budget, understand our budgeting, we are managing all our budgets, we are preparing a proper plan. These are few steps how we can handle our finance, how we can manage our money in the right places. Now, if we do all these things, what we will expect that effectively we are managing our money, and our money is actually helping us when we need this. So there are four important things which we need to remember when we are doing this planning. One is we need to create an emergency fund. So what are the emergency fund? Emergency can happen anytime. An emergency never comes with a pre-intimation. It can be an accident, it can be any natural calamities, it can be anything. Suddenly you need some amount, a big amount of money. So if we do not plan it properly, and if we do not keep a emergency fund ready with us, then that time it will be a very difficult situation to handle, to manage that fund. So one first step is we need to create an emergency fund. Second is pay off high rate of interest. So there are many situation comes when we used to take for personal loan. Personal loan is something which we should avoid, I will say. Why? Because it has a high rate of interest, but in many cases suddenly we need it. And when we need this kind of high rate of personal loan, we should try how early we can pay off those amount, so that it doesn't impact our regular finance. Then the third is reduce unnecessary expenses. As I mentioned in earlier slides also, there are a lot of the time we used to spend a lot which already we have, but we still end up on spending more. Or we like doing a lot of parties sometime we are doing, or we are purchasing. I have a new iPhone, but the new version has come, so I have to purchase that. I have a laptop, but I still need another one. So there are some things, I'm not saying we should not do this. We definitely should do this, but for that also we need to see track our budget. If our budget, if our planning permits us, yes, we should do. That is why we need to keep a track on it. If it says yes, it is not allowing us, I have already spent lot in the previous years and this is affecting now my budget, then we should try to reduce this unnecessary expenses. Then the automatic savings and the bill payment. So there are now a lot of SIPs, standing instructions in the bank, or even in our payments pattern also we can put on the payment dates, which can automatically be paid our telephone bill, our credit card bills. So we should also try that, because we are doing a lot of task managing. We are always multitasking. We're doing so many things, and sometimes some things may slip off from our mind. So just not to slip off that, we should keep a automatic savings and automatic instructions giving to that the payment gets done on time, so that we do not end up with give penalties and more interest. So this is another thing. There's four things we can remember when we are planning our money management. Can we go to the next slide? Yes. So savings and investment strategy. So now, when we spoke about budgeting, we spoke about effectively managing our money. And when we talk about managing and money, where we will do the management money, where we will keep the money, this is also a very important decision to take. So savings and investment may the first thing that comes is the early savings. Many of you are student, you may join your job, or you will start your business. And sometimes we think, yes, just we have started, what is so hurry? Why we should start saving now? We should spend, we should enjoy for some times, and then we will think about it. So this is actually is not a very advisable thing to do. You should enjoy, but at the same time, you should plan that you should start at least a small things with your savings. Because the early you start your savings, the more your money grow. There are compound interest. I think you must be you understand that. So the savings, the amount you start savings from the early, it will get more years to grow. So we should always plan that we should start the savings at the early stage. Then the next is diversify your investment. So what is it to diversify your investment? So when we talk about diversify your investment, generally we should not keep all our money in one bucket. If we keep all our savings into one bucket, if some mishaps happen, if something unexpected happens, then all our money be in trouble. So it is always advisable that you create different asset buckets like stocks, mutual funds, bond, real estate. Wherever you are investing, you diversify it to reduce the risk, and you can also maximize the return. Then the third thing is, like, if you are joining a company, maybe your company would be having some employer sponsored retirement plans like EPF, ESOP, many of the companies are having. There are NPS. So we should take the advantage of that also, because in many of cases there are matching grants facilities. In ESOP there are, in EPF there are. So in NPS, I think for the government also they have the matching grant. So we should also see where are the areas like this where we can also invest our money. Then the fourth thing is, we should also think for professional advices, take professional help. So many of the time we do not understand how to manage our budget. So there we can always go to a CA. We can always take our professional support who can help us in tailor-made our own financial planning. Like, this is my income, these are my liabilities. They can also help us in understand what are the kind of investment I need based on my long-term plan, short-term plan. So this always is welcome. There are a lot of articles are available in social media. Also, we can see a lot of workshops are there. We can also go for attending some of the good workshop by some reputed organizations for understanding more on the investment and the saving strategy. Can we move to the next slide? Yes. So the next step for the investment and the money management is the credit and debt management. So credit and debt management is really very important. So whenever like we start working, we start getting calls from various customer cares, like you are eligible for this much personal loan, you are eligible for this loan you can take. And sometimes we used to take based on our needs. Sometimes we just think, okay, I am eligible, so I can take it. Maybe we have not a proper plan for that. So for that, my suggestion would be we should understand our credit score and reports it. Like, you should know, okay, what are the credits you have taken, and you should regularly check your credit reports. And in case there are some errors or fraudulent activities, you should report it. And you should pay back your credit when you are taking any credits, you should pay back it on a regular basis. Bill payment on a regular basis also help you in building your credit score, and it also helps in a good payment history, which nowadays, if you see many of the recruiters, they also ask for your CIBIL score, they also ask for your credibility in the credit management, credit scores management. So this is one of the very important thing also, that we understand and we also pay bills on time. Then managing our credit card debt. So credit card balances, if it is low or high, we should keep a track that every month we are paying. Because if we just think, okay, this month my bill is very less, I can spend this amount to something else, then next month I will pay both the things together. But sometimes it happens like it's end up with high interest charges, end up with penalties, and also affecting our credit score. So always plan that, as I mentioned in the earlier, like if we do not, if we are not able to remember all this thing in our mind, we can always keep an automatic payment style that where through it is getting paid on a regular basis. And last is most important is to avoid unnecessary debt. Like I mentioned in the earlier, we used to get a lot of calls that you are eligible for personal goal, you are eligible for this much based on your credit card. So try to avoid if it is not necessary. If it is necessary, then you have to take, and you, if you are taking, you have to plan how you are paying it back. But if you do not need, just do not build your liabilities based on that. Yes, I am eligible, and someone is giving me loans and I need it, just it is by want, okay, I want to buy this car, I want to buy this, I can take a loan and do this. So do not do this haphazardly. Plan it way properly and then only do. If it is not required, then do not go for unnecessary debt. Can we move to the next slide, please? Yes. So the financial planning for the future is very much important. I understand most of you who are joining the session are you. Maybe you are thinking, okay, why I need to plan from today, think about my retirement. But yes, it is very much important. We should plan for our future. And for this, we need to think it in four, like I have just put down four things here. One is we should plan our we should set up a long-term goal, a short-term goal. We should also plan some of the major life events that comes. If we talk about the long-term financial goals, which may be like goals as your retirement plan, that can be your education funding, that can be you want to start a business or your child's education. Maybe you want to take a home loan. So these all can come under the long-term financial goals. You may have some major life event, like maybe you are thinking of getting married, you need some money ready with you for your new future. Then if you are if someone is having going to have a child, then you should plan for the education, child's education, everything that can be. Then plan your finance according to your like other major events. If someone of your close relative is getting married, you need some fund for that also. If you want to buy a like car, so you can also plan for this. So this can be divided into the long term and the short term goal, and we can plan accordingly. Then, as I mentioned, we also should plan from the beginning for our retirement. And for the retirement, like there are EPF in the companies, there are NPS. So we should start contributing some of the amount at least to the to this retirement accounts. And yes, one another important thing is the insurance. We should ensure that we have adequate insurance coverage for our health, for life, or for properties as well, so that it helps us or protect us against any unexpected events happening. Yeah, can we move to the next slide, please? Yes. So this is the can we move to the next slide? I'm in the same slide. Yes, yes. Yeah. So this is the impact of the financial literacy in individual and our society. So as we discussed now, all this pointers. The major things which I feel is important, that why we should know, because it helps us in an informed decision. When we have a control on our finance, we have a confidence on ourselves. So it helps and in the informed decision making of our finance. It helps it reduce the poverty. In many times we have seen that we are in many people who are spending more than the earning. So which has created a different situation of poverty in their life. So if we can track our expenses, spend accordingly, then maybe we will also be able to reduce the poverty and the inequality in the society. Then we can strengthen the economy even in our society also. That there are like it is not like only my finances related to me. So if we can create a coherence, it will also strengthen the economy of the country. And the lower financial stress we have, it is a good situation for our mental health as well. So when we are in a financial stress situation, you have seen that we are in a very stressful situation, how to handle those situations. So if we plan it from the beginning, maybe we will be able to avoid this situation as well. And I think this is my last slide. Yes. So it is all about what I understand about financial literacy and how we can manage our money. So now, yes, if there is any question, we can take.
Of course, Subhashri, thank you so much. Our audience does have questions, and a lot of questions are pouring in while you were, still delivering the session. But in the interest of time, it would be great if we can email them to you, and if you could be kind enough to just answer as many of them as you possibly can. And I'm sorry, I think it's just time to move on to the next session.
Sorry,
And
thank you
in the
very much,
meantime,
Mamta.
Subhashri, thank you so much for, having this amazing session with us, for sparing the time for our audience. And I see, as you can see from the reactions, the audience seems to have learned a lot from you about financial management, savings, investments, and definitely will be taking a lot back to their lives from here from you. So thank you so much, Subhashri. You can exit the webinar while we continue with the next set.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And please share the questions. I will try to respond as many as possible. Thank you very much.
Sure,
Thanks,
sure.
everyone.
Very kind of you. Thank you so much, Subhashri. Have a great day ahead.
Same to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, audience, for being such an amazing audience, in fact. And as we can see, there are so many reactions, so many hearts, and so many reactions that we can see here. Moving on to the next set of the session for the day, a question that most of our engineers and tech-savvy youth has in their minds most of the time when they hear the word programming. So let's learn about Java programming for beginners today. And the esteemed speaker that will help us learn more about Java is Mr. Ramchandran Shrikant, the Senior Director at Capgemini. Hello, Mr. Shrikant. How are you doing today?
Hey, good morning. I'm very good. Thanks for that.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Shrikant. Just a quick introduction for you. Mr. Ramchandran has over 25 years of IT experience. He was part of various roles in the past, including developer to delivery manager, practice operations lead, and currently performing the role of market unit delivery lead at Capgemini. He has worked on various technologies from mainframe, Oracle, Java to cloud technologies as part of this journey between developer to project manager. His delivery management experience spans across various large engagements spanning cutting-edge technologies such as Hybris, Predix, and setting up COEs for Kronos and GRC. During these years, he delivered great results in delivery excellence, growing the portfolio multifold and ensuring client satisfaction through successful deliveries. His key focus and interest is always to mentor the fresher batches who join the practice. And I think today's event is also one of the things that adds a feather to his hat. So thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to have you here, Mr. Ramchandran. The stage is all yours. You can start with your session.
Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Absolutely loud and clear, as well as we can see your screen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for this opportunity. I mean, I have a little bit of sore throat. In case you guys can not able to hear me properly, please do put it on a chat and I will respond back. Thank you again and welcome you all. After this wonderful session or very fascinating session, just I heard the last bit of the slides talking about financial management. Next is going to be on your technology side of it. I am not here to say that this is going to earn you millions and you can go and directly put as a goal and take it forward. Though that might turn out to be a true, I am here to just only talk about what is going to be a career for you to take it forward. Right? Having said that, I'm not going to explain you the lot of jargons, explain you about or threaten you in terms of have you not learned this, you are not going to be here or that. Give you a feeler what Java is all about and how we can take it forward from your learning perspective. End of this session, you will at least get a feeler of what is it you have to learn it and how you can take it forward. Right? I joined an organization in 1997 post my engineering college at small place in Tamil Nadu. Back now in 1999, that is when first I heard about Java, right? I heard 95 is a path where people talked a lot about Java. From there, 2005, people still talk about it. 2015, people still talk about it. And we are just shy a year of 2025. If you see it, we are still talking about being in Java. That means the flavor of it is getting changed. At the same time, it's also keeping its momentum in terms of how it can supply to the industry to drive it across. What does that mean? So Java as a program, it is always being friendly to the batches which is coming in, friendly to the people who are the beginners. I don't want to name the people in this crowd as a beginner. Anybody learning fast is a beginner. I am learning AI today. I am a beginner on that. I was learning about something about e-commerce 5 years or 7 years back. I am a beginner at that point in time. That is what I mean is a beginner. Beginner is no way it is being and people out of a college is a beginner. That's according to me is a misnomer, right? Anybody learning new is a beginner, and being an IT industry for that matter, now if we need to survive in any industry, even in household, you have to learn something new. As a kid, we push our mom to create any new dish. She can be a homemaker, but she has to learn something new. For her, that is a learning. For her to satisfy our family, for her to make our family beautiful and this thing, she's doing that, right? Every one of us are enjoying from our family. That is a big, she's learning something new as a beginner and she's expert in what she's doing though, right? That is how we have to take it forward in our learning. Coming back to our topic on Java. So I will give you a perspective of what is its key future, how it is getting evolved, how it is servicing the various industries, you name it banking, you name it retail or any industries, how it is coping up with that and what we need to do and how we can take it forward. Just to give a glimpse of, am I part of a college now? What is that shift for me into the corporate? What I need to do or what I will get it. I will just give that glimpse and you can take it forward from that. Okay. As a key feature of Java, it is like, we all know that at least whoever has even done a small program of system.out.println, you know that you just write that for once and you can run it anywhere. When you say run it anywhere, you can run it in any environment. Just to give a very small portion of our understanding, right? Be it Linux, be it Windows, be it cloud, be it on Unix, any platform, it can be used. That means what? It's a beautiful JVM, which is helping us to ensure that it can be portable, can be easily taken it across. And that's a powerness of Java, which is helping it for any industries or any corporates or any enterprise to use that, right? And what the entire base of this language is being an object-oriented programming. I mean, if you all know that, I'm not getting into the details of what does that mean. It's based on the functions, based on the OOPS concepts like polymorphism, encapsulations, and other aspects of it, which helps to drive it across. And now memory collections or memory management, very important aspects, right? I mean, pick an example. I will throw some lot of examples as part of the journey of next 30 to 40 minutes. Like, you take an example of Amazon, which is always every festival it says that the festival time I given discounts and other things, it get hit a lot, right? What does that mean? It gets a maximum hit during that period. We want to ensure that application can be scalable and driven it across on that. In a background, it's the memory management which can be taken it up well. And a classic example of our Indian government IRCTC website, that too between 10 to 12 Tatkal, right? Where huge amount of people hit the server, it has to manage that. That's a memory management, right? So what has been happening in the background? It's a design by itself manages the garbage collections and how it can be driven it across. So that's a greater benefit on how it is being and popular, right? While I was writing a code in 1999, be it in C++ at that time, then in Java, we used to do a lot in clearing up the garbage and all those things, to go line by line to check it out. Am I leaking some memory and other aspects of it? I mean, that's evolved a lot. We have got a platform, we have got a framework which can help us to do it a lot at this point in time, but still it's a long way to go for us to take it forward, right? And security is one of the major threat, or security is one of the aspects in any industries now. I mean, banking is a classic example. Day in, day out, you are doing some transactions now from the feel good factors. Immediately you got the automated caller just to get a call from the bank saying that there is a high volume transaction. Are you sure you have done it? If you have done it, it's okay. If not, please take care. So you are getting that message, right? And then data has to be encapsulated. Data has to be preserved. Ensure that right set of people has to be looked at it. And more than that, the wrong set of people should not be looking at it. The entire set of being in security at the network level, at the data level, at the application level, that's been completely taken care to driven it across, which is highly important at this point in time, because security has become, people have, even who was very smart in the computer programming and very smart, has started doing, and how it can be broken up across. It gets evolved over a period of time. And as a point of the fact, I was talking to you about 1995 and we are in 2024, almost like 30 years. It is coping up. It is literally coping up to manage what is a trend at that point in time, how it can be driven it across, how I can take it forward on that. That is what Java is doing. When I say I will explain you in a couple of slides from now what I mean by a Java here, right? We will go there. And very key factor is, it's an highly dominant and having an highly dominant community as well. What I mean by that is, if you are having a challenge in understanding something, if you are having a challenge in trying to get some things to drive it across. I mean, a small example. I think 2021 or 22, I think 22. There are some security issues on Log4j, and Java came up upfront to get that sorted out. It was purely based on communities which was working on to get that. It's a security violation on Log4j which was being trapped, but in a span of, I think, less than 48 hours it got fixed. It's mainly due to the various community, Apache community or its open source communities, which helps to driven it across. So for a people like you who are the beginners, which is driven it across, it's an open source. You can learn it. No investment for you to drive it across. It's an open source. You have an ease of learning with lot of libraries available for you to drive it across. Every time you learn a new thing, because new library keep coming in for a reusability or for a new functionality, For today, you might be writing a program to create something new. Tomorrow, it becomes a library on its own. Tomorrow, it becomes an API on its own. So it helps you to learn always new things, and you have a greater amount of support for you to take it forward on. Right? With the base being set in, I just want to also to give you a different flavor here, right? Why people are longing on Java. These are I was trying to get something from from the investment analyst and other aspects as well. Unfortunately, I could not get it. But these are the two greater forums like IEEE Spectrum and TOEB Index, which were giving a point of view or how it is being on a top of the spectrum, always in terms of the demand, always in terms of the dominant nature on that, right? If you see it on the top, Python is picking up, Java is always there on that, right? And if you see it on the bottom, Java is one of the things where it is consistently having an high amount of popularity among the set of people to driven it across on that. Let's focus on the top chart, right? Why this is being popular? Like I said in the previous slide, some of things have been like ease of use, ease of learning, and if you are putting your effort to learn and drive it across and completely understand the concepts of Java, forget the Java as a language being portable. It's a Java is easy. If you are learning in Java, and it's easy for you to learn a Python. Okay, I am just trying to answer a question. I don't want to get into a controversy. It's my own personal view. Always people will ask a question, right? Especially people trying to ask, should I learn Python or should I learn a Java? Right? It's not about I learned this or that. It's about, am I getting into the basics and driving to learn it on that? I am into the old school of thought. You know that at 25 plus, obviously it's a old school of thought, where you will understand the basics of OOPS. It helps you to understand the large amount of code. It helps you to understand the debug skilling and driving it across on that, which helps you to have a basic foundation clearly set for you to get into the steps of what Python can do it and other things on that. Python has its own advantage. It has the advantage of analytics and other aspects of it. I'm not getting into that. But this has the various focus and spectrum, how you can drive it across and how we can help you as well. When I talk about the spectrum, it has a various frameworks, right? You have an application framework. I mean, give an example. Struts as one of the framework on that in the old era. Spring as a framework which is being worked across on that, right? Which clearly holds your service layers and how it can be driven across on that. Then you have a framework on persistence, which is nothing but which talks to the database, right? Any data, it has to talk to the database. How it has evolved. Earlier, you will have a big amount of code of the data layer. You will be hold it, and then you gather the data, completely hold it, and you will be doing this thing and then pushing it back across like iBatis or Hibernate, what it does it on. Now it's just you have a mapping between that database layer and data layer here, and it can driven it across as a persistence to drive it across. People don't even understand the completely on RDBMS or just know the basic concept on RDBMS. I know what an OOPS does it, can excel well on the front-end technologies to driven it across. That's how the things have been evolved now. That was not the case 20 years back, right? So you can excel in the front-end technologies, and all you need to do is create an API, have a mapping, have a persistent layer to drive it across on that. Then you have a web services framework. Then you have for an example, web services is nothing but the service layer where your entire logic is being driven it, which helps to talk between the core business layer on that. Then you have you call it an app framework or app services framework where you hold the web logic or WebSphere or JBoss or whatever it is. And even the testing of that, it can be a functional testing, it can be a technical testing, it can be a code coverage. You have a framework on that as well, called as a testing framework, be it in JUnit, be it in, let's say, TestNG, or be it in Selenium. You have in various things which can be used in, again, that itself can be created using Java, which helps you to give one perspective of an coverage. Why this is required? Now people are more bothered, or people are more respective on the ensure that technology debt or technology waste is not there. There should not be a code which is being lying without being used, which is being lying, which is not necessary for us. That is very critical for us to drive it across. So you have a test coverage on that, right? So you have these various frameworks, how it can be driven it across. With that, I quickly get into this evolution, which I will not spend much of time because we don't need a history. All we need to know is how we go forward, right? As I said, 1996 or 1995, it got started. We are into 2023 or 2024. It got evolved into the various framework, but still, even the most famous thing is Java 8.0, which predominantly being used across various things, which can be used in AWS, which can be used in any other hyperscalers, or which can be used in JBoss, which can be used across in various app servers and web servers, which lot of enterprises been using it on that. With that, let me get into that little bit of different perspective of what it is, right? If you see it here, there are various boxes. I was throwing it across in this. Let's go one by one. So how it is saving it here? What is Industry 4.0? Industry 4.0 is, how do I explain? It's like industry has evolved and it reinvented itself. How the business can be designed, or how it can be manufactured, how it can be it can distribute the supply chain products across, right? What they have done, they have evolved various technologies for that. You call it IIoT or IoT, you call it cloud or cloud connectivity. So somebody will have an on-prem, or somebody will have a cloud connectivity, or to the recent trend like an AI and ML kind of thing. So what it was doing, it was I have a mobile in my hand and I know what it is happening. I use an IoT to drive it across on that, right? Or I do when various analytics being happen. Some of the basic works, I mean, whenever you pick an example, next get into banking and finance, or even in Amazon, if you get into the website, you always now have an interface or a layer by name chatbot, which only answer to you first. So they eliminate completely a layer which requires a human intervention, but it is being automated for you to respond to your frequently asked questions, for you to respond to your whatever the various amount of top 20 or top 30% of tickets that does not require a human brain, right? We have created the model in such a way it can be driven it across. You just go around this entire gamut of things here. Everything happens on that, right? In that way. You call it banking or you call it healthcare and life sciences. If you guys have gone into this thing now, earlier you need to have a receptionist in front of the hospital and they will ask everything on it. Now it's on over phone, you book it and then you will come to know when you need to get into a lab, you do a lab, and then post the lab has been done. After the first screening, you will come to know what is that there is an anomaly in your parameters on your health. It gives a first set of whom you need to connect within that hospital. I'm talking about some large hospital. Take Apollo for an example. Which kind of doctor you need to look at it. You give options for you to choose the kind of appointment time, and then it fixes an appointment for you, right? So that's the first set of screening and analytics being done to drive it across on. Then you have in smart devices. You have in smart everybody is now having it, right? You run it and other things on that. Based on that, your sleeping time, based on your running and other things on that, based on our recent things of cholesterol and other aspects of it, it gives you an indication what you need to do, what you consumed, how many calories you can have it. So it's kind of a preventive and predictive maintenance, which has been completely driven by this industry 4.0. Why I'm saying all those things here, right? Everything is done with the gamut of Java applications. It can be done with that. So what you are learning or what I am talking about is not just in core Java. It's a suite of applications which evolve from that, and what you are learning will help you to drive it across in the various industries, right? Now you talk about the e-commerce. I mean, famous, everybody knows Amazon and Flipkart. That's such a wonderful applications. You kind of see between the various things what you wanted. You compare things, you kind of see that what is best for you, what is not good for you, and you kind of save a lot of time on what you wanted, or at least it gives you a feeler of what's the amount for you and how it is going to help you to take it forward on that. So now there are a lot of e-commerce suites of applications comes in. I mean, while the introduction, which she gave a big introduction about me, thanks for that. And it says, I know EduBridge, right? EduBridge is one of the e-commerce application. It has its on-the-shelf product or on-the-shelf APIs available on what you need. If you want a shopping cart itself is being designed in EduBridge. You can use that. You have to only invoke that API if you want to have a basic applications being driven on. In the background, EduBridge is being driven, or you can understand the business logic of it if you know a Spring Boot. If you know a Spring Boot, or you call it microservices, right? Whatever is a front-end layer, if you know a Angular, then that is what the EduBridge front-end is all about, which will help you on a customization of it. Always these kinds of products will come in, like off-the-shelf products, which can be used. Then you will be customizing it as per the business needs, right? What Amazon will be doing, it's the same thing now. They will be having an off-the-shelf product for themselves, which is there based on AWS cloud and other things on that. Then they will customize based on what is important being driven by the client at this point, right? That's the key thing which you have to understand and drive it across. Now get into the summary or basis of what we need to do it, right? So far, I gave you an examples, I gave you an various things of items, what we need to drive it across as a gamut of various ecosystems, how it has in frameworks and library of things, what it can be used across on that, right? I will give you a perspective of what is that. When I say Java, can you see the screen properly, completely?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
We can see Java with different bubbles around.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. When I say Java, let's go one by one. You have an opportunity to learn a mobile technologies on that, right? So people used to develop on applications. Now you have a new sets of frameworks being on mobile, which can be used across on that. I'm not getting into the complete framework details and other things now in the interest of time. But on the Android applications or on the iOS applications, apps you need to develop, it's a base framework, it's been Angular or anything on that. When you get into embedded apps, predominantly embedded apps and system integrations, this is a critical, right? System integrations and embedded app. When any enterprise which you are in, any large enterprise, when the large enterprise, always what they do, when they want to grow, they do it in an organic and inorganic way. That means they go by a selling of themselves, or they do some acquisitions. When we are acquiring certain companies, the culture, the system, the various applications will have their own system. So here you will be using in PeopleSoft, people will be using in SAP applications. You may not be able to overnight change everything. That is where you have a system integrator on trying to have a common dashboard, trying to have a common application, can pull in the data across to drive it across. That Java can be useful there on that. Web methods is a classic example which gets introduced. And then MuleSoft is a classic example which can be used in here. All those things bottom line is in Java. And our classic example of our web applications, right? Web application is nothing, any application what you do it now, you cloud-based applications or on-prem applications, the entire web application, be it from the front end on Angular or React or any frameworks, then into the web services, you do your Spring Boot or anything on that, then into our backend layer and how you to drive out the services and other things on that. Use your entire gamut of web applications. Any enterprise, smaller to large, anything, you have at least 70% of that system will run on a web applications or web apps. Okay, in that 70%, at least I would say 60 to 70% of the organization still is running on Java based applications. And you talk about big data. Big data again is a framework. You have an open source framework, pick an example, Hadoop kind of thing, which is being associated on the big data, where Hadoop is predominantly driven on the rationalizing and analyzing and data with synchronizing and non-synchronized kind of data, where Java is a framework which does all those things to drive it across on that. With that being said, this is the where you will learn across. So now I am sure I have confused you enough that what you want to learn it, but I want to give you a clarity here, right? When you say you have a Java as a framework, let's pick an example, right? You have a core Java being developed now. Earlier we used to write it only on TextPad or Notepad as an IDE. Now you have Eclipse, and then you have a lot of being frameworks or a lot of being external this thing being fit into that for you to help a lot, right? Then you can focus yourself on front-end technologies, or you can focus yourself on back-end technologies, and you can have both skills being developed, being a full stack developer, right? That's where you extend your skills and develop across on that. Then you become these are all so far I was talking about just as a Java as being a base. Now to the pace of what we are in this recent way. When you are very good on Microsoft, Spring Boot, or when you are very good on full stack, you can be on a cloud applications or cloud technologies which have a microservices, because the entire thing, when you learn a lot about a microservices, which is nothing but if I need to be in a one-liner, I need to say, if you know Spring Boot, learning microservices is no-brainer. Okay, which you can run it across on that. That's one. And getting into that, I have given only, I want to minimize the jargon. If you see hyperscalers are nothing but these are all the top range cloud players who are there, like AWS, Google, and Azure. If you see it, AWS and Google both are predominantly or completely on AWS Java frameworks, right? That will be easy for you to scale up into that and have various frameworks within AWS and work it across of that. And then to the buzzword of AI and ML, what is being now? It can be something new tomorrow, but Java is coping up to driven across of that. Okay, I know I am into the last 5 minutes, but in my last 2 minutes, I just want to give it and keep that for the sessions for you people to ask some questions, right? So I was telling you about a lot of these things on what you want to learn, how you want to driven it across, what is important for you, and what is that few of the things you want to know it across on that, right? If you see it, there is a big cultural shift when you want to get into the college, from the college into the corporate. I'm intentionally not saying corporate being in just a single company, any corporate you go in, right? When you get into that, you will always see a major cultural shift. In a cafeteria, you guys will talk a lot in the college about some of your professor, or talk about what is a movie that is being recently released, or about the cricket matches. That too happen in the corporate. But you will hear a lot about what are the initiatives being driven, what is the deliverables to be taken it up, what do I need to plan for the next client visit, what is the new things going on here to driven it across. And you see a various age groups who are being taking it across on that, right? What is the first major thing you want to do it? As a college, I have seen from the past, people will not share their learning, right? Which you have to move away from that. You have to share your learning, because none of the things will not come in with only you learning on yourself. You have to share your learning. You have your friends, have a WhatsApp group, talk about all nonsense, but you need to also talk about what is that you are talking about, what is that you learned on Spring Boot. Pick up a technology, pick up a topic, you guys share the learning so that you know the basics and driven it across. You don't need to be expert on any of the things. You have to understand the complete basics. It will make you the expert soon. Okay? You need to have a tangible POCs or a tangible case studies being done it on that. What I mean by that, you take yourself, like, let's be it like an, again, our own good example, IRCTC or Amazon, right? You replicate that site and create it. Just learning will not help you. You have to write your code. Don't copy paste, reuse. And I'm sure I am confusing you guys. There is a difference. You go into the net and just copy paste and say that this is working, I have developed, will not help. At the same time, you do that, nobody stops you. But tomorrow or even today, if somebody asks, click of a button, the functionality happens, you need to know which part of the code which is doing that. Pick up a topic on that, you expand that. This exception handling on this is not good. I want to change that complete exception handling, which is I copy pasted, and you redo that. That is what important. Once you have done it within your friends, you do a screen share, you do a demo to them, and be brave enough to tell them what you have learned and what you are doing it. And question back to your friend, have you done that? You said you are supposed to do that. So you should have a short goals to drive it across, right? That is exactly will happen in the corporate. Nothing else. No rocket science, right? Nothing new they will teach you. And I can bluntly tell you, people will not start with system.out.println. Some basics people will make you to understand that. From there, you will be given a case studies to drive it across. There are mentors will help you, will guide you. All those things will happen, and there are enough things available for you to search it on the net to drive it across, right? You will be given a various models. You will be given a classroom training, pair programming. I said friends here, right? It's a pair programming. Two people work together to come out. There will be a test to evaluate. All those things be happen. Will there be a pressure? Obviously, yes. When you want a money, you have to have a pressure. When you want to learn, you have to have a pressure. Money is the last portion of it, but learning will not come without being in pressure. At the same time, it will be a pleasure for you to learn. It's not just pressure. It's a pleasure for you to learn. And when you learn and move forward, you show the intent, you show the interest, you show your basics of learning, automatically rest of things will come on. And what is a learning material? No rocket science again. It's a sales study. You have various platforms available on the net. You pay it or don't pay it, you have it. But there is, at least this is again whatever going to come now. This is my personal, right? You just don't need to pay anything. You go into YouTube, stop shorts and get into this. You learn this automatically. You will. There is nothing you will not know it about it, right? On YouTube, what you will know it and other things also. With that, on the time, if I get some couple of minutes for the question, That's all I have, and all the best for you guys.
Thank you so much, Mr. Srikanth. In fact, we do have a question from the audience, and I think we can take just one question because it's come from Dominic Johnson.
Okay.
He's asking about a roadmap for Java on how to go from basic to being an expert. And I think you've pretty much answered that from the last slide. However, if you can shed some more light in terms of, how long the journey is and how much time it would take to go from basic to expert as well.
Okay, so basics of Java, I assume all you guys would be knowing it now, right? It's not about the time. That's why I said the time is if let's say you are here on the core Java to the AI, time is long enough. It's a longer than year plus as well. I don't think you need to focus that way. What you need to focus, have a basics yourself cleared. You need to clearly know what is that Java is all about. What are the various APIs and how the flow it works. You develop a web application being in front and back end and we can connect to the database. Have all those basics been completely done. I know how it has to be deployed and all those basics been done. From there, you pick up what is best for you. You want to be a full stack developer, you want to be a front end developer on that. You choose Angular. Don't be like, I want to learn everything in single shot. Java by itself has some huge amount of framework. And one day today, people will come back and say, hey, you know Angular? I know only React. Doesn't matter. You search for .js, you have 50 plus .js will be there. One day people will say Angular. Within that, you have various versions. One day people will say React. One day people will say Vue.js. Everything has its own perspective of how it is working on that. But as a basic inherent nature, it has evolved from JavaScript here. You need to know what JavaScript is doing it, how I am doing it in Angular, how I can earlier entire page get refreshed. I am doing it only portion of the page to get refreshed, but still I get the data from the database and do it on that. These are all the basic things you have to learn and go it from there. Use your time in a smaller manner to the larger manner. What I mean by that is, let's say you are traveling on a bus. You have every time I mean 90% of people, don't take me wrong, nothing wrong in it. You always have hearing a phone and talking to people on that. Spend some 30 minutes in learning one topic in YouTube. Understand what is that you are learning on that particular day. You pick up the topic, how exception handling to be done. It's a favorite to me. Every time I just pick it. How various ways is get done. You will learn that. What is important? When you learn it, you will remember. But when you write it on it, you will remember forever. So you have to pick it up. You don't need to write from the scratch. You pick it up and put it back on that on your code. You start creating your libraries in such a way that this is where I started as my small program. This is where I evolved. I have my own Amazon.com. I have my own enterprise application which has the master lookups, which has the connection to the database, it has the various lookups, how I do your data cleansing, which has a lookup, how I drive it on the business logic. It gets connect to the Postgres, it gets connect to the normal RDBMS. Those kind of thing you have to start learning bits and pieces. Eventually, you will become an expert and creates a confidence. It's all about learning. It's all about creates a confidence. Trust me, I do not know everything now because learn today, it gets evolved tomorrow. That's how this IT industry is all about.
So it's also merely about practice on how many concepts you can absorb, how much you can implement out of it, and how many projects you keep working on and learning on a day-to-day basis. And I think that's the same with any musical instrument. It's the same with programming languages, I think. So you just need practice. You just need to clear your concepts. So I think in the interest of time, Mr. Srikanth, I'll just email, the other questions that I've received. And, if you would be kind enough to answer as many as you possibly can, I'll relay it back to the people who have asked these questions.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's my pleasure. I will surely, please let me know anytime it's okay to do that.
Sure. Perfect. Thank you so much for the amazing session. And the audience seems to have learned a lot about Java and the domain in general, and from where to begin if they are interested in building a career in Java. So thank you so much, Mr. Abdul, for joining us today. And you can exit the webinar now while we continue with the next set of sessions. Have a
Thank
great
you,
day
everyone.
ahead.
Thank
Thank
you,
you so
Dinesh.
much.
Bye.
All right, great going, guys. We are almost, at lunchtime. We are almost done with half of the day today, and it's high energy still. I can see a lot of reactions here, a lot of questions pouring in. Keep them coming because we are taking note of all these questions here, and we will relay them to the speakers and get back to you. So, with your questions, please send us your email IDs as well, where we can take these questions down and reply to them and send them back to you. And of course, if there are any more questions that you want answered, please do not hesitate to go to our website, edubridgelearning.com, or you can go to edubridgeindia.com and you can actually speak to our VCare team. We have our career coaches here who can answer a lot of questions for you. We have our, subject matter experts who can answer these questions for you. So there's lots apart from domain knowledge that we also do at EduBridge, and we'd be more than happy to assist you in any which way with your career decisions and your career path choices. So please feel free to reach out to us. Surely now let's move on to the next segment
Yes,
here.
sure.
We also have our next speaker who's already joined us. And over to you, Archana, the next host in line with me.
So
Thank
much,
you,
Mamta.
Mamta. Welcome, Archana. So before I hand over the baton to Archana, I was just seeing and I was just hearing the topics that we're talking about, financial literacy and Java. It's such a diverse combination of topics, that you are doing. So the next video is about one of our Nari Shaktis, Richa. Richa, I can say, is also very diverse in her knowledge with a beautiful experience. So Richa had joined EduBridge as a subject matter expert manager, and she has now transcended herself to a general manager learning development in technology. So let's see her journey in EduBridge. Uday, please play the video for
Surely.
Richa.
Sure, sure.
Hi, Richa. You're looking lovely today.
Oh, thank you so much. Just got ready for this event.
Thank you, Richa, for connecting with us on this special occasion of Nari Shakti celebration in EduBridge. So, are you ready for a quick chat and share your professional journey with our audience?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So, how many years you have been a part of the EduBridge family, bringing your unique light to the team?
I've been proudly associated with EduBridge for 5 years now. I initially joined in 2017 as a learning and development manager, subject matter expert, and after a sabbatical, I rejoined in 2020 as a senior manager in L&D department. It has been fulfilling journey and I'm grateful for the opportunities and support that EduBridge has provided me to contribute my unique perspective and skills to the team.
This is amazing. What is the most significant lesson you have taken away from your professional journey with EduBridge?
The most significant lesson from my journey with EduBridge is the power of resilience and continuous learning. EduBridge has provided me with an environment where challenges are opportunities for growth. The support from my boss, the collaborative team, and the exposure I gained as a learning and development professional have been instrumental in shaping my career.
Indeed. Can you recall a specific turning point that played a crucial role in shaping your career path?
Absolutely. There has been a pivotal turning point in my career when I rejoined EduBridge as a senior manager L&D, marked as a transformative phase. The exposure, challenges, and the unwavering support from my boss not only enhanced my skills but also ignited a passion for continuous improvement and innovation in my professional journey.
That's really nice. Richa, you are a professional wife, mother, and your in-laws stay with you. So how do you manage everything?
Yeah, that's a tricky one, Tina. I'll tell you. Having a supportive husband and in-laws has been a blessing. We work as a team, sharing responsibilities and supporting each other in our respective roles. It's all about finding a balance that works for everyone and being adaptable to the evolving needs of both family and career. Balancing the role of a professional, wife, and mother while having my in laws with me is undoubtedly a juggling act, but it's one that I have learned to navigate with support and effective time management.
That's wonderful. Before we conclude our chat, Richa, could you share your insights on EduBridge's wisdom?
Yeah, sure. I would be happy to share my insights on EduBridge wisdom. EduBridge has been instrumental in fostering an environment that values learning, growth, and empowerment. The organization's commitment to providing exposure and opportunities for professional development has played a pivotal role in my journey.
Wonderful, wonderful. Richa, it was a delight chatting with you. Keep shining and looking forward to many more moments like this.
Thank you as well, Tina. And I feel privileged to have the opportunity to engage with our wonderful audience during the Skills Factor Nari Shakti celebration. It's an honor to share my professional journey with them.
A journey worth celebrating. Richa's path at EduBridge started as an L&D manager, and through her determined efforts, she progressed to senior manager and currently holds the position of general manager in learning and development technology.
Wow, what a story. What a story. Congratulations, Richa. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us, your journey with us. Archana, welcome. Please,
Thank
Mamta
you.
has handed over the baton to you. Please take it ahead.
Thank you so much, Shili. And I am with you when you are saying this has been an amazing video, a truly inspiring one, especially centered around the theme of Nari Shakti. Her comeback, her perseverance, and her passion to be in the professional field has really touched my heart. Hello and good afternoon to all. My name is Archana, and I will be your co host for the next set of sessions today. Firstly, let me take this as an opportunity to first wish you all a very happy Republic Day in advance for tomorrow. It's the 75th Republic Day, and the celebrations we have to wait and watch. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our event partners, Youth Incorporated, Favor FM, and the Belgian Waffle Company, who have been instrumental in making this event reach lakhs of young aspirants across India. We have had a wonderful session on technology so far, and we know that the world is changing fast, and so is the way that businesses are conversing with technology to make lives easier for the consumers as well as the employees. We have seen a paradigm shift in one of the core business verticals in recent times, where finance and technology have merged to give rise to a new segment, fintech. Our next session is designed to talk about careers in this segment called fintech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next distinguished speaker for this session, Dr. Khushi Panjwani, who's been here and waiting for her turn very patiently, I must say. Dr. Panjwani is a best-selling author, 50 under 50, entrepreneur, 40 under 40 segment, recognized by Economic Times. She is a TEDx speaker, a 3-time world record holder, and an NSE registered trader under the 30 under 30 segment. Dr. Panjwani is renowned for her captivating insights and has graced prestigious stages at IITs, IIMs, NITs, and top B schools across India. Her international acclaim spans Frankfurt in Germany, the Philippines, Dubai, Sharjah, St. Kitts and Nevis, among others. She was also recently featured on Shark Tank India Season 3. Dr. Khushi Panjwani brings a wealth of knowledge and a unique perspective, particularly on the interplay between politics and markets. We extend a warm welcome and are honored to have you here today, Dr. Panjwani. The stage is all yours.
Hi guys, I hope you are all doing good and thank you for such a warm introduction and such a lovely introduction. I'm literally glad for the introduction. So guys, I'm all set and I'm all ready for the session and I also want you guys to gear up because today I'm going to decode all my formulas, all my secrets and everything which you need to know about the careers in fintech. You know, when you think about fintech, there is only one thing which comes in your mind and that is all the fancy things comes around with the fintech because fintech is an industry which has a lot of money, like to be very honest. If you are a successful entrepreneur, if you are a successful person who is in a very good position in a career in fintech job, then you are like balle balle. I'm telling it to you. So it's not the journey didn't start with a fancy things. You need to understand some of the roadmaps. You need to understand how do you actually take the practical approach to understand and to reach that level. So today here I am and I'll be telling you how you can make a successful career in fintech, be it your own brand or if you want to go and join as any of the positions like cybersecurity manager or any of. We'll discuss this thing in details. So I'll be sharing my screen and I'll be telling you one on one with a very detailed roadmap in this. Guys, I hope you can see my screen. Can I get a thumbs up?
Yes, we can see, Khushi.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's just start. Unlocking fintech careers. Okay, fintech careers, I must say, it's one of those careers in today's era where you can learn, where you can earn, where you can do anything and everything which is possible at your pace of comfort. You know, in fintech, I have realized one thing. I am in fintech industry from past 4 years now, and I have realized one thing that there is no first mover advantage in a fintech industry. You can just bring any of the idea, like if you want to just come up with an idea where you are lending someone a money and you're having a contract in a technological form, and if you have a right form of execution, if you have the right sets of marketing, and if you have the right set of knowledge how to take this big, it can be one of the unicorn sectors. When I talk about fintech and when I have met a lot of people and a lot of investors, one thing they ask me about me, what is unique in it? And after talking and meeting a lot of investors and people, one thing I have realized, there is nothing unique in fintech, especially in fintech. You have to make it unique. If your idea is basic, that will work because you know basic ideas are taking up to the bridge that gaps up in the market which is not there. If I talk about my brand is nothing fancy or nothing, you know, extraordinary serving. We are just serving the financial services. I'll just tell you a behind story of that. One day I was visiting a bank for some work, and there was a bank manager or a bank person who was who was responsible for selling the services which banks provide. So I saw a very common problem that the person or the family who visited the bank, they were not interested in taking all of the services, but they are saying ki ma'am le lo, acha hai, ye hai, wo hai. Then I thought that it's a lack of financial literacy, obviously, because if you are a financial literate people, you don't actually fall for these all of the service and then spend a lot of money. And then I saw first is financial literacy, and second is you're not getting enough type of services. Like you are not getting the services which you want, but you are getting the services which you don't want. So I said, ki, why don't I make a platform where I'll serve the financial services in whatever format you want? There's nothing extraordinary in this, okay? But the execution and the idea behind this made it work, and I made it to a 1 CR brand in a span of 1.5 years. Okay, we were working since 2020, but officially we launched like everything we launched in 2022. So in a span of 1.5 years, we did a revenue of 1 CR, and that was like when I was checking the accounts and I was literally amazed ki oh, this was just an idea. And to be very honest, on the first day of our app launch, on the first day of our app success party, I was a bit nervous कि यार ये चलेगा कि नहीं चलेगा, because I don't think it has that potential, because no one will come to us कि भाई हमको financial services दे दो. But then I decode कि no, I have to provide a lot of segments, you know. If I'm providing a lot of segments for all people, like from age group of 20s to the age group of 40s, you know, so that can work. So we did that thing. What I did was we launched the services for the people who are in their 20s who want to learn. So we are providing one-on-one financial mentorship to the people who really want to learn. Secondly, we are selling the financial services to the people who are busy, who cannot come and who cannot commit their time, right? Thirdly, we are just providing one-on-one consultations to the people who don't know actually in which services, in which segments they want to really invest. So when you have this idea, when you are just looking for the problem, the actual problem in the market, you can do anything with the fintech. One thing I have realized in fintech, you can make any product which is related to finance, which is related to technology, and that will work. That is the magic of fintech, you know. Fintech industry is such a magical industry. So if you really want to make a career in fintech, you don't have to get a lot of fancy degrees. You don't have to get a lot of MBA degrees or something. You just need a passion. You just need something which actually solves the larger number of problems in the society. Okay, if we talk about the Paytm and UPIs, that has solved a lot, like really a lot. And I'll be talking another segment of my brand in the last of the session. So please be connected. That is like that will really amaze you. So that was a bit title and that was a bit introduction about how you can make a career in fintech, you know. And if I talk about my introduction, I have already got the best introduction till date, you know. So I really don't want to introduce me again and waste your time. But yeah, I have like a lot of insights, and I have gained 100 plus awards in entrepreneurship as a fintech entrepreneur. And yeah, I have a lot of knowledge because it was not a born knowledge. I gained some knowledge, and it is like coming on that way. And if I talk about defining fintech careers, okay, if we talk in a paper, it's like just you need to merge the finance with technology. I think my camera is shaking. I don't know what's the.
I think, Kushi, you could get your, the background off.
Just a
I
second.
think it's the background which is, interfering with.
Yeah.
Your virtual background.
Now is it okay?
No, it's your video. If you go to Zoom.
No, actually my virtual background was not working, so I connected with the
Yeah, so I think you just need to remove that off because when you're moving, it's actually we can see the background and then not see your face.
Okay, okay.
We can still see the PPT though very clearly.
Yes.
I think it is better now.
Yeah, much better now. Thanks. Go on.
No worries. Yeah, sorry for the inconvenience, guys. I'm really sorry.
No, that's absolutely fine.
No issues, no issues.
Okay. So if I talk about in paper, you know, what are fintech careers? So it's as simple as that you combine a finance with a technology in paper. But it's much more than in practical and in real life. You actually need to understand how do you make a finance thing, a typical and a traditional finance thing go in a technology, and how it should be benefited in a very large number of age group. You know, we the people in 20s also required some finances, the people in 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, all people, like all age group of people require some finances. And I can see the people who are in their, teenage, they are also doing the great job. So they also need the finances. So we need to understand and we need to add the segment of teenage, because teenage is one of that segment which we ignore generally because like, okay. But now the teenage people are above us. So we need to cater that segment as well. So these aren't jobs, these are the opportunities which you are creating and the impact you are creating in the society or in your country. If I talk about the finances before UPI, it was very chaos and it was very dicey. Sometimes you need to write some khata in anyone's shop or something else. But after the revolution of UPI and after the revolution of the payments app, the process has become so streamlined and the process has become so easy that we generally use UPIs in every form. Like if we want to make a payment from 5 rupees to 5,000 rupees to 5 lakh rupees, we prefer UPIs. So that is how the revolution has came. When the UPI was launched, it didn't thought ki it would make this success in the India, especially in India, but they initially started with that. So if you initially start anything in your segment, especially in fintech, you need a execution and you need to educate people in India are not that financial literate. Okay, if I talk about the states, the only financial literate state is Maharashtra. If I talk about my state, that is Chhattisgarh, the financial literacy is as low as 3%. In Odisha, it is as low as 5%. So you need to first understand, if you are making any product, you need to first educate the people ki this can be possible. Okay. Today, the traditional generation, they go to the landing people for their personal loans. If I make an app, if I make the technology, ki no, you come to me, I'll give you with the least number of interest, they'll not come. They'll be like, ye to scam ho sakta hai. But if you'll educate them with a right manner by advertising, by marketing, by having a personal brand or working with so many influencers, making an advertisement in televisions and WhatsApp channels, because you need to understand that marketing is also depend on the age group. If you want to cater an age group of 20 and 30s, social media and Instagram is the best for you. But if you want to cater an age group of 40s, 50s and 60s, they are not inclined towards the social media as much as we are. So you need the advertisement in WhatsApp channels. Nowadays we have this WhatsApp channels, and WhatsApp, these traditional people use a lot. Television advertisement. So you need to first educate the people about the revolution and about the opportunities you are going to create in this country for the finance. And once the people are like you have gained the trust of the people ki yes, this system or this application can take us to another level, then you are the next unicorn. I'm just telling it to you, because it's always about the creating opportunities and it's always about the creating solutions. So you need to first explore yourself that yes, finance is the thing that is like my thing, that is giving me a kick. And if the first is ticked, then you need to come to the second point, and that is you need to go and explore what all financial problems people are facing. Okay, you might can do a survey in your college if you are in your college, and you might do a survey in your offices, you might do a survey in social media, and after a lot of surveys that you have gathered the information, you can actually know what exactly the problem is. And if once you are done with the problem, you need to work on the solution, and your solution would be your product. And once you are done with your product, you need the marketing, you need the advertisement, you need to educate the people. And once you have done, and once you have ticked all these criterias, my friend, you are just you have made a next level of product, especially in fintech. Okay. And like, remember one thing, in fintech, there's no first mover advantage. Paytm was before PhonePe, before GPay. But what they did, they were just giving us the wallet. Okay. But then PhonePe, GPay, and every other pay came. They gave us the liability to make the payments directly from our bank account. So it's not always the first mover advantage. अगर फोन पे वाला ये सोच लेता कि पेटीएम तो already है, then what's the need of making me another same thing? Then it would not work like that way. You just need one point ahead from your competitors or ahead from the monopoly business. Just 1 point. And seeing the PhonePe and GPay, Paytm also converted this segment that they also allow us to directly make a payment from the bank account. So this is how the revolutions, this is how the marketing works in the fintech industry. Now, why is it important to make a career, or why is it important to define a fintech career? See, it helps us it makes us life easy. You don't need to stand in a queue of a bank. You don't need to stand for exchanging the notes or something else up. You have like everything in your mobile app. So if you make life easy for other people, they will make your life easy. How easy? Like, if you are making a life, you are making a revolution, you are making a great product for the other people. They'll just come to you, they'll just do a publicity, they'll just do a marketing, they'll just do everything for you. And once you are at that level ki you have achieved something, then your life will easy. So it's always a give and take. You make people's life easy, people will make your life easy. Okay, if you want to make a successful career in a fintech, and like, if you want to become an entrepreneur, if you want to launch your own brand, or if you want to do just a job, first and the foremost thing which you need to learn is trust. Because trust is directly proportional in finance. You promised something and you delivered that, and you are promising something and you are delivering that at time. That's how you regain the trust, right? And if your customers are retained, if your customer has a lot of trust in you, trust me on the fact your product doesn't need any a heavy advertisement, because your customers are your first marketing tactic. Your customers are your first advertisement client, because the type of advertisement and the type of mouth publicity they are going to do it for you, no other marketing agency or no other marketing uh, strategy is going to do it for you. So first and the foremost thing, you need to understand that you need a trust. You need to regain the trust every single day when you are in a fintech industry. And if you are making something which has investing in it, which has paying bills, and you can do banking, and you can do everything with your phones, with the smart technology, so you are making a proper brand. And one thing I have realized, after meeting a lot of people from the same industry, that a brand which is like a new in a fintech area, that gets more attention, because people are exploring things ki now what another revolution has came in the world of finance. We also want to see like what is there, because PhonePe, Paytm has just amazed the world, because we never remembered the last time when we used cash of like 5 rupees, 10 rupees, or 15 rupees. That kind of revolution that has made. And if I talk about 10 years before, we never thought ki this type of revolution can come after 10 years in India, for especially in the sector of fintech, and especially in the sectors where we make payments. So after doing surveys and after meeting a lot of people, I have realized this thing ki if you are launching any product in the, especially in the fintech area, people are amazed and people are curious to know about it. Now what the next evolution it is coming, which is related to the finance, how can we benefit from it? You might have seen a lot of cards, like financial cards, credit cards. Earlier, credit cards were only for the limits and for the loans, but today, credit cards are for the offers, rewards, and everything. This is how the revolution has made. If I launch my own card, so people would be curious now what this person has came in with the offers. You might have seen like there's this finance card where you just go to a cafe, you click a picture, and you need to just connect your card with the application. You just need to click a picture, and then you get some rewards after sharing that picture of food or the cafe in the social media. So this is like how the finance has played with the minds, because we are going on the cafe on a regular basis now. But if we are utilizing that thing into making a product, that is nice, and people are also curious about to know that yeah, this is ये तो बहुत अच्छा है, मतलब this is very nice. We just need to go to cafe, we just need to click a picture, and we are getting points, we are getting cashbacks, we are getting rewards. So this is how the revolution, this is how people are curious in the field of fintech. I told you in the starting, you don't need an extraordinary idea to make a career or to make a brand in fintech. You just need an idea and you just need an execution. Everything will work in fintech, especially in fintech. I'm talking about. You just make a brand where you are just selling financial cards. Okay, people will come to you. Okay, just tell us what kind of card gives us what kind of rewards. That will also work. You just give the consultation कि आप इस credit card में invest करो, आप इस debit card में invest करो, आप HDFC का ले लो. You can tie up with banks and you can tie up with any of the financial institutes and you can actually come up with an idea where you are actually giving the consultation and financial cards to the people who are like the cards are benefiting the people in terms of rewards, cashbacks, and a lot many things. So this is how you play with your mind. One thing, like one practical thing I would like to tell you, if you want something in your space कि अगर कुछ ऐसा हो जाए तो मजा आ जाए, मतलब कोई ऐसा कार्ड हो जाए या फिर कोई एक ऐसा फोन एप्लीकेशन हो जाए, कुछ ऐसा हो जाए जिसमें I could get rewards, cashbacks, and I can pay bills at the ease of my ease of my space. You can make an application, you can make a card regarding that, and that will work. So this is how the revolution, this is how the fintech actually works, So it's a very vast thing. It's not just defined on the paper. You just need an idea and you just need a strong execution to make a brand, okay? This is all about making a brand. And if I talk about bit about my journey, how I started, my journey started back in 2020. Okay, I'm from I was not from a commerce or a finance background, nor my family is. Okay, they are completely into traditional kind of a business. Like my father is an industrialist, so he doesn't know anything and everything about the finance or something. But today, if I see where I am standing, it's like literally my journey has become a zero to hero. We in trading, there's this term zero to hero trade. Okay, it means you do a trading on an expiry days. The traders out there will get it easily. So it's up to you. Like it's up to your luck as well. अगर वो चला तो चांद तक, नहीं चला तो रात. That is the scene. Like if it will go, it will hit like 200, 300. And if it not, it will come to zero or in minus. So it's like either you will gain profit or either you will lose all money. So that is a kind of a risky thing. And but people enjoy doing that because why to just let go the opportunity? Let's just try our luck. So literally, I have related that thing from my journey from zero to hero. I started with like nothing, like seriously nothing, with zero resource. I still remember I had a table where I used to work, where I used to learn trading, where I used to learn how the fintech careers are, how can I make a brand. Because I was very sure in my mind that I really want to make something of my own and I want to become an entrepreneur. No matter what it takes. And I faced many challenges. I faced many failures as well in my journey. It has not been the, an upside movements from the day one. But it was like, no matter what it takes, I will do. So I remember I had zero support, I had zero resources, and that time lockdown was there, and I was not inclined towards technology because I come from a medical background, so I'm inclined towards books more rather than technology. So learning about trading, learning about finances was a nightmare for me because it was like from injections to P&L accounts, I had just shifted my careers. Like the another day I was just reading how to take an injection or how to just give an anesthesia to a patient, and today I'm learning about how a company is making the profits and how the company is putting it into a balance sheet. So it was just a shift, but I didn't give up. I thought, no, I have to do no matter what it takes. I started learning about trading, whatever resources I was having. I didn't took any course or something, but I did everything on my own, like from learning from the books, from the blogs, from the YouTube videos. But one thing I would suggest you from my experience, if you are new and you are going in YouTube for learning, that can, create a lot of chaos because every creator is talking and another kind of finance. So first you read blogs, first you read books, first you be aware of the basics, uske baad switch to YouTube, so that will not distract you. But Suddenly, if you'll jump to YouTube for learning any of the thing, it will distract you for sure. So I was like, I need to learn. I took like a good time to learn trading and everything. And once I was done learning the trading, I thought now I need to directly jump into markets to understand how the markets work actually. Because if you are learning physically and if you are learning, something which is not practical, you will gain a certain amount of knowledge only. You will not gain 100% knowledge. So I thought now I have to jump into my trading journey no matter what it takes. But I was very sure I really don't want to take money from my parents. Now what do I do? So I was very fond of writing, like content writing and everything. That is like writing has always fascinated me. From my childhood journeys, I'm writing short poems and everything. So I thought, why don't I do an internship into the field of content writing, because I will get money, and if I'll get money, I'll just invest into a market and I will grow. Like I thought, I will grow it to from 5,000 to lakhs to this, and every fancy thing was coming into my mind. So I joined an internship basically. So when I joined an internship, that company used to teach me and used to work with me at the same time. So I was like became this expert in digital marketing. Like digital marketing is my thing now. It's like it's everything which I know, from graphic design to social media marketing to content writing. And when I was doing this internship, I got my first stipend, and as soon as I got my first stipend, I invested in the markets, and that 5,000 rupees went off because I invested in penny stocks. Because they were like low in number, and I thought कि हाँ ठीक है, सस्ता है, अच्छा है, सस्ती thing always fascinate us as an Indian. So I went in, but then I lost. Slowly and steadily, I left that internship and I started my own company of digital marketing out of nowhere. Like I designed a logo, I just designed a name. I talked to 2-3 people that you just come and work for me, because I decoded this formula how to retain the clients in the digital marketing. So I thought now I need money for trading, but how do I do that? So digital marketing was the thing. So I started this digital marketing company, and by God's grace, it took off. Like literally in the span of 2 months, we retained somewhere around 30 clients, 30 to 35 clients, and it was like amazing. And I was getting money and I was putting into the markets and I was learning very thing. I was obviously losing the money because of the first time. No great trader or no, big trader in the market doesn't lose money. It's a myth. Once you reach that level of understanding the market, then also you lose the money, because market usually trap and then market usually play with the investors, because we are the retail investors. We are not operators who will invest in a crores of money, right?
Absolutely, Khushi. So, just a quick reminder and a time check. We already have our next speakers here. If you could just wrap it up faster. I know the journey has been amazing. I want to know more, and so do our learners and our audience. But maybe we will plan to connect again soon.
Sure.
I would really appreciate it if you could wrap it up.
Yeah, I'll
Thank you
just
so
wrap it
much.
up in next 15 minutes.
Okay.
Like just give me 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. I'll just wrap up the whole session. Okay, so guys, like I was getting money from the digital marketing agency, then I was putting it into the trading. Then one thing I told you about, that I visited the bank and I just found a new solution. I just found the problem that people are not getting enough number of, financial services. So doing R&D and meeting a lot of people, I started with FinoServe. And with this mission, we really want to empower the financial services and financial literacy, these two segments where we are catering right now. So we give financial services and we give one-on-one mentorship to the people who really want to learn finances, not only stock market, like every form of finance, be it tax, law, anything. So that is how, when you explore yourself, when you work and when you meet a lot of people, when you do surveys, you actually get a problem. And when you actually get a problem, you get a solution. And that solution is your product. Now, if I talk about the innovation, I have already talked in detail about the innovation, how the fintech industry has innovated itself, from zero to getting some of the best monopoly businesses we have got, like Cred, PhonePe, Paytm. These are one of my favorites. fintech brand. But innovators are basically, they have this mission. They don't run behind money, they run behind mission. We really need to empower this, we really need to do this in our industry, we really do need to do this in our society, so that we make an innovation, we come up with an innovation. And if you have this innovative mind, you can actually make a great fintech, business. You can create product and services that helps a lot of money, you can manage, you can invest money on behalf of anyone. Because once you retain the trust of an investor, once you retain the trust of your customers, you can do wonders in fintech. You don't need a monopoly idea, okay? This is a myth, this is a misconception. You need something very strong, you need something, a monopoly idea to make a career in tech. No, you just need an idea and a great form of execution. It's not always about the first mover advantage of the business. You just need to catch an eye about the problem, like what problem you are actually solving, and that problem is actually a problem or it is just a problem for you. You need to explore and you need to talk to a lot of people. And the best way, by connecting to a lot of people and understanding their problem, is the social media. You'll not go with pen and paper and ask the people who are just walking on the footpath, hey, what your problem is. You just need to understand and you just need to have a better solution for that, asking the questions on social media, making videos and coming live or something else. Then only you will get to understand what exactly the problem the people are facing in the fintech. And once you know the problem, you can bring a great innovation. Like a simple idea can be a great financial, brand in upcoming years. So you just need an idea, and idea will come when you will talk to a lot of people. Okay. Now it's not necessary that you make your own startup. Till date, like till now, we are talking about own brand, own brand. So it's not about making your own brand. You can first go and do a job. You can actually make a successful career in fintech industry by doing the job. You can, because it is a very vast technology and very vast landscape. So you just need to understand what excites you the most. If data excites you the most, then cybersecurity is there. And if you are if you are like me, balance sheet, P&L accounts excites you the most, then you have a lot of accountants. You can actually try for CAs as well. CAs are like the best career option if you want to make a great finance, like fintech brand. Understand, like just imagine you are a CA and you are just offering some of your financial services, or you are offering a brand, then people have 90% trust on you as it is, just by listening that okay, you are a CA. So each role plays a very important role. No matter what you go with, if you want to make your own brand, you just need an execution. If you want to go in a very good position, so understand what excites you the most, because finance is a very vast thing. Okay, if data excites you the most, cybersecurity, data scientist, business analyst, fundamental analyst are there. Even when I was hiring for my company, there was this one position which took me around 2.5 months, and that was a financial analyst. I used to talk to 50 of people in a day, but I was not getting that one person, that literally that one person for my brand. So it's like people have shortage for such kind of positions. So you need to understand what excites you the most. And once you are like done with this is the thing which excites me the most, you can start exploring, you can start having courses, or you can start reading books, you can start reading blogs. Don't just catch up like directly ki हाँ मुझे बनना है. First understand and first learn how it takes, because fintech, I already told you, runs on the trust, and trust will come once you are knowledgeable. Okay, and if you are knowledgeable, then trust automatically comes in. Now I'll just decode some of my formulas in a very quick manner, how I made a 1 CR brand, like literally in a span of 1.5 years. We'll close this financial year with a revenue of 1.1 CR. And like it's still a dream for me, and it's still like I'm in a dreams. I'm just sleeping and I'm in a dreams, honestly. But when I look back, what all things I did right, it takes me ki, yes, I can make something big out of this. Like I can make 11 CR brand in the next financial year as well. The first is marketing. Fintech runs on marketing, execution, and trust. You have retained the trust. Your execution should be so strong that your marketing speaks aloud for you. Means you need to.
Khushi, I'm sorry, I'm prompting you again. We have the panel waiting. It's an amazing journey again. I know that. If we could just do this a little faster, that'll be
Just give
helpful.
me 5 minutes. I'll just decode this and we'll just wrap up.
You already had, the panel waiting. That's fine.
No
Okay.
worries. Just
Thank
5 minutes, okay?
All right.
Yeah. And the second point I already told you, just you need to understand what actually the market needs and what you are, just providing for that. And reasonable price and costing. You cannot just offer something which is into a fintech brand, but which is like very highly costly. So you cannot do that. Pricing and costing is one of the basic thing when you are working or when you are making a fintech brand. You need to make everything reasonable for every kind of age group. Easy accessibility, because everything should be easily accessible within a way of touch. In your mobile screen. Trust, client retention, I already told you, and maintaining a good relationship with your clients is like, what do I say, it's like the UV filter of making a successful brand, because if your clients are with you, you can just conquer the world. And as you know, I'm going to appear in Shark Tank season 3. My episode will be casted somewhere around from mid-February to the March first week, because my auditions were in the my audition was last second shoot. So one insight I gained from all the sharks, that to make a successful career or to make a successful brand in the fintech, you just need not to stop कि अब बन गया, अब investing आ गई, अब funding आ गई, अब sharks आ गए, now you are stopping. You need innovation in every form, in every sector, no matter 100 CR brand you make or a 200 CR brand you make. You just need to upgrade yourself, and you need to innovate with time. So this was my best learning from inside the tank. And if you have a co-founder, like I don't have a co-founder, but if you have a co-founder with the same mindset, then you can make 10 CR of brands in a span of one year. Like this is honestly. Now, some of the examples which you have seen, it's like mobile applications, cryptocurrencies and blockchains, peer-to-peer lending, digital banking. And these are all, the practical case studies we have seen in the industry of fintech and how far they have came right now. And I was talking about the new segment of Finosa. So we'll be launching the trading application, which would be completely inclined by an AI. So if you don't have time, if you don't have resources, or you don't have much knowledge, AI is there to help you. It will just guide you and support you regarding your investing or trading journey. And with that, you can do an investment, And we are coming up with a financial card as well. You just need to tap the card on the scanner. That card would be connected with your mobile application. You just need to dab on the scanner on that card machine, and the payment would automatically will be done. So this is how the revolution and the innovation you make, because it takes a lot of efforts to, again, internet, then UPIs, then pins and everything. So just a hassle-free dab and the payment is done. So this is how the revolution, this is how the upgrade makes. People will be so easy, and people will be so used to with the card that every single people will hold the card, because it's just the dab and the payment is done. Although it would be completely security inclined, but this is how you make you upgrade and you make people's life easy with a fintech. This is the magic of fintech. Now this is like a roadmap how you can actually take the practical approach. It's like connecting with the new people, new trends, and you need to develop a very strong skills, be it a soft skill, be it a technological skill, or be it a technical skill. First, you make yourself a skillful person, and after that, you can jump in making a brand or just opting for any job at a great level. Personal brand works magic in the terms of fintech. If you have a great personal brand, you can sell it to your audience first. So we are just very short of time. If you have any questions, you can just put it on the chat box with your email ID. I would be more than happy to answer that, and I'll surely reply back to you. And
That's
it was like an
really
amazing
wonderful.
session.
Yes, thank you so much. And really a very insightful session. I was really not in the mind to cut you short at different
No
intervals,
worries. I
but in the
totally
best
understand.
interest of time, I had to do so because the panel was waiting. And
No,
thank
no,
you
no
so
worries.
much for this lovely session. It was really an eye-opener, and the audience, I'm sure they would have learned a lot about the career trajectory in this new and exciting domain of fintech, and will have lots to think about when they're going on their job hunts in future.
Thank
And
you.
like I already said, in the best interest of time, we will not be taking in the questions right now,
Yeah.
but we surely are going to send you that over an email because we do have questions from our audience. And if you would be kind enough to answer them
I'll
in
just
your
answer all of the questions. Don't worry, guys. It is like I cannot just eat up the next panel's time. And sorry, panel, whoever you are. But it was really an insightful session. I hope you have learned a lot, and really
Absolutely.
looking forward.
Yes, I think the reactions have told it all already to you, and we really have had the best session so far in fintech and in the careers that we could look forward to here. Thank you so much, Dr. Pujwani, and you can exit the webinar now while we continue on with our next set of sessions.
Thank you,
Have
guys.
a wonderful day.
Take care.
Yes. All right. That was indeed a very, very insightful session, wasn't it? Yes. Okay. So now that we have spoken about different domains and how to build careers in them, we thought it was also necessary to talk about developing critical skills for the job market and how to reskill and upskill for the future. In this next topic, we will be having the session not by just one person, but two. Two speakers here, Shikha Pandey and Yama Kamboj from EXL. And dear ladies, I'm extremely sorry that we had to put you on hold for a bit and kept you waiting, but the stage is all yours now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so am I audible?
And if I could just take another minute or so, I would want to have a quick introduction given about you for our audience. May I?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. With 14 years of total experience in quality assurance, Shikha has led effective QA practices at EXL Service. She is passionate about delivering top-notch software through strategic planning and innovative testing. Throughout her career, she has overseen testing processes, managed QA teams, manual automation and performance, and optimized efficiency with best industry practices. Beyond traditional management, she advocates for continuous improvement, new technologies, and a collaborative environment for her team. Besides leadership, she stays updated on emerging trends in QA. She believes that adaptability and innovation are crucial for success in this dynamic industry. Welcome, Shikha, to the session. And I would also like to introduce Yama. She is an NIT Hamirpur graduate with more than 14 years of experience in the industry. She is a philosophy enthusiast and likes to learn about recent history. She started her career as a developer and is currently working as a senior business consultant at EXL. We welcome you both to the session here today. And like I said, the stage is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Yes, Yama. Okay. And who is sharing the screen?
I am doing it. So is this the PPT?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Shirley. Okay.
Most welcome.
Hi all. I'm Yama, and today I will be talking about developing critical skills for the job market. So, how many of you have come with a preconceived notion that I would be talking about new gen technologies like AI, ML, data science, cloud computing, or I would be talking about programming languages like Python or R? I think maybe with your reactions of a smiley, you can tell me that from the audience.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how many from the non-technical background here have come with the notion that I will talk about domain expertise and how you can, leverage the new gen technologies to improve productivity at your workplace? Okay, so quite a few of you. Okay, if we can have the next slide, please. Looks like there's some issue with the slide. The whole slide is not visible.
Sorry about that. We are trying to get it fixed. We'll
Okay,
get rid
sure.
of that.
Okay, I can
Thank you.
still continue. I think there's just some diagrams on the side. Okay. So, critical skills. So, these new gen technologies, okay, these are, yes, very important for you to keep up in the market. Okay, it's very important to keep up with these new technologies. Definitely, it will help you better place in your career. In a world where digital transformation is changing industries, digital literacy and technological fluency is not an option currently, but it has become a necessity. Industry worldwide currently is in need of people who can leverage these new technologies to improve productivity and drive innovations. So when I talk about technological skills, I'm talking about So I'm talking about programming skills. Okay, I'm talking about different tools that are available, recent tools that are available in the market. The new technologies that keep coming up. A few tools like version controlling, software engineering. The basics of software engineering. We all do not focus on that mostly, but it is very imperative that we know all the points involved in software engineering, especially the 80-20 rule. We know different tools that are available in the market for code quality control. Okay, basics of optimization, it is necessary for everyone to have. If you are from a non-technical background, then you should know project management, you should be knowing about change management, and then especially for everyone who is from technology and who is from not technology, domain expertise is something that is very, very important for you to thrive. Okay. Now, how should we build our technological profile? What I would want you to is focus on a T-shaped profile. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay. How many of you have already heard about this terminology, T-shaped profile? With, I think your reactions of smiley can tell that. So can we have the reactions, please?
Yama, in the meantime, to just solve the issue that we are having on the screen check, could we just stop sharing the screen for a bit and then reshare it again?
Sure, you can. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So, what is a T-shaped profile? You all saw that T that was there on the slide. So the vertical there actually explains that you take one skill, you learn about it in detail, you gain expertise on that discipline, on that area, or on that skill. And the horizontal bar that you see, okay, that is, you take a broad spectrum of technologies, skills, or disciplines, and you have some level of knowledge about all those areas also. Let's say there is a resource who specializes in Java. Okay, but if that resource also spends some time to know about operating systems, how the operating systems work, who knows about infra? Okay, what is new in infra? Yeah, cloud computing, and he knows about that how how a client is built when something is hosted on cloud computing, how the scale up and scale down happens. I'm not saying that you know each and nitty-gritty about cloud, but at least the basics of that particular new technology. Okay. Then you know about DB optimizations, okay, or you know about the DevOps concept that is coming in. Okay. Let's take few more examples of what a T-shaped profile might look like. Can we have the next slide? Yeah, okay. So here you see that there is a marketer, okay, who knows about a broad spectrum of knowledge. He knows about content marketing, also has knowledge about data analytics, then knows about how social media can be used for marketing, but he is specializing in expertise in paid media. He knows how Facebook ads can be leveraged, how Instagram can be used for marketing. Okay, so having depth knowledge in marketing. Let's see a few more examples on the next slide. Okay, so here is an example of a UI UX developer. He knows everything about what needs to be what will make him a good UI UX developer. But at the same time, he's having knowledge about UX copywriting. He knows about front end. He knows some concepts about business analysis also, and he is also learning project management. Okay, so that adds to your profile. There are a few more examples on the next slide. Okay, and these are like, again, there is a UX and visual designer who knows about data analysis also, and he understands some other technical concepts also. Like he would be understanding how the front end application is connecting with the UI, and how the front end in turn is connecting with the back end, and some nitty-gritties about the hosting platforms and other things. Then again, there is an iOS development, a developer who is seasoned in iOS development, but he also loves animation. Okay, and he knows something about the marketing funnel also. Okay, so you must be wondering that why do we need this T-shaped profile? Okay, when we have this T-shaped profile, it makes us very versatile at the marketplace. Okay, it enables you to see the big picture. You are able to collaborate better with your peers, with the other teams. You have confidence when you go into discussions. Okay. See, organizations currently are looking for such cross-skilled people because they know that they are the experts in their particular field, but they can also navigate other areas well. Okay, there are many ways in which you can build your T-shaped profile. It is not necessary that you keep on adding just technical skills into your forte. You can acquire knowledge about various technologies, but you can also learn about various tools that are available in the market. Like, for example, you start learning about SonarQube, that how you can implement it in your current workplace and have better coding practices available. Okay, you can have a broad spectrum of domain expertise. You can learn about each and everything about software engineering principles. I can say, like, I come from a computer science background from college, and we had this one subject only for software engineering. And I don't think many people took it very seriously at that time because it consists of a lot of details. But all those things there in that subject, where actually when you put into perspective, you come into workplace, it really helps you. Okay, you will see that you gain benefit out of it. Okay, then you can learn about different processes. Okay. Now, imagine that in this T-shaped profile, you're working towards T-shaped profile, and then you, on top of it, in your horizontal spectrum of skills, you add AI as well. Okay. It will add wings to your profile. Okay. You know, we need people. It will help you to innovate, to ideate and integrate in your current domain itself, in the current ecosystem only. Yes, currently the industry needs people who can build AI, who can build machine learning algorithms, but there is a very huge space for people who can come up with the use cases. Okay, that can, some ideas, some use cases. Okay, there is this AI technology available. There is data science available. Okay, there is cloud computing available, but what is the use case? How you can actually implement in your workplace? Okay, that comes from your own domain, right? If you don't know that domain, if you don't know the problem, how will you come to the solution? And if you don't know that what are the different capabilities available of different technologies, okay, then you won't be able to find solution for your problem. So keep adding new knowledge to your profile and focus towards this T-shaped profile. Okay. These technological skills are your core skills. Okay. But from my 14 years of experience, I can say that these play only half the role when it comes to success in career. Now you must be wondering, what is the other half? Okay. So the other half is actually other supporting skills. Okay. And these are also equally important to your core skills. Let us see what those skills are. Can we have the next slide, please? Yeah, one more click. And one more click. One more. Yeah. Okay. So analytical skills. If I ask you one question that 1 kg of iron is heavier or 1 kg heap of cotton heap is heavier, many people have to take a second to think, okay, what could be heavier? Okay. And the answer is simple, right? It is all what we have learned, but we start thinking, okay, no, what is heavier? Okay. Now it is true that some people are born with these analytical skills, but these can be adapted as well. And this comes with your experience, with knowledge. Okay. Industry needs people who have core skills, but who can think logically at the same time, who can look at the bigger picture, also at the minutest of details at the same time. For example, you must have heard of Mang companies. Everybody wants to crack them. Okay. So when you're having interviews with them, they don't judge you only on basis of what programming skills you have, but they judge you on your analytical skills. They will give you a problem and then they will see that how critically are you thinking? Are you asking the right questions to complete the problem set? Okay. How are you approaching the solution? Are you thinking about all the boundary cases? Are you thinking about the bigger picture? Are you thinking about the smallest of details as well? Okay. Then they will give you some piece of information in between. Okay. And you will have to completely pivot your solution. Okay. So they are testing you for adaptability and flexibility. Okay. Now, do you think these skills are only required for Mang companies? No. These skills are required for everybody, at every workplace. We need people who can think logically, who are problem solvers, who can think big, okay, who bring value to the table. Now, you can be an ace programmer, okay, you can be very good at domain expertise, but if you don't have the right skills to bring that knowledge out, okay, or you have a very good idea, but if you don't have the skills to present that idea to everybody, nobody will buy into it. Okay. So what comes to play here? soft skills. Another click, please. So soft skills. In soft skills, what comes? Everything that is communication at workplace, how you are speaking to others, how you are communicating your ideas. Do you know to work on tools like PowerPoint? Do you know how to create a good presentation? Do you know how to document things? Do you know how to say something effectively? Okay, like it is not ambiguous. Okay, it serves the purpose. It is not a tale of so many things. It is precise, concise. So your documentation skills, your speaking skills, how you are responding to emails, everything plays a part. Now, last but not at all the least, what you need more. Next click, please. Attitude. You need the right attitude to come to the workplace. Okay. Nobody wants to work in a toxic workplace. Everybody wants happy teams. We are spending, I think, half of our life at our workplaces. So we want a happy team. We want, a growing team. So organization is looking for people who come with the right attitude, who come with a growth mindset, okay, who are team players, who do not make environment toxic, who keep learning, okay, who are emotionally intelligent, who know how to strike a conversation in like keeping emotional quotient of people in mind. Okay. Yes, all the other skills are very important. Okay. But analytical skills at the same time, like the combination, the holistical skills, you need to have your core skills and you need to have your supporting skills. But in supporting skills, if you don't come to the workplace with the right attitude, okay, that is not going to help. Okay. Because if you have the right attitude, you can always learn at the workplace. But if you don't have the right attitude, okay, then all your knowledge, everything is not going to help. Neither you nor your organization is going to capture your 100% potential. So with this, I have one last thing to say. If we go to the last section of my slide, that learning is a lifelong process. We need to continuously improve ourselves. And with this, I would like to pass on to Shikha, and she will talk about how we can reskill and upskill in current for the future market. Thank you, everyone.
I'll wait for my PPT to be there on the screen. Thank you, Yama. And I completely resonate with your thoughts. Industry definitely. Okay, so I completely resonate with your thoughts. Industry definitely needs needs the core skills, but logical, analytic, and critical thinking is something that we really need, right? Okay, so as I've been introduced throughout my career, I've been involved and overseen testing processes. I've managed QA teams, manual, automation, and performance, and I stay updated on emerging trends in QA. Moving from manual to automation and performance, it was not an easy job than it sounds. I had to upskill and reskill myself each day. That is what the topic is all about today. Upskilling and reskilling for the future. Can we go to the first slide? Okay, let's talk about skills. What is a skill? The abilities that we learn to perform a specific task. It's a skill. Skill is this language of business, and there is a skill revolution that is going on these days. And you all know that roles and responsibilities of a person have evolved. These are not measured on the basis of this designation anymore, but on the basis of the skills they acquire. In this fast-paced world of AI, ML, Gen AI, as Yama also mentioned, everyone is focused on skills, but not on the designation. Think of a role of a journalist, for an example. There are core skills that make up that job, but it has also evolved over past 3 to 5 years. Today, a journalist now is likely working with the rapidly changing video software, data analytics, and digital file management. And there are other softwares as well that journalists usually use these days. Let us consider the following data from a variety of sources. 58% of the existing workflow needs new skill sets to do their jobs. Okay, 61% are not completely satisfied with their company's workplace tools and technologies. And around 53% of college graduates are unemployed or working in a job that does not require a bachelor's degree. What are these numbers telling us? That the basic education which we are getting from the school or colleges, it's not good enough to stay ahead in the market. We need to upskill and reskill ourselves, right? Time and again to be on the top. And in this rapidly evolving job market, there are these two terms, upskilling and reskilling, which there is a lot of buzz around us, around these terms, and we hear a lot of things about these terms. What is upskilling? Upskilling is specifically focused on obtaining knowledge, expertise, or capabilities related to your current field. Whatever field you are in, you just need to upskill yourselves to be on the top of your career. Okay. Reskilling refers to acquisition of entirely new skill. You are not finding it very interesting in your current job, and you need to reskill yourself so that you can move or pursue a new career altogether. So that is reskilling. We can move to the next slide. All right. Need for upskilling. As we now know that upskilling refers to enhancing existing skills to stay relevant and competitive in the rapidly evolving job market, the need for upskilling has increasingly critical for several reasons. One is technological advancements, rapid growing technology, automation, artificial intelligence, machine learning, Gen AI. All of these are transforming the industries. Upskilling is essential to adapt to these changes and ensure that individuals can effectively contribute in technologically evolving workplaces. Then changing job roles. It's crucial to meet the demands of evolving job roles, ensuring that we have the necessary skills to perform effectively in our current or future positions. There is an increase in competition, and to stay competitive in this global job market, we should allow individuals to stand out and excel in their respective fields. Skills for the skills, the skills are becoming obsolete more quickly as technology advances. Okay, so like continuous upskilling is required to keep skills relevant with the work that we do. These are the specific needs that are needed for that we need to upskill. Coming on to the next slide, we should think about the strategies to upskill ourselves. There are many ways for you to begin upskilling, and I recommend that you start by considering your goals, time, and budget. Okay, there are many opportunities out there. Firstly, the quickest and the most accessible way to begin upskilling is to enroll in an online course or webinar that interests you. Then work your way through the material. Also, just remember that don't just enroll in 10 different courses all at once. This is the common mistake that we all make. It will take you to nowhere. You should know what direction you should move in. Just consider that fact first. Secondly, your organization may have a formal mentoring or coaching program, but if not, you can build your own using your network. Regularly meet with the leaders you respect. This can be a great way to expand your network. and receive personal advices and recommendations as well. Thirdly, attending meetings and conferences. It's a great way to make connection with others in the industry. Stay tuned to the latest news and trends. Make a point of regularly reading, consuming quality content to stay up to date and bring ideas into your organization. Fourth, not the last, but not the least, learning from experts within your own organization. It's a great way to form new relationships, and it can be a great and nice way to determine what you are passionate about learning. Just connect with your manager, your HR, and start from there. It's a great way of learning. This was about upskilling. We'll now talk about reskilling. Reskilling is often pursued to pivot to a different career or industry due to changes in job demand, personal career goals. It can also be initiated by an organization to shift an employee's responsibilities to help meet their changing goals specifically. Let's focus on reasons specific to reskilling, industry shifts. Reskilling becomes crucial when there are significant shifts or disruptions in an industry, right? Individuals may need to acquire an entirely new set of skills to align with the emerging trends and demands within their current or different industry. Job redundancy, in situations where specific jobs become obsolete altogether or are phased out due to the technological advancements. It is essential to reskill yourself. It helps individuals transition into the roles that are in demand and align with the evolving market. Right? Then the third one is, one second, there is a glitch in my screen, a network problem. Just 1 minute. Is the screen visible to everyone? Or is it just
Yes,
me?
Shikha. It is fine.
Okay.
There's no glitch for us.
Okay. All right. I was talking about the needs for reskilling, job redundancy, technology replacement. Okay, so when new technologies replace existing ones, individuals who were skilled in the old technology may find themselves at disadvantage. So when you reskill yourself, it allows you to adapt to the new technological landscape and remain relevant in your current field. Most important is the personal career goals. I mean, you have goals, you have your career goals. Reskilling for personal career goals is a strategic approach to proactively shape your professional journey. It empowers you to take charge of your career path, align with the aspirations, and continuously evolve to meet the demands of the dynamic job market. Right? There are different strategies for reskilling as well. If you move to the next slide. So if you're ready for a career change, you'll need to invest some time to determine which career is right for you. You can start by making a list of your top qualities and skills that match those with other professionals to see where you would best fit. Consider which of your hobbies or interest makes you happiest, and think about how you could build a career around these passions. Once you have identified your field of interest, you can build a plan or reskilling through activities like these: learning and skill development opportunities. You can pursue a certificate, a degree. It provides a formal way to show your new education and skills. Job shadowing is one thing. I mean, talk to your manager, to your HR. You may uncover some interesting insights and information by job shadowing that help further your sense of what career could hold for you. And there are different programs that are being offered by the employers these days. Some companies make rotation or training programs available to employees. Cross-functioning is one of the thing that is there. These type of opportunities allow you to gain new skills and experiences firsthand. In some instances, you can also join other teams for an extended period of time. Check whether your organization has an official training or resource centers. I mean, these days there are resource centers that are being provided by the organizations to the team members. That helps to enables you to gain the knowledge you need for a new role. There are online knowledge repositories. They can serve as a powerful strategy for reskilling by providing easy accessibility and up-to-date learning resources. You just have to choose what is good for you. And these platforms like online courses, webinars, educational websites, these offer diverse content, allowing you to acquire new skills at your own pace and your convenience. Over to the next slide for the conclusion. So ultimately, should you choose to upskill or reskill is your decision, right? You will need to determine whether you want to stay in your current industry or organization, moving up or shifting roles within your organization. You want to change, a new challenge or new career opportunity altogether. There are a lot of content libraries out there. In fact, you're using one right now, this one. And while I really hope this is helping you learn something, we also have to understand that upskilling and reskilling doesn't happen just by consuming the content. You have to practice it. There are feedback loops and coaching that is required to be there. Would you want, I mean, taking an example of a brain surgeon, would you want a brain surgeon who has watched hundreds of hours of videos on TikTok and read every textbook? Or would you prefer a doctor who has observed and performed surgeries in operating theater under an expert, but he has never sat in a lecture hall? No, right? I mean, everything, you need to have a balance of these things. So practice, feedback loops, and effective coaching. All of these are part of an effective upskilling and reskilling process, and therefore must be a part of your strategy. That's it from me today. Thank you.
Absolutely right. And I totally resonate with whatever you're saying, and I completely agree with your points and the insight that you have shared with us, both Yama and Shikha. Thank you so much for this amazing session. The audience will for sure think about the kind of skills that are required and what other skills they need to start working on as soon as possible to be able to take absolute advantage of the current job market and as it gets better and better with time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We do have a lot of questions coming in from our audience, but again, with the benefit of time and in the best interest of the speakers who are already waiting, I would like to pass it on to you all over an email, and I'm sure you will make some time for us and respond to those. Thanks once again.
Sure, we'll
Yeah,
do that.
thank you.
So much.
Thank you. And happy to help, happy to answer any questions. People can reach out to both me and Shikha, and we'll be happy to answer.
Absolutely. That was really helpful. Thank you so much, you both.
Thank you. Thank you, Archana. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
You too. You can now exit the webinar while we will continue with our next set of sessions. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, we are almost our midway event marker. However, we do have more interesting sessions coming up, so please stay tuned. The next session here, we have the two best of our own, Lavanya Pogaru and Shalini Kumaru. They will focus on unlocking the power of data, where they will both talk about different career opportunities in analytics. A little bit of introduction about them. Lavanya is a content manager and a subject matter expert in software testing at EduBridge. She is an accomplished software testing and engineering professional with an educational foundation of a BTech degree in information technology and over 9 years of experience. She has industry expertise as a coding instructor and IT trainer at esteemed institutions. As an instructor, she guided students in mastering various computer languages, from JavaScript and HTML to the basics of Python, self-driving cars, and blockchain concepts. Welcome, to today's session, Lavanya.
Thank
We
you,
also
Archana.
have Shalini with us. Shalini is a content manager and a subject matter expert in data analytics and business intelligence at EduBridge. She is a data science enthusiast with over 9 years of experience in the field. She completed her bachelor's and master's degree in computer applications and is a merit award holder from IGNA. Her continuous learning and skill development were further demonstrated by her pursuit of certification courses, A level from NIE LIT and Python for data science from IIT Madras. She is also a certified Oracle data science professional. She has recently achieved 3 Azure certifications and become an AWS cloud practitioner, strengthening her proficiency in cloud computing technologies. Beyond her professional endeavors, Shalini is deeply enthusiastic about engaging in research work within data science, machine learning, and AI. She aspires to make meaningful contributions to resolving real-world problems effectively. Welcome to today's session, Shalini. The stage is all yours for the next few minutes.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you, Archana, for the warm welcome. So let's start. So today we are diving into the fascinating world of data and how it holds the key to make positive changes in our lives. Imagine every day we are using a smartphone with a fitness app that tracks your daily steps, calories burned, and sleep patterns. So every day, this app collects a bunch of data about your activities. So now we will unlock the power of data by using this information to gain valuable insights and make positive changes. So let's discuss how it works. The app collects data on how many steps you take, how many calories you burn, how well you sleep. By looking at this data over a time, you can understand your habits. You might notice that you tend to walk more on certain days, or that your sleep quality improves when you exercise. So with this knowledge, you can set some realistic goal. If you constantly fall short of the recommended daily steps, you might set a goal to increase your activity level, and the app can suggest achievable targets based on your past data. As you continue using this app, it learns more about you. It can provide personalized recommendations, like suggesting the best time to exercise based on your most active times, or advising on adjustment to your sleep routine for better rest. So the app can offer insights into your overall health over a time. It might identify patterns or trends in your data that can indicate potential health issues. For example, you could notice there is a relation between a poor sleep and increased stress, which prompting you to manage stress for better overall well-being. And even many apps allow you to connect with others. You can share your achievements, see how your friends are doing. Even you can participate in challenges. So this social aspects adds another layer to the power of data and fostering a motivation and a sense of community. So unlocking the power of data in this context means just going beyond collecting information. It involves using the data to gain insights, set goals, receive personalized recommendation, monitor your health, even engage socially, all aimed at improving your well-being. So this example illustrates how the current trend in health and fitness apps uses data to offer user a more personalized and effective experience. So in our day-to-day life, we create a lot of data, such as when we do morning exercise, check calories on our smartwatches, like we have discussed now, attend virtual meetings, chat on WhatsApp, scroll through Instagram Reels, and use apps like Spotify, Netflix. So each of these activities adds a lot of amount of data. So as more data is generated, so obviously there is a need for people who have the skills to analyze it well, extract important information. So there is a growing demand for individuals who can understand and work well with this data effectively.
Very true, Shalini. Thank you for your insights. And your explanation have truly broadened my understanding of how data can be harnessed to drive innovation, decision making, and also create positive impacts across various domains. In this context of remarkable influence data holds and considering the transformative potential of data, we delve into impact of data. On this note, Shalini, I would like to ask you a few questions we all might have.
Yeah, why not? We should discuss.
Can you share a few examples of real world projects where analytics has significantly impacted business outcomes?
A very good question. We should see how there are so many examples, real world examples, where analytics have played a very important role in positively impacting business outcomes. So some of the popular ones are Amazon recommendation system, which I believe everyone is using Amazon every other day. So Amazon uses a recommendation system which uses the concept of analytics and machine learning that suggests products based on customer browsing and purchase history. And this has significantly increased customer engagement and sales. So according to one of the report, about 35% of Amazon sales just come from these personalized recommendations. So you can see how is it so valuable. And the next one is, I would like to add another one, United Health Group, that uses analytics to analyze healthcare data to identify what kind of trends and predict patient outcomes. And it helps in proactive healthcare management, reducing cost, improving patient outcomes, and it will enhance overall healthcare delivery. We all like to listen music. So Spotify is one such real world example, which help us to discover weekly playlist has increased the music discovery and artist exposure, which has increased their business up to 40% in the time spent listening to new music. So this system basically analyzes user listening habits, preferences, what kind of artist data to create personalized weekly playlist for each user. So it helps user to discover new musics they are likely to enjoy and boost artistic exposure. And the last one is our most favorite Uber apps. So Uber uses employee analytics to implement the surge pricing during peak demand periods, and this demanding pricing model helps balance supply and demand. So it encourages more drivers to be available during peak high demand times and ensure a very efficient ride allocation. So these scenarios illustrate how analytics, whether through machine learning, through predictive analytics, through data-driven decision making, is so important for optimizing our business process, and it will help to improve our customer experiences and increase our business. So I hope, Lavanya, it help you and our audience to get a better insight how analytics used in real world.
Yes, indeed. Great to know about the power of data, Shalini, with the real world examples. And my favorite was the Spotify app because I love listening to music.
That's nice.
Moving on, I have another question for you, Shalini. So, how can a professional from different backgrounds or different industries, transition into the analytics role?
Yeah, a very good question, I'll say. And also, this is the transition which we have seen during COVID, and even now, just after the COVID, there is a big transition in this particular field. Transitioning into analytic roles from diverse background or industry is definitely possible. And even your existing skills and experience can be very valuable assets here also. So some of the steps which I'll suggest that everyone should take to make a smooth transition. So the very first, identify your skills. So the most important, when we say identify your skills, it talks about your analytical thinking, it talks about your critical thinking, it talks about show your communication skills, as well as your past industry knowledge. That can be a huge advantage in analytics role related to that field. You can bring unique perspective and understand the specific data challenges within that sector. So once you identify that skill, then the next step, you have to learn the fundamental skills, acquire some foundational skills in the main building blocks of analytics, that is statistics, mathematics, and programming. After that, develop a technical proficiency by learn key analytic tools or some languages for data querying, for data visualization, for data manipulation. And the next step, you should go for the relevant courses and certification. Pursue a specialized course or certification in analytics, in data science, in AI and ML, because these are highly in demand. And then the next step, which is very important, build a strong online presence. We should always to create a strong online presence. It can be your online portfolio that will show your personal projects, analytics work, your case study, what you have done research, whatever your insights from that. And you can also share your insights on different platforms like GitHub, LinkedIn, and personal blogs to demonstrate your expertise in that particular technology. Along with that, when we are in learning stage, we should participate in internships, and we should also contribute to open source projects to gain hands-on experience, practical application of skills. Also very important to build confidence. And the last one, we should always attend some conferences, webinars, or networking events to connect with professionals in this particular field. And the last one, always ready for feedback and for guidance from a mentor. So a good mentor can provide you guidance and support as you navigate the transition. And whenever you share your work, getting feedback for that always help you to improve. So the transition into analytics may take some time, but a combination of self-learning, practical experience, and networking can open doors to exciting opportunity in this growing field. I think this will definitely help our audience to plan this transition from a non-tech or from a different background to analytics.
Yeah, of course it will, Shalini. So your insights on the transition into analytics were exactly what I needed. And this made me think about, the different career options what we have for our individuals, our learners, or whoever wanted to opt for this course. So my
Yes.
next question will be, are there specific industries or sectors where analytics careers are currently in high demand?
Yes, as I told you earlier, like after COVID, this is one particular field which is highly growing or currently in high demand across various industry. It is not only specific to IT sector. It include technology, it include healthcare, finance, e-commerce, marketing, manufacturing, telecommunication, energy, government, consulting, even in education. So the increasing use on data-driven decision making has led to a very consistent demand for analytics professional in diverse sector. That's why the career opportunity in this particular field is growing rapidly. Demand may be very based on some industry trends or economic factors, but I'll suggest the individual should be prepared for various modes of working. It can be remote, it can be hybrid, or it can be in office. And for certain job profiles, relocation is also very necessary. It's always important to note that you may not find a similar job opportunities in tier 2 cities as compared to the metropolitan cities. So I always recommend start your journey and being open to relocation and gain some valuable experience to start your career in this journey.
I truly appreciate your assistance and your generosity in sharing your insights has made a significant difference. Thanks again for being so helpful, Shalini.
Most welcome. I think I'm able to help my audience as well to get better insight on this topic.
Sure, you will. So, adding more details to the insightful information on data, can we also have a discussion on what are the key skills should an aspire professional develop to unlock a successful career in analytics?
Yes, definitely. To unlock a successful career in analytics, a professional or an aspirant should focus on developing a combination of technical, analytical, and soft skills. So here are some key skills that will help you to gain success in this particular field. The very first and the most important, the strong foundation in statistics, because that is the fundamental block for the data science, data analytics, ML, and AI. As we know that statistics involves data collection, analysis, interpretation, presentation, organization, and drawing meaningful insights and conclusions. So understanding statistics is very important. And the next one that we always talk about, the programming language and the most popular, Python. So Python is the one of the most popular and programming language in data science and in analytics because of its versatile nature, and it has extensive library, and it is a must-have tool for all analysts. It is very helpful for data manipulation and for statistical analysis. It's also used for machine learning and for other tasks as well. So it is one of the most important tool for analyst. The next one is also an programming language, that is R, that is specifically designed for statistical computing and data analysis. If someone wants to do a specific statistical analysis, so R will be the better option as compared to Python. And for data manipulation and analysis, like I mentioned, Python has extensive libraries. So Pandas is one such library which provide data structures for helping to analyze the data, to some changes or manipulation in the data. We can clean the data, we can transform the data, and we can analyze that data, because every data which is available around us is not useful. So we need to analyze that data. Another one is NumPy, which is, as the name suggests, it talks about numbers. So whenever we have to do the numerical calculation, this particular library is very useful, and it's useful for scientific computing and for analysis. It works with large number of numerical operations on data. And the other one which we use in all other field, that is for data querying and for database management, SQL, a structured query language, the essential one, because it's not only specific to analytics. If you're working in software engineering, you are working in other domains as well. SQL is one such language, the query language, which is very useful. And even in analytics, it is very important for extracting, updating, and analyzing the data stored in databases, which is a very common task in analytics. And the next one is machine learning. So machine learning, whenever it's all about analytics, it's all about AI, we always talk about machine learning, because this particular technology create our algorithms which help computers to learn from the data, how the data learn from that without any programming, and it helps us to do prediction. and we can do some classification over there. We can predict what will be the impact of certain things. And the next one, once you have a basic understanding of machine learning, you can upskill yourself in deep learning, which is a advanced part of machine learning, or a subset of machine learning, we used to say. For useful for the complex task. If I have to do the image recognition or speech or image classification, deep learning is one such useful technology that we should learn. And after that, as we are seeing every day, we all are trying to analyze the customer responses, their sentiments, and every other thing. So we have another new technology here that is known as NLP, natural language processing. It is one of the field of AI which help you to interact between computers and humans using natural language. It extract insights from unstructured data. It used for text document, it used for text pre-processing, like I mentioned, for customer reviews, their responses. So it helps us to analyze those things. And the one tool which I would like to talk about now, I think no matter in which industry you are working, at which level you are working, everybody is using, that is Excel. People think that Excel is only used for data entry, but no, that's not the case. Excel is one such tool which is used for analytics also. It is used for data analysis. It is helpful for creating visualization. It also performs some basic statistical function. When it comes to the reporting and presenting your data to the stakeholders, two data visualization tools are highly in demand. One is Tableau and another one is Power BI. So Tableau is one of the data visualization tool which help you to create interactive and shareable dashboards. And Power BI is also a business analytic tools which provided by Microsoft for interactive visualization, business intelligence, and it helps us to create interactive reports and dashboards. So these skills are essential for professionals or aspirants in the analytic fields, which allow them to manipulate, analyze, and visualize data effectively. I think if someone start learning these skills, it will help them to grow their career in analytic field.
Yes, Shalini, thank you so much. I feel much more confident now.
Yeah, that's great.
Last but not, yeah, I would like to know about what emerging trends or technologies should professionals monitor in a rapidly evolving field like analytics.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this field is actually emerging and trending day by day. Every day something new comes. Like we have seen the rapid development of chat GPT, generative AI. So this particular field is evolving day to day. I think every day something new comes. So to keep yourself updated, it's very important. So some of the key areas that everyone should monitor, one is machine intelligence, where like just like the machine learning is just only about the learning about the data, but here in machine intelligence it will refer for the broader concepts of machine, where particularly computers able to perform tasks with that require human intelligence. And machine learning include natural processing, computer vision, learn from data, adapt new information. There will be auto ML, automation will also involve. So automatically it will improve performance over time without any explicit programming. The other one, the most trending, artificial intelligence. Nowadays, artificial intelligence is not specific to analytics. It is one of the demanding technology in every other field. You are working for any task, everybody is using some of the AI tools to make their task easier. So the development of AI and their algorithm and system help us to make our task easier. And it is in this particular field, the other subfields automatically come. That will be your machine learning, deep learning, NLP. So it work with large data set, it recognize patterns, make predictions. Next one is, let's move forward with the behavioral analytics that focus on understanding and predicting human behavior based on data analysis, how to track user actions, their interactions, what kind of engagement patterns they have. So it helps the organization to enhance user experience. They can personalize services, they can optimize process to gain insight. Like we all have seen Zomato and Swiggy used to do a lot to gain insights based on user preferences and habits. The next one, a very popular, AR. AR is technology that overlays the digital transformation or virtual elements onto the real world environment. So it can apply to enhance your data visualization, allowing users to interact with and explore the data more effectively. And it also help us to how professionals should engage with data in fields like healthcare, manufacturing, and education. Next one, uh, like very popular term, we talk cloud. It's not that cloud has a separate one. Now cloud used with analytics also. So it provides such services where we can store, we can process and analyze our data effectively. So the most popular cloud platforms like AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud, they provide tools and resources for advanced analytics as well as for machine learning. That's why the demand of cloud is highly growing in analytics as well. And the last one let's discuss is explainable AI, which focuses on making AI system more transparent, more understandable. It should follow some ethics and how to grow, what is the need, how to explain their decisions. So it will reach a specific conclusion and user can build trust and validate the reasoning behind this AI driven decisions. So the most important after all this discussion, staying curious and adaptable is very important in this fast paced world of analytics, because continuous learning is the new skill and technologies that will help you to navigate the emerging trends and remain competitive in this job market.
Really happy to know all about the power of data, Shalini. Thanks to you.
Okay, welcome, Lavanya. But in reflecting on our conversation, I would appreciate hearing the key takeaways you have identified.
I would love to do that. So, to start with, the details and the information what you gave, I would like to draw a foundation path for the aspirants of data analytics, the learners who involve, with different stages, who want to acquire different skills and experience that contributes to the professional growth in the field what they choose. So here I have some points to consider for the foundation path of data analytics learner. Let's start by looking at the learner's educational foundation. This could include a degree in statistics, in mathematics, a computer science, or in any related field. It's crucial and with utmost significance of having a strong quantitative background and a solid understanding of data related concepts. Foundation skills, on the other hand, in today's data driven landscape, it's crucial to emphasize that acquisition of foundation skills in programming languages such as Python or R, proficiency in statistical analytics also with tools which adds powerful dimension to your skill set. These enable you to extract valuable insights from the complex data sets. The specialized training. In my pursuit of expertise, I have actively sought and specialized training and certifications, completing courses in data analytics or machine learning or data visualization to stay at the forefront of technology advancements. Participating in workshops, webinars, and online courses have a key strategy for staying updated on industry trends and tools. Moving
Nice.
forward, the practical experience. Let's delve into the practical side of things, the real world projects. The internships or the work experiences are the key components in translating the theoretical knowledge into the practical skills, the applicable skills. So think about the specific project that showcase your ability to solve problems and draw meaningful insights from data. Now, let's focus our attention on the technical province. How proficient are we in using the data analytic tools and the platforms? Expertise in
Lavanya, if you don't
SQL for
mind me
database.
intervening. So sorry to intervene, Lavanya. Just with the benefit, I mean, in the best interest of time and our panel who's waiting here, if you could just focus on wrapping this session up a little early. Thank you so much.
Sure, we do, Archana. Give us just like 5 minutes of time, maybe. Thank you. Okay, so we are into the problem solving skills, right? So we will have to focus on the importance of formulating the relevant questions, analyzing the data or drawing meaningful conclusions. Moving forward, the communication skills, which is my favorite part, it is an effective communication is a paramount. We need to create clear and compiling data visualization and report the bridge which has a gap between the technical complexities and the non-technical understanding. Networking and collaboration, on the other hand, networking within the data analytics community is crucial, but connecting with others, whether through professional organizations or meetups or online forums, additionally focusing on any collaborative projects or team-based works that demonstrates our ability to work effectively with others towards a common goal. Concluding our discussion, let's look at our career progression. Have there been promotions, increased responsibilities, or transitions to more specialized roles within data analytics? Discussing our future goals, whether it involves pursuing advanced degrees or certifications or taking on leadership roles within the field. So this is what I have as a key takeaway from whatever I got information about the data, and power of data is everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you for the impactful insights, Lavanya. And additionally, I would like to emphasize on the different career options in analytics. So every field in data analytics is catering to different interest and skill sets. So some potential career paths in analytics is not everyone thinks in analytics the only profile is data analyst. No, there can be several other profiles and career options as well. Data analyst is the first one. Obviously, when it's about data analytics, the very first is data analyst, which collect, process, and analyze data to help the organization and make informed decision. So they use different tools and techniques like which we have discussed earlier to make informed data-driven decisions. The next one is business intelligence analyst, which basically focus on transforming the raw data into actionable insight for business leaders. They mostly work with tools to create dashboards like we have discussed, Tableau and Power BI, to facilitate decision making. The next one, it's about the fintech financial analyst, which emphasize the use of analytics to analyze financial data, identify what kind of trends are going for strategic financial decision, and they involve how to use those financial analysis expertise for data analysis and to make better prediction and for proficiency in financial modeling as well. The next one is healthcare analyst. So when it comes to the healthcare analyst, it's about that a person in the healthcare department can analyze that how it will help for the person to analyze data, help patients to improve their trends and find the pattern, what kind of patterns are going on. The next one will talk about data scientist. And in this one, as we know, the scientist name suggests it works on complex problem by designing and implementing the algorithms and models. So they use machine learning and some advanced statistical techniques to extract predictive insights and help business to make data-driven decisions. Data engineers, the next one, let's move forward with the next one. Data engineers, they are more responsible for designing, constructing, and maintaining the systems and architectures that allow for processing large volume of data. They build how to analyze huge amount of data. They work with big data technologies like Hadoop and Spark and other programming skills. Next one, the most popular, machine learning data engineer, machine learning engineers. So machine learning engineers work with, by the name it suggests, machine learning. So it focuses on building and deploying machine learning models in production system. They work with data scientists to implement solution, what kind of specific requirements they have. So they work with advanced machine learning concepts like deep learning and NLP. Data compilers and specialists, they work with the data to handle in a secure manner what kind of policies they have to manage, what privacy and security they have, what kind of regulations and experience with data securities they have. So overall, there are so many different career options available in analytics. So a person can choose and shape their career according to their interest, in which particular specific interest they want. To initially, as a fresher, they can start their career as an analyst, and after a 2-3 years of experience, they can move to the role of data scientist or machine learning engineer or data engineer as per their specific interest. So this one field is particularly growing, highly in demand. So it's up to you that how you upskill yourself to grow in this particular field. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, both Lavanya and Shalini. It was definitely a wonderful session. And I'm sure the audience has learned a lot from both of you about data analytics and the opportunities it has for them. However, again, in the best interest of time, it would be great if we can email you the questions that we have received from our audience. And it would be kind enough if you could answer them for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As we continue with our next set of sessions, you can now exit the webinar. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. Moving ahead, let's move into another new domain altogether. From technology to banking, which is also deemed as a high growth sector in today's India and even internationally. Let's now talk about breaking the barrier and building a career in investment banking. We extend a warm welcome to our next distinguished guest, Ms. Aarti Ramakrishnan, who's the head of strategy at 360 One Asset Management. Aarti Ramakrishnan is the head of strategy at 361, with a special focus on global asset management and gift city platforms. In her current role, Aarti is responsible for building the offshore asset platform to support global and domestic clients, for which she works extensively with various external partners, service providers, as well as internal stakeholders, including investments, product sales, operations, and compliance. Aarti brings with her a wealth of experience as a seasoned investment banker and a business leader, spanning over 20 years in various global banks and asset platforms. Her most recent position was as the country head of India and Middle East at Crystal.ai, where she played an integral role in establishing the platform as the top choice for customers seeking to build global wealth portfolios. Aarti's stints include investment banking roles in renowned global firms such as Merrill Lynch, HSBC, and Credit Suisse. She also served as the managing director and country head for Mizuho's investment bank. Aarti holds a gold medal from the National Law School, Bangalore, and an MBA from IIM Calcutta. She is an accomplished professional and an active private investor and entrepreneur, having successfully invested in and mentored several early stage businesses in the financial services space. Hello, Aarti, and welcome to SkillsFactor. The stage is now all yours.
Hi, thank you. Thanks, Clemenda. Am I audible, please?
Yes, you are, Aarti. Loud and clear.
Look, thank you. Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Firstly, just want to let the audience know, and I know there are a lot of young folks out there. This is the graveyard shift, so we're going to try and make it as real as possible and as interactive as possible, right? I am, Cemenda's done a wonderful job of introducing me, but let me just quickly, walk through a couple of things which are more personal in nature, which is that I have been in the same place as you in my early mid-20s, late 20s, trying to find out what career paths to follow, what's meaningful, what's not. Where I am today and the work I do today, honestly, has nothing to do with what I thought I'd be doing at the beginning of business school. So I would say, the one thing that I would say is if you're confused, if you don't really know what's going on, how to prioritize or make choices, don't worry about it. Believe me, we knew a lot less than you did, and you'll figure your way along. What I'd like to do is to try and keep this interactive. So feel free to post questions in the chat box as I'm speaking, because I'd like to know whether I'm really addressing what it is that you guys want to hear. And if I'm not, feel free to nudge me whichever way. Let's try and keep this interactive and as much fun as possible. I will get started with a quick presentation. I think we are addressing today breaking barriers specifically in investment banking. Can you guys see my screen? We can.
Yes, we can.
How do I get this slide? Yeah. Right. All right. So guys, I think, when you're making a career choice, right, very often we choose certain careers because of factors that we think are important to us. We're not really thinking about what are my skills? Am I going to do well in this career? Am I going to enjoy this career? What are the factors that we actually think about? So I would urge each of you to really think about, do you want to be an investment banker? I was an investment banker for 15 years and, reached the pinnacle of my career. Investment banking taught me a hell of a lot. And I'll talk about some of the pros. But I think at the end of 15 years, I realized that I had a whole set of skills which I had never used or honed or developed, which were outside of the investment banking realm, right? So I think the perceptions are investment banking is very glamorous. It has financial reward. So you guys, I'm sure, are thinking I will work for a nice brand. I'll get paid very well. There is skill development. And all of that is true, right? But what I'd like to talk about a little bit is there's a lot of short-term focus that goes into the decision to be an investment banker. So what are you prioritizing immediately? Oh, this company is paying me 10 lakh rupees as a starting salary, but investment banking pays 12 lakhs, and therefore that's the job I must gun for. Sometimes we're also afraid to be honest with ourselves, right? Because we want all the benefits of glamour, financial reward, skill development. But you're not really looking yourself in the eye and saying, you know what, I hate numbers. I don't want to look at an Excel sheet in my life. And there are some of you out there who might have that as well. In which case, guess what? There's lots of great professions out there where you will do very well and perhaps your progress and financial reward will match or exceed what a career in investment banking can give you. So I would really urge you all to have a little bit of forethought. It's very difficult to think 10 years from now. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing 10 years from now. You probably don't even know what you're doing 12 months from now. But try and look yourself in the mirror and be honest about when is it that I'm really enjoying myself? When is it that the best of me is coming to the front? And then think about whether you have the right skill set for this role. And we'll talk about, the skill sets as well as we go along. So yeah, I mean, I'd say think carefully about whether you should be an investment banker at all. Right? Let's talk about some of the myths, right? When I say investment banking, I'm sure you guys are all thinking boiler room, Wolf of Wall Street. Everyone's seen what it looks like from the outside. But like any media representation of any career, it's quite far from the truth. So I'll give you some reality checks about investment banking. I think the one thing you have to know is that firstly, you don't have to be a finance stud to succeed at investment banking. I've had history majors out of grad school who've made great investment bankers, right? So they do come from diverse educational backgrounds, and that diversity actually contributes greatly to how you're able to grow the business. Of course, a financial foundation is always helpful, but the skill set that we're really looking for is critical thinking, effective communication, ability to analyze situations, etc. So don't worry too much if you don't have an undergrad degree necessarily, in commerce or in accounting, right? So that's the first myth. The second, I think, is that it is a demanding career, right? Let's make no mistake. And I'm sure lots of people have told you, oh, you know what, if you do investment banking, you'll have no personal life. I think IB does demand significant commitment, but the ability to retain some balance is in your hands. I mean, just personally, I had 2 children while I was a very junior investment banker, right? I was an analyst or an associate when I had my first child. It really depends on your commitment to the business, how interested you feel. If you're enjoying it, then you are going to find time, like I did in the 5th and 6th month of pregnancy, to travel to London or do whatever it takes to deliver on the job. And as long as you're doing that, I think, and I think the workplace has become a much nicer place now than it was when I started 20 years ago. So people are very cognizant across businesses and industries about work life, about, bringing your authentic self to work. So as long as you're enjoying yourself and delivering, I think there is ability to maintain balance in this career. So don't let people tell you otherwise. Specifically for the women, the landscape is evolving. I think, investment banking and financial services in general is no longer a boys' club. And I think, women do well in these fields also because a career in finance doesn't involve extensive travel to remote locations. So unlike consulting, let's say, where Monday to Friday you are in a plant or in a factory or at a client site, while of course there's travel, but a lot of work happens out of the office as well. So the environment is becoming increasingly inclusive. We have some way to go there, but I'd say it's a pretty decent place for women to work. And you'll see that with the number of senior women who have stepped up and run investment banks. Let's talk a little bit about money. Yes, IB is, competitive and probably pretty good on compensation. But I think, compensation as you become senior really depends upon the value that you bring. So while the structures vary, I think it's at the end of the day, you will end up at a place where a firm looks at you and says, what's the revenue that you bring? And therefore, what should you get paid? That having been said, yes, this is the business of money, and therefore you do get paid well. That's not to say that a founder who went and set up a technology SaaS company and probably didn't get paid a fraction of what you got paid as an investment banker, but that guy may monetize his company for $100 million 5 years in, right? So while the salary is healthy, don't confuse that with exponential value creation in the long run. There are lots of other professions which provide that exponential value creation in the long run. It's not just a glamorous job. Sure, I mean, I'm sure you're imagining hopping on a business class flight to everywhere in the world. And yes, there is some of that. But there are high pressure situations. A lot of your work will be spent, making pitch books, Excel sheets, binding, bringing coffee, scheduling meetings, and, working with situations with aggressive deadlines, right? So you got to really think about, is that for you or not? And there's no right answer, right? Some people thrive, some people don't. What do you need? Technical skills. So if you're afraid of numbers, you don't like numbers, don't like reading balance sheets, you might want to really think about whether this is the right profession for you. Now, when I say numbers, no one expects you to know differential calculus or even Black-Scholes or a model on option pricing, but you should be comfortable with basically reading a balance sheet, gauging. The arithmetic required, frankly, is 1 + 1 = 2. There's no arithmetic skill that you need. But you need enough of an affinity for numbers that you, feel comfortable reading a financial statement, even if you don't have accounting knowledge, right? I mean, I'm not a chartered accountant and I did one course in accounting in my MBA, but we pretty much learn on the job because you're interested in it, right? Of course, it helps if you have an interest in financial markets. It kind of helps your enthusiasm for the job. That having been said, I had not invested in a single stock when I got into investment banking. It's not a prerequisite, but these are just things that establish your interest in the field, even to yourself. Analytics is important. Ability to organize and reproduce information in a critical format is important, because please remember, your clients are very, very busy people. They're not people who have time, right? So if you're sitting with a CEO or a CFO and getting him to take a decision, either on an acquisition or a fundraise, you need to be able to encapsulate the proposition very quickly, hit the key points so you get a decision. Personality traits, communication, presentation skills, important in any field of investment banking. That's important. You need to be a team player. Lone rangers don't do great in this business. Of course, there are rainmakers, but at the end of the day, your job involves interaction with clients, with colleagues, etc. You do need to have stress tolerance. It's an unpredictable business. You're dealing with markets. So if you are, but even within that, there are various options, right? So a research analyst is probably more of a solo player than an investment banker. So even within investment banking, if you feel I'm happier at my desk doing good work, producing thought pieces, etc., that option exists as well. So make sure you're somewhat detail oriented. You are a proactive problem solver. People don't like. I mean, investment banking gives you significant ownership at a young age. So don't go back to your boss with problems like, oh, I wasn't able to find this data. And therefore, if you think that you have these skills, that you genuinely feel engaged by what this job brings to the table, then you won't feel the demands that the job makes of you, because that will be very, very enjoyable and the learning curve will be extremely steep. So yeah, what are the perks? Definitely there are several, right? You deal with CEOs and CFOs from day one. And the reason you do that is that investment banking by its nature involves strategic decision making by companies. What are you doing? You're either raising money for them, you're buying them, selling them, giving them capital market opportunities. So all of these decisions are really taken at a senior level on the corporate end. So that's an exposure you're going to get early on. You do build great networks, because I'll say over the space of 15 years, I think in a single market, I've met some wonderful people who built great businesses and had the privilege of being able to advise or guide them at various stages. And those relationships sort of, stay with you for the rest of your life, provided you've done a good fiduciary job with the clients that trusted you. You get broad industry exposure. We work across industries. While in the early days, you might be specialized because you could be part of a sector team. But over a period of time, you'll find that you have exposure across products as well as industry. So you will end up doing a combination of M&A, private equity, structured finance, capital markets, debt as well as equity. You'll work across financial services, technology, consumer, whichever sector at that point is seeing activity. It's a young business, so you'll find that a lot of investment bankers make MD before they are 40. Many of them, some of them even before they are 30, although that is rare. So two things happen. One is, people who like investment banking sort of stay and keep growing in those roles from 40 onwards. Many people, like myself, after having done banking for a period of time, because you do get senior quickly, look at other options, whether it is industry options, private equity options, entrepreneurial options, etc. Because the skill set is highly transferable, right? The skills that this business will give you on fundraising, on representing yourself, on analytics, on communication and teamwork are very, very fungible in many other sectors and spaces as well. Okay, I'm coming to how do I get it. There's a question there in the chat box on, how do I get to an investment bank? I have a slide that addresses that. So if you just hold, let me get to that slide as well. Yeah, so here are the skills, right, that you will pick up and you will hone. One is negotiation. It's constant part of the job, right? So whether it's fees, whether it is terms at which your client wants to raise money, you will learn how to manage expectations. Negotiation is only about one thing, managing expectations. Whether it's your boss, your client, your subordinate, right? You'll be negotiating when you hire in terms of what compensation packages should look like. You'll be negotiating with clients in terms of where they should price their transaction or what they should pay you. That's a constant, and that pull and pressure will always be there. You will learn deal structuring. I don't believe that at an interview you would really be expected to have any deal structuring experience, right? I mean, as long as you broadly understand what investment banking is about, I think the ability to structure comes with experience. You have seen situations, you have seen deals. Relationship management, important. While you'll hone the skill through practical experience, you have to look within yourself and say, do I like people? Do I like interacting with people? And a lot of people say, look, I'm happy being a solo player or a lone ranger. I'm not able to sort of manage teams of people. That's an important skill in investment banking, unless you want to go into research or you want to go into trading because you have a skill, understand a particular asset class well. That option definitely exists. Crisis management is every day because your clients are facing crisis every day. Markets, went badly, Lehman went under, ILFS defaulted. All of these things have cascading effects on the market. So be ready to deal with uncertainty and crisis. And you will have to make decisions under pressure, right? So over a period of time, you'll learn how to lead teams effectively, how to sort of make decisions, because decisions are never clear, right? They're always in the gray. And you will have to make decisions often under pressure and with paucity of time. If you do well in those situations, and many of us do, I do pretty well in those situations, and this profession is clearly something you should consider. Exit opportunities are great across strategic roles, fintech, asset management, VC entrepreneurship, private equity, because the set of skills that you have is so comprehensive and broad at the end of a period of time that you'll be wanted by many places. Challenges. So yeah, I think we've covered some of this, which is it's not a 9-to-5 job, right? People expect ownership and delivery. It can, I wouldn't say high stress. I think, any job requires you to deliver. It's just that in early days, banking can be a little demanding on the hours and the delivery schedule. As long as you're able to manage that, manage that stress, I think it does get a lot easier. I made a point earlier in terms of being able to balance work life. It's possible. It's a competitive industry, but I always say anything worth doing is not easy to do, because if it was easy, everyone would do it, right? So expect intense competition, expect a work environment which is demanding, but also expect great rewards, appreciation, and growth when you do that job well. So yeah, that's sort of some of the challenges that you should be ready for. Should I look at bulge bracket or boutique? Both of them have benefits. My own personal view is in the early days, bulge brackets are better simply because of the level of training that you get, right? They have very structured training programs on how you should download stuff from Bloomberg, how you should build a comp sheet, how should a DCF model be built, how do we color code, how do we bring consistency to our presentations, etc. It also gives you wider global exposure, which is always good to have. It gives you a nice brand on your CV. So I would always say that, a global shop is probably a better place to start. But at the end of the day, the cons are you are in a mammoth or a behemoth system where you may not get noticed because there are 100 analysts like you that have got hired the whole day. And therefore, your autonomy, you may get into a team which today is specializing on US beverages, let's say, right? And that's all you do for a year or 2 years. So you don't have autonomy to really say, you know what, I'm done. I don't want to learn US beverages. I'd like to learn about India financial services. That option may be more restricted. Whereas in a boutique, it's much smaller, more entrepreneurial. They have very close client relationships. Chances are a few clients who've worked with them over the years. You will find boutiques usually have some specialized expertise, either in sector or product. Decisions are quicker. You're able to sort of talk to founders or senior people or access them more easily. I think the cons could be obviously, they don't have a multi-billion-dollar balance sheet. Sometimes boutiques are less well recognized, although many of the larger boutique firms in India now are very well recognized, as much or more as their global counterparts. So there are pros and cons to both. It's really about where you survive and thrive. I think you will learn irrespective in any investment bank, boutique or bulge. Okay, somebody had this question. I'll just pause here. Are there any more questions? Okay. So how do I get into investment banking? Great question. So tier 1 business school, easiest way. They come to campus to recruit, right? Usually banks will always have a recruitment program. Sometimes they go fast, sometimes they go slow, but you know, a tier 1 educational institution always helps. It's a very limited process, I will say, because it's not like there aren't very good, smart, hiring opportunities outside of these universities for investment banks. But how do you put a filter on it, right? Because when you're trying to hire, you have to put some sort of broad metric. So if you go to recognized MBA school, you will get there. Sorry. And there are some select undergrad programs as well where there is some talent pipeline identification. We have the names out there. Laterals, usually they will look for a specific skill or expertise, right? So either you have a relationship or you've worked in a particular sector for a while, or they're entering a new market. So today, a new investment bank comes to India, wants a country head and a few sector heads. That's how lateral hiring will usually happen. Or if a skilled team gets acquired, and we've seen this happen as well. So sometimes if there are teams which have clients, sector expertise, etc., they get acquired. I don't know if that answers the question. These are typically the routes into investment banking. Another one which is not as structured is if you have a contact and can secure an internship, right? That always gives an investment bank a chance to see you and how good or otherwise you are, and that can sometimes result in a. So let's talk a little bit about the interview. I think yes, academic history matters, not for any other reason. It's not like people with high grades make better investment bankers. It's just that when you receive 1,000 resumes and you can only interview 20 people, you have to put some criterion around the shortlist. Now, of course, if you are an Olympic swimmer or you have your Greta Thunberg, I don't think I'm going to look at your GPA. You're going to be shortlisted anyway. So either you have to be academically excellent or you have to show some other attribute which sort of helps you make the shortlist. So demonstrated interest in finance helps. So let's say I don't have grades, but I've been running a portfolio which has delivered returns. So I can take this. Then that will surely help. So, if you've done if you have an inclination towards trading, you've run a portfolio in your life, you have, had some market exposure, that certainly helps. Relevant experience in terms of internships or jobs. The sad part is, communication and international exposure and whether you're cut out for a leadership role will only come out once you sort of make the shortlist. So do make sure that your resume either has something that stands out or that you have an internship where people have a chance to observe you, in which case the resume becomes less relevant. There will be technical, behavioral, and fit-related questions. There's sometimes some investment banks do case studies, but it's not compulsory. Consulting does it almost as mandatory, not necessarily so for an investment bank. For an investment bank, make sure you know everything in your resume. So if you said you've written a paper, please know what that paper is all about. Chances are you will get quizzed. And have your fundamentals clear on finance, right? Valuation, your interest in markets, you understand how to read a balance sheet. What about cash flow? Are you investing or not, etc. The second is behavioral and fit related. Behavioral firstly, right? Which is, can you handle challenges? Can you handle deadlines, etc. And then the last thing that people assess is fit, because different firms come with different cultural backgrounds or prototypes and would want to know that you'll be a happy fit into their specific sort of firm culture. So yeah, these are some of the case study or problem solving questions that can be asked, but I think it goes back to the fact that if you're an analytical thinker and you're able to be a logical problem solver, you're fine. Okay, so let's say you get shortlisted. What should you expect, right? And this is where I think a lot of young people go wrong, which is, while you may have an interest in finance and while you may know some stuff about balance sheets, you may have done some great analysis, some great stock picking. However, the one thing that the world has which you don't have today is experience, and that value cannot be ignored. So be humble, right? Be ready to do anything, any job, right? This is not my role, is the thing that bosses anywhere hate to hear, frankly. So whether it's getting coffee, I'll tell you, I've got coffee, I've done photocopying, I've booked flight tickets, I have, basically schedule email meetings, etc. Be very, very proactive, right? And when I say network, I don't mean make genuine friends and find pockets of excellence in the business or in the company that you have. You learn a lot that way, right? So really, really be in it to learn, to work hard, to be humble, to see what people have to offer you. Things not to do. A lot of the times we think that showing up at people's desks, tables, offices, to tell them what we are doing is a great way to network. It's actually a waste of time. People only want to see delivery. Sure, I mean, when you meet people in network, be a good listener. Try not to constantly be showcasing the fact that you're working hard. That usually leads to poor organizational culture. And people, and this goes back to my point on humility. I try to make this a little fun by saying, consider yourself an investment Jedi, which is no matter, you may have made 23% consistently year on your portfolio. You may be able to price options very well. You may know what caps, collars, and butterfly spreads are. It does not matter. You have not seen market cycles. So please approach with humility. You will have the chance to work with some very, very experienced and skilled people. Be a learner continuously. I still learn, by the way. So a lot of you young guys will know more about how to create collateral using machine learning or ChatGPT than I will. Right? The universe in which you work is constantly evolving. So don't think I kind of know everything and I'll do this job in my sleep. Be open to learning all the time. Be detail oriented. When I say skim the fine print, it means check every number, check every piece of detail that you're putting into the presentation, because it's finally going to go to a client and somebody has to answer for those numbers, right? Just a sort of wrap-up slide on women, because I've seen women grow very nicely in investment banking over the last 15 years. There are enough diversity and inclusion programs. There are flexible work arrangements. Like I said, I had both my children while I was an investment banker. You will get a lot of mentorship and sponsorship, and do look for it, not just women, men as well, right? Because what you need is guides, cheerleaders, people who will mentor you and guide you through this journey. There is, educational outreach as well, where there's concerted efforts that many investment banks make to encourage women to pursue careers in finance. And then there are leadership development programs which specifically tackle issues that women face, right? Because of relocation, childbirth, you could have a million reasons why, your transition to a leadership role could face challenges. I think there's a lot of support available there. That's about it. I have tried to keep this as short and engaging as possible. I hope people are not sleeping, but open to any questions.
Thank you so much, Aarti, for this amazing insights that you have given. And I'm sure the audience have learned a lot about investment banking and how to kickstart a career in this segment from your session today. Our audience do have a lot of questions, but in the best interest of time and respecting your other commitments, I think it would be great if we can email them to you. And if you would be kind enough to answer them as however well it can fit in your schedule, and that'll be great. Thank you so much.
I just want to say a special word of thanks to my colleague Shamika Lal. Frankly, she has anchored this, and the entire sort of presentation and back work behind it has been hers. Request you, she's also a young lady in financial services with a promising career ahead. So if you would keep her as copied as well.
Definitely, we will do that. Yes.
Oh,
Thank you so much, Aarti, once again.
So I think she had all the sort of right points for people who wanted to. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. And as we continue with our session, you can now exit the webinar and continue with your commitments. Thank you so much and have a great day. All right. So Shuli, requesting you to put the video across here for our audience today.
So I will go ahead with the sharing of that video.
Okay. So we are seeing a fabulous engagement here. We are seeing many of the learners in our audience actively participating in our different forums and reacting to the sessions here. It's just very motivating for us speakers and the panel here to keep the show going on. All right, so we now have the video readily available. Let's now take a look at it.
Hi everyone, greetings. I am Iti Sikkavich working in EduBridge as an operations manager for EXL project. I would like to take this as an opportunity to share my experiences of being a new working mom. I have been a part of EduBridge since last 3 years, and since the time I started, I initially was a finance and accounts trainer and then transitioned to an operations manager. It was the initial months of my marriage when I started EduBridge, when I joined EduBridge. I could not have managed the work without the support of my family members and also the company too. However, since the time I conceived, I was surprised to receive extra care and comfort that I received from the management. They made sure that I am not overburdened. They made sure that my leaves are approved without any hassle. My manager even assigned me an intern to transition my work well in advance, which helped me to reduce the burden, which helped me to relax in my last few days of my pregnancy actually. Also, since the day I joined back after my maternity leaves of 6 months, things changed. I have to take care of my 6-month-old baby, and also I have to manage the work. At this point, my company made sure that I am getting proper transition. I got the time to grasp all the things. My family is also supportive in helping me taking care when I am managing my meetings, when I am in meetings, when I am completing my part of work. So I also started managing my day in such a way that I am able to manage my kid as well, and at the same time I am managing my work as well. So being a mother and a professional is actually not easy but not impossible too. So I would like to tell all the expectant mothers not to worry and enjoy each and every phase of this beautiful journey of being a new mom. Thank you.
Wasn't that an inspiring video? I surely think it is. Anyways, let's move on to our next segment in the marathon of sessions. I call upon the next speaker, who is also our very own. Please welcome the Senior Vice President of Strategic Partnerships at EduBridge, Ms. Maya Gupta, who is here amongst us to talk about the various hiring trends in the BFSI and alternate tech sectors in India. A little to tell about Maya. Maya is a Manchester Business School graduate with Masters in Technology and Innovation Management. She is also a gold medalist from Pune University with a Bachelor's of Engineering degree, specialization in Information Technology. Maya has 15 plus years of experience with partner management, business development, marketing, and setting up, optimizing processes across these functions of the organization. Prior to joining EduBridge, Maya co-founded an IT products and services organization, MindGenies, where she focused on setting up a high-performance business development team by driving improvements in all relevant metrics such as revenues, quality, productivity, and costs. Maya is passionate about identifying partnership opportunities, building strong partnerships, and constantly working towards strengthening them. She loves interacting with internal and external stakeholders in the system and is intrinsically a relationships person. Welcome, Maya, and the stage is all yours.
Thanks for the introduction, Archana. Good afternoon, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure for me here today and, to talk about hiring trends in India. And I'm very, very sure my amazing audience is as excited as I am, to deep dive into what's going on in the banking and the technology sector in terms of hiring for freshers. So the focus for today is going to be talking about hiring trends in the banking and the technology sector, especially from the lens of a fresher, right? And we are going to, so EduBridge over the last 15 years, we've trained close to about 3 lakh youth in these two sectors primarily. So, banking and technology remains the focus for us. And these two sectors are also major contributors in our economy, and a huge number of jobs that students take up when they graduate are in these two sectors. So I think it's extremely pertinent to talk about this in today's times, when you can see a lot of evolution, a lot of changes happening in both the sectors. I'll just share my screen now. So we're going to start talking about the banking sector first of all. Okay. So just to share with you, the banking sector is likely to become the third largest in the world by the year 2025. So that's how big the Indian banking sector is. And there is at the least a 15% year-on-year growth in this sector. It's set to grow exponentially in India due to the rising per capita income, due to the introduction of new products, increasing awareness of these products, and innovation in technology. Now, banking is a diverse sector with many, many subsectors. As you can see on the left also, you will see within the banking sector, you have commercial banks, which include public sector banks, private sector banks, foreign banks. Then we have the regional rural banks, we have the cooperative banks, and we have NBFCs. Now, what everyone needs to note here, that non-banking financial institutions, organizations like a Muthoot FinCorp, like Tata Finance, or like a Fullerton, all of these may not be tagged as banks, but these are excellent financial institutions to work with. And sometimes, people end up making great careers by making an entry through the NBFC sector and eventually moving into a bank. Now, each of these subsectors will have its own policies, procedures, systems, tools, and scope of work. So just imagine all of this gives rise to numerous job roles. Now, some of these could be specific to domains and some could be cross-functional. So banks, NBFCs are major recruiters in the country, and a career in banking is considered to be a great career option. Just to give you an insight into the scale and the volume here, you can see that maximum manpower requirement exists in corporate banking, retail banking, investment banking, credit cards, stockbroking, payment gateways, mutual funds, life and general insurance, microfinancing, fintech leading companies. Now, if you see these charts on the right, you can see, for example, here, the number of jobs or the headcount in HDFC, ICICI, Axis, Kotak Mahindra Bank, Yes Bank. These are the top 5 banks in the country, right? Now, if you see here, year on year, there has been a 15 to 20% growth in the number of jobs. So that's how fast the sector is growing. If you see on the right, now these are some of the smaller Indian banks. If you see, these are the number of jobs available in these banks month on month. So this is basically expected new jobs in the banking sector over the next 18 months. And this is a month on month forecast. So this is just to give you an idea that there are a large number of jobs available in this sector. I want to talk to you a little bit about how this sector has evolved, over the last, let's say 20, 25 years. Now, all of you all would have been to the bank at some point in time, right? And we all know that transactions traditionally were driven through bank representatives. So, you'd go to a bank, there'll be like a front desk customer service guy, who will tell you, okay, how much money do you want to transfer, deposit, you'd fill in a slip and then submit it. And some bank representative would usually facilitate that transaction for you. Do we do that now? We don't. We just do like a UPI transfer, or, we at best you log into the bank account and do the transaction. So please understand that there was a time when customers had to visit a bank. There was no choice. They had to visit a bank to get work done. Now, with the advent of technology, all of this eKYC, e-authorizations, OTP, digital banking platforms and apps have become so widely accepted that I can guarantee that not even 10% of you would remember going to the bank in the last couple of years for such petty things, right? Now, technology has become a key part of the entire transactional end of the ecosystem. So to do these transactions, you don't need people anymore, right? The technology is sort of taken over. So this has resulted in lesser manpower needed towards facilitating transactions. And this has given rise to a lot of other new roles. See, because the customer is not coming to the bank, right? So someone needs to go to these customers to spread awareness about the different banking products, investments, and all of that. So this has given rise to a completely new set of roles that didn't exist before, because they would just market their products when the customers came to the bank, right? Now they can't do that anymore. Just deep diving into this a little more. So if you see here, you will see different functions in a bank, okay? So let's say the percentage of people in product development is about 1 to 5%. In credit appraisal and evaluation, it's about 10 to 15%. Collections and recovery, 10 to 15% again. Sales and customer support is 40 to 50%. Other support functions is 15 to 20%. So if you look at this breakup now, you'll appreciate that 60 to 80% job roles here are related to sales and support. Now, product development will typically not hire freshers, right? These are people with some years of experience in technology. So if you look at it from a fresher's perspective, somebody who's aspiring to get into the banking sector, this 60 to 80% actually becomes a larger percentage, right? So we need to all understand and appreciate here that the kind of jobs that will be available in the banking sector now, or rather that are available in the banking sector now, are more to do with sales and support. So first of all, there is a huge requirement. Like we discussed, there is a minimum of 15% year-on-year growth in the sector. Plus, in this sector, there is continuous hiring and firing based on performance, which leads to a cyclical manpower requirement, right? So there is huge attrition also. So that is why the number of people that this industry needs is large. So if you see this chart on the right, you will see how the requirements, how the demand has grown. So I think this is actually great news for everyone, who is aspiring to be in the banking sector, that there is absolutely no dearth of jobs. You only have to understand that, you just have to make an entry point from wherever possible. And then there is a lot of stuff that you can do later. Now, again, if you see on this slide, what we've tried to do is we've tried to say that, approximately these are the 6-7 key cities, right? Now, if you see in these key cities, the number of jobs available in sales and business development is much, much larger as compared to the number of jobs that are available in back-end and operations sort of roles. Again, this just sort of reinforces the fact that if you search for walk-in drives for banking jobs on Google, this is what you'll find. You'll find a lot of posters which talk about sales, business development, marketing, and all of that. Common question, that keeps coming to me is, what do we do? Let's say I get hired as somebody who is a sales associate, right? Which is the biggest, usually the largest requirement in any bank. So then what? What happens after I've worked as a sales associate for a couple of years? So if you see on this slide, we've tried to, in a very, succinct format, manifest the career transition, the career trajectory. So if you enter as a sales associate, in a year or two, you could become a senior sales associate. Then you could, grow into a managerial role where you probably have a team or slightly more senior level. And then you can, grow into becoming a branch manager. You can grow into then becoming an area sales manager, zonal sales manager. You can go to any level. So what happens is that at any point in the journey, you will have an opportunity to move internally within the bank in different kind of roles. So what we need to understand is that it's important to get that foot in the door, to get yourself in one of the banks or NBFCs. NBFCs forms a huge percentage of the organizations that are recruiting. if you look at this slide, what we've tried to show is at entry level. So this is the different levels, right? Entry level positions, mid-level positions, specialized and senior positions. So these figures that we're talking about here, obviously these salary brackets will vary, based on the size and reputation of the organization, based on the candidate's experience, based on the specific responsibilities associated with the role. However, what we've seen is at absolute entry level, we have a lot of jobs within the 1.8 to 5 lakhs category. And that is what it takes, to build a career in the bank, that you need to get in here, work for 6 months, work for 12 months, and then make your way up. So what recruiters want from you? This is, I think, a very important thing to talk about, right? What is it that recruiters are looking for? We've worked with hundreds of recruiters over the last 15 years, be it banks, be it NBFCs, different types of banks, MNC banks, domestic banks. We've worked with a whole host of them, right? What we've understood is that it's a very basic skill set that banks need, especially in the sales roles. Organizations will expect candidates to have strong communication skills, strong convincing skills, and an attitude, of wanting to sell. So I think for the sales role, these are the two things that recruiters are looking at in interviews. They're not really testing your banking knowledge. They're not really asking you technical questions and trying to understand if you understand the operations. They basically want to see if you can communicate with a customer, and they basically want to see if you have that aggression, or if you have that passion in you to be able to go and sell. Similarly, in customer service roles, one needs to have strong communication skills and relationship building skills. And in back office roles, they prefer candidates with good knowledge of banking products. They need to be a little tech savvy. Some previous experience with banking and documentation protocols is usually asked for. So here in back office roles, some organizations, in fact, I would say 70-75% of the banks or NBFCs will prefer to have somebody with at least 1 to 2 years of experience. So this can come your way, if you've spent a year or two doing the other more entry level roles. So I'll just, summarize what we spoke about, in the last couple of minutes on the banking sector. So just want to highlight again that there are more opportunities in profiles like sales, business development, marketing, lead generation, relationship management, account management, rather than for back office roles. These roles, the sales roles, are actually really good roles. I'll tell you why. Because see, these don't limit you, right? They open doors to financial freedom. So these roles will typically have high incentives. You can climb up the ladder really, really fast, because, if you're able to do what you're expected to do, no one's going to wait for a year to move you to the next level, right? So growth happens really fast here. Promotions happen really fast. The great incentives that organizations are giving, because this is directly linked to their revenue, correct? So they're able to do that. Most banks also offer accelerated career development programs that support their top performers. In case a candidate wishes to opt for a different vertical, most banks and NBFCs offer lateral movement options through their internal job postings, right? So there's a lot that you can watch out for once you've made an entry in some form or the other. So our advice to the youth here, audience who's basically from this aspiring to be as a part of this fast growing sector. If you're looking for a good career path, then first step is to try and get a foothold through the first opportunity that comes your way. Then work hard, get promoted, and build your space in the industry. And then you can later figure out where you want to move, which vertical you want to move, and so on. So do not say no to sales, business development. As we've seen, right, almost all roles will have some element of sales and business development, right? Okay, I'll take a pause here for a second. I just want to confirm with Mamta, Archana, am I audible, visible, everything?
Yes, everything's perfect, Maya. So yes, you have another 10 minutes to go.
Okay, great. Thanks for sharing that. So I'll quickly now move to the other most talked about sector, which is the technology sector. So this is actually very, very interesting. Now, if you see, there's been a boom in the tech sector from 2016 all the way up to 2022. Actually, this boom began maybe 2012, right? So there was a focus from 2012 on getting everything tech enabled. This led to a big boost in the tech startups in the country. To compete with these startups, other businesses were pushed to accept and adapt new technologies like 99 Acres, Amazon, Flipkart. Now, all the tech roles basically evolved in terms of the value they got to the organization. And tech no more remained a support function. It became a core function. It became, in all the verticals, it had a role to play, right? And as you can see here, the total tally of startups in India rose to 25,000 in that year. So this was clearly the peak, right? And to create products for these startups, there was a huge demand for programmers, data engineers, UI, UX engineers, and all of that. Availability of easy investments basically gave this further push, right? Additional boost came from COVID, when businesses moved to digital solutions. So all of these reasons together led to startups and new products being launched, and there was a huge manpower requirement at that point in technology. What happened? What happened after that? All of you are aware, right, that there is a slowdown in the technology sector. Why did that suddenly happen? In 2021, the Russian-Ukrainian invasion led to some fears in global market and caused investors to take a more cautious approach towards their future. And this led to a funding winter, which means nobody wanted to invest anymore. Investors started being tough. They started asking questions on profitability. And a lot of startups, started to shut down. People who could not make profits started to shut down. At the same time, banking institutions in several American regions suffered setback. And so if you see this chart, hiring trends in the IT sector, how they've plummeted in Q3. So if you see, this was the demand earlier, and in Q3 FY23, which is now the quarter that's going on. See, look at the demand here. It's actually the last quarter. Yeah. There has been a dip in attrition. Now, because of all of this, there was a lack of projects being outsourced to Indian companies, which are typically dependent on global contracts, right? And although Indian IT and consulting companies have not had to do massive downsizing, their attrition rate, which was typically at a 20-25%, their attrition rate is now 9-10%. So people are not leaving organizations right now. So the new jobs that were getting created because of attrition are not getting created anymore, right? So all those reasons that we saw on the previous slide, COVID, big boost to investments, all of that, none of that is happening now. That had led to a lot of excessive hiring, which is not happening right now, and hence the slowdown. So I'll quickly skim through these slides, which most of you would have stumbled upon at some point over the last 6 months. So there've been mass layoffs in organizations like Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, IBM, SAP, Twitter, Meta. Again, then you have, TCS and Infosys headcount falling by 11,000. So this slide basically shows that there have been massive layoffs in the tech sector, right? If you see this chart, you will see 22, there was a boom, right? Lots of hiring happening. Now see what has happened in 23 and what is expected for 24, right? There's a sudden fall here. There's a 67% drop in the number of jobs as compared to last year. What are the freshers telling us? If you talk to any of the students who've gotten placed in these sectors, students have alleged that firms such as TCS, Infosys, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, all of these are delaying their onboarding despite issuing offer letters nearly a year ago, right? Of course, slowly and gradually they are honoring those, but it's been very slow. According to candidates, some companies keep pushing back the joining date by a few months, while the others want them to complete additional certification and training programs during the waiting period, right? Okay, maybe I'll skip this slide. Okay, So what should we do now? All of us who are aspiring to be in technology, what should we do now? What should our next steps? What our next steps should be? In the given landscape. So we've spoken about the situation. We've spoken about the environment. So what is our solution there? What are we advising our learners to do? Right? That's what we'll talk about in the next 5 to 7 minutes. If you look at this slide, there are two kinds of technical jobs that we are looking at, right? First one here is the core technology jobs. Now, these are the jobs which will be your programming, your cloud computing, your cyber security, all of that, web software, mobile development. Then the second category here is your support jobs. So these are the jobs which are technical jobs, but these are supporting the core jobs, right? It could be IT infrastructure, IT support. It could be sales, marketing, IT services like BPO, BPM, KPO, R&D, all of these, right? So now if you see in the light blue color, that category, loads of jobs are available in the market even now. Okay, so if you see on the right, those are the kind of jobs that are available. You'll have technical support, IT support, and those kind of roles, maybe a little bit of software testing, customer service, voice, non-voice. Yeah, so that's where... So this is the scenario where we are saying that these are the kind of jobs that are available right now. What are we advising who are the young graduates out there, who are aspiring to be in the technology industry? The first thing we need to relax and understand that slowdown in the hiring in the tech industry is a reality, okay? But this is usually cyclical and will pick up very, very soon. So it's not an infinite battle that we are fighting. Okay, the slowdown will probably persist for a couple of more months, and then we will be able to see some improvement. That's what we believe. Until then, our advice to youth is to be prepared for slightly longer wait times. If you're desiring a job in core tech, the first category that I spoke about, be prepared to get onboarded for alternate and support tech-based job roles, okay? Which means if there is a long waiting time for the first category, please be prepared to go and join the second category. Keep yourself updated on IT trends, especially in cloud computing, automation, and generative AI. Ensure that you are differentiating yourself from the crowd through certifications and skills, so that when the market opens up, you guys are the first ones, to be ready. You guys are the first ones who've done everything, and then you can straight away jump into those kind of jobs, right? Ensure that you're able to demonstrate your skills through projects, especially internships, life projects, and capstone projects. Network with senior managers during your projects to capitalize on opportunities that are not available to others. Yeah, so that is it from my side, where we spoke a little bit about both the sectors, what is the current environment in those sectors, and what do we propose that we should do about this situation, and how do we prepare ourselves for a better future. Over to you. Thanks, guys. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Maya. And this was a very well curated session for the kind of audience that we are expecting for watching this live event. I'm sure this session has helped bring better perspective for our audience on the latest trends and how to approach their first job after graduation, kind of lingering questions to some extent. All right. So if the time permits and if your schedule allows, I do want to pick a couple of questions that have come from the audience. May I?
Yeah, please.
All right. So the first question that we have is, how important is upskilling and continuous learning for job seekers in the current landscape?
Oh, absolutely. I think this is one of my favorite questions. I think everyone will agree that this world is changing so fast that, if you're not constantly learning, you can become irrelevant in like 6 months, right? Especially when you talk about technology and in fact, all the sectors, right? If you're not constantly learning, you'll become irrelevant. So I think it's extremely important. And I think it's a very popular old Japanese concept, Kaizen, where they really talk about this. They say that continuous learning, it has to be a way of life for anybody who wants to make a a decent career. And I would just like to add here, Archana, that I think it's very easy in today's world, right? Because we all have so much access to bite-sized content. Like you could just subscribe to some informative, channels, podcasts, Instagram. You have some good things, some good channels that you can follow for knowledge. You can read. So I think it's very easy for youth out there. I think each one of us should set out 30 minutes a day to definitely learn something new. Definitely. It could be anything. It could be current affairs. It could be something to do with your domain that you're working in. It could be something to do with, improving your personality, your communication. It could be anything, but some sort of learning and upskilling has to happen on a daily basis.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the key takeaways for me from this session, to set aside some time to upskill and continuously learn so that I improve better day by day. Thank you so much for that, Maya. I do want to take up one more question.
Sure.
All right. So this question is to understand how are companies in India working towards promoting diversity and inclusion in their hiring processes?
That's again a very good question, Archana. So, see, I would not have great details on it, but what I can tell you is that all the multinational companies that have offices here, or all the largest organizations, like we worked with a lot of large organizations like a Capgemini or like an Accenture, like a LN, LTI Mindtree or Cognizant. All of these large organizations, they have a specific quota for taking candidates which have come from diverse backgrounds. So organizations in India, these large organizations are definitely doing D&I hiring. In fact, there is a special position like head of diversity and inclusion. I mean, it's such a big thing that there will be like a senior vice president or a president level person just to enhance D&I hiring in organizations. But for smaller organizations, medium sized to small size organizations, we've not really, seen too much of this. Like we've oftentimes reached out to these organizations to understand their D&I policies, and we've only been able to get that from the larger companies.
Okay, that was really, again, very insightful, and especially because today's session is aimed at women who are going to be back in as workforce, and they are also our audience, actively participating and reacting to most of the sessions happening today. I think whatever you have given is a complete takeaway for them, so that they are now in very well aligned to what is expected out of them, how to be on track in the learning process, and what's the trend like, all of those things. And I surely think this was a mind-blowing session. Thank you so much, Maya, for all the the insights that you have given to our audience today.
Thank you so much,
However,
Archana. Yeah.
yes, we do have some more questions, but in the best interest of time, we would definitely want you to take some time out of your busy schedule and help us with the answers when we send it over an email to you. Would that be possible?
Anytime. Thank you, Archana. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. And Maya, you may now exit the webinar while we continue with our next set of sessions, and have a great day.
Sure, thank you.
All right. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our event partners, Youth Incorporated, Fever FM, and the Belgian Waffle Company, who have been instrumental in making this event reach lakhs of young aspirants across India. With that, I'm done with my bit, and I shall now hand it over to Shuli, who's going to take it forward from here. Over to you, Shuli.
Thank you so much, Archana. Thank you so much, Maya. Thank you, all the speakers who have been enlightening us with beautiful knowledge. And I'm gaining so much information, be it information about the market, be it information about the financial part of it. I'm just gaining more and more knowledge. So we have before the next speaker joins with us, I would like to share another amazing story of one of our employees, Harsha Katti. Harsha has been currently working as manager placements. She has also recently been blessed with a baby girl, and she has joined back, like I think, if I'm not wrong, a month and a half back. And we would like to hear more about her journey. So, Uday, could you please play the video for Harsha?
Sure, Ji. Sure, Shiv.
Hi, I'm Harsha Katti, holding the position of Manager in Placements at EduBridge since 2021. It's a privilege for me to share my experience, particularly upon my return after maternity leave. My journey with EduBridge began during the early days of my marriage. So managing work and family relatively became manageable with the help of my family members and my colleagues. However, everything took a turn after the arrival of my baby. I'm really thankful to EduBridge and my team members for being supportive and welcoming throughout the journey. I'm also really grateful to my mom and my husband who has always given that extended support whenever I have required. I've gone through a lot of transitions, which earlier I was hesitant about, but later I felt it was a fruitful transition. And I'm really happy working with EduBridge so far.
Thank you, Harsha. Thank you so much for sharing and giving a little peek in your life. And I just wish you all the best with us for your future. And I'm sure that you can, you know, be the best that you are in. Vrishali is there with us. So I think we can welcome Vrishali. So I'll be taking over from Archana now, and I'll be your co-host for the next set of sessions today. So before I go ahead, let me take this opportunity to first wish all of you in advance a very, very, very happy Republic Day. 75 years. I still remember when I was celebrating the 75 years of Independence Day. You know what I did? I was so, so, so happy about it. I actually went down to this, to CST in Mumbai, the Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus, and it was lightened with all the tricolors. I'm hoping I can see something of that sort this year too. But anyhow, let's moving on now to the last segment of the sessions. The day has gone so fast. Believe me, I started at 8 o'clock in the morning and we are already sitting at 4 o'clock, and I can't even think that, we literally actually finished one working shift. So how everybody is having a great time with good learning so far. The next topic that we are going to cover is a twist in the plot with a distinguished speaker from one of our best known brands in India. I'm honored to welcome Vrishali Parab, the General Manager Marketing at Belgian Waffle. Welcome, Vrishali.
Thank you so much, Shirley.
Vrishali is a seasoned marketing leader with over 12 years of rich experience across various industries like media and marketing, F&B, retail and real estate with brands like GNC India, Lodha, Pizza Express India, and HG Media. In her current role, she's spearheading the marketing of the F&B brand The Belgian Waffle. Belgian Waffle is India's leading homegrown waffle brand with over 500 stores across India. She carries expertise in brand management, strategic marketing, marketing communication, and media management, and has an experience of catering to a diverse set of consumers across brands. She has also completed her MBA in marketing and bachelor's of science in biotechnology. Welcome, Vishali.
Thanks a lot for a wonderful, introduction, Shirley, and really looking forward to a really good, engaging session. And I'm sure it's already almost 4 p.m. and there could be people who are a bit tired, who've been probably attending the session since morning. But I'll try to make it a bit more interesting. And I think marketing as a subject is something that people generally have a lot of interest in. So I'm looking forward to a
Yes.
good, engaging session.
Yes. So please go ahead, Roshali, and enlighten our audience on creating effective marketing strategies for our brands.
Thank you. Thank you so
The
much.
stage is all yours.
Sure. Thanks a lot. I'll start by sharing my screen. I've put up a small presentation so that all of us are on the same page. Give me a minute. Yeah. Is the screen visible?
Yes, Roshali.
All right. So while the topic is, about creating marketing strategies for brands, and sometimes there is a very blurred line that happens between, when we think of strategies, but strategies actually are built on a very, very strong foundation. So unless we really know the principles, unless we really know the fundamentals, we won't really be in a position to devise strategies that would actually work. So we can't really devise strategies sitting in four walls of an office, right? Especially in case of marketing, because there has to be so much of a consumer connect that you need to have. You need to observe, you need to interact, you need to learn from them, you need to understand them to really come up to a strategy or come up to a simple communication line. So it doesn't really is actually isn't as simple as coming up with a funky line, etc. A lot of science, a lot of fundamentals really go behind creating marketing strategies and marketing communications. So for all of us to really be on the same page, what I've done is we'll start with really, really basics of marketing first, and then probably move into what all different marketing strategies generally brands follow, etc. So this tech is all about marketing strategies 101. What is marketing, right? It's such a common word, and a lot of time we actually confuse sales with marketing. Let us understand how it is actually defined, at least as far as the textbook definition is concerned. Formal definition of marketing as per American Marketing Association says marketing is the activity, set of institutions, processes for creating, communicating, delivering, and exchanging offerings that have value for customers, clients, partner, or society at large. Now, in this a little bit of a complicated definition, what is important to understand is you basically really need to have a great value proposition, something to offer to your target audience, which they will value, and the entire process of making a consumer realize that they really need it or want it or desire it is called marketing in a nutshell. Marketing is a science and art of exploring, creating, and delivering value to satisfy the needs of a target market at a profit. And we can, of course, go through the rest of the definition. This is a definition by the marketing guru, Dr. Philip Kotler. So, in a nutshell, marketing is a process by which a firm profitably translates consumer needs into revenue. So, you basically need to understand that there is a set of audiences that needs a particular service, a particular product, and then there is a company which basically has those products. And marketing is a function that basically connect these two, poles together. As I mentioned, the start of my presentation is that it's extremely crucial to really understand who you are marketing to. And in the quest of understanding your customers, these are the three things that we really need to start with. One is understanding what is a need, what is a want, and what is a desire. What's a need? Needs are basic human element, human requirements, and these may include physical needs like food, clothing, shelter, air, etc. There could be social needs, which basically means belongingness and affectionate, being affectionate, etc. And then there will be some needs which are very individual driven, which could be a need for more knowledge, which need a need to self-express, etc. I have to give a simple example. What is a need is basically someone saying, I need some food because I'm hungry. That's a basic physical need that someone have, right? Now, these are the needs that your consumers would have. Now, let's try and understand what different types of needs, a consumer would have. There's something called stated need, which basically means I know what I want and I'm explicitly saying what I want. For example, I want a family car that is economic. That's a basic stated need. Now, there is something called as a real need. This is something that, so stated need is something that a consumer is saying out loud that he wants. What we understand from that need is something called as a real need, which basically means a car whose operating cost over lifetime and not just initial cost is low. So that's a basic requirement, and that's the real need that the consumer has. Then there is something called as unstated need, which basically means these are not stated, but these are a given. So consumers would not necessarily say it out loud that they want it, but then they expect a company, a brand to provide those needs. For example, good mileage or power steering are a basic requirement when you want to buy a particular car. The other need is called delight need, which basically means these are not stated. These are probably not even expected. But if given to a consumer, that consumer, he or she will be extremely delighted. For example, if in an entire car journey process, if a particular manufacturer, a particular brand is giving free or regular service at say no cost or at a very minimal cost, this is not something that the consumer would expect, but if given, it would definitely be a delight to them. And then there is something called as a secret need. Again, not stated, but factors that would improve perception of a consumer as the owner of the brand, which basically means that these are not stated. It's not like this particular need is spoken about, but this revolves more around the emotional aspect of marketing. For example, and I think the example will make it clear, admiration and envy from friends and peers, which would make the consumer feel good about themselves. If tomorrow I end up buying an Audi, apart from all these needs, which is the stated need, real need, unstated need, delight, etc., which a car would be fulfilling, I would know at the back end that hey, if I drive an Audi today, my friends and my family are really going to look up to me, or probably they'll have a perception that I've arrived in life, right? And that would basically make me happy. So these are the secret needs. Let's move to something called as wants and then the demands. Now, I am hungry is a need, but if I have a very specific want, then it'll be something like, hey, I want a pizza. So earlier I just said that I'm hungry. Now my hunger could have been satiated through anything, maybe dal chawal, maybe pizza, maybe burger. But then I have a very specific want and I'm saying I want a pizza. So that's my want. And then comes to demands and desires. Demands are wants backed by consumer purchasing power. Wants for specific product backed by an ability to pay for them. And desire is basic difference between wants and demands. So for example, if I say I am hungry, that's my need. I want pizza is my want. And I say, hey, I want a thin crust, say a Pizza Express pizza, then I have a specific demand. That is my desire, right? And I'm saying that because I know I can pay for that. Example would be, my demand is to buy Bata shoe, but my desire is to buy a Reebok. So my demand could be, say, go for a Pizza Hut pizza or a Domino's pizza, but I really desire to say go for a 1441 pizzeria kind of pizza or a really refined kind of pizza. So these are the basic difference between needs, wants, and desires. And when we devise marketing strategies, we have to take into account the consumer psychology while devising our strategies, and hence understanding these things are extremely important. Coming to a base of marketing strategy. Now, what is the base of marketing strategy? We say STP is the base of marketing strategy, which basically means segmentation, targeting, and positioning. And we'll look at all of these terms, separately. What is segmentation, and why do we really need to do segmentation, right? Not all the individuals will have similar needs. So, for example, a particular brand is selling a soap. Not everyone needs a soap for a specific requirement, right? Everyone has a different need. I probably need a soap to be away from bacteria. Some people really need soap to make their skin really fresh or plump, etc. Some would really want a good fragrance to come out of a soap. So everyone has very different needs. So it is extremely important as a marketeer to segment your entire target audience, segment the entire population that you have, and then figure out which is that one particular segment that you want to go after. So there are different types of market segmentations that happen. Some could be geographical segmentation, which basically means whether I want to target a north market or an eastern market or a western market or an overseas market, etc., etc. Some could be demographic, which basically means, hey, I'm as a brand want to target females. Largely a makeup brand would target more females than males. So these are the kind of demographic segmentation that can happen. Some brands may cater to Gen Z, millennials. Some brands may cater to mature audiences. So that's a demographic segmentation that happens. The other one is psychographic segmentation, which basically is largely lifestyle driven. Different people have different lifestyle, and I want to specifically target a particular lifestyle for my brand or product. And then comes behavioral segmentation, which is largely based on purchase occasions, user status, usage rate, etc., etc. Then targeting. Now that I have segmented the entire audience into different segments, I want to be very specific in the way who I want to target, at least as my immediate or first target consumer, wherein I would basically know that these guys are open for the offering that I have. So target marketing involves breaking the market into different segments and then concentrating your marketing efforts on one or few segments that you identify are the best fit for your product and service. And it can be key to attract your new businesses. It can be a key to attract your sales and increase profitability. And the example for this would be, for example, Zara. Now, Zara's target market is young and price conscious and highly sensitive to latest fashion trends. Here we've covered demographic segmentation. Here we have covered behavioral segmentation. Here we have also covered psychographic segmentation, right? So they have an advantage over traditional retailers because they do not define their target audience or target by segmenting ages. Because you go to Zara, you would actually have offering which will cater to men and women and kids and the younger TG and even the older TG with their trousers, this and that. So that is the kind of advantages that Zara has, but then that's a call that they have taken as a brand that they would want to have a very broad target. Then comes positioning. Now, positioning is basically defined as an act of designing companies offering an image to occupy a distinctive place in consumers' mind. With positioning, you're trying to drive perception about your brand. If today I ask you all, what do you think of Zara? There would be certain imagery that you would have in mind. Zara. When I talk about H&M, there would be certain imagery that you would have. When I talk about pantaloons, right, there will be certain imagery that you would have. And that is basically because the way these brands have marketed themselves, positioned themselves, and that's why we have we've been perceiving them in a certain way. Now I put a basic example here. If we have to map certain chocolate brands, right, and position them on a graph which basically segments them on the price factor. So there would be certain low price and certain high price brands, and then on the quality also. So if you see, if we have to look at low price, low quality segment, which basically means perceptually these brands are considered having low quality and they are priced at low, and then you would have brands like Milky Way, Chomp, etc. Now let's move to a little right. These brands still are perceived to be relatively at a lesser quality, but then they're priced at a little higher than the ones that we saw here. These could be Snickers and Boost. And then comes your high quality, high price segment, wherein your Ferrero Rocher and Lindt and Galaxy kind of chocolates would fall in. Now they are perceived to be of good quality. We all know, we all love Ferrero Rocher, right? For example, or we all really love the dark chocolates that Lindt has. So we know that the quality is really good, and they're also priced higher. A lot of times, actually, higher price and higher perception of quality are quite interlinked. So as a brand, you have to decide which quadrant do you largely want to fall in. Now, when it comes to marketing strategies, marketing mix, which is the basic 4 Ps, plays an important role, which basically means what do you have in terms of product, what is it that you want to price the product at, where do you want to market or sell your product, and how do you want to market and sell your product, which is where your promotion comes in picture. And that's why we call it 4 Ps as a marketing place: product, price, place, promotion. For any brand who wants to cater to any audiences, we need to have clarity on the 4 Ps as a marketing mix that we have to offer. While of course we can get into the details of what is a product, but then intuitively it is understood that product is whatever that you have to offer to the consumers. Price is what price point you want to really offer your product or service to the consumer. Place is which markets: north, west, south, whole of India, overseas, tier 1, tier 2, all of that segmentation, and you eventually decide which place you want to promote your products. And promotion is how do you want to do you want to take a more of a mainstream media ATL way of TV, radio, billboards, etc., or it has to be more on a BTL level, wherein one-on-one connections, events, exhibitions, etc., is going to be playing major role. So that's how your 4Ps are defined. What we'll do is, for us to be in a better position to really understand how 4Ps work, we'll just put some examples of how KitKat 4Ps could look like. Product. Now, this data points could be dated, but what we basically need to understand is the concept of how to put the information about your brand into these different brackets. Now, Nestle's KitKat. What is the product and what is the shape? KitKat comes in 2, 3, 4 fingers. You have a lot of variants happening in KitKat. There are variety of and different markets basically have different offerings. For example, you get something like KitKat drumsticks in Malaysia and Australia, and then you have KitKat ice cream also in other parts of the world, etc. What is the packaging? Basic red, white, and what are the competitors? Pork munch kind of competitions happen. So this is your product mix. Now let's come to pricing. Now pricing is a bit dated, but then let's try and understand the concept of this pricing. Starting price of KitKat may remain unchanged as say ₹5, but the quantity change. So over a period, it is up to us, once we drive a particular perception about a particular brand, whether that brand is coming at a specific price point or no. Over the period of time, it's always up to us as to how we want to drive that perception change about the price, right? So we can always use psychological pricing. For example, a 30-gram pork is priced at 5, but a 6-gram KitKat is priced as the similar ₹5 this thing. But then when consumers are given two options, which both are coming at ₹5, there are chances that they'll pick up a KitKat more than a pork, even though it is come at a lesser grammage. So that's where your consumer psychology around pricing comes into play. Place. Now, where all do we get KitKat? KitKat is available at retail stores, supermarkets, online websites like Big Baskets, and now a lot of other options. It's produced in 21 countries, and I think more across India, across the world, and available in more than 100 plus countries. Promotion. Now, when it comes to promotion, all of us, I think, know their tagline, right? Have a break, have a KitKat. Now, this kind of an association with the brand is always an effort, consistent effort of over many years, right? For so many years, they've been consistent with how they want to position their product as, and the tagline has remained the same, which basically means have a break, have a KitKat. And then they're there, of course, across online platforms like your Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, etc. And again, on the offline platforms as well, including newspapers, TV ads, billboards, etc., etc. So this is how we basically have a 4P mix for any product. Now there are something called as extended Ps. We've spoken about 4Ps. There are 7Ps that we generally have for a service, which is not a physical tangible product. And those additional 3P involve people, physical evidence, and process. And then we'll just have a quick look at How does it work? We've already gone through product price, place, promotion. Let's understand people. Now, when it's a service industry, right, people play an important role because service generally has to have a people connect. For example, today we go to a resort. It's a service that's been offered to us. It's an experience that's offered to us, and everyone from the receptionist to housekeeping to your server at the restaurant, all of them play an important role in the overall experience, and that is why people becomes an important P when it comes to the service industry. Then come processes. It basically means delivery of your service is usually done with the customer present. So how the service is delivered plays an important role, because that is what a customer is paying for. Today we go to a particular spa, the massage could remain the same, but the way you're treated, the way entire process happens is very important, and this is something that people really remember, and hence processes become extremely important. And then comes physical evidence. Now I understand that we are largely talking about service, but your service always comes with some sort of a physical element as well. For example, again, the example that we just discussed is going to a resort. Now, the resort, that building itself is a physical evidence, right? Though you're going there for an experience which are more intangible in nature, and for the service given, there are also physical elements, and hence physical evidence also becoming important P when it comes to service industries. Here, the example that I've given is a hair salon. Now, a hair salon offering using L'Oreal professional products instantly makes you feel that, oh, they are using standard products, they are of good quality, I'm going to get a good experience. So certain physical tangible elements during your service also play an important role. So that's how we generally have a marketing mix for us. Now, we've basically so far understood what are the needs, demands, desires for consumers, how to segment them, how to target them, what is known as, positioning, how to basically have your marketing mix in place. Let us also understand a funnel. A funnel as in a consumer buying funnel. It's famously known as IDA. It's basically an acronym, and it stands for attention, interest, desire, and action. Um, Whatever that we do in marketing as a part of our communication, advertising, etc., we expect consumers to go through this funnel, wherein we're first able to catch their attention, then able to generate interest in the product or service that we're offering. Then we want our consumers to come to a place wherein they now desire that product. And then all of this eventually results into buying that product. Now, let us understand with very simple examples. Attention. This basically involves typical promotion, which could be through print ads, billboards, contest, anything as a part of the whole communication program that can catch attention. Example is Cadbury celebrity endorsement by Dabur. By associating with names like Amitabh Bachchan, MS Dhoni, etc., Dabur intrigues its customers and gets their attention. Dabur could have, invested a few crores just on advertising their real fruit juice and real actives. So that's the first level of reaction that you want from consumers when you take your product out to the market. So first we catch attention. What is the next step? Once the attention is caught, which basically means now people really know you, right? The next step would be to generate interest in what we are offering. So by demonstrating the advantages and benefits and the differentiation that we have as a brand to give to our customers, now we want to create interest in consumers' mind. To boost sale, it may include an advertisement campaign, PR activity. It could also mean we are doing free sampling. It could also mean there are certain contests and free gifts, etc. So the list goes on. Now, taking the same example of Dabur Real Juice, what would be an action at an interest level? Dabur advertises the advantages and disadvantages, advantages and the product benefits of its product, including fruit juices and real actives. Now, what they are doing is they are at this stage trying to differentiate themselves from the rest so that your consumers are skewed towards you. They suddenly feel, oh, I've understood this. Now, let me, maybe I could try this product. So at this stage, they're largely saying, hey, maybe I could try this product because these have so many benefits. Then desire. After the potential consumer finds your product interesting, at some point there is a shift in their mind. If there is consistent hammering that's happening, there is a consistent exposure with the product benefits, product differentiation that happens. At some point in time, they'll say, let me try this product. I think this is the time that I want it for myself. I've been hearing about it a lot. Let me try it for myself. The same example now, Dabur tries to convince customers that they want and desire the product and really satisfy their needs. If there's a need to stay healthy and fit, the person will desire a Dabur juice or a Dabur product. So it has developed a temptation among consumer that they really need this product now to be healthy and carefree. Through the kind of communication, and of course, only communication never works. Your communication has to be backed by product truths. So there has to be RTB, which we call reason to believe. When you're claiming something, when the advertisement communication claims something, there need to be reason to believe for consumer, which largely has to be driven by the truths that we have included in the product or service. And that is when, with the consistent exposure, there comes a point when people say that, hey, I need to try this for myself. And this then eventually results into action of the consumer buying the product event, right? And that's why the need to make the consumer to take action and buy the product, which will reflect in sale. And of course, as we mentioned, what is the aim of marketing? When we looked at it at the initial sites also, the eventual aim of marketing is to drive profitability for the brand. Because of action, for example, once this action bit happens, crores of Hajmola sold every day. Dabur Amla becomes one of the largest hair oil brand in India with millions of them consuming. Dabur Chyawanprash become one of the largest selling nutraceuticals in the world. All of this happens because they've targeted a large amount of audiences, and all of those audiences have gone through these stages to eventually now come to an action stage, and the repeat basically after that happens once they like the product. They understand that whatever was claimed is actually been getting delivered, etc. And then that's how the repeat purchases happen, and that's how brands become bigger and their consumers become loyal to the brand. So that's the IDA model, which is of course very important when we are devising the consumer strategy for the brand. We need to break down these steps, and we need to have very specific action plan, very specific communication at each of these stages. Now, largely that we have understood customers, we now want to finally need to know how do we really go about marketing it, right? The strategy part is largely done of understanding consumers, picking up a segment that we want to target, understanding their psychographics and behavioral traits, understanding the product truths, that this is my product which is basically catering to this particular need of this particular consumer segment. Now I want to reach out to the market. How do I do that? That's where your go-to-market strategy comes in play. It's largely known as GTM strategy, which is go-to-market. Go-to-market is nothing but an action plan, but it is an extremely detailed, thought-after, researched action plan that you have before you hit the market. It will basically include, defining your targets. It would include ways and means of reaching out to consumer, and how do we eventually achieve the competitive advantage that we thought we had as a product, right? So purpose of GTM strategy is to provide a blueprint for delivering a product or service to the end consumer. How does that happen? GTM strategy in general starts by asking certain questions to ourselves. Those questions are very basics of what's and how. Who is my target audience? What is my product and service? the why part. Why would someone really buy me? How am I positioning my product in the market? How do I want people to perceive my product when it is launched? What are my target audience? Am I really going all India at the first launch, or am I wanting to concentrate in a particular market or geography only to start with? When am I wanting to do that? What is that right time? For example, a very very simple basic example, if we have identified Gen Z, right, as a target audience for our product and service, and if we are launching a new product for them, that timing can't be when the Gen Zs are extremely busy giving exams, right? So hence timing also becomes extremely crucial when we want to launch certain campaigns, when you want to launch a product or service in general. And then the last part, which basically means how am I reaching out to them, what are different levers that I am activating to get their attention, what is the sales plan, what is my business plan, right? After doing so much of the entire marketing plan and the activities, we need to move the needle when it comes to the sale, right? So what is that business goal that I have for myself? All of this is defined in your go to market strategy. There are 5 key elements. We'll just brush them through very briefly, which are a part of your GTM strategy. Target market, target group, basically segmentation basis. High priority segments, which are my high priority segments, which are my low priority segments. What is the market size of the target group? It's extremely important to understand what is the market size, which is the market segment I'm targeting, and hence what kind of response can I get. Now this objective could be a reach objective basis the target audience. For example, I'm driving a digital campaign and my TG is between 18 to 25. Basis the size of the market and basis my budget, etc., I also decide that hey, through this campaign I need like 100 million reach, which is a digital reach. This is just a simple example. So this defining all of that becomes your first step. Then you want to be extremely clear about what you want to offer, right? I mean, product and service is not just an offering. I mean, what is a value offering is something that goes beyond that. A soap is a product, right? But how am I differentiating myself, and why would someone buy my soap vis-a-vis hundreds and thousands of soaps that are available in the market? Is where your value proposition will come in play. What is it that I'm solving for my consumer, and how am I offering it so that they find value in buying my product? So product use, product differentiation, what is the name, what is the tagline, all of that would form a part of your value proposition, which basically is a step to define your USPs. Then distribution channel. I know my target market now. I know what kind of a value proposition I want to go out to the market. I need to understand what all distribution channels I want to use to reach out to my audiences. So what are the different media that I'm using to sell the product? Once we make a laundry list of these media, we have to basically also understand what are the challenges and advantages of each of the media. What would be the resource requirement? What would be the cost of each medium? And hence, if these are the 20 medium that I have to sell my product, I would probably pick and choose 10 of these because these would fit the operational challenge aspect, and this would also fit my budget. So this having an overview of distribution channel that we want to target with our product is the third step. The fourth step, of course, would be the pricing strategy. Of course, these steps not necessarily go in that order, but these are the larger elements. Now, pricing strategy could be cost led. For example, my product cost is 30%. I want to have 20% margin. Then my product is priced at a certain price point. Another pricing strategy could be, hey, I am operating in a perfume category, for example, which is considered to be a high value product. I will price my product as per the perceptual value that the customers have. If customers feel that a good perfume needs to be at a certain price point in general, we would utilize those insights, those behavioral aspects of consumer to price the product. Even though from a cost perspective, I would have probably decided 500 to be the price of my perfume, but I know for these notes, this quality, consumers out there are okay to spend even 700. Then we could probably decide what do I want to price my product at, whether anywhere between 500 to 700 depending upon the market forces, etc. So a lot of these points really play a part when it comes to the pricing strategy. And then it'll be, of course, promotional and communication. I think it's really interesting and to sort of bust certain myths, because a lot of people think that marketing is only this, which is promotional and communication, and we see fancy ads and we see fancy hoardings and we see really good taglines, but that's actually a very last part of the entire uh, marketing strategy that we have. And there is a lot of this that goes behind the scene to really reach to this level. So yeah, so coming to your promotional and communication strategy, your positioning, placement in the market, what is the product message delivery, what are the kind of mediums that we are wanting to use, whether we want to go the ATL way, we want to go to BTL way, whether we want to do the direct marketing, whether we want to do the digital marketing, depending upon who my consumer is and where is my consumer present and what kind of spends I'm wanting to incur at this point in time. So all of this really become a part of your GTM strategy, which is an extremely crucial part in devising strategy for your product, your brand, your launch, your relaunch, any campaign objective that you have in mind, depending upon what is the life cycle of the product. So far, so good.
Yes, it is actually wow. It's actually real wow.
All right, cool. Okay, so we have some time, right? We have 10 minutes. All right. Let's move quickly to the next part. It's an interesting strategy that brands follow. Is something called as push versus pull strategy. Now, what is a push versus pull strategy? A push strategy is basically when a manufacturer or a brand or a company uses sales force, trade promotions, discount, any other means to induce intermediary to carry, promote, or sell the product to the end users. Now, this definition may seem a little complicated, but we will see that through example. This strategy is appropriate when there is low brand loyalty, brand choice is made in the store, and product is impulse buy, and benefits are well understood. For example, I go to DMart today, and I know that I want to buy a toothpaste or a toothbrush for that matter, and I see multiple brands put out there. Now I don't really, it doesn't really matter whether I'm buying an Oral-B brush or I'm buying a Colgate brush or I'm buying any other brush. But if I see Oral-B is giving me a great offer, get two free, because the involvement in the product is so low and I'm not really loyal to any brand when it comes to a brush, I will end up buying an Oral-B brush. So that's a push strategy, which basically means I didn't really want that product, but it was pushed to me through certain communication at the trade, and hence I decided to go ahead with that. Then there is something called as a pull strategy. Now, pull strategy is basically consumer out, which means that a company advertises, communicates, reaches out to you with certain product benefits or certain association that the brand wants it to have with your consumer, so that there is a demand in the market by the consumer, and that consumer eventually will ask the intermediary, in our case, say for example, a retail store, to place that product. So this strategy is appropriate when there is a high brand loyalty, there is high involvement, and consumers choose the brand before they go to the store, which basically means I very well know in my head what I want to buy. So, for example, if I'm loyal to any soap. You take an example. I'm loyal to Dove, for example, right? I've been using Dove. I love Dove as a soap. I'm today going to any market, and I see so many soap brands advertising, giving me amazing options, but I'm not really looking at them because I know what I want to buy. I'm loyal to that brand. There is a really high involvement. I'm gonna go and buy my Dove. Now today I go to any supermarket and Dove is not there. I'm gonna go and ask the retailer as to, hey boss, why are you not listing Dove? I need it. Now that sends a signal to the retailer that he needs to stock Dove, which will then go to another intermediary like a wholesaler, which will go to the manufacturer. Right? So that's a pull strategy. You've done something that there is a pull in the market for the brand, and then your intermediaries really have to list that product. Simple example, your pull strategy could be, because you're having advertisement on radio, TV, print. There is so much PR that's happening around, which could be paid or non-paid PR. There is publicity, there is awareness in general, and through that awareness, through the differentiation in the communication, etc., you've known about that product and service, and now you want it. So that's a pull factor. A push factor, which is opposite to that, is basically you're not really you're okay with any brand in general for that category. The moment you see certain sale promotion, it all depends upon where are you, what are you looking at, etc., etc. That product is being pushed to you, so you're compelled to buy it at that point in time, and that's a push strategy. For example, a telemarketing, someone calling me and telling me, hey, there is a great property, hey, there is a great plan, etc., etc., etc. I'm not decided as such, but someone is selling it to me, and if at that point in time I find benefit in them, I'll end up buying that product. So these are the two different strategies that one could also adapt. In general, pull strategy takes a lot of marketing muscles, and it also takes some time to get that pull from your consumers in the market, whereas push is more short term, direct, etc., which is more to do with promotions and stuff. And it's not the case that a particular brand or we as brand owner have to only resort to one of the strategies. It could always be a combination of both, and it would depend upon what life cycle are you at when it comes to that product or a brand. Just a basic representation: manufacturer sending it to retailer, retailer giving it to consumer, push strategy, right? Consumer saw something, asked for it to the retailer. Now retailer asks the same product to the manufacturer, and now to list that product, pull strategy. Very, very simple representation, but I think it's good for us to really understand these concepts. Now there is something very interesting, which is basically called attacks in marketing. Now these are not literal attacks, but these are more like intellectual, creative attacks that brands do on each other. These are aggressive marketing campaigns to increase brand awareness and respond to competitors' marketing strategies. Sometimes meek campaigns and responses don't generate any buzz, and companies need to go aggressive and create unique campaigns so that you're able to draw consumers' attention. There are different attacks. I'm quickly going to run them through because I think the pictorial representation will also help you guys understand this. There's something called as frontal attack, which basically means you're taking your opponent head on. And these are the three basic types, which is called pure frontal attack. For example, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, dono ka offering to same hi hai, right? We all know both are fizzy drinks, cola drinks, etc. So one takes on the other directly through their advertisement and campaigns, and that's called pure frontal attack. And then there's something called as limited frontal attack, which basically involves attacking in specific consumer segments only. For example, Nirma exploited the entry level in washing powder market, which was a gap that HUL hadn't addressed. So what did Nirma do? Nirma basically understood the market gap, and they thought the number one brand is not present or probably weaker in that section. Let me enter that section and capture that small market. So that's a limited frontal attack. And there is something called as price-based frontal attack, and a lot of FMCG brands, keep attacking each other through really lucrative prices. There is, for example, fierce price war that happens between Rin and Tide. ₹1 ज़्यादा, ₹1 कम. Tide giving 250 sachet free, Rin giving 100-gram extra, and all of that, right? Then there is something called as flank attack. These type of attacks target the weak spots or gaps. That could be a geographical gap or that could be a product gap. Simple example, H&M basically came to India, targeted tier 1, tier 2 cities and expanded so rapidly in 18 months, as opposed to someone like Zara who took who'd been here for since 2010 and was only present in certain metros and only one cities. So H&M basically decided to capitalize on the geographical gap, that hey, I want to expand quickly, I want to be visible, and that's how I also make a little bit of an entry barrier for others to come in. For example, this is also a great example for the brands that I am currently working on. I can give, like the Belgian Waffle Co. is the market is the creator and leader when it comes to the waffles in India, right? And it's a number one brand, and there is hardly any distant number two. We are currently present in 500 stores. There is hardly any distant number two. Probably distant number two would have like a 70 stores at max. What do we do that? What is the strategy behind it? To expand so quickly and so fiercely that it actually creates an entry barrier for others. So yeah, so these are the strategies, that kind of attacks that we could have. Defense against flank attack. This is basically a dominant company may defend against potential flank attack by creating its own flanker brand. I'll just give a quick example. To entice a new market segment, makers of Tide laundry had launched something called as Cheer as a brand, which was basically catering to a price sensitive consumer. While sales of Tide because of that fell a little, because आपका market उसमें divide हो गया, right? Some of them continued to go ahead with Tide and some of them wanted to try the new brand Cheers. But eventually, as a brand owner for both these brands, you were able to take a good chunk of the market. So Tide was operating at a specific price point. There were competitor brands that were offering at a lesser price point. What I do, I don't lower my brand's price because that will dilute the perception of the brand. What I do is I create another brand which caters to that price point. So I have my Tide loyal consumers. I'm creating a new segment, and that's how I'm capturing a bigger market share. So that's called as having defense against flank attacks. Just a bit of a pictorial representation. Someone is coming here to buy a cookie, and then there is so many options, right? One brand having multiple options, because as a brand, I want to have that defense against other flanker brands. So I will, as a Oreo, I'll also have a fat-free option. I'll have a triple stuff. I'll have, more chocolatey option, whatever is the demand in the market. And then is something called as guerrilla attack, which is extremely interesting, which basically means you're taking on the competitor head on, but in a smart way. Now, this is a very quick example. Apple community switches to Samsung. Now, when Samsung handed out a few hundreds of Galaxy S9 to the entire population of Dutch hamlet Apple, now in this case, it's not Apple the brand, it's Apple the territory, right? It had a clever bit of marketing on its hand. The stunt is extremely charming and shows that many of Apple's community may now be a part of Samsung's community as well. So when I read this, I basically assume that Apple owners are shifting to Samsung, but that's not actually the case. Now there is something, I'm just gonna quickly rush through this. Clemenda, should I conclude or should I take another 2 minutes?
I guess you can go ahead, Roshali. We have the next speaker with us, but if it's 2 minutes, I'm sure we can go ahead because we are always learning.
Sure, thanks. So I have something here which are the basic marketing techniques for us to generally understand, because we keep using these terminologies like ATL, BTL, TTL, etc. Let's just understand in very brief manner what are these techniques. Above the lines are largely the promotional activity done at a mass level. You really can't measure them in most cases. These are largely done to create awareness and goodwill of the brand. That includes your television, cinema, any mass market media that you want to go ahead with, print, for that matter, billboards, etc. For example, McDonald's doing this bit, like very clever marketing of promoting their golden arches through the billboard would fall under ETL. Now, what is BTL? BTL is more targeted in nature, which is more one-on-one, and most in most cases you're able to really see the impact. You can track the conversion, you can track the direct response, and these could be exhibitions, pamphlets, other point of sale that you do, because there is most cases a human element involved. A quick example, Kumbh Mela. Kumbh Mela in this year, I think it was 2017, had drawn about 12 crore of people. And in 2013, there were diarrhea-related diseases that were encountered after the Kumbh Mela. So Rekit Bankin sir, with his campaign in the following Kumbh Mela, really capitalized on that bit and came up with interesting campaigns. जैसे Dettol का हाथ धोना हर बार campaign focused on hand washing education, and Harpik's toilet vidhi aim to change the attitude towards the proper toilet technique. So these initiatives collectively addressed health and hygiene challenges at large, and these basically involved a lot of direct marketing aspects, wherein there were exhibitions and there were road plays, etc., through which the larger janta was educated. Now there is something called as through the line marketing, which basically is been blurring the line between ATL and BTL, and largely your digital and social media falls under this bit. Coming to digital marketing, which is a favorite thing for everyone, is an umbrella term used for anything that we do as part of communication through digital technologies. What does it include? Facebook, video marketing, affiliate marketing, email marketing, SMS marketing, search engine optimization, PPC marketing, all of that would, as I mentioned, fall under the digital marketing bit. And then there is something called as what are fads, trends, and moment marketing. Fads, something which is very short lived, jiska trend aata hai chala jata hai, and you as a brand can decide whether you want to really capitalize on this or no. Trends are generally longer lived items, which basically mean that these are sequence of events with more momentum and predictability, and a lot of brands generally harp on a lot of trends because you want to be relevant to consumers. So, for example, recently, आप अगर Instagram देखोगे, तो there is something called a GRWN trend, which basically get ready with me, and there are so many content creators who follow the trend. And then there is something like this trend, which was a trending reel format, and I've just put a Belgian waffle as one of the reels that we have. Then what is moment marketing? Moment marketing is basically involving using news, current affair, trends, etc. to engage with your audience. There's something that's already out there in the market when people are knowing. You as a brand try to take advantage of it, or try to be relevant to that TG. For example, we all know this just looking like a wow reel that got famous, and so many brands really did smart marketing. This is Amul's case, and Amul is known, they are the king of moment marketing. This is one of the creative that we had. Your CGI based creatives are also a part of moment marketing. This I put Belgian waffle because when we were launching in CP in Delhi, right, a giant sized waffle really fell on CP's building, and that was the whole CGI driven marketing that we did. I have a case study, but I think we can skip that.
Yes. See, marketing is such something that we are learning every day, and I don't think it can ever stop.
Correct.
So, but thank you, Vrishali. And you know what? When I was seeing the slides and I was hearing you, I felt now the onus falls on the consumer, because the consumer has so many choices and the consumer can get confused so much. But that's a topic for
Absolutely.
another day.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing in-depth understanding on the marketing strategies. I'm sure that this session has helped so many youth from our audience, and also even the persons who may have some marketing knowledge to get, see the marketing roles in a different light. And we have a lot of questions, but because of the time spillover, we will email those questions to you. We would
That'd be
really love
great.
you to answer them back whenever you can.
Sure, sure. I would love to hear. I would have loved a few minutes to interact with the audience, but I couldn't because of the paucity of time. But
I
really
totally
great
understand.
going back to the basics again.
Yes, yes. So thank you once again, Roshali. You can now exit the webinar. Now I'll be continuing to our next set of sessions. Have a great day, Roshali.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me here. Bye.
Yes. Bye-bye. Oh, well, we have been discussing technology, banking, finance all day. And I think we should not lose out on covering a new feather in the cap of EduBridge. So, in association with Wolf, EduBridge has started its own Academy of for Global Education. We believe in fulfilling our vision to be the first choice provider of high quality skill and career development in every corner of India. Keeping this in mind, our next session is based on building global careers with global degree programs. We have amongst us Devdatta Roy and Sujaya Dev. Devdatta is a learning and development enthusiast with over 12 years of professional experience. Armed with a post graduation degree in management and a specialization in marketing, she brings a unique blend of strategic thinking and deep understanding of the workforce landscape. Currently, she is working with EduBridge as Senior Manager Learning and Development. Having worked with international clientele, she has gained invaluable exposure to diverse cultures and an acute understanding of global workforce dynamics. Welcome, Dave.
Thank you, Shirley. Thank you so much for that warm welcome. So there's just a slight correction. It's Devdatta Day and not Roy.
Oh,
but
so sorry,
that's all
sorry.
right. I mean, I do get that quite a few times. That's absolutely okay. I understand. Well, why don't you introduce Sujay as well? Because, we kind of
Yes,
will go in
surely.
coordination. So, yeah,
Yes. So
perfect.
so Sujaya, see, I am very bit happy about introducing Sujaya because it's from one Dave is introducing another Dave actually. So we have Sujaya with us. Sujaya is also an ardent finance professional. She has a deep love for education and a strong commitment to empowering and aspiring financial professions. She has completed her postgraduate diploma in banking and relationship management from Manipal Academy of Banking and is equipped with advanced industry knowledge. She has over 5 years of banking and commerce experience and a tremendous exposure to various finance roles, allowing her to gain invaluable insights and expertise. Welcome, Sujaya.
Thank you, Shuli. And I really like the way we have all Devs are together today in the one same screen.
I know, right? So last night we were kind of prepping together
Dev
and
Square,
then
now we have Dev
correct. So we started with Dev Square. So now it's Dev Cube because Shuli is also a Dev. So all right.
So
all
now
right.
over to to both of you to take it ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, namaste everyone. It's been an amazing session since morning. We've had so many amazing speakers. They've spoken about a diverse set of topics, and it's just so thrilling to see the encouragement that it gives us, the motivation that it gives us. And again, it's an absolute honor that today Sujay and I have got the opportunity to come and be a part of hosting this event. So first of all, we both have got our introductions. So we'll start with wishing everyone a very happy 75th Republic Day in advance. So as you all have understood that, the theme that we have today is around Nari Shakti. And as as I would say, as a coincidence, or probably the smart work that we always do is we are always in line with whatever is happening around us as a education provider or as an educator, we always have to be in line with what's happening. So this year's Nari Shakti theme also resonates with the theme for the Republic Day Parade, which is Vikasat Bharat and Bharat Loktantra Ki Matrika, which means developed India and India, the mother of democracy. As I was prepping up for this event last night and I was going through the various, respected speakers and the set of the topics that they were supposed to talk about, I reflected back on an old memory that I had with my economics professor. She mentioned that empowered women empower women. And I'm so happy and proud that I'm lucky to have known many such women in my life, and I still have them as friends, colleagues, respected family members, and friends. So, at the start of the event, we heard Maya, our head of partner services, speak about the role of education in women empowerment. As we move ahead, Sujay and I would be speaking about building global careers with global degree programs. All right, so I think we have the slide already. Okay, great. So to begin with, let's understand that why studying abroad is an excellent way to get a universal perspective. If you notice that this basically allows you to travel and to experience different cultures, learn new languages, and develop a global network. You enter into a classroom, you have foreign professors, you have friends from different cultures. So it's a beautiful blend of something new and something, very exciting. But imagine a situation where you do not have to step out of your house and, just by sitting at home, you can probably access all of this. That is where global degree programs come in.
Global degree programs are designed to provide learners with a comprehensive understanding of global issues and prepare them for the careers in the global marketplace. So now let us look at some prominent figures. We have something exciting for you today. Right in front of us, we have some images with some of the most famous personalities from different fields. It's time to test your knowledge and see how many of you can recognize these iconic figures. So, without a further ado, I encourage each and every one of you to take a moment, look at the images displayed, and let us know in the comments below how many of these famous personalities you can identify. Can we have some answers?
Yeah, so you can, if you're live on YouTube, you can put in your comments there. And, you can use the Zoom chat box as well.
Please share, please share. So you can. I know the name of probably 3 of them, probably not one of them.
Start getting some answers. Good to see you.
Yes. So Shalini has said over here, Shalini has written Twinkle. Probably, if Shalini would love, you can also add the surname, probably.
Yes, we need complete name. Okay, we have got one answer.
Yes.
So fantastic job, guys. We have been reading your comments, and yes, guess what? Yes, your answer is correct. So yes, one of the personality what you have mentioned is Twinkle Khanna. So what do you think is common about all of them? So we have displayed four images in front of you. So what do you think is common in all of them? So one more somebody has. Okay, Kalpana Chawla, Twinkle Khanna, Indra Nui, and Anjali Joshi. Absolutely correct. So yes, your answer is correct. So
100
now
100.
Yes, it's absolutely. So what do you think, why we have displayed these images? Do you think there is one connection between all of them? Now that we had some fun identifying these famous personalities, let's explore a little deeper. What is the common link between these remarkable individuals? Is it the shared profession, a common cause, or perhaps something else? Any answer, any guesses? What could be common in these four personalities?
So if you have kept your eyes on the news, you must have heard about, something very recent involving one of these personalities. And obviously the rest are very well known. So let's see if anybody can guess what's common among all of them.
You can put in your answers on chat as well. I can only understand all of them are very high achieving women, but I don't think I have more knowledge.
Absolutely right, Shirley.
Shall we wait for a second and then shall we?
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Yes, participants, we would love to get some answers from you. Could be on YouTube, could be on Zoom. Please share your thoughts.
Let it be a
There is
guess,
no
guys.
wrong or right.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, are we getting some responses from the YouTube session? If any of our panelists can let us know.
Yes. I think probably this question is a bouncer for them, so probably they are not able to answer it.
International. We had got one response. Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Each one of them have chosen to take up a global degree and have made a name for themselves. Coming to our first personality, Kalpana Chawla. I hope everybody is aware of, like, I have read so many things about her, and she's such an inspiring person. Today, we pay a tribute to a trailblazer, India's first ever woman to travel to space. She has pursued her master's from University of Texas and her further studies from University of Colorado. Coming back, to Twinkle Khanna, the most common face, iconic face. She's an author, she's a columnist, she's an interior designer, a film producer, and former film actress. I hope many of us have seen so many movies starting from Mela, from Bacha, and so many, many more. She had recently pursued a master degree in fiction writing at the Goldsmith University of London in 2023. So this was in the news also. She has recently completed her degree at this age, which is very good to hear about. At this age is just a number for learning. Coming to our next personality, that is Indra Nui. She is the ex-president, CFO, CEO of PepsiCo. So the previous session we have heard about PepsiCo. We all having drinks. So she is the ex-president and CFO, CEO. She has ranked 13th on Forbes 100 most powerful women. She had also pursued her master degree in public and private management from Yale University. Coming next, that is Anjali Joshi. She is the vice president of product management at Google. She had pursued her master's from State University of New York and other master degrees from Stanford University in the USA.
Wow, isn't that amazing? Such experience, such years of hard work, as well as a global degree that made such a lot of impact. So why do you think such important female leaders of the world had chosen to take up an international degree? Let's understand how global programs are beneficial for you as a learner. A global degree program provides an immersive experience, which is just not limited to textbooks. So let's say you are learning about a particular topic in class, and you're just listening from your teacher or your professor. Global degrees do not just limit themselves to that. They would allow you ample amount of opportunities to test what you're learning, to learn by doing. Global educators use the blended learning model, which means that you actively implement everything that you learn in class. There is something called as a 70-20-10 model, which means that 70% of you as a learner will be spending time on learning through assignments and projects. 20% of your time will be involved in listening to videos, audios, or learning along with your peers in class. And 10% of your time will be utilized by learning through a trainer, a professor, or a mentor, like a direct session, which can be in online mode or through an offline mode as well. So this means that by the time you finish your entire course, you have read, researched, submitted an assignment, or any sort of a project or a case study on almost every technology or programming language that has been taught in class. So this makes sure that you retain everything, because you are always actively doing something related to what you're learning in class. So imagine the time when you go for an internship, or let's say you want to go for a job interview, you have a lot of things to talk about. You are absolutely confident and you can present yourself, you can present your knowledge in the way that recruiters are expecting. That, okay, this person has implemented the things that they have learned in class and just not have the theoretical knowledge. This immediately takes you a couple of steps ahead from the rest of the people or the other candidates who are also there for an interview.
Coming to the next part, global degrees have faculties, use cases, and processes even for our learners from different countries. This helps us to cultivate a global mindset and develop the ability to think beyond borders and adapt to diverse perspectives. It is absolutely important to understand that networking is the core of a successful career. That is exactly why platforms such as LinkedIn attracts people from all over the world for professional growth. The more people you know are connected with, the more opportunities you get to give a solution, to get a referral, or to score a game. Global programs provide a platform to connect with professionals worldwide, opening doors to endless opportunities.
On that note, both Sujay and I are superbly active on LinkedIn. So if any of you learners want to reach out, connect with us, you can see the names displayed on the screen. Please feel free to reach us or connect with us over LinkedIn. And obviously, Sujay has given all the different, important stuff about acquiring a global degree. You can see the international faculty members, you can see the various cultural discussions that happen. There is something very important that also comes along with a global degree, and that is effective communication. Now, effective communication is not just about perfect English or choosing the perfect words at all times. It's understanding some non-verbal actions as well, and something that helps passing your message in the correct format and in the correct context. Global degree programs enhance your communication skills, which means that no matter whichever country or whichever organization you're working with, you will naturally develop this way of putting your message across and adapt to any cultural setting that may be followed in that particular organization. And that brings us to the offering that EduBridge has recently launched. So now let's take a look at a video.
Welcome to EduBridge Academy of Global Education, where we redefine higher education with a revolutionary degree course and a commitment to global recognition. I'm here to guide you through the unparalleled benefits of our online courses designed to shape your career on your terms. At EduBridge, we understand the importance of global recognition. Our ECTS credits are not mere credits, but your global passport to success. With degrees recognized in over 60 countries, your academic journey with us ensures worldwide acknowledgement and opens doors to never-ending opportunities. Our programs adhere to the highest quality standards with the use of a thorough accreditation management system so that you can rest assured about their credibility. Your education is not just a degree, it's a mark of excellence. Now let's explore our offerings under the EduBridge Academy Global Career Passport. Our world-class curriculum is designed for your success. With an integrated assessment center, we ensure that every learner gets a seamless learning experience, leading them to excellence. Learn from the best in the industry. Our faculty, with over 15 years of proven work experience, is dedicated to shaping your knowledge and skills. Each of them are an expert in their own domain and have created a mark for themselves in the business. Flexibility is key. Our learners get open access to digital collections, including over 200 million academic articles and scholarly resources. This, along with peer-reviewed academic articles published in the last 5 years, makes our library a research powerhouse. The ECTS accreditation system is recognized in over 60 countries, offering visa opportunities in Europe, the United States, Canada, and many more. Your chance to live and work abroad starts here. Gain exclusive access to our premier learner portal with voiceovers and our resume builder. Optimize your profile under the guidance of our training mentors, setting the stage for your professional journey. EduBridge isn't just about learning, it's about growth. Benefit from project consultation and feedback with industry experts, ensuring you're always on the right track. Clear your doubts and broaden your horizons with weekend doubt clearing sessions and engaging guest lectures by industry experts. Your learning experience extends beyond the curriculum. At EduBridge, we prepare you for success. Experience mock interviews with seasoned assessors and receive personalized one-on-one career mentoring, all paving the way for your dream job. Gain lifetime access to our job portal for placement assistance and join our Elite Learners Club. Earn cashback, points, and exclusive rewards for you and your network. Communication is key. Enjoy a complimentary course on Communicate with Ease in English, powered by Languify. Sharpen your language skills with AI-enabled assessments. Your financial security is our responsibility. Secure your salary with the Digit Group Total Protect policy, providing you up to 1.2 lakhs in the event of job loss. Mentorship matters when it comes to making the right decisions in life. Choose from over 250 mentors on the Mentors Capital platform, guiding you towards your career goals. Understand your career path with a certified career counselor through Career Guide. Our online sessions with a preferred slot booking will help you with the proper guidance from the comfort of your home. Our learner support team is available from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., assisting you via email, call, chat, and ticket support because we care. Join EduBridge Academy of Global Education today. Your global career awaits. Visit our website and unlock the doors to a world-class education that goes beyond boundaries.
So are you excited about to know more about EduBridge Academy of and Wolf? So to continue with that, I would like to speak a little bit about EduBridge Academy and Wolf. EduBridge Academy of Global Education is an extension of EduBridge. EduBridge is India's leading workflows development platform that believes in creative, positive impacts on the entire career development life cycle of the unemployed youth of the country. We offer 2 degrees. One is the Master of Business Administration and the another one is Master of Science in Computer Science. Each of the 2 degrees has multiple specializations. Under MBA in Finance, we offer Marketing, Finance, Data Analytics, Product Management, International Business, and Technology Leadership. Under the next, that is Master of Science in Computer Science, we offer Cloud Computing, Software Engineering, Data Science, and Data Analytics, AI, and Machine Learning. The learners have an opportunity to enroll for multiple specializations as well. You can also find these details available on our website. At EduBridge, we believe in providing not just education, but an experience that prepares you for the real world. One of the unique aspects of our program is the invaluable opportunity to learn directly from our industry experts. Imagine having the chance to gain insights from the professionals who have been there, done that already. At EduBridge, we bring the industry to you. It's not just about textbook and theories. It's about learning from those who have already mastered the craft. Our courses are designed with insights and contributions from professionals who have hands-on experience with their respective fields. These industry experts bring real-world card scenarios, case studies, and practical knowledge to your learning journey. So, when you are choosing EduBridge, you're not just signing up for a course, you're signing up for an opportunity to learn from the best in the industry.
Now, that's what we call a true global opportunity, isn't it? As we draw the curtains to this session, we'd like you all to remember that global degree programs are not just about education. They are about transformation. They shape you into a global citizen who is ready to take on the challenges and opportunities that the world presents. So open your minds, broaden your horizons, and empower yourselves to reach for the stars. I remember a very important quote from Kalpana Chawla. She said that the path from dreams to success does exist. May you have the vision to find it, the courage to get onto it, and the perseverance to follow it. Today, as we celebrate the strength, resilience, and brilliance of women, let's carry forward the torch of empowerment. And let's remember that each and every one of you have the potential to make a difference, not just in your lives, but in the lives of others and in the world at large. Thank you so much for joining us on this adventure. Until next time, keep exploring and building your global careers with passion and purpose. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dave. Thank you so much, Sujaya. That was a really, truly edifying session. I do believe that time was actually really less to cover the whole gamut of information that you have for our audience. And however, I'm sure the audience is going to go back and with a lot more pointers, and they are going to come back to us asking and about all of these, the programs that we are offering. Thank you once again. You can exit now while we continue our marathon of the sessions today. Have a great day, Sujaya. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you, Shirley.
Thank you.
Okay. So hope everybody are already charged up. We are in the evening slots and we have just 3 more hours to go. Oh my God, just 3 hours. Where did the whole time finish off? Moving on to our next topic of the day. So everybody in the audience here, whether they are fresh graduates or working professionals, have always wondered about how to advance your careers and build a sustainable trajectory for themselves moving forward in their lives. The next topic is strategies for advancing into leadership role in banking and finance industry. This aims to cover this subject in depth. I would like to welcome our esteemed speaker for this segment, Ms. Manisha Dhokania, who is currently the Vice President at Edelweiss Asset Management Limited. Good evening, Manisha.
Hi, everybody. Good evening.
How are you doing today?
Very well. How are you?
I'm good. Manisha, let me just introduce Manisha. Manisha is the brand head and an active member of the AMFI Financial Literacy Committee, an eclectic individual and a creator at heart. She brings over 15 years of experience in managing brand and communication. Manisha has been actively leading the formative years of Edelweiss Mutual Fund brand and has been instrumental in developing and amplifying the brand's visibility. Under her leadership, Edelweiss AMC brand has been recognized as the best brand at many forums and awards. She firmly believes that simplified communication is the best way to connect with customers and enjoys resolving strategic challenges through marketing solutions. When not occupied with work, she practices Indian folk art at Chitrakathi, which is co-founded by her. She has been awarded the Brand Manager in the Year of the Year and Best Brand Manager 40 Under 40 by Social Samosa for 2 consecutive years, 2020 and 2021. And BW Marketing World Future Masters 40 Under 40 by BW Business World in October 2022. Thank you, Manisha, for joining us. And please go ahead. Enlighten us with a beautiful knowledge. Manisha, you are on mute, probably.
So sorry. That's the
No
mistake
issues, no
which
issues,
always
Manisha.
happens. Okay, so welcome everybody. I hope everybody is charged up and still awake, and you have been attending sessions since morning back to back. I hope I don't bore you enough, and I'm able to give you some insights on how to traverse through your leadership journeys in an organization and in your personal lives.
Yes, I'm sure. Even though we are here from the morning, there are many people who have joined us from the morning. We are very excited for a new session because we are always learning something new.
Give me a second.
Sure, Manisha.
Okay. So these are some of the, I would like to start the presentation with, mentioning some of the great leaders who all of us admire, from our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, to Ratan Tata, to Steve Jobs, and to, Kiran Majumdar Shaw, and a lot of things which they have said and done to inspire all of us, and we take inspiration from them from their leadership journeys and how they have build organizations and the nation in the process. So some of the leaders and what they have said, especially the quote around, an entrepreneur's life is always a continuous journey. So I would talk about this in detail in my later part of the presentation, but this just highlights, the importance of learning continuously, whether you have just started or you are at that leadership level. The process of learning and relearning never stops. Innovation, which is Apple is known for innovation, and how Steve Jobs has built the organization on innovation. Innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. Ratan Tata, in the need, we are all human, and kindness is the key. So here again, I would like to focus on another aspect of leadership, which is a human connection. I would detail it out further in the presentation going ahead. So some of the stuff which inspires me and which has helped me in my journey in the last 15 years, and and my leadership journey from inspiration from these great leaders. I would like to talk about Rashesh, who is the founder and chairman and CEO of Edelweiss Group. Worked very closely with Rashesh, and I take great pride in mentioning how he has built the organization and certain leadership skills and traits and learnings which he has passed on to all of us at Edelweiss. The thing which is it's very important to build a leadership pipeline that you can trust. Once the leader is at that stage, it's very important that you build the succession pipeline. You help more people, you mentor more people, and help more people come up the curve. Like for example, today this session, I am passing my knowledge to you, or my experiences to you, which will help in your leadership journey. And tomorrow you will become the leaders of any organization you join. So similarly, that's how we have learned from great leaders like Rashesh. And another great leader, which I would definitely like to mention, is Radhika Gupta, who is the MD and CEO of Edelweiss Mutual Fund. Radhika has again, rose from grassroots to lead a financial conglomerate. Her resilience has turned challenges into stepping stones for success. Leading through economic turbulence, she champions inclusivity and diversity. Her journey is a testament to visionary leadership, inspiring future generations. Radhika is a great inspiration for me, and we have learned immense amount of leadership lessons from Radhika. I have broken this entire journey of leadership into two dimensions. So the dual facets of leadership, one is a strategic dimension and another is humane dimension. So what is strategic dimension? Your strategic dimension largely focuses on your skill sets, your long-term goals, and adaptability for sustained success. Basically, what you actually do at an organization, or what your skill sets are, or how do you deliver the business KPIs. All this comes under strategic dimensions. And what are the things which you should keep in mind to succeed or to rise to a leadership level usually comes under strategic dimensions. What I was talking about, what Ratan Tata said, that kindness and empathy are very important traits in a leader. So I would classify that under a humane dimension, that because you work with people, people are the ones, or the most important, who we also call as human resource. Human resource is the most important input for any organization. The skill sets they bring in, or how you work with different kinds of people, how you collaborate with different people. You have to work with a lot of different functions. So this human dimension is very important for any leader. I'll also touch upon what are the different traits which I feel should be covered under human dimension, and how you should build yourself around those aspects. Let's see what comes under strategic dimension. So some few essential components of strategic dimensions which I have listed down is around. The first key, which is very important, is business understanding. Whichever industry you work in or whichever vertical you work in, your understanding of the business is very important for you to elevate or grow in an organization. You need to know what the business is, how the revenue is generated, how the sales is happening, happening, what is the product that you're selling. You need to know your product in and out, whether you are in any industry, whether it's a beauty industry or a financial services industry or an auto industry. You need to know the in out of your product, on how the business functions, how sales is done or how marketing is done. So business understanding is very important for any industry, how operations work in that specific business, because each business is very different. And how you will be able to complement the business with your skill sets. Hence, the understanding of business is the first most essential component. Like, you can't say that, oh yes, I work in marketing, so I don't need to understand how the business works. Or say I work in operations or I work in logistics, so I don't need to understand how the revenue is generated in the business. It will not help. You need to understand the business clearly, how the business functions, where is the money coming from, how is every aspect of the business functioning. Second, very important, essential component of strategic dimension is networking. Building connections within the organization and outside the organizations in the similar industry or in parallel industries is again very important. Network today is the most important thing, which helps you contribute, gain a lot of knowledge, and helps you get a lot of work done at many times within the organization also and outside the organization also. Networking also helps you influence decision making, or share your perspective, widens your horizon further by taking perspective from different people you meet, or inside and outside the organization. Third very important aspect, which I mentioned in brief earlier, is people management. Again, another very important strategic dimensions. You work with people day in and out. People are the ones who are going to get, what you envision for. So guiding and addressing different needs each employee or each person could have in an organization is again very important for how it will help you deliver or work on bigger projects faster. The fourth very important aspect is adaptive decision making. I think in today's world, being agile is very important. If you're not aware what's happening around, or how fast the change is happening, or what is the impact that change is going to bring to your organization or your vertical or your function alone, or you will not be able to make quick decisions, and also what impact that particular change will happen. And you need to be quick in terms of adapting it. You can't sit on it and see, okay, let me see what happens. You will need to figure out this change is going to impact us in this manner. So let me tweak my strategy in a particular manner. So adaptive decision-making mindset is very important. Another very important strategic dimension component is stakeholder management. Now, this again becomes very important in terms of how do you speak to your leadership team? What is the value that they see in you? What is it that you bring to the table? How are you contributing to the most important strategic projects which the organization has? How can you become a cheerleader for the organization? So how you manage different functional leaders, how you interact with them, what is your relationship with them, that also is a very important element for you to succeed as a leader. It will help you will realize that it is very important, as it helps you navigate through the organization smoothly. Another last one which I would like to touch upon is innovation and change culture. Fostering a culture that embraces innovation and change for sustained organizational success is another very important aspect. One cannot be stuck on, okay, I've been used to doing it a certain way. We need to keep changing, keep evolving, and keep learning every day. For any organization or in any industry or sector you are in, change is inevitable. Like, for example, I'm in the mutual fund industry. Markets, we work along with markets. Stock markets change every day. There are changes which happen in the market which impacts the investors every day. So how do you market? How do you communicate? How do you adapt strategies which incorporate those changes is very important. So that mindset of adaptive decision making and building that culture of embracing innovation and making changes accordingly, which benefits all your stakeholders, which is your customers, your partners, or internally in your organization, is very important. Now that I've touched upon the dimensions of strategic dimension, let me touch upon the human dimension, which are very important traits for you to rise into a leadership level. The first one is open for new ideas. Today, if you see, all of you are the, maybe most of you must be the Gen Zs of the world today. You have a lot of ideas, you have a lot of areas to operate in, you have a lot of new opportunities today. For us, it's very important that we're open to new ideas, to experiment, but take calculated risks. Look at things with a fresh perspective. Look at things for new ideas on how can you connect with your consumer every day. For example, today a lot of brands are there on Instagram. Instagram is changing constantly. A lot of people today consume information, whether it's your Gen Zs or your millennials or our older generation also. Everybody is consuming information on social media today. And the way the consumption of information and the content patterns is changing at every second. So one has to be open for new ideas, adapting new ideas, experimenting with new ideas, and knowing how these ideas are going to impact your consumers or your stakeholders is very important. So that mindset of, yes, I am open to change, I'm open to trying new things is very important. Another very important aspect is learning, unlearning, and relearning. Continuously evolving by learning, unlearning, giving away things which may have worked in the past but will not work right now. Things which we may have learned in the past but do not apply to current situations anymore. So adapting to that, environment of continuous learning of new things, new practices, new strategies, or how the new things are coming up which impact your organization, or for example, your function or vertical as well. Like, I work in the marketing function. Digital marketing is evolving every day. There are new technology is coming every day. Today there is AI everywhere. A lot of AI, CGI is being used in marketing. A lot of data is being used in marketing, which was not the case, say, 10 years back. So how it impacts my industry, how it impacts my function, what are the skill sets that I need to build, or what are the skill sets, what are the different kinds of trainings I need to take to be able to adapt to those and to be able to implement those in the function which I operate in. So the process of learning, unlearning things which are not working anymore, and relearning things. There are things which you may know, you may need to make some tweaks and changes in it to adapt to the new environment or a new climate or new ways of working. So this process is continuous. We cannot say that, okay, so I am done my learning, I don't need to learn anymore. You will see most of the leaders, they are always upgrading their knowledge. They go for upgraded courses, and they go for upgraded sessions and all. So Jens, you need to keep updating yourself about what's happening around, what impacts your particular work area, what impacts your industry. You need to be up on your toes and updated at all times. Today, information is available very easily for all of us. It's available on the internet. You can research about anything. There are a lot of resources which are free resources also. So keep the process of learning, unlearning continuously on, and never shy away from trying to learn something new. The third very important aspect of human dimensions is soft skills. Soft skills. I think this plays a very important function in shaping one as a leader, which is developing interpersonal skills for effective communication and relationship building. Relationship building is very important in a team or in an organization as well. How you talk to people, how you communicate what you want to do or what you want to get done. This helps you in influencing as well. This helps you in working with the within the team and outside the team as well. This helps you know how what are the problems your team members may be facing. So relationship building skills is very important aspect of a leader. So focus on these. There are a lot of sessions on mentoring sessions which happen on how you should manage people, because people management becomes very important when you're working in organizations, especially working if you're managing teams. These relationship building skills or listening to people becomes very important. So with that, I will come to the maybe art of listening first. um, Listening is a very important aspect when you're working with people. When you have teams or you're talking to another other team members also, or people in the other functions as well. uh, Before talking, one should listen. Listening fosters understanding, builds trust between you and people, and it also inspires collaboration. One cannot work alone. We all work in teams. Any project, small project or large project, you have to work with different teams. You have to work with different functions within your own team. Also, collaboration is very important to deliver any project. So, hence, listening, collaboration, and building that trust, it becomes a very important aspect. Another important aspect is emotional intelligence. I think everybody has heard about IQ. So I would say IQ becomes part of your strategic dimension, but your EQ becomes part of your human dimensions. So cultivating that emotional intelligence to understand empathy. Yes, I understand your situation. Yes, I understand your problem. Uh, Being a leader who's always approachable, who is available for you, who has that listening ear for you. Okay, okay, yes, I'm available to listen to your problems or solve your problems, which will help you deliver better in the organization. So when having EQ or building that EQ is again very important. The last one, what I would say, is inter-team collaboration. I think I've mentioned this earlier also. Uh, in an organization, you work with different teams, you work with different functions. Sometimes you work with, if it's a larger organization, you work with, different businesses as well. So to promote seamless collaboration among team members, uh, which will enhance productivity and synergies, it's again very important to build that collaborative culture, listen to the people, uh, which will help you build trust and inspire collaboration. So these are some of the aspects which I feel are very important uh, on the human dimension side. The first one being open for new ideas, second one being learning, unlearning, and relearning. The third one being soft skills, developing those soft skill, interpersonal skills, developing that emotional intelligence, helping in inter-team collaboration, and art of listening. So as I said, what binds people together is trust. So building that trust or fostering understanding which will help you build that trust is very important, because that will help in collaboration and deliver a lot of things in the organization. So building that trust is very important for any leader today. So this is another, important aspect on trust, which I would like to highlight. If your actions as a leader inspires other to dream more, or the vision which the leader has set, if it doesn't, if your team doesn't relate to the vision, or if your team feels ki, okay, this is not what my vision is, or I don't think so, this is what I want to achieve, so then the job can never be done. So if your action or your dreams or your vision are common, and your team also agrees to that and inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. So, like what's a ship without its captain? That's what we are without a people and the right leadership. You will see great organizations which have succeeded in the past or currently also in the current environment also. Great organizations have great leaders. So building these skill sets will definitely help you both on the strategic side and the human side. Another very important aspect, which I feel in today's world is a very important aspect of leadership, is technology, which I call the third dimension. Um, Today, we cannot shy away from technology, whether you like it or you don't like it. Technology is evolving every day. It's changing every day, and it's getting adapted at a much faster pace than it was, 15 years back. So today, adapting to that technology, learning that technology, and seeing how it impacts and how it impacts your business, your function, becomes very important aspect of a very important trait or a skill set for a leader. Well, for example, in the BFSI sector, I'll just maybe give a few examples, like, like a bank. So if you're working in a bank, tech-driven talent acquisition, like, which is the talent you need? What are the skill sets which people are missing? What is the different kinds of training that is needed? So identifying those needs on technology. And so like if, for example, if a customer walks in a bank branch, the customer is consuming all information, taking all the actions on a mobile. He's always there on mobile. He's using different kind of applications. He's using social media. He's consuming a lot of news and all kinds of information on his mobile. So if your team is not equipped, or if you are not equipped as a leader with this evolving technology, you will not be able to service the customer or design products or services which will help you service the customer in or give him a seamless consumer experience. So again, tech driven talent acquisition is very important. HR tech optimization for BFSI efficiency. So driving efficiencies is again becomes very important, more on the training side, which will help you identify the gaps and then train your people accordingly. Again, strategic tech collaborations. Projects, larger projects, a lot of new technology is coming across different functions, whether it is your operations or whether it is a marketing function, where a lot of martech is used now, or a lot of AI is used for servicing customers, improving the customer experience, whether it's through your website or say WhatsApps and all. So those larger projects, your strategic collaboration at that level is very important. Again, like I spoke about this adaptive tech solutions for customer centricity, which again becomes very important because customers are the center of or the heart of everything we do. So how do you service the customer best? How does today a lot of customers use social media as a platform to raise queries or raise concerns or appreciate the brand, or, if they're not happy with the brand, they also again use social media. So how do you listen to those on real time? How do you address to those on real time? How do you reach out to those consumers on real time and, improve the loyalty with the brand? So again, technology here again helps you a lot. So building this tech quotient and the tech capability and tech learning is very important for a leader himself or herself, and also passing that on to the team ahead. So yes, that's it from me today. I think these were the few things which I feel in brief, which one should be developing or working upon to rise at a leadership level in BFSI.
Thank you so much, Manisha. Thank you for sharing the information, because many a times what I have seen personally is when we are starting a new career, we give our 200% probably. But when we are growing and we are going into a leadership team, sometimes we forget the basics. And what
Correct.
you have shared with us are actually some of the basics that we need to take care of.
Yes.
Right. So, Manisha, we have some questions which have come up across to us. We would love if you could share, answer some of those.
Sure.
So, you yourself are a leader. So, as a leader, how do you balance the technical expertise with leadership skills? And what advice do you give to others who come to you for coaching or mentoring for the same?
So I would say I take a lot of help from my young team members because I feel the young generation today, the Gen Zs of the world today, are always up on their toes and they have a lot of ideas and they're always updated on the new things which are coming up. So, as I said, I take a lot of help from the young generation, talk to them, learn from them. They are up on ideas all the time. They know what's new happening, what's happening in AI, which is the best tool in AI. So always try and learn from people around you is a very important aspect, I would say, rather than, yes, obviously there are courses and things which you can look for, but so mentoring doesn't happen upwards all the time. It happens downward as well. So learn from people, your peers, and people who are maybe much younger to you but are new in the working environment. They'll give you a fresh perspective, and also they will keep you updated on all the new technologies and things which are happening. Then of course later on you can always upskill yourself with more professional courses or sessions.
That's actually a very nice perspective, and the fact that you can learn downwards as well. But learning doesn't have any, a particular way to be followed. You can do learning from anywhere. So let's say if there's a person who is currently in a non-traditional role, and the person is not from a banking or from a finance sector, person is from a technology or data analytics position. So how do you ask them, or do they have an opportunity in the leadership role over here in the future in the banking, or is it totally a no-no?
No,
A person who is, yeah.
I definitely think there's a lot of opportunity today, especially for people who work on data. Uh, uh, like we said, AI can never completely replace humans. So if you, as a person, understand data analytics, how the data impacts the organization, basically, what to look for in that data is also a different kind of skill set. People who work with analytics and data all the time have a knack for finding that information and insight from that data, which the various AI tools may not always give you. So and today, whether you are in BFSI or a non-BFSI vertical, everywhere data is the king today. Information and data is the king today. So if you are even, so I would not call people working in data or analytics as a non-traditional, a traditional function, because it's a very important function which basically keeps the organization up on toes. This is where you are, this is where you need to move on, or this is what you need to focus on. So yeah, that's on that.
Yeah. If I can, ask for a little bit personal question, can you share a significant challenge that you have faced in your career and how have you overcome that? Anything that comes in your mind?
Sure. So I would say I'm not a marketing educated person. Like, I have done my as in graduation and postgrads in financial markets. But I moved into marketing. So a lot of marketing, most of the marketing which I know, I've learned it on the job. So I would say always never get, hung up with the, okay, this is not what I've studied or this is not what I've done, so I may not be able to do so. Always be ready and open to learn. And I would say learning on the job is the learning by doing and learning on the job, asking people, ask questions, never shy away from asking questions, ask people, learn by asking, learn by doing. This is how I have learned. Though I started my career and I felt, oh shit, I've not done marketing, whether I'll be able to cope up with this or not. But, rest is history. I have done all of it. I've learned all of it on the job, and never shied away from asking for opportunities, or, even asking the most common or the most basic of the questions. Please ask and never assume. It's better to ask than assuming. And that's how I have learned. And I think it will definitely help you in your careers or in your personal lives.
Yes. Yes. So I just remember one, one small, I probably am wrong when I'm saying this, but I remember this one dialogue that say कि पूछने से क्या होगा? सिर्फ आपको
पूछने
either
से क्या
you
जाता
will
है?
not get an answer or you may get an answer. It's either or, but you can never predict what is going to happen. So it's always good to clear your doubts, to clear questions in your mind. As you said, it always helps you grow. Any particular person in your career life who has really mentored you and helped you reach the goal, anyone that you would like to talk about, mostly if you can, like because the concept of today is Nari Shakti, to someone, a lady, it could be a mother or someone significant in your life who has been helped you out from a lady's point of view.
So I would like to mention my CEO Radhika Gupta.
Okay.
There's lots to learn from her. She's a very busy person, but she takes time out for everything. How she manages work and personal life as well, and being aspirational, being wanting to do more. Leaving a legacy behind. Collaborating with people, asking questions, being open to trying new things are some things which I have, learned from Radhika. And one of the most important things which I've learned from her, and I really admire her for that, is working on yourself. As women, we don't spend a lot of time working on ourselves, our own growth, our own learning. So working on yourself, taking that time out for yourself, your own learning is and growing yourself is very important.
Wow, wow. She actually looks like a real inspiration. And when you said at the start, when I saw her, and I have read some things about her on the internet as well.
I'm sure.
Her own personal struggles that she has had because of the various things, her physical feature and other things, but the way that she has overcome. And you are right, from considering the topic for the day, Nari Shakti, she's probably one of the very, very inspirational, figures that we have with us. So, one last question before you go. I hope you are not getting bored by our questions.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So, any specific skills or competencies that you believe are crucial for someone aspiring to climb the leadership ladder in banking and finance?
So I'll mention two, one from the strategic side and one from the human side. So from the strategic side, if I've harped enough on that, knowing the business is very important. Whichever function or whichever vertical you're working in, you need to know what the organization does and what is the product and what is the business all about. And the second very important skill set is people management. As you grow in leadership, you will need to manage people or work with different kinds of people within the team, outside the team. So people management is another skill set which is very important.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Manisha.
For having
It was
me.
really a great pleasure. And thank you for joining us today and, sharing all your tidbits or your hacks or your knowledge and the detailed information that you have given us. Thank you so much.
Thanks a
You can
lot.
exit
Thank you,
the
everybody.
webinar. Yes, you can exit the webinar today while we continue with our next set of sessions. Have a great evening and a great day and a very happy 75th Republic Day to you.
Thank you. Wish you the same. Thank you, everybody. Jai Hind.
Bye-bye. Take care. Okay, so I guess we are waiting for the next panelist to join, and we still have a couple of minutes. So, for the sake of the persons, because we started our session really in the morning, and some of our audience may have missed out on the videos that we played in the morning. So, I would request Uday to probably he can play Judith's video because we played that right in the morning. And yes, then probably as soon as our next panelist joins us, then we can start.
Sure,
Uday,
surely. We can
to all
definitely.
to you.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'll play that video for you. Just wait.
sure, sure.
Playing in a minute. Just hold on.
Hi Judith. On the occasion of SkillsFactor Nari Shakti celebration, I would like to have a quick chat on your professional journey at EduBridge. So are you ready?
Yes, of course. Let's dive in.
So Judith, how long have you been with EduBridge, bringing your special touch to the team?
It's been a successful 6.5 years, and I'm sure on achieving my milestone with EduBridge. The experience that I gathered from EduBridge is abundant. You can use the formula in your personal and in your professional life.
That's wonderful. What is your go-to mantra that keeps you motivated at work?
I was able to sustain myself and maintain consistency because I have my own 3 P's of life, which is positivity, persistence, and perseverance. That's my go-to mantra.
That's impressive. Is there a specific feedback moment till date that has left a lasting impression on you?
As soon as you asked me, Tina, this spark of memory struck my mind. If it is Chennai, give it to Judith, she will handle it. These words came out from our CEO. So that one spark of memory will be always cherished.
That's amazing. How has EduBridge impacted you as a person?
Before EduBridge, I don't know, there will be a graduate waiting in the next door to start his career. And right now, I am one of such a person who is able to guide a person into his career, direct him, walk through his life. So that is one of a great impact.
Absolutely. As we conclude, Judith, I would like to know your perspective on what represents EduBridge's wisdom.
Touching the lives of youth, because today's youth will be the leaders of tomorrow. So when you're going to guide them into the right career, into their right startup, that is one of the real impact that you can create.
Indeed. Judith, it was a pleasure chatting with you. Keep sparkling and looking forward to more delightful moments in future.
I truly appreciate this chance to connect with the audience through SkillsFactor Nari Shakti celebration and talk about my professional journey. Thank you.
So friends, that's Judith. With a journey spanning over 6 years, she has climbed the ranks from center manager to senior manager and is currently steering the ship as general manager team lead. So inspiring.
Thank you so much, Uday, for playing that video with us. And I love that dialogue. If it's Chennai, give it to Judith. So yes, I will always remember it. Anyway, let's start our next session. Our next session today in the marathon series covers a crucial topic that is also in line with what we just heard from Manisha. The topic, unlock carrying paths, navigating consumer insights and market research opportunities, aims to also cover some pointers while applying for jobs. Please help me in extending a warm welcome to our next distinguished speaker, Ms. Aarti Paradkar, who is our Associate Director, Insights and Analytics, RSB Insights and Analytics. Good evening, Aarti. Aarti, you are on mute.
So sorry. Yeah, so
No
thank you so
issues,
much
Aarti.
for
No
welcoming
issues.
me. And I was saying that you've been a part of this marathon since morning, and I really like the zeal and drive to, guide the youth, which is the need of the hour. So absolutely, thrilled to be a part.
Yes, sure. So before we can start, let me give a little bit of an introduction of yours. Aarti is a seasoned consumer insight professional who has been associated with renowned organizations such as RSB Insights and Analytics, Nielsen, and Interlink Marketing Consultancy. With a career spanning over 13 years, Aarti has extensive experience in leading strategic assignments, notably for healthcare, FMCG, and automotive clients. Aarti's recent accomplishment includes her representation of the winning automotive team at the Market Research Society of India's Golden Key Awards for Client Business Impact. She was a member of the inaugural India Women Leadership Program at NIQ. A certified trainer, she is passionate about nurturing talent through training boot camps. A dedicated learner, she is pursuing certificate programs in digital marketing and data science. Beyond her professional journey, Aarti is a sports enthusiast, a proud mother of a toddler, and is pursuing advanced lactation counseling to support parents and families. Welcome, Aarti.
Thank you so much. That was quite an elaborate one. And yeah,
The
thank you
stage
so
is
much.
all yours.
Thanks so much. I'll just share my screen. Give me a second.
Yes, sure.
And please let me know once it is. Is it visible?
Yes, yes, Aarti, it's visible.
I've just taken it to the presentation mode if it's
right. Perfect. Aarti.
Thank you so much for setting the context, and I'll start with the topic right there. Unlocking career paths. There was a thought behind even having this title, right? Because there is the word unlocking, and why do we really need that unlocking when it comes to CMI roles or market research opportunities? Is what I have experienced firsthand, of course, through my journey, and I definitely want to share a couple of important pointers for the youth out there who are looking out for job ops, either as a freshers or just as starters. So yes, of course, we are here to have more of experience-led discussions. Yeah. So I'll be talking about the significance of market research or consumer insights as a whole. Why do brands really need it? The different career paths or opportunities and roles which are out there, and important points to ponder when you're either shortlisting these roles or you're selecting a certain organization and so on. And this third agenda point is where I would definitely want to ponder and kind of highlight these pointers more than the first two.
Aarti, I'm sorry to pause you over here. I think there is some disturbance of audio from your end. Could
Is
you
it
just have
okay?
a small check?
Let me know if it works well now. Has the echo gone?
It's working fine. It's working fine. Or probably there is a little bit still disturbance.
Okay. Let me just. Is it better now? I've just kind of turned on.
Yes, it's better.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Aarti.
No worries. Just to touch upon the three agenda points in case it wasn't audible, it would definitely be more experience-led discussion, starting with the significance of why market research for the brands, then career paths and opportunities and roles out there, and the third most important point of when you're shortlisting these roles and organizations, what all you should think about as a as the candidate. So we are here to discuss these, and a quick touch upon in terms of what we might not be here for, or why or we might not be covering is it's not going to be a theory led terminologies or definitions led kind of a session. So that's out there. Also, it's not to discuss specifics of certain organizations and companies and job roles, but it's in totality as to what all we should kind of look at. Of course, these views are personal. So yes, in terms of the snapshot of contents, A is significance, right? In terms of why consumer insights and market research exists in this whole thing. Second is the career paths in terms of the opportunities, roles, and skill sets. And thirdly, as I mentioned, what are those critical aspects to think through while we are applying for these job ops? So let's talk about significance. In a nutshell, market research is a platform which facilitates brands and marketers with gut feel versus taking informed decisions, right? Because when you're taking decisions for big brands, and we had a wonderful session by one of the earlier speakers, right? Rishali touched upon how to go about these marketing strategies and the importance of that, and how brands are based on factual and data driven decisions, right? So market research exactly plays there, and it helps the marketeers and brand managers and the companies to come up with informed decisions over gut feels. But what are these decisions really, right? So in terms of knowing who is their customer, what in terms of what is it that they do, where as in what are those various touch points wherein the brands can kind of connect with them, when is the basics in terms of the time, in terms of when the category interaction or brand interaction happens more, why in terms of what are those stated and not so stated reasons behind they doing something, and lastly of course how they go about it. So it could be number driven or in totality as to what drives them. So if we were to talk about these, 5 Ws and 1 H as the entire framework, market research absolutely helps brands and marketers to identify and deep dive into these questions. Yeah. Now, before I kind of move ahead, I would just like to know or get a sense of how many out there are, the ones who are already either exposed to market research industry as maybe through internships or so, or it's a total new area, because it will also help me accordingly, just kind of tailor. It's okay if you could also summarize, and maybe the participants could just put in chat if they are from market research background already,
Right.
or if it's too new. Yeah, we can
So
wait for a.
it's you can say it's a mixed market. It's an open one. We don't have any specializations because this skills factor we are having pan India, so I have a mixed bag over here.
Absolutely. Great to know that. Now, as I said, these 6 questions and ultimately the consumer insights and market research helps the companies with these 4 fundamental pillars, right? A, product, as to how to make the product which will really kind of meet customer requirements. B, brand, what all various aspects could be taken care of with regards to the brand element through research. Third is sales. Of course, this touch point is quite important in terms of building that experience. And lastly, service. So of course it depends in terms of which brand is doing the research and what sector the company is into. But broadly, these are the 4 pillars which market research kind of helps them with. So here are a couple of examples as to when we are consumers, we might not think about it, but when you are at the other side, we'll be able to relate to the importance of market research a little more, right? We all remember this campaign, and it was like well entrenched in our hearts. So while we are watching that, there is a brand marketer or a company out there, or a brand manager out there who's thinking, okay, I've launched this campaign, but how is the feedback? Are the consumers liking it? Is it kind of having any impact in terms of my brand uptake and so on and so forth? So yes, market research and consumer insights is something which will help them with this, right? These are quite interesting listening personalities, which one of the top music companies has come up with on their site, and they're calling these listeners as well, adventurers or early adopters, deep divers, and devotees, and so on and so forth, right? So what they've beautifully done is they have segregated us, or kind of grouped their songs and music offerings into these, so that someone who is kind of wanting to listen to a particular artist will kind of click on that. Someone who's like an explorer who wants to kind of get a flavor of multiple artists out there will kind of go to a certain window. But how is it that the brand is able to do this, right? So these are nothing but segmenting or grouping the customers based on their characteristics or requirements, or what they want. So this is another example of a real life example rather of how segmentation is put to use by brands. Of course, we have definitely kind of been a part of this discussion with our friends and family as to whether we opt for a Java chip frappuccino, or it is double chocolate chip cookie, but it comes at a certain price. And how is it that Starbucks is really able to decide whether I launch Americano at 262 versus a cappuccino at 283, and so on, right? So how do they really get to this right pricing strategy? And that's where market research and consumer insights is helpful in terms of really arriving at that optimized or optimum price point. Yes, tomorrow you see Amazon and Flipkarts and Mintras of the world offering certain categories and specific offers, right? How is it that they're able to kind of arrive at these? There is a lot of science behind it in terms of what is it that they talk when it comes to all these offers, all these categories, subcategories, groupings of their offerings. So that's where you understand the trends and the customer requirements more. At the same time, you also study your internal data, right? Again, if tomorrow Royal Enfield just wants to come up with a new launch, whether they come up with a black compact engine guard versus a silver one is something which they will come up after talking to the buyers in terms of all those potential buyers out there. What are their preferences, right? Whether it's black versus silver. So of course, I mean, IPL is something which we all are quite into. But there are plethora of brands which have a lot of stakes out there, right? So all these sponsors, while they are sponsoring these events, there is an important aftermath which goes in terms of understanding how is this sponsorship impacting their brand. Is there a positive uplift in the brand in terms of various parameters? Are people recalling my brand more? Are they able to recall, okay, when I say maybe uh, Gulf as an engine oil, whether they are associating it with Dhoni and so on and so forth, right? So all these sponsorships and celebrity endorsements ultimately need to be assessed for what they are kind of contributing in terms of the uplift of the brand. So these were some real life examples, and I'm just trying to simplify as much as possible, because I thought examples is something which always help in terms of understanding the concepts better. So with these examples, let's get a little into understanding of what are the typical market research approaches. And again, these are quite broad, and there is a whole lot of science and art behind it. Fundamentally, there are two types: primary versus a secondary research, right? So primary research is something wherein the data is collected from the source itself. So tomorrow, if customers are met to understand what are their fashion requirements, that is a primary research. Whereas a secondary research is basically analyzing the data based on what is already collected by other sources. So it could be a government website, say a Vahan website, which has information of all the vehicle registrations and so on and so forth. So maybe me sitting out there in my office at my desk, I'm just downloading that data and analyzing, okay, out of this, how many are two-wheelers, how many are scooters, what is the geographical spread of that, and so on and so forth, right? So primary versus secondary. Then we have qualitative versus quantitative, and it's quite important to also get yourselves familiarized with it, because a lot of decisions in terms of your job ops, etc., are dependent on these. So qualitative is something which is more like an exploratory research, wherein you're kind of trying to investigate a certain problem, or maybe to gain a little better understanding of a particular business question. just to very broadly differentiate these two, also the number of respondents whom we meet qualitatively is typically low in maybe in tens or hundreds at max, whereas quantitative is gathering numerical data from multiple respondents. Typically, again, it totally depends on what kind of sector we are working on, what is the brand, what are the brand and research objectives to meet, to be met, right? So but yes, qualitative and quantitative is something which we can definitely talk about. Now, what are the different methodologies through which data is collected, right, for market research assignments? One is purely offline, wherein you might have come across maybe when you are at a chemist shop or you are in a mall, maybe few of the interviewers kind of approach you and ask, okay, could you have a couple of minutes to spare? We are doing a survey. Just one example which I threw. So that is one. Tomorrow, if I want to understand someone who's purchased a premium car, what is it that kind of led them to purchase, and I want to understand their whole journey. So I'm going out there and meeting 100 customers in a certain geography. That again will be an offline methodology, right? Online is basically where we have self-administered surveys. So you will just get the link. You can either access it over your laptop or your phone device, and you take it on your own. So the biggest difference between these two is, in the offline way, you have an interviewer who's kind of asking you questions, right? And then you're responding, and he's kind of whatever jotting down or selecting from the answer list. In online, it's totally up to the respondents to kind of give the feedback. Third is CATI, which is telephonic. So again, we might have come across these instances as well, wherein probably we purchase something out and then we get a call in a couple of days as to you've been here, could you let me know what was your experience in totality, or importantly, would you like to recommend this brand or this entire kind of shopping experience to someone else? Would you recommend this brand or site to someone else, and so on, right? But the modality is telephonic, over over a telephone. It also is possible that depending upon the objectives or what needs to be achieved, also what is the TJ, right? How easy or difficult it is to kind of reach out to these guys. Maybe tomorrow, if you're doing a study with dealerships, maybe a manufacturer will have dealerships all across India. It might not be feasible to meet everyone in person. So it could be the case that there would be a hybrid methodology as well, in terms of certain being done offline, certain being done CATI. But these are super basic methodologies and ways of collecting data. Now, what are the different types of research assignments, right, or research types? There are absolutely plethora of them, but if we were to kind of broadly divide these, one is in terms of understanding the market, okay, in terms of a particular category. When it wants to enter into a particular market, they would want to understand that how is the market, like how cluttered it is, how many brands are out there, what is the pricing, etc. Then it is the brand health related assignments, right? So you have a lot of brand health trackers. It's called a BHT or a BT, which is nothing but you would want to understand how is your brand faring month on month or quarter on quarter, or maybe year over year, in terms of certain aspects. So for example, how many people know Nika as a brand today versus 6 months down the line versus a year later. So there are certain key parameters which the brands decide, okay, I want to increase my awareness, I want to increase my relevance, I want to ensure that X% of people kind of try my product more, right? So all these objectives ultimately translate into your research objectives. But importantly, we spoke about market, we spoke about brand health studies. There are also other studies depending upon the product life cycle or where the brand is currently, right? So if a brand wants to as I said, launch in a particular market, they'll understand the market. If they've just entered or they are kind of settling in, they will want to know how has been the post launch effectiveness, right? So whether what are those reasons for which people are accepting a particular product versus rejecting. It could be the case that they want to understand how is competition doing versus me. Two, they might be launching a campaign like we saw in a couple of previous slides. Want to assess the importance of campaigns and so on and so forth. Also importantly, they might want to segment their market in terms of the consumers into different groups. So each and every type of assignment depends upon what you want to achieve at the end of the day as your marketing objective, right? Now we've also kind of this is becoming like quite staple when it comes to analytics, right? We talk about data, we talk about analytics, we're talking about AI, everything, and I'm sure there have been sessions on this. Just touching upon this particular concept in terms of broadly how is market research little different from analytics is research is more in terms of collecting the data directly most of the times from the customers, consumers, and market. Analytics is where you have this little broader idea or broader perspective in terms of putting together different aspects of data, right, and insights from various sources. And that's where we have a lot of social listening studies which are being done these days, right? People out there give opinions freely without any alterations, and it's amazing to see consumer sentiments through social media. So there are certain open sources, right? We've Google and certain website. There are certain closed sources wherein you need an account, but at the end of the day, social listening put together with market research insights or even internal data, right? Loads of companies have a lot of internal data. They have their own surveys which are done as either a satisfaction survey or product feedback surveys. So everything put together is something where market analytics kind of plays a little. And I'll just touch upon one slide quickly in terms of what are the types of these analysis. So one is descriptive, which essentially explains what has happened in the past or what happened basically in a particular scenario or a journey. Diagnostic is basically you kind of double click on it to understand why did it happen, right? What was the motivation, what was the trigger, what was the push, why the customer or the set of consumers or the target group did this. Predictive, again, lot of predictive analysis are being used in terms of forecasting what may happen, right? So today if XYZ industry has a 12% annual growth rate, what would it be 5 years down the line, right? How has been the growth? So in terms of predictions or forecasts, we kind of talk about the predictive analysis. And lastly, prescriptive. So okay, so this will grow to this extent, but what next, right? So when it comes with a certain recommendation on on what action to do, it kind of is then the prescriptive one. So this was a quick understanding of market research versus analytics. Now, before we go into opportunities and skill sets, is there anything we want to kind of touch upon? Any questions so far? Any feedback?
So it's going great. Just the audio was a little bit of a challenge. Otherwise, I'm still getting that sound which I talked about. Otherwise, the session is going great. If there are any questions, audience, please put it in the chat so that we can ask it to Aarti once she completes the session. Yes, Aarti, you can continue.
Thank you so much. So now we are talking about the opportunities and the skill sets, which is quite important, right? We saw various types of market research exercises, assignments, and why do brands really do it. Now let's understand a little more in terms of opportunities and roles. Again, it's a super summary of what is out there in the market, but just to give a gist to the freshers out there especially, and those who are wanting to get into the domain of market research. So typically there are two types in terms of basically whether you represent a market research organization, right, wherein you will be leading the assignments for your clients and for other brands, right? Wherein end-to-end assignments are delivered in terms of the business questions asked, right? So whatever business questions need to be answered and kind of catered to, based on that, you will arrive your marketing research objectives. And within the MR organization role or opportunity, you will essentially ensure that the business ask is translated into marketing research objectives, and hence you kind of devise a particular study, right? So there are where the key steps of kind of delivering any project, right from you preparing the proposal to then you kind of developing the questionnaire, the project management, data processing, analysis, and kind of preparing of the report, and importantly delivering the report to the end client, right? So these are typical MR opportunities and roles which are out there. Also could be called agencies at times. The second part is basically clientele or brand roles, wherein you act as the consumer marketing insights custodian within your company, right? And the role is to drive the research related requirements across teams. So it's possible that there are 5-6 teams out there. Maybe just consider a healthcare company which will be present into multiple therapies, right? Cardiovascular or oncology and so on and so forth. So you as a CMI uh, uh, role or custodian out there will have to kind of then of course understand the marketing objectives, translate those into research objectives, and coordinate with all these agencies, right, in terms of kind of concluding those researches in a meaningful way. This role also comes with a lot of coordination internally. Beyond doing market research studies, it's also to do a lot in terms of keeping an update or being abreast of all the happenings out there, in terms of you keeping a track of category progress, trends. Also certain categories have particular data alignment. So for example, if there are FMCG companies, there could be certain organizations which will have a certain type of data which feeds into. So there could be certain tools and data driven roles, but essentially it is either a MR organization or the client or brand led role. Now talking about the opportunities and roles, again, of course, honestly, these totally differ by which company you are into, or where you're based out of. But essentially what we're talking about is there are fresher roles or starter roles, right? You start probably as a research associate, research executive, research senior research executives. Again, the designations could differ, but essentially what we're talking about is you transition from the starting role to the senior researcher, right? Then there are manager roles out there, typically like a manager or an SM. Then the directorial roles out there, right? Associate director to like even director, senior director, partners, and so on. But it's important to understand that there is absolute challenge out there to be in this MR profession, but it is rewarding for sure, right? You get to deal with multiple brands, you get to deal with multiple industries, categories, you get to expose yourself with all these learning opportunities, you get to kind of also present your papers, right? So in terms of opportunities and roles, and also you can always transition from an agency or an MR organization to the client role, or vice versa. So in terms of roles and opportunities, absolutely demanding but absolutely rewarding. Yeah. So these are the typical roles which are out there. Now in terms of skill sets, and it's I guess one of the most important slides of this entire presentation. uh, I'm not going to talk about the basic skill sets, in terms of or the typical ones, I would say, wherein we see loads of job descriptions, and we see those plethora of skill sets which are either required, or plethora of skill sets which are there in the resume, right? In terms of analytical thinking, team player, leadership, and all. But importantly, if you are to thrive and survive in a market research role, you have to be curious. Okay, whether you are taking a research brief or initial discussion from with the client, or you are developing a questionnaire, or you're observing, the market trends to even when you are kind of analyzing the data and kind of delivering the report, right? So curiosity is extremely important. Second bit is creativity. Now, this creativity is not necessarily to do with visual creativity. It could also be in terms of simplifying what you're saying and what you're seeing, right? So creativity in terms of solutioning, creativity in terms of your deliverables, creativity in terms of you taking your entire assignment from point A to B, right? And kind of exceeding the client expectations. Third important aspect is communication. Both aspects put together, curiosity and creativity, if not communicated in an effective way, both verbal and written, it's extremely crucial. We also saw whether you are dealing with, client side, wherein you have to at times also have matrix reporting, or deal with multiple people out there, or even at the agency side or market research organizational roles, wherein you're dealing with multiple teams. Again, there would be project management teams, there would be clients on one hand, there would be internal stakeholders. So at the end of the day, you have to be curious, you have to be creative, you have to be, communicating your POVs well. So these are the three skill sets which are surely, required beyond the basics in terms of, your innate likely, inclination, I would say, towards numbers, or maybe, towards exploratory research. So this is basically the last section in terms of points to ponder. Now, this is where I would want to definitely touch upon all those critical aspects which we need to think about, especially when you're getting into the role, right? Because once you are into the industry and into the role, you already know majority of the challenges or perks of working as a CI professional. But here is where I would definitely want to especially request the beginners out there or freshers out there to focus. And I guess if you are into your MBAs, you might have an exposure towards market research, but many of them do not know that there are these kind of opportunities even after you're doing your stats, or you're doing your economics, and so on and so forth. So first and foremost, think about the industry which you're going to work with, right? Whichever organization you're selecting, whether you get to work with one single sector or single versus multiple sectors. It's quite important to ponder over this point, because it is to do with your liking, your interest, also to do with how will you be able to kind of equip yourself to kind of deliver the results. So single versus multiple, quite important. There are certain organizations who have a divisional or a sectoral approach, wherein you will get to work on a select industry, right? It has its pros and cons. Again, it totally depends on what you want to do, and what is your liking. When you work with one sector, you kind of develop the expertise in that, right? But at the same time, you should at least have some inclination towards that industry, so naturally you're intuitive and curious to know a lot about it. At the same time, if it offers exposure to multiple industries and sectors, nothing like it, because opportunities are a plethora out there. Also in terms of learnings, it's super cool, right? So industry is the first pointer. Secondly, quite important, nature of work. So always ensure before you're applying or shortlisting a particular company or a job role, whether it is to do only with secondary research or desk research, or it has an element of primary research, right? A lot of time what happens is candidates kind of accept roles, and later on they find out or realize that okay, it is more so into only secondary or desk research. Again, nothing to belittle the nature of work, but it's important to map your likings and your inclination towards what kind of role you are selecting, right? So whether it offers only secondary and desk research, or it has a lot to do with the primary research, because only when you're interacting with the end consumers, and only when you get to attend those fieldworks, you really kind of put your life, put your thoughts, and put soul into your deliverables, right? Third is, of course, call quant, because typically once you kind of grow from the starter roles to little mid or senior roles, it could be challenging for you to switch from a quant to a qual or a qual to a quant. But at the end of the day, we are researchers. But of course, it depends if a person has more inclination towards numbers. Quant could suit you more. If you are more of a person who would like to kind of explore the qualitative or exploratory part of it, then you may want to consider qualitative roles initially to kind of then have your roadmap accordingly. Third is in terms of markets, right? At times what happens is you get to work with domestic clients. At times you get to work with global clients only. At times you get to work with both. So as I said, it again has pros and cons. It totally needs to align with your liking and what you want to do, your ambitions. But just it's healthy to do this check whether you will get to work with domestic clients or global clients or both, because each kind of client will have its own learning path, right, for you to kind of develop your skill sets. So markets is an important pointer to kind of do your research. Next bit is solutions. This is extremely critical. What happens again is quite many times in certain organizations, you are specifically hired for a certain solution, right? Now what happens is it's important to see whether these are only certain solutions like trackers, or only campaigns, or only CSAT. Again, nothing bad, but when it comes to your liking, what will happen is probably it could be monotonous beyond a limit, right? Unless you want to really grow your career into that. So always do this check in terms of what kind of solutions are out there, whether you will kind of get to work on a mix of solutions, or it's to do with a single kind of solution, right? Next is interactions. Again, do your check in terms of whether it's a client facing role, or you will be most of the times or majoritarily dealing with internal stakeholders. Point to note is again, nothing to belittle about a particular belittle a particular role. However, totally depends where you want to grow. Client facing interactions will of course challenge you a little higher, because they keep asking you questions, they keep pushing you for deadlines, right? They keep pushing your thinking in terms of solutioning. So just do your check in terms of whether internal stakeholders or client facing role is out there, right? Of course, one of the most important aspects, whether it's a full-time or a contractual, because in the scheme of things, it's a very basic point, but in the scheme of things, certain titles or certain designations could differ a little. We might feel or think that okay, it's a full-time job, or the other way around, but it's absolutely important to do this hygiene check, I would call. So we saw these important points in terms of developing that lens when you are shortlisting the organization and role. But of course there is a bit of responsibility on us as candidates, right? So when you're applying for these roles, and of course seeing quite many candidates, interviewing quite many candidates, and seeing this journey for these many years, it's important to talk about it. And these 2 points are super important. Building your resumes has to do with these two. One is summarizing, right? It's literally as fast as you kind of scrolling through a post on social media in terms of developing your perception about a resume, right? Imagine someone opening the PDF and kind of, okay, it's 3-pager, it's a 4-pager resume, my goodness, right? So first of all, get into the habit of summarizing. If you have 50 accolades, summarize. If you have 50 experiences, summarize. If you have done 50 projects, right, don't talk about every single aspect on earth. However, think about how you can make it more relevant, right? If you're applying for a role, say for example in an organization where you're getting to work with automotive, right? Then you might want to talk about that industry, that sector more. Or again, if it is more of a secondary or a desk research job, you might want to talk about your secondary research skills. If it is primary, or you might want to link those kind of projects. But summarizing is super crucial. Please ensure the resumes ideally are one pager, if not at max two. Again, I know there are a lot of materials out there in terms of how to have good resumes and so on, but at least summarizing it well is important. Second thing is prioritizing, right? When I say summarize, it's not just cutting down on the content part, but it's also in terms of prioritizing what you want the recruiter or the employer or the one who will take your interview to see first, right? How you want to channelize your discussion, or how you want to channelize their thought process when they have a look at your resume is important. So prioritize what you want to talk about, order it in that fashion, so that it kind of also is easy for the other person or the employer to see you, and develop a perception accordingly, so that matching of skill sets or matching or the fitment for the role is not a question. Many a times what happens is there are so many skills out there, right? There are almost 50 skills when you see like an overall experience of maybe an year or so, and you see 50 skills out there, including leadership skills, right? So just be precise in terms of what you want to talk about, and prioritize it well, right? Now, eye for details is important. It's extremely basic. You might have seen the Zomato video, which is just viral in terms of how it can make or break. Of course, it would break in terms of not having language checks and factual checks, right? Please ensure it's super critical. Can't emphasize more on it, right? Now, let's talk a little about transitioning, right? There could be few out there who are already, into a market research role. Either they just have gotten into it, or they have a little bit of experience with maybe, say, one or two roles out there. When you want to transition, maybe either from, say, an agency to a client role, or vice versa, or even for that matter from a role to b, or think about these two aspects. One is the health of the organization, right? It's not just about what kind of profile you're getting or what kind of hike you're getting. It's important to see financial health of the organization. Do your research well in terms of whether you follow those organizations on LinkedIn, or there are plethora of sources out there. So just ensure that why is the role being offered to you, right? Whether it's a replacement role, whether they're growing, whether they're degrowing, whether the teams are laid off. Just do your hygiene check in terms of the entire holistic health of the organization. Second important aspect is in terms of transitioning. Typically it is challenging if you're transitioning from one industry to another, as well as one role to another. So just try to figure that balance. But again, as far as even you can do 30% of the JD, you should go for it, as far as it's relevant, right? So yes, this was the transitioning bit which I wanted to kind of touch upon. Broadly, what I wanted to cover has been covered. I see, a lot of times students struggling in terms of, which organizations to tap, how to go about it. But these are certain basic and, fundamental guidelines. If you think about when you're thinking about a market research and consumer insights role, it should help you. So yes, we are free to connect, but do kind of have a look at that image. Once you are into it, every single thing is data for you. So yes, you develop that lens in terms of even seeing smaller aspects out there. Yes, so that's about it from my end.
Thank you, Aarti. Thank you so much. In fact, you have actually given us really good insights today. Thank you so much. See, we have some questions from our audience, but due to the interest of time, it would be great if we can mail them to you, Aarti. Would that be okay?
Absolutely. I'm also good to connect on LinkedIn. I can kind of, help them out in terms of any specific doubts.
Great, Aarti. Thank you. Thank you
so
so
much.
much, Aarti.
Thank you so much. Thank you
We
very
can
much
exit the
for the
webinar
platform.
now. Yes. While we continue to the next set of sessions. Have a great evening. Have a great day, Aarti.
You too. Thank you. Thank you, team.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Now, audience, everyone, moving on to the last leg of our marathon sessions, we wanted to shed some light on the communication as a subject. And who better than a woman who managed to start her own venture and succeed at it, right? To talk about, we have Hir Kothari, the founder of Panihi Communications. She's going to share information about future speak, trends, innovations, and effective communication in the digital age. Welcome, Hir.
Thank you, Suili, for this lovely, lovely introduction. I hope all of you can hear me clearly. If there is any doubt, please let me know. And if this beautiful tech decides to act up, please feel free to connect.
No
and,
issues, no issues. We are
decide
always here.
to patch the thing. First of all, thank you. I'd like to thank EduBridge for giving me this opportunity to talk on this platform. Wishing all of you viewers a wonderful evening. And since it's the last leg, I hope it's a fun one. And I hope all of you enjoy this leg.
Yes.
Okay.
So here, before we go ahead, let me give a little bit of, even though you do not need an introduction, but just for the knowledge of everyone, let's give a small introduction of yours. So you have been born and brought up in the city of Mumbai, and you have grew up to a speech and drama enthusiast and an avid reader. You have started your professional journey while still finishing school, and she has mastered the art of diamond assortment and trading. Smitten by the words, he took to media studies at college. After majoring in journalism, he started working as a public relations professional with a well-known home decor store and simultaneously associating herself as a senior teacher and consultant with Jahangir School of Speech and Drama. He started contributing to numerous publications of the likes of Times of India, Free Press Journal, Lokmat Group, Youth Incorporation, and Magnet Publishing House, amongst many other brands. While interviewing numerous people and interacting with several brands, he discovered the unmatched potential in content creation and conceptualized the advent of Panihi communications. In the world of AI and ChatGPT, he firmly believes that compelling content strategists and writers will rely on attributes of profound research and creativity to deliver unmatched content to the client. He also firmly believes that professionals need to upskill with time and use tools to enhance their work, but with a vivid strand of uniqueness, which will certainly take their creative professionals to a new place. Welcome here. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Suili. This was even a better introduction. Thank you. Thank you. Great. So I'm just going to share my screen.
Sure.
Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. 1 second. There is something wrong. Okay. It's the opportune moment tech decides to act up.
I totally understand that.
Okay. Great. So the future of communication, trends, and innovation. Wanted to ask all of you, I don't know if I'm going to receive any answers, but just imagine yourself stranded in a room with absolutely no tech, no laptop, no phone, no desktop, no nothing to do with communication. It's only you alone. And what's going to happen? Because the first thing that we actually, when we wake up in the morning, the first thing we do is we reach out to our phones. And trust me, this was not the case at least 2 decades ago. I mean, when we had those little boxed phones, that was not the case. But now, since tech has become so advanced, okay, since we have our 4Gs and we've transcended into the world of 5G, and now we may go into 6G by 2030, we are meeting with a time where we were going to be so hooked onto our gadgets, and communication will become such an integral part of our life. It still is, it always was. And communication has over the years become even more profound and better with time. So the future of communication as we start, and this one has decided not to play again. I don't understand. Is it my screen or is it the tech? I have no clue what's going on.
You want us to project it for you? We have a copy as well.
I prefer that because I don't understand what's going on. It's really stuck. It's stuck onto my screen. It's decided not to go. It's like, I'm staying here and you can do your
So
blabbering.
you can just stop screen share and I think I'll try and do it.
It's
There
okay.
it goes.
Great. No, I think we need to go to the first slide.
No, I think this is playing at your end.
Oh, it decided to play. Very funny.
I guess it's because of the animation.
Oh, what can I do to like change things now? Is there anything I
Not
can
an
do?
issue. You can either continue with your own or probably Mamta. If you can just stop sharing the screen,
If you
then
can
Mamta
stop
can
sharing
share
the
the
screen,
screen.
I will share it for you. And
I'd reckon you just stop because honestly, my presentation is not that great. What I'd speak would probably be a little more effective.
Sure.
So you can just stop sharing.
Yeah, just stop sharing. I think
We can still see your screen.
perfect. Works. But it's not even stopping to share. That's the best part. It's decided to like just stay there. Great. Nevertheless, what
So
I'll do,
you
I'll
can
just
start
continue.
and you can go through the slides now, and I think once it gets resolved, I'll try to project it for you.
It should stop. No, it's not stopping. Let it be as is. Okay, let me just do my thing. And if it decides to
Go
do
ahead.
its thing, we'll let it do it.
Sure.
Great. So what I am here to say is definitely because of technology, we have transcended, and technology transcended because human requirements evolved. Okay, so they pretty much are interrelated. They both go hand in glove. And with passing times, we've discovered newer mediums of communication. We've discovered people coming from different stratas to make communication more inclusive. So technology, that's what it has done. It has tried and bring people together. So the concept of the global village stems out of communication getting better with time. Okay. So how has technology, some of the most compelling examples of technology making communication easier and more inclusive would be Google Translate. It's a phenomenal example that you're traveling in a foreign country where they really don't know your language, but you use Google Translate to communicate with the citizens residing in that country. And trust me, a good part of your problem is solved. Okay, so that is one thing. Even for our differently able friends, communication, people have devised a medium of communicating with one another. They got the braille text. They come up with different frequencies as well. So communication has become that much more easier over a period of time. Now, what has also happened is the good thing as technology evolved, uh, people have touched up, scientists have discovered that communication needs to touch up on different quotients of intelligence. Okay, there are some people who will remember things best when they see something, when it's visually strapping for them. There are some people who think it's best to see something or hear something, and that's how they communicate. Some people require both. Some people require the involvement of kinesthetic energy. So often, especially for those people who have a lot of energy bundled up in them, especially you will see that happening on the treadmill in the gyms where there's a screen attached and they're walking and furiously spending all their energy away and sweating it out while absorbing the information that is happening, that is coming from the screen in terms of news or whatever else is desired. So that's how technology is transcended over a time period. So you also see, if you go way back in time when civilizations just started to evolve, or probably if you're going on a holiday to a site of historical importance, you'll see the first written word was etched on the walls, and we are decoding it, and we are trying to preserve heritage, over a period of time. We have got the print setup, a movable print type, which then transcended into mass publication, which then transcended into email, and then the Twitters, and then the social media. And all this happened when the internet boomed. So the one thing that I personally have come to realize is that when the internet started to take over in 1989, researchers have harnessed the potential of the internet and its capacity and what it could do. Marketeers started realizing what the internet could do. And then we had the G's following, so the 2G, the 3G, the 4G, and the 5G. The difference between 2000 to 2023 is very evident when we've transcended from 2G to 3G to 4G, and now we are in 5G, almost on the verge of getting towards the end of the decade. We'll get into the 6G era. So one of the biggest things that I have seen is that over the years, when we are looking at 4G, I'm going to talk about 4G because 2G and 3G were, in my opinion, snail slow. And when we're talking about 4G, we're looking at a smartphone revolution. I think smartphones started booming. We started discovering the unmatched capacity of a smartphone. We've started getting our emails on a smaller device. We started to reply faster. We started to get once the communication started evolving, businesses started evolving, social ecosystems started evolving, everything started changing, and it changed in a very positive direction. So definitely smartphone got a very good revolution. When 5G happened, it has transfigured the Internet of Things. Okay, so we've gotten into an era where we are tapping into wearing smart devices and tracking a lot of data. So now logistics, it's become so easy to track your parcels. It's so easy to track your health. It's being very highly employed. 5G is being highly employed in the in the healthcare, in the logistics division, in every other conceivable division that you can actually think of. And when you even talk about 5G as I think it's even taking over. It's giving education a new meaning. It's giving skilling a whole new meaning, because this is something that is very important. We are looking at an era where we may have classrooms without walls. We have education which has become so inclusive. We have education which is reaching out to children with special abilities. Okay, and they can overcome these abilities because the media is so inclusive. We've got the ability to type, to talk, to communicate in real time, to watch strapping videos. There is AI and AI, that's AI, artificial intelligence and virtual reality doing its own magic, making education that much more immersive, making education that much more fun, and improving cognitive processes. And that's what I love about 5G. So this is my take on 5G. What is it that it makes? It has emerged as the need of the hour. Also, I think 5G has also helped dissolve a digital divide. So probably when in 2020 we were still struggling with a digital divide, we were still struggling with connectivity issues, we were still struggling with trying to understand the internet during the lockdown phase. 5G is starting to eliminate a part of the divide, a good part of the divide. So networks have gotten better. Networks have gotten faster. It's easy to avail of education, and it's it's very easy to learn things online. Education is at your doorsteps. Offices are at your doorsteps. Everything is at the click of a button, at a touch of your screen. And that's what 5G, that's the magic of 5G. The other thing that I like about 5G is, as a technology, it has given rise to skilling. I mean, back in the time, we always thought we finished our 10th, we finished our 12th, we finished our graduation, life is set, we are set. We are educated people, we don't need nothing in life. But sorry, there's this bubble had to burst, because with technology, there is so much more to learn. There's so much more to evolve with. And if we don't evolve with technology, I think we're going to stagnate. We're going to stay behind. So to stay relevant with times, skilling becomes essential. And there are so many new mediums to skill from. So you have your basic YouTubes, you have other platforms. You have platforms like EduBridge that offer skilling initiatives. You have platforms, other private platforms that give you the impetus to learn something, be it in the tech domain, be it in the healthcare domain, be it in the digital domain. You have things to learn. And one of the most important thing is, if you really want to excel in any career, creativity is essential. Till you're not creative, it becomes very difficult for anyone to excel in their career. You need tech like augmented. So a lot of people ask me that, here you're a writer, AI has cramped your style. And I was like, no, not really. It's made my work easier. All I need to do is the thinking. And the thinking is the fun part to do. The research is the fun part to do, because you keep learning while you're on the go. And when you research and you tie things down to what you write, and kind of align it with the goals of the organization that you write for, or the person or the individual that you're writing for, it makes a big difference. Okay, so this is not only for writing, please, guys. I'm talking from the perspective of the writer, but it is also for creators content creators in the space of design, content creators in any space, that you need to stay relevant. So stay relevant, keep upskilling. That's very, very essential. Whoa. And after 5G, there's 6G. So I thought I could really go on about 5G. I really wish I would have something even more coming from the audience about 5G, your experiences with 5G. But definitely, I cannot have that. So I'm going to be doing all the talking myself on your behalf. And I want to know, I'm going to be telling you about, from 5G, we're going to move on to 6G. 6G is even faster. 6G, while 5G traversed with the Internet of Things, 6G traverses, 6G is a bigger entity that is supporting the Internet of everything. So from the Internet of things to the Internet of everything, it's beautiful because you are converging reality and the digital space. You're marrying, there's beautiful rendezvous of the reality and the digital space, and that's coming together, and it's becoming a seamless world of networking, a seamless world of getting things done. Everything is seamless. Everything is at a click of a button. I mean, I've seen this in Matrix or some of the older films where the screen is not there, but there is a small device which is plugged, and a very human-like figure emerges and talks to you. And that's exactly what we are looking for in the 6G era. So, and if you ask me, if 5G is transferring data at a frequency of 100 gigahertz, 6G is transferring data across waves in hundreds of gigahertz and terahertz, and touching the terahertz ranges. So that's the new thing about 6G. Instant communication across devices, including computing devices, and also robotics would be playing a very, very critical role. It'll start taking over your airports, your workspaces. Robotics is here. So it's right now, though we've been researching extensively into the field of robotics, I think robotics will become an extensive arm to your communication that happens in the future. You will be talking to robots. They will be responding to you favorably. There may be glitches and you may want to tear your hair out, but that's okay. It's part of life. Now, most of us, I'm going to reiterate this one point, that most of us, we tend to settle in our comfort zone. We are settling in for something very, very comfortable, but I think we need to step out and we need to keep upgrading in whatever way we can and try and understand AI and robotics and how it operates. So even for most parts, if most of you dislike using ChatGPT, please use it. It works in your favor. Okay. And it really applies to me as a writer, because at one point I resisted using ChatGPT. And I resisted for the right reasons, because I kind of thought that AI can do my work, but it can't think for me. So I'm sorry, let's reject it. But honestly, I think if we employ it, it simplifies our work. Okay, if it does a good part of the work for you, all you need to do is like throw in vivid strands of your creative elements and get it out there, and get the content rolling faster, get the communication out there, get it rolling faster. So those are the things that have changed over time. Now, one thing that I have observed, since I'm really talking about communication, I have realized that with communication evolving and with technology evolving, people in India, at least, we've started becoming a more educated lot. We've started, our curiosity has evolved, our spirit of inquiry has evolved. Okay, and this has given rise to, since the spirit of inquiry has evolved, we don't like to take nonsense. We want facts, and we want facts delivered to us. So even when you are harnessing the future trends of communication, the one thing that you really need to harness to stay relevant, to be relevant, and convince people that you are relevant and you're with the times and probably you're moving ahead and forward, is make use of data points. I think so. Data analytics, if you have a hang of that, please apply it, because that will make communication that much more profound, if at all. And it makes communication that much more it makes it easier for you to convince your clients. It makes it easier for you to convince anybody who's out there. Especially when you're at an organizational level and you are making a presentation, data points become important. Definitely my communication here that is on the screen that's decided to show up and not respond to me is not as dynamic, but honestly, we have this unmatched ability to make dynamic presentations in today's time. So I have literally made a presentation after 10 years because I'm so used to typing on Word or on Google Docs. And I was like, wow, this feature is exciting and that feature is exciting. And oh, we can add so much more graphics. And oh, this session can be so much more interactive and so much more fun. And that can happen because I revisited a technology after years of making a presentation when I last made one at college. So and it really makes it a lot more strapping if you feel that you're on a it is difficult for you to communicate with an audience. You can play, and you can play with your graphics. You can play with different apps that could rev up your communication and what you're trying to convey in terms of a presentation. So definitely that makes a whole deal of a difference. Coming to let's see, the future of communication, effective communication strategies in a digital age. Wow, this is something that's so important to know. When I was in school, I'm sure when most of you are in school, your teachers must have told you, please write using exquisite language and high-end vocabulary. Okay, and we all did that very, very diligently. We all followed everything to the T, and every piece that I gave to my teacher was smattered with some big words, and that poor thing was sitting with a dictionary and trying to correct my grammar and trying to correct all the work that I was doing. Honestly, I had jargonized everything. Now, see, back in the time, it was very relevant for you to become a big writer. You needed to throw some big words into your piece. But honestly, what was the outreach? The outreach was almost zero, because whatever I wrote, whatever I tried to communicate, or whatever I tried to, so even when I was talking, I had these big words coming out. Honestly, it didn't work. You need to be a little more relevant. You need to be a little more simple. You need to make communication easy. And just as Aarti Paradkar was speaking earlier, and you need to summarize stuff. So please, chop all the nonsense that's not needed, get it out of there, and stick to the point. So to be very honest, when you, so I'll summarize it for you easily. When you are speaking of effective communication strategies in the digital age, it needs to be simple, short, precise. Everyone on my screen is frozen. Does anyone hear me?
We can hear you
Yes, we
fine.
can see you move as well.
No, we can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So if I summarize it in a nutshell, communication needs to be short. It needs to be direct. It needs to be precise, concise, empathetic, and definitely not rude or not hitting out to anyone in public. Okay, so you need to be very careful of the words that you use. Very, very mindful of the words that you use, be it in spoken or written communication. We cannot, sometimes you don't even mean to hurt someone, but you accidentally do so. And that comes as a bit of a showdown. So I've learned it the hard way, but that's what I've learned, that keep it short, keep it sweet, keep it simple, keep it concise, keep it effective. Back taking you back to my college days, I think in 1999, there was Coca-Cola launched this one, yeah, Sprite. Okay, so when Coca-Cola launched Sprite, we did this extensive study on the campaign. Okay, and we were asked in class because every campaign was very complex and it had its own myriad meanings to everything. And this particular campaign was so simple. It just had bujai only pyas, baki sab bakwas. I'm sure the drink is bakwas for our health, but honestly, what it did was something so effective. It simplified the communication. It simplified and got it down like this drink is no nonsense. Okay, it's just a thirst buster. And that's exactly what you need on a hot sunny day or in the Indian summers. So it was such a simple, effective, and clutter-free communication. I don't think there are many brands that used to do it back in the day, but now there are brands that are able to use words that are very prolific, that align to the brand value, that are simple, and yet help the audience to understand where they stand. And that is very, very essential. Okay, so when I started writing for EduBridge itself, we were given a vocabulary sheet, and I was like, wow, this is such an intelligent thing to do because when you have that vocabulary sheet out there, you just know that these are the words that align with your brand. These are the words that you should use for people to understand what is the brand value and what the brand value stages out there. So definitely a big yes for vocabulary sheets, a big yes to align, to use words mindfully, thoughtfully, and give it some kind of, because it helps giving your brand the cadence that it requires. Also, there is the other thing that I have seen is content has become micro content. So if I had to ask anyone out there, what kind of content would you prefer? Would you prefer reading a novel, a 500-page novel, versus watching a movie versus hearing to a podcast? I'm sure there is a bigger audience that's going to say, let's listen to a podcast or watch a movie, which is going to be even large percentage wise. But very few are going to say, let's read a novel. Okay, because times have changed. Nobody has the time to read. I think everyone is on the move. Everyone is succumbing to the pressures of delivering content and probably reading the pleasures of reading a book is far-fetched. Okay, it's way out of the league. For most of us, there are some old school people like me who cannot do without reading. I need to read. It's my mantra, it's my prayer. I need to read before I sleep. Otherwise, I won't sleep. So definitely times have changed. So there
I think she's dropped.
Yes, has she dropped? I can't see her
Yeah, I
in the
think she is.
panelist as well. Yeah.
Participant list as
Can
well.
someone try to rejoin her?
Contact her, yeah, sure.
It's all right. ऐसे I always say this, बड़े बड़े देशों में ऐसी छोटी छोटी बातें होती रहती है. We are so dependent on internet and laptop and connectivity these days. और झट से आपका internet बंद हो जाए and you're like, where the hell should I go now? Where should I go? What should I do? How do I come back? And there is panic in the entire environment. I guess we have Hira back. Hira, are you back?
Hira is back. Hira is back.
Okay. Welcome back. We lost you there.
Oh, you lost me there. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Where did I stop and where did you lose me? I think I need to know.
I think we lost you at the micro content piece that you were talking about, and then you just dropped.
Oh, how sad. Okay, so micro content. So what you see on your Instagrams and what you see on your social media is giving out relevant content, which is short, which is sweet, and which is very precise. Okay. And yet gives across the message. So I think that's when we're talking about precise content, micro content, this is exactly what we mean. We are talking about content that is short, relevant, targets the audience, and is there. We are also talking about exploring numerous channels of communication. So every channel of communication is different. I'm kind of getting nervous because my screen is stuck and I'm unable to kind of get a hang of anything that's going on. And I don't know if you guys are there or you're not there. Any help, guys?
We are right here. We are right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
we can hear you loud and clear.
Sorry? Okay, so since content is algorithm based, it's best to understand what your audience expects and come up with content that is short, crisp, gives away the important things, and definitely makes it more relevant to the audience that's trying to connect with you. I think the era of hashtags has also come to an end. When you look at the future of communication, we are looking at the era of hashtag that's come to an end. We are looking at content when you're talking of Instagram, when there is a big change in how you word your bio. Okay, so your first line, like earlier, it would be fun things that you would write about yourself, and today it's all about using the correct words. Like for instance, the first line should be a social proof of who you are. So that would be it. The second line should actually talk of what you do, but again, using the right set of words and not jargonizing it. So definitely we have micro content coming in. Again, new age social media platforms has given rise to the fashion of micro content. So it started with Twitter, because they had a limited set of characters in which you needed to feed your message. It was a challenge, but it has taken the entire social circuit by a storm. It's taken political ecosystems by a storm. So definitely you have one-liners which are so magical that it could stir a revolution. Definitely, so micro content is in, summarizing your content is in, cutting out on the jargon is in. Communication needs to be, communication needs to be consistent. Organizations or you as an individual, even if you're trying to put yourself out there, it becomes essential for you to explore different modes of communication. So please don't only stay on Instagram. Explore Instagram, explore Facebook, explore LinkedIn, explore Reddit, explore Quora. And there is one more new age communication tool that's called Mastodon, which was invented in 2022. And I think it's going to take, it's a trending social media platform in 2024. And the reason why it's trending is it's because it does the work of Instagram, Twitter, X, Threads, Clubhouse, all put together, and also gives writers the impetus to blog as much as they want for about and go up to 5,000 words and more. So definitely taking the world by a storm. For visually appealing content, you definitely have your TikToks and your Instagrams. TikTok definitely not in India, but definitely a platform that's worth exploring. Facebook, a lot of you may think Facebook is out, but Facebook rules the roost. Facebook has, I was surprised to see, the statistics on statista.com. And they have said that we have about over 3 billion active users who log in on a monthly basis. YouTube is lesser. Next, this is followed by WhatsApp and Instagram, where there are 2 billion users YouTube is third in line. And then you have your TikToks and your Telegrams and your Instagrams and your Snapchats that follow later. But in the new age, what people would typically explore would be a Reddit, a Quora, Threads, definitely, X, which is the new Twitter. And those are the new platforms that you would explore to make your communication more relevant. Aspiring professionals, please don't refrain from making your LinkedIn account. There are lots of guidelines out there to make your Instagram account relevant. Keep posting your progress on Instagram if you really want to get the visibility and get absorbed into an organization of your dreams and start working or start your career. That is essential. So even though LinkedIn is at number 4, it's still one of the most relevant platforms. I think the reason why Facebook went on a rise is because it had the market advantage. They were the first mover advantage. They were first in the market to establish themselves as a social media platform. So don't overlook it. So even when you're doing your marketing campaigns, do not overlook Facebook. I think that's that from my end. Any questions, guys? I don't know because I really can't see the screen. If there are any questions, or if you have enjoyed the presentation or not enjoyed the presentation, an honest feedback would be appreciated. Anything?
Here we just loved the session. It was an amazing session. And see, the audience has a lot of questions over here. But in the interest of time, it would be great if we could email that to you here. Would that be okay?
Yeah, sure. It would be great. It would be great if you could email the questions. I would be ever so happy if it could come through. If there is anything that you see on a repeat and you want me to point out immediately, I would love to answer that.
We don't have anything of that sort currently, but probably one simple question someone has asked over here: how is a marketing campaign done? So a little bit on the communication part of a marketing campaign, a little small tidbit.
Marketing campaigns come out of extensive brainstorming, out of extensive research, and also your experience with the product and the service. So it's a combination of your experience with the product and the service, and the market's experience with the product and service, or what they would like. So a marketing campaign is you need to identify the USPs. So you have a set of common USPs, and you will have a USP that will help you stand out amongst your competitors. So for instance, if I may just take voice one example to you. If you talk about Tata versus a Vijay Sales, people will genuinely first go in for a Tata because Tata has created that trust and they've won the goodwill. So goodwill is the brand's USP. Trust is the brand's USP. Okay, while Vijay Sales, they have made their USP in terms of being available to the market. They are available. Their stock is on point. So it's a marriage of a couple of things that would help you build on a campaign.
Thank you so much, Heat, for sharing your viewpoints. Thank you, and thank you for ending the day today with a marvelous gamut of information and sharing so much on communication. While we know that communication is the key to everything, but the new, transcending from one to the other, from 2G to 3G, 4G and 5G, the way that you explained it, the way that you explained how the data and how internet has become like a totally irreplaceable part of our life. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hir.
Thank you.
Yes. Have a great day and a great evening, and wishing you a 75th Happy Republic Day in advance.
Oh, thank thank you. It will be the 76th, if I'm not mistaken. 76th or 77th, but wishing all of you in advance. And definitely thank you for having me here. It was a pleasure being here. Thank you so much.
Great. Here you can now exit the webinar
I
now,
can't
so we can
exit. You
continue with
need
the
to
next
cut
set
me
of
off because
sessions.
what's frozen on my screen is this first written word, movable type marks.
Okay, okay.
I think
So, okay,
Nitin can help
fine.
us with it.
Yes, Mamta will take care of that. Before we move ahead, everyone, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our event partners, Youth Incorporated, Fever FM, and Belgian Waffles, who have been instrumental in taking this event reach lakhs of young aspirants across India. Wow, what a great day it has been. We are already at the last session of this amazing, insightful journey that was designed just for the young learners and working professionals like you who have pressing questions about your career path, skill sets, mindsets, and job opportunities. I hope all the speakers and sessions today have helped you gain some newfound knowledge and exciting pointers to now implement in your lives. I'm sure this will help me and other professionals like me and you who are in the audience to think about continuous learning through professional lives and careers too. We have indeed learned so much from all the speakers today. I hope you all go back to all your lives with renewed energies and plan all the amazing changes we need to implement in our daily lives to achieve the goals we have set for ourselves. Since all the attendees had this question over and over throughout the day, I would like to mention that all the attendees of the day would receive the certificates on their provided email IDs for the next few days. I would like to now invite Lavina and Prakash sir to move on to the last session of the day for some fun activities for our audience. And of course, that includes some amazing prizes for our winners. So stay tuned for the contest and showcase. Over to you, Lavina and Prakash.
Thank you so much, Shivli. You've done a fantastic job. Just look at the hearts and look at the likes. You will see how amazing you've been. So thank you so much for handing over the last segment to me. Guys, don't go anywhere. If you're not logged in, if your friends are not logged in, please tell them to join. You can join on YouTube. You can also join on Zoom. Come, because we've saved the best for the last, okay? So before I go there, very quickly, I want to tell you that my heart's been filled with joy and gratitude while listening to all our speakers. There has been so much learning and growing in one day. It's just amazing. I hope you've gathered as much knowledge as I have. And like I said, we've saved the best for the last. So I'm hoping your friends, your family are joining in. This is a very special segment dedicated towards our employees, our learners, and those who are interested in joining EduBridge, whether as an employee or a learner. This section is what you want to see. So now, guys, I'm very excited about what's coming up in this super half an hour or super hour. And to join me in this excitement, I'd like to call and invite none other than Mr. Prakash Jain, Head of Finance and Human Resources at EduBridge. Prakash, I love saying this about you, is a gold medalist in Masters of Global Business from SP Jain School of Global Management and a CA by profession. His leadership in the realm of finance has been instrumental in steering EduBridge towards financial excellence and sustainability. He has been a driving force behind financial innovation and efficiency, and now is doing a fantastic job bringing all the human resources initiatives in place. Beyond the numbers, Prakash is a leader who embodies values of integrity, collaboration, and commitment to social impact. So without further ado, come on, let's send some claps, likes, hearts, and join me in extending a warm welcome to Prakash. Over to you, Prakash.
Thanks a lot, Lavina. A lot of adjectives there. What a moment of pride and joy this has been today, where we have actually made this event a remarkable event with the theme of Nari Shakti. We all know Naris as a culture in India has been an inspiration for us since ages. Right from Draupadi of Mahabharata, Sita Ma of the Ramayana, to the new age, the modern age Anupama. I think everyone knows Anupama. આપણી અમદાવાદવાળી અનુપમા જે હવે US માં ડાન્સ શીખવે છે. Mrs. Joshi થઈ છે. What an age that is. At EduBridge as well, we are fully focused on diversity and inclusion. With Proud, we have always brought diverse cultures from different parts of the country, right from Kashmir to Tamil Nadu and Kerala, from Northeast to Gujarat and Maharashtra. Not only that, we are now proudly an organization which has surpassed a 50-50 ratio to a 54% ratio of our workforce being women. What an amazing achievement that is. Now, to take this forward, let me introduce you to an individual who has truly been an inspiration since the time I have known her story. And Arjun from the Mahabharata, I'm using some metaphors here. Arjun from the Mahabharata came to Dronacharya, now became the Dronacharya, and not only Dronacharya, but took on to prepare more Dronacharyas for EduBridge. Okay, thoda confusing, right? Let me make it a little simple. A learner went on to become a trainer, from trainer to people's manager, and now helping onboarding and training of our trainers. Let me introduce you to our Dronacharya, Iban here. Uday, if we can have a quick video of Iban.
Sure, sir. Give me a minute.
Hey Iban, you're looking great today.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Iban, for being a part of EduBridge's Nari Shakti celebration. Are you ready for a quick chat to share your professional story?
Yes, absolutely. We can carry on.
Awesome. So, how many cosmic years you have been rocking in EduBridge's galaxy?
So with EduBridge now, it's been more than 4 years. Actually, 4.5, and I'll be turning 5 next month by 4th of February. Yeah.
That's wonderful. Tell me any skills or superpowers you have unlocked during your EduBridge adventure.
Skills or superpowers, that's nice, but there are plenty of them, but yeah. So 3 skills that I've really developed in my EduBridge journey especially would be patience, and then teamwork and leadership skills.
Great. Your career's greatest hits in 3 words?
My career's greatest hits in 3 words. Again, I would say I started first as a learner, and then I joined in as a trainer, and then as a manager. So I would say a learner, trainer, and manager.
Wonderful. How has EduBridge impacted your personal life?
A lot actually, because when I started as a learner, like I've mentioned, I was placed from EduBridge in a workplace called Axis Bank. And then I was able to support my family with the salary that I received there. And then I got an opportunity to work with EduBridge as a trainer. Not just my personal life, actually, in fact, my entire professional life as well. So yeah, it has really, really given me that platform to shine and grow as well.
That's interesting. And finally, before wrapping up the chat, according to Iban, what is EduBridge's wisdom?
Okay, that's a very nice question. But then, yeah, so I'll not exactly say wisdom, but it's more like a message to all our lovely audience, potential learners who can enroll in our courses as well. So a few years back, like I have mentioned, when I joined in as a learner, I had a friend who introduced me EduBridge that time, that there is this company where we will get training and we will be received and we will receive placements actually. So I joined, and then in between she did not continue. So she said that she was not very sure if EduBridge will provide a job, so she stepped out. But then I didn't do that. I carried forward, and then I took this opportunity. And with this, I would also like to tell or pass this message to our fellow audience, amazing audience right here, even our potential learners as well, that we have our dreams, our goals, our ambitions, and there's no career path actually that comes free of negativity. And there might be times that you might put your heart and soul into something and it doesn't work out, or it's met with cynicism or skepticism. So we should not let that turn us down or burn us out, but we should let that fuel us, because we live in a world where anyone can say anything about you at any point of time. But please remember this, that you always have the right to prove them wrong. So with this small message, I urge the audience as well to, especially our potential learners, to take any step that comes your way and be fearless. Yeah.
Absolutely. Iban, it was a pleasure talking with you. Keep your sparkle alive, and here's to many more uplifting experiences ahead.
Thank you, Tina. And I would like to also take this opportunity to thank you and EduBridge as well for giving me this wonderful opportunity to connect with our amazing, wonderful audience through this SkillsFactor Nari Shakti celebration and share my professional journey. It's always a pleasure. Thank you.
What a transition. Started as a curious learner with EduBridge, stepping into the role of a trainer and now a manager. Isn't Iban's journey worth discovering?
What a journey that has been. Not only an inspiration to our employees, but I think to our learners as well. Moving on, let me now take the opportunity of a very, very special award section in this evening. Here, I want to award the Naris of EduBridge who have made a difference here, not only in our employees' lives, but also with our learners. To start with, let me call upon the first Nari Shakti Award winner, the person who's been at the forefront to motivate our learners to enroll with us. No more introduction that this needs. That's Insha Rasul, the career coach at EduBridge.
Thank you so much, Prakash. Thank you so much. Very good morning to everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's an honor for me to have this opportunity to speak in front of you all. I'm very grateful to the management as well as to my team. They have taken my name for this. Thank you so much. Basically, my name is Insha Rasul. I am from Jammu and Kashmir. It is I am in EduBridge from the past year now. When I came in EduBridge, it was like I came from a small town, okay? Plus, it was like for me, like I would be here, how it would be going, but I owe a great deal to my management, especially to the pastor, Sagar sir, to my colleagues, especially to the every EduBridge team who were always there for support for me. Lastly, I would express my gratitude to every of the EduBridge who supported me, have a faith in my abilities. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Insha. Very well deserved.
Thank you so much, Lavina. Thank you so much.
Moving on, that was Insha Rasul from our D2C business unit. Moving on to the next set. A female who joined us as a center manager, moved on and became a general manager to lead a team who works and motivates our learners. So not only does she motivate her team, but also people who actually motivate our learners. There you go, Judith Rajashri from the Tech BU.
Thank you so much, Prakash. Thank you so much, team. So the Shakti in me really was brought out by EduBridge, I would say. Because definitely I don't know what is the CSR or how the graduate travels. I came to know only after joining EduBridge. Then I turned myself in like, oh my God, I'm touching the life of the students. So I should be really careful on all of my steps. So the journey started as a center manager, taking care of the in and out of all the students' career. And right now also, I'm so much involved in everything to make sure the student is in the right place. So this Shakti in me was really brought out by EduBridge and the team and the managers that I worked with and the team that I worked with. They brought out this Shakti out of me. So thank you so much for this wonderful evening and the wonderful surprise that has come to me. Thank you so much, team. Thank you so much, Lavina. Thank you so much.
A big congratulations, Judith. You know you deserve this because you do lead by example. So big congratulations, Judith. Very well done. Thank you for inspiring.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Judith.
Thank you.
Moving on, a real example. Again, a center manager left us in the middle, but we weren't going to leave her. Got her back to lead a project or a project management unit of one of the biggest BU that we have, the non-tech BU, Bhavna Agrawal.
Thank you so much, sir. And I mean, thanks to EduBridge for recognizing this woman power within each of us. And for me, I mean, like as we say that, we recognize the beautiful flowers and plants, beautiful fruits that grow from a plant, but that plant, they need a conducive environment to grow to its potential. So similarly for me, I mean, EduBridge has been that platform, that environment, which has helped me not just once, but twice to recognize my own capabilities and to grow to that potential. And here's a big shout out to all the men and women in EduBridge who helped me to always give my best. And a year back when I rejoined at EduBridge, a journey from transformation from being at home mom to being a working mother has been so much at ease. The support, the guidance which I have received from everyone at EduBridge, the leadership team, I mean, I'm truly grateful for that. And also, I mean, last but not the least, this is for all the women in my view and at EduBridge. I mean, your efforts are always seen, heard, and appreciated. So thank you so much, everyone.
Congratulations, Bhavna. You know you are the power woman that is keeping the business alive. You're the strength behind the BU head, and you know that. So big congratulations. Absolutely well deserved.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Big congratulations, Insha from the B2C business unit, Judith from the tech business unit, Bhavna from the non-tech business unit. Lastly, now comes the corporate team. And I'll not do too much of an introduction there. Just as I started the story with Mahabharata, let me call this person as the Krishna at EduBridge, Lovina Anthony for the corporate view.
Thank you, Prakash. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Nari Shakti. For me, my Nars are very Shaktimans. My Naris are very Shakti women. So for me, this is an award that I take with folded hands. I thank everybody who voted for me, and those who did not vote for me, thank you to you too, because you've given me the power to work more hard and to make sure that I'm able to get your votes next time as well. So thank you so much. Thank you. A big thank you to my team, as always, my family, and thank you just for giving me this honor. I just want to make sure that everybody here understands there's one very simple funda in life, because I live by it all the time, that some people will judge you for changing. There will be others who will celebrate you for growing. But, no matter what, you just have to keep going, and you just have to keep blowing and keep showing the world that you have what it takes to be successful, to be super successful. That's all that I want to say. And just keep doing what you guys do. You are awesome.
Thanks a lot, Lavina. Before I wrap up and give you the podium, let me have some words from our founder and CEO, Girish Singhania, as inspiration for the women at EduBridge. Girish, if you could.
Oof, wow. Thank you so much, Prakash. And guys, firstly, sorry I couldn't really be a part of this skills factor at all. I've been actually quite unwell last couple of days. But I believe it has gone off really well. I believe our attendance has been way more than what we've ever had in the past. I believe the sessions were extremely good, extremely fun. I think the best part about this time skill factor is the fact that there was so much involvement from several of our own people and not just external speakers, which makes it even better. And of course, the theme which we had this year is something which is so great to see, right, about Nari Shakti. So I think I don't want to sort of take up too much time and bore all of you. So I wanted to firstly thank every single person who has been involved in making this skills factor yet another year of success. I know we didn't have too much time. We didn't have too much of bandwidth. But with that, with whatever little bandwidth and time we had, whatever, I think the delivery that we've seen, I think it's absolutely exceptional and outstanding. So I don't know if I'll miss out any names, but I'll try to cover everyone. Thank you so much, Nitin, Mamta, Clemanda, Sujata, Shuli, Tina, Uday, Siddhant, Devdatta, Sujaya, Shalini, Lavanya, Kalpesh, Siddharth, Sonam, Arpan, Archana, Ganesh, Maya, Prakash, Lavina, all of you, from the bottom of my heart, big congratulations on an extremely successful event today. And also big thank you to all of you for doing whatever you do. And last but not the least, also congratulations to all the Nari Shakti Award winners. I think similar to what Prakash said, I think all the women who won that award, you guys are truly exceptional, inspirational for all of us at EduBridge, men and women alike. We all know the many roles that women have to play in our households in India. And I think given the fact that all of you together are being able to make such a big difference, not just at EduBridge, in your families, and also to every learner that we touch, I think it's something to be really proud of. And you guys can really pat yourselves on the back and be proud of what you achieve every single day. So thank you so much. I, for one, am privileged to be part of working with in the same team as all of you. Thank you, and look forward to many more years of doing more of the same. Thank you, guys, and congratulations once again.
Thank you, Girish. Thank you so much, Prakash, for coming and giving out these awards. You know that was the close for the day for us, and we worked really hard to get here. Now, guys, this is not the end. There is a very special segment that we've dedicated to our learners. Okay. Now, I stand before you with like so much pride and joy as we get into this, because we're going to celebrate very quickly the incredible achievements of our learners. Okay. Learners, each one of you, and all of my learners who are there on YouTube and on Zoom right now, each one of you embarked on a journey of learning and growth, and the projects that you've created are nothing short of remarkable. You have not just absorbed the information, you have transformed the information into innovative and impactful projects that showcase your unique perspectives and talents. And, to be honest, in the realm of technology, you, our learners, have crafted cutting-edge solutions that address real-world challenges. From inventive software applications to ingenious hardware designs, your projects showcase technical prowess, but they also showcase a deep understanding of the needs of our society. And now I'd like to congratulate each of the winners who has won the project showcase at EduBridge. Let's go with the names. I'm waiting to announce these. The first winner that we have is Vikash. Vikash is studying the certification program in data analytics with us. And he's created a beautiful project on real estate price prediction. And he is led by his trainer, Siddharth. A big congratulations, Vikash, to you